Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If Guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei had the overpowered sacred gear. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. And no, stop, please. The innocent blonde's distressed cries as her clothes were ripped at her brought a deep sense of despair into Isay. His heart clenched tightly as he watched a girl that he had dedicated much effort and time to at the mercy of a bunch of brutes who had ambushed the two of them outside of school, beaten the crap out of him, and were now lecherously letting their gaze flow all over the girl. Issei felt further crushed when he saw the girl's tears as a hand went below her skirt, reaching into her panties and touching her. Bad end. God fucking damn it. Hyoudou Issei could only curse up a blue streak that would make a sailor blush as he watched his playthrough through his latest Eroge visual novel result in another bad end. Madohama, the famed three-size scouter of Meihiroshi Junior High, adjusted his glasses as he spoke up, while Matsuda of sexual harassment paparazzi fame moaned in disgruntlement. I told you, Isay, the harem route is pretty much impossible to complete, no matter how many times we try. This has to be, what, our 65th try. Isay, the last member of Meihiroshi Junior High's infamous perverted trio, responded by slamming his face onto his desk, repeatedly, while Matsuda spoke up as well. We've got to give this one up as a bad job, bro. All the bad ends we got already aside, there's the matter of the fulfillment of our real-life dreams. Madohama and Matsuda wrapped an arm over each other's shoulder, massive rivers of tears streaming down their faces as they shouted out in tandem. The exclusive, previously all-girls academy recently turned co-ed with an estimated 80% female-to-male ratio, Kyo Academy. Rapidly overcoming their burst of emotion and cleaning himself from Matsuda's man germs, Madohama spoke up in a serious tone, adjusting his glasses in a manner that caused the glare to hide his eyes. This isn't going to be easy, Isay. We swore to ourselves, each other, and on our dreams, that we would manage to make our way past the difficulties of life and into any healthy young man's paradise. We need to dedicate as much time as possible into studying for the admittance test, even if it cuts into each of our allotted personal amusement time. We have no time to waste with an impossible-to-reach goal. It's not impossible. The vehemence in the statement did not at all surprise Matsuda or Madohama, who were both aware of their friend's lifelong dream. The two could only sigh inwardly as Isay continued. If there is a harem ending, I shall reach it. I will not sleep, I will not eat, I will not hesitate, nor will I give up. My goals, my dreams, my future, they all hang on the possibility of me clearing this. Hey, where the hell are the two of you going? The inflamed tone was replaced by a half-bewildered, half-irritated one as Madohama and Matsuda made their way out of Issei's room mid-monologue. How rude. Sighing out loudly, Matsuda was the one to answer. Not that I don't want to help you, Isay, I really do, but I also really need to study. I tried for the mock exams and got a flat 30%, and you need to get at least a 75% to be made a viable candidate for Kyo, and need to beat out 80% of the other test takers in order to get accepted, so I need to start cramming as soon as possible. Issei's gaze switched over to Madohama, getting only a nod in agreement. Irritation filling him, Isay huffed before speaking up. Fine, leave, but you'll regret it when you see that I managed to both get the true end in the harem route and managed to get into Kyo. His friends didn't bother refuting his claims, waving him goodbye as they made their way out of his home, while Isay sat down in front of his computer and glared at it with a scary level of intensity. Of course they just gave up and left. It's not their dream that's on the line. I mean, if I don't manage to get the harem ending in some game without looking up a guide, how the hell can I manage to get one in real life? It'd be like giving up on my dream, turning my back on it, and I refuse to do it. His spirit aflame, Isay put himself in the proper mindset to get his good ending. Hour after hour, day after day went by as Isay tried varying tactics. He tried changing the order in which he took his love interests for dates, the precise moment when he triggered their flags, which presents or gave, which routes he took. However, failure was the only thing that he met. That is, until he decided to change tactics. Instead of changing the way in which he did ways in game, he started fiddling with the game settings, trying to find some hidden slider, some secret stat, a novel route, until he eventually found what he was looking for. His solution was born out of desperation more than anything else. Regardless of whatever it was he said to his friends, Isay did not intend to go into the testing room without studying. Knowing that he wasn't ever really the sharpest knife in the drawer, Isay decided to give himself at least 2 months' worth of study time before the test, and he was already 2 days away from reaching that line. Feeling that he had nothing else to lose, Isay decided to try for the ultimate challenge. He erased his previous save, tainted with the failure of a bad end, and started a new one. However, instead of using his usual settings of difficulty normal and time limitless, he chose to play in difficulty Are You F***ing kidding me? And time ultra sprint. As far as he was aware, those settings were added by the developers as a screw you to any would-be completionists, forever locking out the game's full completion as pretty much even the easiest of routes was supposed to be insanely hard. Isay was a man with no limits, foregoing such useless things as food, water, toilets, and sleep, with cumulative years of experience in all things Eroge and visual novel, and a healthy amount of prayer and praise to RN Jesus. Isay managed to do it. True harem end unlocked. He managed to get the happy end that he desired, and all it took him was finishing the game with max charisma, knowledge, wealth, and martial prowess scores, finding the hidden, legendary grade marital arts skill book, defeating the true final boss Esrava tax dog, and absolutely obliterating any and all enemy to ensure that he and his harem were safe. Having finally gotten what he truly desired from life for that short time frame, Issei decided to finally make his parents aware of the fact that he was alive, his stomach aware of the fact that food existed, and his body aware of the existence of this thing called a bath. But, after taking his first step out of his desk chair, he felt the strength leaving his body, causing him to collapse on the ground. After that is when things got crazy. While his body had shut down to rest, his mind was still functioning. After a fashion, flashes passed through his mind, rapid still frames of various different moments of his marathon session of Legend of the Eroge hero passing by as if in a slideshow, with the majority of the images focusing on his final stats: 100% charisma, 100% knowledge, 100% wealth, and 100% martial prowess, interspersed with various shots of his characters' dates, the various events he had to perfect run in one go, and the defeated forms of his enemies. And it was in that moment that Issei had an epiphany. If he wished to get his vaunted harem end in real life, he couldn't slack off. The game didn't allow him to get it playing in easy mode or with no time limit. The game did not forgive anything less than full effort. Charisma to attract the women to him, knowledge to learn how to separate the girls that truly love him from those who would try to use him, wealth to ensure safety, stability and a future for his large family later on in life, and martial prowess to defend himself and all of them from malicious people, attacking them either out of spite or jealousy. Friends were to be protected, enemies to be put deep into the dirt, the hardships of life to be met with an iron resolve, and time constraints to be observed and taken into consideration. It was either the life of a harem, or no life at all. Returning to consciousness a few hours later, Issei's first action was to gag as his head was curled into his armpit at an uncomfortable angle, even. His second action was to climb back to his feet, his head shaking as he tried to decipher the myriad of blurry images that he felt had engraved themselves into the inside of his eyelids. He didn't have any idea what any of them meant, but he did know something. He wanted to excel beyond all expectation. He didn't know where the desire, nay, compulsion came from, and neither could he possibly, as it was the work of his unconscious mind. But he knew that he no longer desired to be a loud, an easily dismissible, below-average perverted monkey, even if it cut into his time for a row, and even the holiest of the pervert's activities. Excelling came above all of this. His whole future depended on it. But first, he really needed a shower. Mr. and Mrs. Hyoudou had no idea if what they were seeing was real, or if there was a gas leak in their home and they were currently in heaven, their corpses still cooling on the living room floor. Their son, Isay, the one they hadn't seen for all of 2 weeks as he had locked himself in his room to do God knows what that made them all but sure that they'd die without ever meeting their grandchildren, was studying. He was sitting at the dinner table, his face showing his seriousness and focus as he read through a math worksheet, making various different noises as he compared his results to the ones in the book. Focused as he was, Isay never noticed his parents' presence as he spoke up in a blank tone. 83%. His parents were ready to faint right there and then, hearing their underachieving. 60% is good enough son Isay scoring and 80% in what seemed to be a mock exam. However, if they were surprised before, his following words caused their brains to freeze. Not good enough. I can do better. No, I have to do better. Mrs. Hyoudou's legs lost their strength, causing her to fall backwards into a chair her husband had placed behind her in anticipation, while Mr. Hyoudou slowly walked up to his son as if he were a dangerous animal, speaking in a calm, soothing tone. Issei, is everything okay? The youngest Hyoudou blinked in surprise as his parents' presence was finally registered in his brain. Taking a few seconds to interpret the question, Isay finally answered in a semi-absent-minded tone. Yeah, I'm fine. Why? And what's wrong with Mom? While Mrs. Hyoudou tried to overcome her mental freeze, Mr. Hyoudou spoke up for both of them. Mom's just feeling a bit tired, but that's not what's important. Son, are you really feeling okay? You're not sick or anything? No cold, no fever. Scratching his cheek with his pencil's erases, Isay answered even as he read back through the chapter the book was open to. No, I'm perfectly okay. A bit hungry, but hey, that's the price of success. His eyes gaining an intense look, Papa Hyoudou spun Issei's chair around, ignoring his irritated grump, before placing both of his hands onto his son's shoulders, meeting the boy's gaze as he asked, Son, who's the girl? The only thing missing to display the full level of Issei's confusion were interrogation marks floating over his head. What girl? Ignoring his son's question, Mr. Hyoudou kept speaking. I understand perfectly, son. When you meet the right woman, you feel like doing everything possible to impress her. Just make sure that in trying to better yourself for her, you do not end up forgetting who you really are. As much as Mom and I prefer this studious Yuenade was left unsaid. Eyeing his father strangely, Issei collected his study materials, and he spoke as he went away, headed towards his room. Dad, I think you should probably rest. I'll be studying. In my room. Don't interrupt me, please. Ignoring everything his son had said, Papa Hyoudou could only give his son a massive thumbs up, even as manly tears streamed down his eyes. Absolutely weirded out by this, Issei ran as fast as he could up to his room. Dear, I just had the weirdest dream. Issei was studying. Willingly, making his way towards his wife, Mr. Hyoudou knelt down in front of her, taking both of her hands into his own as he spoke to her, his gaze locked on hers. It wasn't a dream, dear. Issei really was studying. Her eyes widening in bewilderment, she could only move her lips, producing mostly inarticulate sounds, with the occasional semblance of wa and hwa coming out. Mr. Hyoudou decided that he needed to explain everything to his wife before she short-circuited right into the mental treatment ward. Our Issei is growing up, dear. It seems he finally met a proper girl that made him wish to improve himself, and cast aside his silly, childish dreams. Tears welled up in Mama Hyoudou's eyes as the prospect of an eternally useless, perverted son ending up locked up for life for various sexual misconducts was slowly supplanted in her mind for the image of a grown-up Issei next to a feederless shade with an obviously female shape, with two smaller shades in front of them, one of a boy and one of a girl, both almost feederless except for the boy's brown hair and the girl's brown eyes. She pulled her husband into a tight hug before wailing and blubbering loudly, with the occasional grandbabies thrown into the mix for good measure. Isay, for his part, was completely unaware of what occurred downstairs, focusing only on further increasing his final test results. About 2 months later, turning over his test sheet, Isay only barely managed to withhold a sigh of relief, reminding himself that things were only just starting. Overconfidence in the face of what seemed to be easy victory could mean defeat. He lost enough times to Pega, the sadistic femdom queen and journey to the center of Nishiaki to know that even the weakest boss can absolutely destroy you if you got distracted. Focusing completely and reading things through, Isay went through the math segment, checking and double-checking his answers one at a time, before moving over to biology and repeating the feat. He finished that portion, then proceeded to push his way through history, physics, and English, which were the requirements to make it into QO. Even after rechecking his entire test for errors, ensuring that he did not forget to write his name down, and taking care of any smudges with his eraser, Isay managed to finish the test with 15 minutes to spare. He left the room all smiles, feeling the other boys around him, for the most part, complaining or despairing. Seeing the very specific curvature of a head shape he knew well enough, Isay made his way to Matsuda, seeing that he was already together with Madohama and talking about something. The two of them didn't seem to be nervous, which probably meant that they had done well in their own tests, but he felt the need to rub his own success in their faces. Madohama, Matsuda. Hey, the two perked up at hearing the voice of the missing member of their trio, with Madohama adjusting his glasses while his gaze thoroughly analyzed the extremely hot teacher that had overseen their test, while Matsuda turned towards Isay and answered. Hey, Isay, long time no see. Yeah, it's been 2 months already. Having thoroughly catalogued the 3 sizes and committing them to his memory, Madohama turned to face Isay as well before speaking up. Yo, Isay, so, how'd you do in the test? Me and Matsuda were comparing answers, and we think we did pretty well. Not bothering to hide the shit-eating smirk that wanted to stretch across his face, Isay entered full smug mode as he spoke. I beat that test harder than I beat my meat when I found out Marechi Shiji starred in a lesbian flick with Asaeda. Matsuda let out a long, low whistle at that, before speaking up. That was a hot video. Means you're really confident in your test performance? Huh. Hell yeah. I studied my ass off to get accepted into paradise. And I managed to do it after getting my harem ending. You know, the one you two said I would never accomplish without a guide. You're lying. Turning towards the utterly incredulous Madohama, Isay answered while still in smug mode. Cross my heart and swear to burn my stash. The 2 other perverts inhaled sharply, recognizing the truest sign of honesty they had amongst them. Others would have sworn on their lives, or their gods, or something of the sort, but the 3 knew that those could be said without meaning. But dealing with your porn mag stash, words were not to be said so lightly. The Eroge gods did not look kindly upon deceit. How'd you do it, bro? Hardest difficulty, strictest time limit, maximum effort, averaging 2 hours of sleep per day. Madohama found himself licking his suddenly dry lips, smacking his tongue to regain some of its moisture before he finished. Was it worth it? Absolutely. It was one of the most beautiful sights in my entire life. None of the 3 males were aware that a gulf had suddenly been created between them and the other test takers, who talked amongst themselves while giving them looks of disgust or anger, all the while failing to properly hide their interest in their conversation. Absolutely ignoring this as was habit from middle school, the 3 kept on the flow of their conversation. What happened? How did it end? The memories of the game's epilogue going through his mind, Isay allowed a wistful tone to bleed into his voice as he spoke. It was everything I dreamt of, and some more. Madohama opened his mouth to say something else, but he was interrupted by the ringing of the bell. Blinking distractedly, Isay looked down at his watch, only to curse before he started walking backwards. Shit, I'm late, gotta go, see you later, bye. Having finished saying that, Isay dashed away from school as if the hounds of hell themselves were snapping at his heels. The Hyoudou residence. The absolute last thing expected to see when he burst through the living room door was his father wearing a leather pony outfit, complete with a gag and bound legs, while his mother wore a skin-tight leather corset that hid her back and stomach. And nothing more, while holding a riding crop, with a ball mask covering her eyes. The two parties froze mid-motion, Issei's face absolutely blank, while his parents did their best not to blush, their mortification almost palpable. Closing his eyes, Issei took a few steps backwards, opened the door again, walked back out of his home and closed the door. Taking deep breaths, Issei counted to 10 while his mind dispelled the heat-induced illusion, relegating the image to the deepest, darkest parts of his traumatic memory storage and recentered himself. Having successfully suppressed the memory, Issei went back into his house, slamming the door harder than necessary in order to make noise, before shouting out loud, "I'm home." A subconscious impulse prompted him to finish with for the first time since breakfast. Making his way into the living room, Issei found his parents sitting primly and properly at the dinner table, steaming teacups in front of each of them. With a rather blatantly pasted-on smile on his face, Mr. Hyoudou spoke up. "Oh hey Issei, how did the test go?" "I absolutely nailed it." He followed up in his mind with an "I'll absolutely make my way into paradise." Managing a much more convincing smile, Mrs. Hyoudou spoke up. "That's great, Isay. We're sure you managed to get into the school you wanted." The perverted young man crossed his arms and nodded sagely as he spoke. "Of course I did. Now I'll be in my room. The books won't study themselves, you know." Unknowing of her son's incredible ability to completely bury traumatic memories, Mrs. Hyoudou decided to try to make up for her child for doing his absolute best not to embarrass his parents, despite the fact that he himself was probably mortified by the situation, maybe even scarred for life. "Well, Issei, me and Papa were talking, and we decided that, depending on the test results, we could send you abroad for a vacation, until at least a week or two from the start of the next school year." "We were." Mrs. Hyoudou absolutely ignored her flabbergasted husband as she watched her son seemingly thinking something through, his focus very intense. Issei then spoke up. "Can I choose my destination?" Before Mr. Hyoudou could give any objections about said trip, Mrs. Hyoudou spoke up. "Of course you can, as long as it is not excessively expensive." "Thanks, Mum." Issei's instincts told him that he didn't want to touch either of his parents at this moment, though he didn't know why, so he proceeded to go to his room. Issei's room. While he intended to study some more in order to not make a fool of himself in his new school next school year, hearing about the trip made Issei decide to change priorities. He fired up his computer for the first time since he beat the harem route, but instead of going into his usual adult entertainment websites or opening one of his more saucy visual novels, Issei decided to do some research. Opening his search engine, Issei decided to search for everything related to tourism, sexual tourism. Dozens, maybe even hundreds of websites later, Isay had decided on what to do. "I'll use the time between now and getting the test results to get better at English and to learn Dutch." Those were his primary needs. After all, Isay decided to go to Amsterdam. On a totally unrelated note, a certain busty brunette suddenly started chuckling creepily in her usual sadistic manner, the feeling that someone had just been mentally scarred hitting her out of nowhere and surprising her with how refreshing it was. The rest of the peerage around her, who were already used to her mannerisms, did nothing more than ignore it. The sound of heavy stomps rushing up the stairs broke Issei's concentration from the book he was perusing. He was still surprised, however, when his mother slammed his door open, her chest heaving at the exertion of climbing up the stairs. "It's here. It's here, Issei." "What's here?" "Your test results. They came in by mail today." His focus shifted completely onto the white envelope in his mother's grasp. Any thoughts of learning the various ways to express a desire to find a strip club in Dutch shelved for his desire to know whether he managed to get into paradise or not. While he expects to have succeeded based on his good performance, nervousness is a natural thing to occur in the face of life-changing moments. Steeling his nerves and swallowing any trepidation, Issei took the letter from his mother's hands, slowly turning it over to check all of its details. "It's actually sealed with wax." Sliding his finger under the envelope's tab, Issei broke the seal and retrieved the letter within. Seeing the massive amount of text in the letter itself, Issei chose to just skim it and get to the important parts, reading out loud for his mother's benefit. "Dear Mr. Hyoudou, yada yada yada, this very prestigious academy, blah blah blah. Thousands of applicants such as yourself have taken the admittance test with the expectation of joining our prestigious school, and failed." Mrs. Hyoudou gasped in surprise and sadness at that, before Issei continued. "Fortunately enough, this is not your case. You have managed to pass with a final result of a 98% average throughout the various subjects, leaving you with the highest result out of all participants. We are happy to tell you that you are accepted into our academy, and are expected to give a speech during your first day as the freshman representative, so you are to arrive at least an hour earlier than the rest of the students." Yes. "Oh Issei, Mama is so proud of you, and Papa will be as well when he hears of this." Mrs. Hyoudou followed that exclamation up by doing a little happy jig where she stood, while Issei allowed his mind to wander and imagine the various things he'd see, feel, and experience in paradise. "Oh, Kaya, hi, and," checking his phone's screen for the caller's identity, Issei smirked when he saw that it was a conference call with Madohama and Matsuda. "Hey guys, Issei speak. We got in, man. Me and Madohama got in." Issei had to pull the phone away from his ear due to Matsuda's volume, pulling it back in when he noticed the shouting stop, and just in time to hear Madohama's question. "What about you? Did you get your test results already?" Yeah, I made it in as well, just as promised. Highest grades even. They want me to give a speech during orientation day or whatever, but that's not the most important thing. My parents promised me a trip if I made it into Kyoto, and I get to choose the destination. And Matsuda started how's that more important than our journey into every healthy young man's dream. Issei's smirk could almost literally be felt through his tone of voice. I chose Amsterdam. You know, the city with an open, dedicated red light district, where prostitution is legal. We're so jealous, was the simultaneous shout from both of his friends, while Issei rubbed his ear hard to get rid of the ringing. Hearing his friends quieting down, Issei spoke up. It was good talking to you guys, but I need to hone my language skills. See ya. 2 weeks later, Issei, suitcase in one and a map in another, could only just contain his excitement. He had finally reached Amsterdam, one of the equivalents of a holy land for those of Eroge beliefs. To simply step onto Amsterdam was akin to performing pilgrimage, and Issei was going to show just how happy he was with this trip very soon. Later, do I look good, or what? Issei watched himself in his hotel room mirror, taking stock of his own appearance. Red button-up shirt, black jacket, a pair of jeans and gray tennis shoes. His hair slicked back with the exception of a single stubborn bang that kept falling back over his forehead no matter what he tried. A healthy dose of deodorant and a splash of cologne. Add to that a healthily filled wallet, a copy of his documents and his phone, and Issei was ready for a wild night. Intent on saving money on cab fare, Issei decided to walk to his objective instead, following his phone's GPS data instead to find his way to the red light district. Even though it was already getting dark, Issei still felt safe, since Amsterdam had a reputation for being a generally peaceful city. In fact, he felt so safe that when he saw an alternate path in his phone's map that would lead him to the promised Neverland sooner, he decided to take it. Despite the fact that it went through a pretty shady alley and lead to a dilapidated section of the city that he wasn't aware even existed. While initially secure in his choice, doubt started surfacing as he noticed just how worn out the buildings around him were, and how empty and dead the streets felt. Checking on his wallet in his back pocket and gulping, Issei made sure to let his eyes seek out every shadow, nook, cranny, and crevice for suspicious activity, so he knew when to run like a bat out of hell. Low battery. Please recharge. Shutting down. And just like that, Issei's only guiding light died out. Looking behind him, he saw what seemed to be a maze of alleys and side streets. So the only way is forward. He kept going onwards, trying to ignore that way his stomach tried to turn itself inside out, his ears wide open to pick up any possible sound. Hey there, handsome. Issei couldn't suppress the chill that ran down his spine as he heard a dusky, slightly raspy and most definitely female voice. Purr, for a lack of better definition. His head turned woodenly towards the source of the voice, and what he saw had him ready to salivate. The delightfully sinful voice came from a girl that seemed to be around his age, 5'1" in height, 111 pounds, purple, but length straight hair with parted bangs in front, a blue tube top hugging her prodigious chest which could be nothing less than a DD, paired with a dark purple miniskirt that left most of her thighs in display, and a small fur jacket covering her upper back and shoulders. Her feet were clad in a pair of heels, and she looked like sex incarnate. Whwa. She didn't allow a word to leave Issei's mouth, her finger covering his lips for an instant before she started walking around Issei and looking him up and down, allowing him to smell the sweet, heady scent of her perfume, causing him to get lightheaded to the utmost extreme, borderline euphoric. And then she spoke. My, you look good enough to eat. Those specific words caused Issei to stiffen up, but before he could try to say a thing, he found himself being dragged by the collar into a dark alley. Come and show me how much of a man you are, hun. Mama's been hungry for it for a long time. The girl slammed him into the stone wall harder than Issei believed someone her weight should have the strength to encrouch. Her gaze locked onto his crotch with a scary intensity, but before she could even reach his belt buckle, someone spoke up. Hey there, doll, you want to ditch that punk over there and get a taste of a real man? The deep, gravely voice, akin to two rocks being ground into one another, prompted both the bewildered Isay and the irritated-looking girl to look towards its source, only to see a 7'6", 661 pounds monster of a man, seemingly more muscle than person, blocking the alleyway entrance. The sight was enough to cause Issei's appendage to deflate, and for the haze his mind was in to clear completely, while the girl crouching in front of him at crotch height clicked her tongue in annoyance, before speaking up. Go away, I'm busy. The purpling of the man's face, associated to the throbbing veins all over his bald head and neck, and his clenching fists caused Issei to try to shuffle away from the whole situation, only to find himself stuck in place by the girl's abnormally powerful grip. Before the man could say or do anything, the girl turned towards him and met his gaze, her eyes lighting up imperceptibly as she spoke in the seductive tone she used earlier on Issei. Please, go away. The man's features slackened before he nodded jerkily and mutely, then took a couple of steps backwards, allowing the woman to shift her gaze to Issei again and speak up. Now, where were? She found herself pleasantly surprised as her naive target pulled her to her feet, flipped their position so that she was with her back to the wall, and then squeezed her with his own body in what was an extremely daring move, only for the pleasant feeling to pass as she saw a trash can flying past where she was previously fast enough to kill a person. She looked back to the source of said trash can, seeing the same muscular man at the alley's opening with twisted, twitching features as if he having an internal struggle. The man took a shaky step forward, but before he could do anything else, Issei started running from him, his hand having caught the surprised girl's and dragging her along for the ride. Issei would have commented on how easily the girl ran full speed in high heels had he noticed it, but he was currently more focused in not dying. There was a fork in the road ahead of them and Issei didn't hesitate, speeding down the left one full tilt. A second one came up a few minutes later, and this time he took a right, followed by a junction, which he ran through straight ahead. By the time he stopped, short of breath and red in the face, they had made it to an old, abandoned building. Issei turned towards the girl, intent on asking her about what had just happened, only for the wall behind them to explode violently, causing the two to be thrown in opposite directions. "Don't you dare fucking ignore me." Shaking off his daze and letting the ringing in his ears die out, Issei looked back up to the source of the voice, only to see the wall of meat that they had been accosted by change. His skin started to slowly turn blue from the feet up, with the throbbing veins hardening as well. By the time the process stopped, the man looked like a victim of hypothermia, with lapis lazuli for veins. "You should be fucking glad someone like me chose to give your ilk any sort of attention." The girl managed to recompose herself earlier than Issei and get back to her feet, cracking her neck even as she clicked her tongue. "TCH, fucking asshole, ruining my dinner." Then, right in front of Issei, a pair of membranous, bat-like wings, purple and pink in coloration, sprouted from her back, alongside a sinuous, barb-tipped tail. She clenched her hands, causing her fingernails to extend to the size of daggers, gleaming with sharpness. Issei's already gaping mouth could only open wider as the girl seemingly vanished from where she stood, turning into a blur of color, before reappearing in front of the man, slashing at his face with vicious abandon. Her danger senses shouting at her, she flared her wings and threw herself backwards, barely avoiding a backhanded smack from the man who was still changing. She landed across from him, watching as his height grew to about 8 feet, his weight growing proportionally. His hands were each as big as a trash cover, his arms as thick as large tree trunks. He looked like a blue steroid abomination, with muscles on top of his muscles. "How do you like this, lass? We men of the Jorgensen clan are the most powerful in the Netherlands. No mere cocksla can pierce through my skin." Having said that, the man curled his hand, as if grasping an invisible weapon, only for water droplets to coalesce into his hand, crafting a solid ice club which he hefted onto his shoulder, a nasty smirk pasted on his face all the while. The succubus, deciding to avoid a fight she felt unable to win, attempted to fly away, only a blast of sharpened ice crystals to tear through her wing membranes, getting a scream of pain from her, before she grunted as the fall knocked the air out of her lungs. Blood splatters covered her torso, clothes, as well as some of the floor below her, with more joining the fray as her wings twitched involuntarily. The blue giant slowly made his way towards the girl, his club dragging on the asphalt behind him, stopping only when he was looming over her, with her at his feet. He raised his club, a twisted smirk on his face as he spoke. "Any last words?" "Aye." The club started dropping even before she had said a single word, and she watched as death came closer and closer. Boom! Only to feel herself being tackled out of the club's way, which sounded like a pretty good thing as that swing pretty much exploded the concrete that it landed on, making a small crater. She'd more than likely be mush right now, if it weren't for the mostly hapless brunette that seemed to be glaring at the giant with an unexpected level of intensity after witnessing what he had been capable of. The giant, noticing the lack of a familiar cracking and squishing of flesh, blood and sinew, cast his eyes around the area, snarling as he noticed that the human from before involved himself into something that he had nothing to do with. Glaring balefully at Isay, the man spoke up. "I am only going to say this once. Move, and you get to live, human." Ignoring the way that human was said as if it were a dirty word, Isay met the giant's gaze with an intense one of his own. "I refuse." "Huh, you humans really are ignorant of your place in the world." The giant slammed the club on the concrete to his side, causing another small crater, before pointing one of his arm-thick fingers towards the girl behind Isay. "You think you're protecting some helpless girl from a big, bad monster, don't you? Newsflash, you're wrong. That isn't some random, helpless girl, that is a succubus, the type of creature that lie, cheat, trick and deceive men at their whims, bringing them under their control with hypnosis, and feeding on their life force. What's most important is that even beings like those, children of Lilith meant only as cocksleeves and slutty slaves, are exponentially stronger than weak humans such as yourself. If I easily took her down, then what chance do you have to beat me?" Seeing Issay's continuously defying gaze, the giant sighed, before speaking again. "Then, I'm wasting my time here, trying to talk some sense into you, huh? You're probably acting under her thrall, so dosed up that you can't even notice just how dangerous a situation you currently are in. You're wrong, huh?" Issay straightened up, his voice strong as he spoke. "I'm not under anyone's thrall, and I know just how dangerous the situation is for me. I watched the two of you fight. I'm nowhere near strong enough to do a thing to any of you. See, then just step aside, and... However, I don't care about anything like that. I chose to stand here on my own, to protect her, and going back on my choice now. It isn't in me to do so. You think you can gain her favor for trying to defend her, kid? Huh, even if you managed to somehow save her, she was more than likely to trick you into laying with her, drain you of your life essence, and move on to the next sap. That's just how succubi are, voracious, deceitful, slutty bitches. The sun finished setting, causing the streetlights around them to turn on, bathing the area in an orange glow. Despite that, Issei's eyes were hidden in shadows as he had bent his head downwards as he kept speaking. Favor, trick, life essence, succubus. I'm not sure I understood most of what you said, because I'm really out of my depth right now. But what I do know is that you are the bad guy here. You're trying to hurt someone who did nothing bad to you. That is why I'm standing here in front of you. Unnoticed by either Issei or the giant, but noticed by the succubus, was that as the brunette spoke, a green glow started building up around his left hand, tiny particles of light coalescing towards the back of his fist. Unknowing of this, Issei continued, I'm the type of guy who likes helping others. And that's why I won't back down. I won't give up. I will take you down, I will save the girl behind me. And I'll live on and accomplish my dream. I will get my harem. The fires of determination blazing within his eyes, Issei brought his clenched left hand over his heart as he gave that final, heartfelt declaration, only to be surprised as he felt a pulse of warmth on his left arm, before an explosion occurred. Powerful winds reached the three present individuals, ruffling their clothes and temporarily defeating them, while green light filled their vision, causing the giant to look away, while Issei could only gape silently at what happened. After all, it's not every day that your hand turns into a red gauntlet, a myriad of spiked sections throughout it, and a bright green gem on the back, while a massive surge of energy ripped through your body, taking away your fatigue, soothing away any aches, and making you feel as if you could take on an entire army. What is this? A sacred gear user. Now isn't that more interesting? Issei, still distracted with the gauntlet, did not notice as the ice giant turned to scowl his way, before going towards him, moving faster than anyone his size had a right to. Watch out. Hearing the girl's warning, Issei looked back up, only to be faced with the ice club on a horizontal route to take off his head. Normally he would have been unable to even see the club, but a further pulse of warm, almost uncomfortably so, energy rushing through his body gave him the ability to dodge out of the way of the blow at the last second by leaning backwards, feeling the club just barely skimming his hair, before he threw himself backwards in response to a fist sent with the intent to cave in his chest, reducing the damage from pulverization to only bruising and cracking of his ribs and sternum, which were aggravated as he bounced to a rolling stop on the concrete. The giant cracked his knuckles, expecting the human to have died and ready to destroy the slut that refused him for a human, only for motion at the corner of his eyes to prompt him to look towards where the human had stopped, watching as he slowly, painfully pushed himself back to his feet. Oh, Issei's mind was absolutely reeling. His first day in Amsterdam had bombarded him with so many different types of surprises, starting with him almost getting a blowjob in an alley, to discovering that impossible things like succubi and giants existed, to the discovery of his own superpower. Despite this, he managed to narrow his thoughts down to a single purpose, surviving this encounter. I can't beat him as I am, which means that I need more power. His gauntlet responded to that thought, the gem glowing further and causing an aura, a nimbus of green-colored energy, to emerge around him. However, said aura was accompanied by a generalized sense of agony throughout his body. Aside from the injuries that he already sustained getting worsened by the stress that the previous amount of power was forcing onto his body, this increased power output caused him to feel as if he were burning up from the inside out. However, not enough. More power. Even more of the strange energy flooded Issei's body, and this time he didn't manage to suppress a shout of agony as what felt like liquid magma rushed through his veins, flooding his muscles, bones, organs, marrow, and every single one of his cells. I need more power, but my body can't keep up. The giant and the succubus both watched in surprise as the human started putting out power at the level expected from a high-class individual, way beyond what any normal human, unaligned with one of the various factions or pantheons, should be able to. However, they could see the damage that it was having on him. Patches of his skin were turning red and raw, and steam rose from him as if his blood itself was boiling. He was destroying himself to be able to put out this much power, but the fact that his sacred gear even allowed him to was impressive in and of itself. Well then, if my body can't contain all the power I need. The watched as he, painstakingly slowly, raised his red gauntleted hand towards the giant, before curling all of his fingers except for the index inwards, pointing it directly at the blue beast. I'll just need to collect it, outside of my body. He grit his teeth as the power previously tearing his body apart started rushing towards his left hand, causing him to feel the true depth of damage his body had accrued, yet he did not allow himself to fall over as he so dearly wished he could. He kept pushing the power outwards, causing a tiny pinprick of energy to emerge at the tip of his finger, as big as a grain of sand. As more and more energy was pushed towards the same point, it started growing, the green energy getting as big as a marble, before growing further to the size of a grown man's fist, arcs of energy escaping it occasionally. However, not good enough. Issei felt as if the amount of energy built up was not enough to destroy his enemy, for that was his final goal. Not knock unconscious or defeat, but to destroy him. However, he knew that attempting to summon more power would definitely kill him, so Compress. The fist-sized ball of energy started compressing, the power pulsing occasionally as if trying to return to its full size. However, Issei's will was stronger. Tighter. The power compressed to the size of a donut hole, so dense that the air around it started heating up, giving it a flaming halo. Tighter. The energy shrunk down to half the size of a marble, and before anything else could be said, fire. It was all over in a second. The crack of something breaking the sound barrier, the widening of eyes of the blue giant, a flash of green light, and then there was suddenly a hole the size of a human head on the left side of the giant's chest, right over where the heart should be in a person. The giant stood for another second, before falling over forward, dead. Turning his gaze towards the succubus, Issei managed a weak smile, before he fell over, unconscious, his left hand returning to normal. Pain was the first thing Issei felt as soon as he woke up. It was not as bad as he expected after the stun he pulled, to be quite honest, but quite bad still. He slowly forced his eyes open, wincing lightly at the painful jab of light in his eye while allowing his vision to regain focus. When his eyes found full focus, Issei found himself staring up at a spotty, stained, low ceiling, with what looked like bits of dew and mold here and there. That, plus the quite uncomfortable bed underneath him, the shoddy and honestly quite tacky wallpaper, and the fact that the television across from him was an old patch job CRT with one of those wire Antony told him that he was somewhere where he would definitely never take a girl to after a date, which is a cheap motel. Having finished observing as much of the room as his neck allowed him to, Issei allowed his mind to wander back to the events he remembered from the previous night. A succubus, some giant blue dude with ice powers, and, apparently, a hidden superpower. Now, most people in this situation would be freaking out about all of this. After all, having your entire worldview flipped upside down in the course of what had to be like, 30, maybe 45 minutes, had a tendency to do some mental unbalancing of the individual. Holy shit, I'm totally the type of character that ends up getting in the harem situations. Not Hyoudou Issei, no Sayuri. He has all the mental unbalance already there, alongside various layers of trauma and delusion. Something as minor as the existence of the impossible is enough to take away his drive. I feel kind of bad though. On one hand, I killed someone yesterday night. On the other hand, he did try to kill me first, and he prevented me from getting oral sex for the first time. So there is a sense of satisfaction in here as well, wrestling with that. I think I'm also kind of numb and in shock as I try to repress that memory, because that's the only explanation I'm comfortable with about why I'm not freaking out more about what happened. Before he could continue with his train of thought, Issei witnessed a side door opening out into the room he was in, a curtain of steam billowing outwards, before the girl, Succubus, Issei from the previous day stepped out. Completely naked. The most likely reason as to why Issei's nose didn't erupt into a geyser of blood was the fact that he lost enough blood yesterday that the pressure wasn't enough. It was still high enough, however, to cause another physical reaction lower down his body. Even with most of his body battered and sore, Isay Jr. still stood at attention, responding to the call to arms that was the scene in front of him. The girl, who had been toweling her hair dry, stopped for an instant, her nose twitching twice before she took in a deep breath, a satisfaction blooming in her face akin to that of someone smelling their favorite perfume. She turned halfway towards Isay, allowing him to see her figure in profile, and truly marvel at just how much her chest and behind tastefully protruded from her body, while her own eyes were locked onto the magnificent tent that Isay was making under the covers. She licked her lips hungrily, causing a chill to run down Isay's spine, while Isay Jr. all but danced, causing a bobbing and weaving motion under the sheets that the girl's eyes accompanied with her eyes. She turned fully towards Isay, bearing herself fully to them, her full, perky breasts tipped with penny-sized areola and eraser-sized, fully erect, nipples, a flat stomach with the light outline of abdominals showing just how fit she was, proportionally sized, sinuous waist that led to thick, juicy thighs, before going down to her. Thank you, Eroge gods, who have offered this blessing upon your devout follower. The girl moved, but one couldn't exactly call it walking. She sashayed towards the bed, Isay's eyes all but rolling in their sockets as they tried to choose whether to accompany the results of her movement on her breasts, to lock themselves on her hips and thighs, or to lock themselves to her pink, slightly puffy, hairless. You owe me a meal, handsome. A goofy smile came over Isay's face as the girl reached the feet of the bed, bending over forwards in a move that caused her cleavage to dip down sensually, before slowly, painfully slowly climbing onto the bed. On all fours, she started crawling up the bed towards Isay, giving his hidden member a light bat with her finger before climbing over his waist, allowing his member to nestle itself between her soft, round, plump cheeks. Seeing the boy all but drooling put a wicked smile on her face, and left her confident enough in his distraction not to notice as she unfurled her wings and tail from behind her, a pair of horns slowly manifesting from her head while her body emitted potent pheromones. She leaned down over the boy, her breast smashing onto his chest and perpetually red lips a hair's breadth away from his own, before she spoke. Thanks for the meal. Then, she puckered up her lips, before slowly going down for the kiss. Oh, this was unbelievable. This right here was the stuff of dreams and legends amongst perverts of Isay's caliber. The lustful haze allowed him to forget everything that was said about succubi the previous night, until a secondary haze tried to cloud over his mind, one that he noticed did not come from the inside, but instead from outside. It was an odd feeling, one that his mind tried shouting out loud about how foreign, how not genuine it felt, but the cries were slowly drowned out by the shouts from Isay Jr. as he took command of Isay's actions, until a jolt of that same warm energy from the previous day cleared his head of the haze, allowing him to see the horns, wings, and tail possessed by the very dangerous girl that was slowly leaning down to kiss him. Oh, it happened all in an instant. 1 second, she was about to kiss the boy, the next moment she found herself flipped around, her back to the bed and an arm next to her face. Her pleased smirk at the display of lust and dominance faded when she noticed the serious look on his face, and the way his eyes were focused completely on her own. No strain to her body, and no signs of swimming, glassiness, or any other indicator of a lack of control. Oh God, not again. Uncaring about the situation that could be considered threatening, especially with a boy who had enough power to one-shot an enemy she didn't even manage to scratch, the girl decided to vent her built-up frustrations. It happens again and again, every single time I try to feed. Whenever I find a nice target that would give me a good meal, something happens to interrupt it. Be it a police car passing through, parents with children showing up just as things were getting good, the random dog trying to hump my leg, or even a sudden case of naked granny-induced loss of erection. Isay could only watch, bewildered, as the girl's rant kept escalating in volume and content. I'm a fucking succubus in Amsterdam. How hard should it be to find someone willing to blow a quick load? Apparently it's astronomically hard, and not in the good way. Between the competition with the locals, and the people coming here just to experience the novelty of actual paid sex, I haven't had a drop in me, ever. I can barely keep myself alive by invading the dreams of people. Do you have any idea how hungry a girl can get? Isay blinked owlishly even as she continued. Mother was right when she told me to avoid Amsterdam, but I had to go and be stubborn as always. It's Amsterdam, how hard could it be to feed? And just look at the results. I'm a mostly starved, poorly living, fucking virgin. And I can't go back home to Mom because otherwise she'll get all smug and give me those annoying looks. Isay tried moving away from the ranting girl, only for his arm to throb in pain, causing him to heavily fall sideways on the bed, attracting the girl's attention. Just look at this, I'm right here, naked and in bed with a lecherous, virginal teen, and I can't even get him to seal the deal. I'm a fucking mess. Isay blinked owlishly again, before a question managed to slip past his lips. How do you know I was a pervert? The girl rolled her eyes, before answering in a very obvious tone. Tantric energy. The brunette tilted his head, question marks floating over his head as he asked. Tantric energy. The succubus nodded at that, before answering in a noticeably put-upon tone. The energy that is released is a direct consequence of lustful thoughts and actions, and that is succubi primarily feed on. Most people can only release small amounts even while checking a girl or guy out, or fantasizing about them. You release such an absurdly large amount of tantric energy that I felt you all the way in your hotel room. Wait, if so you don't feed on people's souls, or life force, or whatever. She rolled her eyes again, before answering. We succubi can feed on people's life force, not souls, but as a general norm we don't do it, since it's an extremely non-sustainable feeding method. Tantric energy is something that pretty much anyone aware of sex can produce at any one moment with the right stimulus, so you can feed on someone's tantric energy, come back a few hours later and eat again, as long as their libido is good enough. Good, renewable, sustainable food source which doesn't hurt anyone. The brunette's interest was fully focused on the explanation, as it pertained to his favorite subject in the world, which is sex. Eating people's life force. It might be more filling in the short term, according to what I've heard, but it's bad business in the long term as people with less life force have less time and energy to dedicate to lust and general lasciviousness, making it more worthwhile to just drain them dry at one moment, which reduces a future source of possible tantric energy. Plus, it tends to bring the attention of the supernatural factions. Angels and fallen send exorcists to kill you, devils for the most part try to bring you into their servitude as slaves and bed warmers. No respect for us hardworking, cocksucking folks, I tell you that. Hearing that she did not intend to drain him dry of his life, Isay allowed himself to exhale out in relief, before speaking up. That's really good to know. I was thinking that I'd have to fight you off to keep from dying, and while I might have managed to kill you, I would have died in the process as well. It was the girl's turn to eye Isay warily as she responded. You speak really easily of killing me, and you deliberately used a killing blow on that guy yesterday. You're not some sort of sociopathic psycho killer, are you? No, not at all. I just happen to really like living. When you're dealing with certain people, or certain types of people, defeating them and leaving them alive is just giving them the opportunity to kill you or the people you care for at a later date. Sometimes you need to take a more definitive stance. Speaking of, what was that guy from yesterday? And what's your name? I'm tired of thinking about you as girl or succubus. I understand. Seeing things from that angle, it makes it less bad. About that guy from yesterday, he was a Jotun, an ice giant, sometimes called frost giants, from the realm of Jotunheim, from Nordic mythology. Big, strong and tough with powers related to ice. They're supposedly very difficult to defeat, requiring the strength level at the scale of an Asgardian to even get them to feel it. And then you went and one-shot it. Blinking at the info dump, Isay almost missed her next words. And my name's Lilith. Misinterpreting Isay's vacant look for incredulousness, she spoke on. Yeah, I know, it's pretty presumptuous that I was named after the progenitor of our species. But hey, Mom had high expectations of me, and just look at me fulfilling each and every single one of them. Her sarcastic tone was accompanied by the sweeping of an arm, indicating the barely passable room, before she leaned back into the bed with crossed arms. Taking that as his cue to talk, Issei spoke up. Well, Lilith, my name is Hyoudou Issei, I know. Seeing his questioning look, she shrugged before answering. Your ID is in your wallet and I had to take money from it to pay for this room, and I have to tell you it wasn't cheap. Shitty as it may be, it was the only place willing not to ask any questions or call the authorities when they saw me carrying your unconscious almost corpse. Oh, thanks, I guess. You're welcome. The two lied there in an awkward silence, before Lilith turned towards Issei, her tone hesitant as she spoke. Issei, will you have sex with me? The sacred gear user choked on air, wincing as he felt his ribs protesting against his coughing, before speaking up, tears in the corners of his eyes. What? I want you to have sex with me, Isay. Look, I'm tired, I'm hungry, and I'm sick of having those snide bitches I call cousins always ragging on about how I'm still a virgin. Hey look, it's no man Lilith. Lilith the unbedable, the virginal princess. I'm tired of it. So please, Isay, have sex with me. Oh, he wanted to say yes. By the gods, one cannot accurately measure in numbers how much willingness Isay possessed. If one tried to quantify it, they'd reach a final result the square root of purple times the density of a black hole squared. However, I refuse. The reluctance in his tone was clearly audible, and the tone itself wasn't very convincing, as every single instinct of his fought hard to overturn the decision, with Isay Jr., all but mentally kicking Isay proper. However, his morals and reason prevailed. Why not? Am I unappealing? Do you think I'm ugly, Isay? He had to force his head to the side as his eyes locked on her juicy, pouting lips, the whining, needy tone of hers caressing his ears. Yet Isay was a man of faith, and he would not be driven aside. I refuse to do it like this. Before she could respond, Isay continued. A pervert's virginity only holds as much weight as the situation under which they lost it. I intended to lose my virginity in a momentaneous occasion, such as the first time I told a girl that I loved her, or when I got the first member of my harem. I don't want my virginity to be forfeited on a whim. His spirits burning high, Isay suppressed his libido with absolute control as he kept speaking, his earnestness reflected in his eyes. And I think you deserve better as well. Having sex. It is one of the biggest expressions of trust a person can offer another. They are literally putting their body and their pleasure in each other's hands. You should do it with someone that you really trust, for the right reason. Not with some random pervert out of compulsion or peer pressure. Hold on to your virginity for now, and if you wish me to take it from you, then you'll just have to fall in love with me, and make me fall in love with you as well. Then, I'll do whatever you ask me to your sexy, sexy body. Oh, seeing how serious the boy covered in bruises and bandages was as he spoke about not having sex with her so that he could take her virginity, Lilith couldn't really help it. BFFD. Hey, She laughed, a loud, undignified thing, interspersed with various unladylike snorts, being totally at odds with the general aura of sensuality and sexuality that hung around her at all times. And yet, to Isay, it was an amazing sound nonetheless. You are a very interesting person, Hyoudou Issei. She watched Isay's face scrunch up in confusion, before inwardly nodding to herself, crossing her arms and lifting her nose into the air in fake arrogance, and speaking in a mock haughty tone, Lilith made a declaration. I cannot bear the injury to my pride which is being denied by a pervert such as yourself, Hyoudou Issei, so I have decided. I will stay with you from now on. I will take your virginity, which I claim to rightfully belong to me and no one else, and I will keep you as my own source of food and entertainment until such a time comes as me getting tired of you. Seeing his still blank look, she sighed in exasperation, before clarifying thing. I'm staying with you so that I can feed on your tantric energy, and I'll try as often as I can to tempt you into giving me your virginity. A bout of shyness came over Lilith as the taunts from her peers flashed through her mind, reminding her of how unlikable she supposedly is, causing her to speak up more hesitantly. That is, if you'll have me. Are you freaking crazy? Of course you can come with me. I have no objections to most of what you said. And even that virginity part, any objection from me is half-hearted at best. And just like that, Isay got the first member of his harem. About 2 days later, stretching out his no longer sore arm as he left the motel accompanied by Lilith, Isay spoke up. Man, I didn't think I'd get back to feeling this good soon. I thought I'd be in bed for the rest of my trip. Smirking in a self-satisfied manner, Lilith spoke up. You're welcome. Wait, you did this. You've healed me. Her tone smug, the succubus answered. Of course. With the amount of tantric energy you make available, using the needed healing spells was a breeze. Seeing him stop mid-step, Lilith stopped as well. What's wrong, Isay? She turned to look at the boy, only to see his eyes all but shining as he asked in an excited tone. Healing spells, like with magic. Magic is real. Lilith had to roll her eyes at that, resuming her walk as Isay had done so as well, as she spoke. Yes, magic is real. I'd think you figured that one out, between the succubus, the Jatan, and the sacred gear. Sacred gear. That was that thing that I used, right? The one with the boom, pow, whoosh. A sweat drop on her forehead, Lilith answered. If you're referring to the power that you used, then yes, that's a sacred gear. Sacred gear pretty much refers to the power that a few humans naturally possess, intrinsically linked with their souls, which the biblical God afforded humans so that they could defend themselves against the supernatural world. Each of them has a specific power, set of powers, or properties, with the 13 strongest being given the title of Longinus, the 13 sacred gears which, if used properly, grant the users the power to kill a god. Wow. Raising his left hand and turning it to either side, Issei's eyes searched for some type of physical mark of their existence as he spoke. Do you have any idea what sacred gear I have, or how I use it? The perplexed tapped her chin with her finger for a bit, thinking out loud. Now that you speak about it, I didn't really have the chance to take a look at it, what with trying not to die against that ice asshole. And how to use. Just try to remember how you felt when it first appeared, and how it made you feel afterwards, and try to call up that feeling from your memories. Raising his closed left fist in front of his face, Issei's brow furrowed as he whispered, "Remember how it felt." Unaware of this, Lilith kept absent-mindedly speaking. Don't get discouraged if you can't get it on the first try. Most humans don't have a good aptitude with magic, so. Issei's hand was encased in a bright flash of green light, and when said flash vanished, Lilith felt the breath knocked out of her. While Issei clenched and unclenched his fist in fascination, admiring the cool and responsive form of his sacred gear, Lilith's mind was rushing and whirling with a whirlwind of thoughts. Spiky red gauntlet, green, glowing jewel, yellow accents, the ability to make even a human as magically powerful as a high-class being in a short time period. Issei, that's the boosted gear, one of the 13 Longinus. Hearing that, Issei's eyes widened as he gained a new appreciation of his new power. Wow, one of the God Slayer weapons. That's so cool. No, Issei, that's so not cool. The brunette blinked at the succubus' panicked tone, but she kept speaking on without giving him a chance to interject. The 13 Longinus are some of the most powerful, most sought-after artifacts in the whole world. The supernatural world is known to seek out and try to recruit most humans that possess a shred of talent or any sort of useful sacred gear. Do you know what would happen if they became aware that you have one of the 13 Longinus? Various different factions would do whatever they felt necessary to either try to recruit you, or, if they felt your allegiance was impossible for them to gain or that it was too much effort for the end result, kill you. They'd go after you, your family, and everyone you love, with the intent of either enslaving or destroying you. Holy crap, then I have to keep this hidden at all costs. She gave the boy a pitying look as she spoke. Sorry, Issei, but that's not how it works. Your sacred gear gets its power from one of the most powerful beings to ever exist, Yutaku, the heavenly red dragon. Dragons are beings that exert a, let's say, passive energy that invariably garners attention, both good and bad, from allies, mates, and friends, to adversaries, rivals, opponents, and enemies. The more powerful the dragon, the more powerful this aura is. Fuck, that's bad. You don't know the half of it. Let me put it in perspective. A few thousand years ago, before my mother's birth, there was a massive war between the three biblical factions. This war was fought between the angels, led by God, the devils, led by the four Satans, and the fallen angels, led by Azazel, and it threatened to destroy the world. It most probably would have continued raging. The reason why the Great War stopped was due to two very powerful beings, Albion the White Heavenly Dragon, and Didrag, the Red Heavenly Dragon. The two are eternal rivals, locked into combat through the annals of history. One of their battles led to them appearing in one of the Great War's battlefields during actual combat, and the collateral damage from their bout was so bad that the three factions temporarily ceased conflict and converged on the two with the intent of defeating them. The dragons didn't even attempt to defend themselves, so focused on their own fight, but they were eventually taken down and sealed into sacred gears. The sheer damage that attempting to defeat them while distracted caused to the three biblical factions was so bad that they entered an immediate ceasefire that has persisted up until now. Looking down on his gauntleted arm, Issei gained a new appreciation for the power that he had been given, literally, by God. Holy crap, this is worse than I thought. What can I do? Stop bitching and moaning and get stronger. Both Issei and Lilith jumped at the powerful, gruff voice that emanated from the boosted gear as if it were a set of speakers, before Lilith responded tentatively. Mr. Red Dragon, sir. No, the Easter Bunny. Of course I'm the Red Dragon. I'm in the boosted gear, am I not? Oh wow, the Easter Bunny is real as well. That has to be one of the most idiotic questions I've ever heard. Of course the Easter Bunny isn't real. Crossing his arms defensively, Issei spoke up. Well, it could be. How could the Easter Bunny be real when Easter is all about Jesus? How would a dragon sealed away thousands of years ago be aware of the existence of the Easter Bunny if it did not exist back then? Lilith actually blinked at that. That is actually a great question. Doesn't sound that idiotic now, does it? That doesn't matter right now. Issei's whispered because you're wrong was either unheard or ignored, as Didrag continued speaking. Is your girlfriend over there? Lilith sputtered and started throwing around denials at that said. We are invariably going to attract both positive and negative attention, that is inevitable. The only thing you can do is prepare. Fortunately enough, you don't seem to be a total waste of my totally amazing power. You invoked it on your own through sheer willpower in its actual primary form, instead of in the basic twice critical form that the weaklings generally have to work up from. And I have to admit to be extremely surprised about the manner in which you defeated that drawing an amount of power beyond your body's ability to withstand and then compressing it outside of your body. It was a big gamble, but one that worked, and with very impressive results. If you manage to apply this level of ingenuity to the way you use the boosted gear, you may not be such a weakling for long, which is great since I don't want my host embarrassing me in front of the white one. What's that you said about a white one? Unimportant. What's important right now is that you need an out-of-the-way place where you can train without revealing yourself to the world. I may know of a place. Isay and Drake both shifted their focus onto Lilith, waiting for her to follow up on her latest sentence, which she did after some hesitation. I know of somewhere we can go, and it's highly likely that your identity will be kept a secret. But it will be very dangerous, Isay. For your chastity, I mean. The boy's eyes widened as he squeaked out a what, while Drake spoke after a few seconds of silence. And where is this place? It's a city in Germany, one that humanity, and even most of the supernatural world is unaware of. It's the sanctuary and homeland of succubi, protected by a special set of magical spells allowing passage only to succubi, their mates, and distinguished guests, invited by members of the royal family. It's the state city of Luxuria. I've heard of Luxuria, but I thought they were only rumors. To think that that place actually existed. If you can guarantee us privacy and anonymity, there should be no problem with going there. Looking at Isay, Lilith spoke. Isay, Luxuria is the world's capital of sex and lust for a reason. Pretty much the entire population is constantly releasing the same magical aura that I did to put you in a lustful haze. And with the amount of tantric energy that you produce, there is pretty much a 0% chance that you won't be propositioned or even attacked as long as you're there. And I won't be able to protect you from it. You'll have to try to resist, and probably even fight off your attackers on your own. So, my bags are already packed, I just need to get them in my hotel. Drake could only sigh at his host's peculiarities. This is very menacing. Are you sure this is the only way to go? Isay's concern was more than warranted, as he and his companion stood in front of a dark, creepy forest with massive trees, and that released the feeling of malice and watching eyes. It was enough to unnerve pretty much anyone else in his situation. Lilith, for her part, looked as calm as a cucumber as she responded. I know that it's not the most inviting sight, but it's the best way forward. Between your parents only being willing to finance your trip and stay in Amsterdam, the lack of a visa to Germany, and your unwillingness to use official channels lest your parents be made aware of your meandering, this is the only possibility. The possibility Lilith spoke of was the Twilight Forest, a dimensional abnormality in the fact that it was not exclusively at any one place at any one time. While thorough, comprehensive understanding of the forest was all but impossible to get, it was a well-known fact that anyone that stepped into the forest could get anywhere and they desired in the world as long as they knew the proper paths, had the right magical artifacts to allow for navigation, or were incredibly, stupidly lucky. Lilith, like all other succubi, was always capable of finding her way through the forest back to her home, since they are all physically and spiritually attuned to constantly feel the sheer amount of tantric energy and pheromones hanging around the place, so she trusted her senses to guide them through. Trying to shrug off the creepy feeling of being watched and deciding to trust his companion, Isay followed after Lilith as she walked into the forest. So, Lilith, are you really sure there aren't any creepy crawlies just waiting to jump us and eat our spleens? Because I have to tell you, I really like my spleen. You could even say I'm very attached to it. Neither Lilith nor Drake dignified that absolutely horrid joke with a response, knowing that it was just Isay trying to distract himself from his fear. While Isay laughed at himself in an attempt to ward off the feeling of a predatory gaze that persisted over him from the moment he first stepped into the forest. The two walked for a while in a tense silence, the sounds of leaves and grass crunching under their feet as they took step after step filling the air, until Lilith whirled towards Isay, her claws already out as she allowed her eyes to roam around the area, assessing any possible threats even as she spoke. What's wrong, Isay? Did you see any movement? I need to go pee. Lilith felt herself trip in place, barely resisting the impetus to faceplant, while Drake could only ask himself why he had to get such an idiotically talented host. Couldn't I get a host that's only talented? Recomposing herself, Lilith spoke in an exasperated tone. Go on behind a tree then, I'll wait for you right here. Nodding rapidly, Isay ran around a certain tree before he opened his zipper and let it fly. Been holding on to that one since Amsterdam. After shaking himself clean and reholstering his rifle, Isay walked back around the tree to meet up with Lilith, only to be met with an empty clearing. Oh shit, this is giving me total horror movie vibes. What if Lilith's been attacked by a carnivorous lamb that eats people's faces? What if I'm the next one? God, I don't want to die. Before Drake could say a thing about his host's dramatic shouting, the two heard Lilith's voice coming from slightly away from them. This way, Isay. The brunette turned towards the source of the voice, only to see a trail of purple hair moving amongst the tree line. Feeling a sense of relief at his companion's presence, Isay dashed heartily chased after her, tears of relief in his eyes. Lilith, I'm here. He crossed past the tree she had moved around, only to witness Lilith leaning on a tree further ahead, her hand covering her mouth as she giggled coyly before slipping around the tree and jogging away. Inflamed by the playful act, Issei decided to chase after Lilith, not really noticing how the forest around him shifted and twisted until some of the ground became cobbled. He stopped in the middle of an empty clearing, no traces of Lilith other than a giggle in the wind. Following said giggle, Issei made his way past a tall bush, only to find himself entering a small, medieval-looking village made mostly out of wood and stone. He was in a village, watching throngs of beautiful women in various states of dress walk around the village, some of them whispering amongst themselves and giggling, others carrying buckets of water, while some still paused, giving him an evaluating look before giving him sultry smiles, capable of making any man's pulse race. Looking around the village, Issei noticed the rustic living standards, before he listened to Lilith's giggle again. Turning towards it, he saw a blur of purple rushing down the main street, prompting him to follow. He walked for quite a few minutes until the street shrank into a narrow, winding path through another wooded section. Making his way through the wooded section, Issei was absolutely surprised by the sight that emerged. Suddenly, in front of him was a massive castle, with many towers and battlements, and narrow slits amongst the stone playing the roles of windows from which to operate bows. The whole ensemble was made in a smooth, black stone, one that gave the impression of absorbing the light around it, and that, even without being near it, Issei could swear was absolutely cold to the touch. Seeing no one else around, Issei kept walking down the path and into the castle, finding it very odd that the massive double doors into it were wide open. He traversed the various halls made in the same black material, adorned with various sets of armor and paintings of decidedly serpentine nature. Snakes, big snakes, small snakes, really big snakes, winged snakes, snakes of various different colors. It was all there, represented in the paintings. Funnily enough, the frames of the paintings held small engravings of various snakes as well, and even the armors and the weapons they brandished had crests of snakes all over. Ignoring all the creepy Voldemort vibes the place was giving him, Issei kept moving through the castle, trepidation gradually rising as he found not a single living being. Eventually he reached a grandiose pair of doors, 3 times as tall as he was, and 4 times as wide as he himself was tall, made out of a bronze-colored metal, and bearing the same serpentine engravings as everything else in the forest. A pair of green-colored door handles were close together in the middle of the door, green, scaled patterns adorning them. When he touched them, Issei felt a scaly sensation that he'd expect from touching a real snake. Ignoring the way the handles vibrated like actual, hissing snakes, Issei pushed them down and the doors forward, only to end up in a massive hall. The walls adorned with all forms of snake-related paintings, similarly themed statues littering the room, and a dark green carpet under his feet, leading towards a throne. An occupied throne, sat on by a nude woman, her breasts bared and her modesty preserved only by her crossed legs, with 2 topless maids standing deferentially behind and to the sides of her throne. "Oh, it seems that a cute little morsel has reached my humble abode." The way in which she spoke, the way she said the word morsel should have triggered red flags in Issei's brain, especially with how much it sounded similar to Lilith calling him tasty, except way more malicious. However, boobs, that's pretty much the thing preventing Issei from thinking properly. After all, with a pair of juicy, succulent, pendulous breasts, bared for your viewing pleasure, who would care about something as measly and unimportant as their health and well-being? "And what is your name, darling?" "Is Issei, ma'am." "Isay. Well met, Isay. I am Esthino, mistress of serpents and purveyor of entertainment most pleasant. Tell me, Isay, how is it that you found yourself in my castle, in my land?" "Oh, well, I was sort of chasing after a friend, and I guess I got lost." The woman on the throne tilted to the side in interest, her waist moving in a much too sinuous manner, almost as if such a thing as a spine did not limit the type of movements she can make. But rather than alarm him, it only caused him to see stars, a small trickle of blood going down his nose. "Oh my, do not worry, Issei, it is likely that the 2 of you will be meeting each other, but until then, I'd like to offer you my roof for you to sleep under. What do you say, MHM? Issei nodded frantically at that, not wanting to stay outdoors a stone's toss from the creepy forest, prompting Esthino to chuckle heartily at that, before speaking. "Quilla, my aide, shall direct you to the room you will be utilizing, Issei." With a snap of her fingers, the girl to the back and left of the throne took a step forwards to show Issei whom Esthino had referred to. She was a beautiful woman, her hair a stark white reaching her shoulders in an asymmetrical bob, and her narrow eyes colored an exotic, hawk-like yellow. She had a smile on her face, though it visibly did not reach her eyes. She was about 5'6" tall, with a lean, athletic build like one would expect from a runner, long, powerful-looking legs, and a sensible pair of B-cup breasts. She bowed towards Issei before speaking up. "It will be my pleasure to attend to Master Issei's desires." Listening to that line should have sent Issei over the moon. However, he managed to notice the reluctance with which Quilla had said it, which brought him back down to earth as far as the castle was concerned. At that moment he felt a fog clearing from his mind, one somewhat like the haze that Lilith's aura caused him, but different. If Lilith's haze could be described as purple, this one had to definitely be green. being experienced with hiding emotional distress and playing the fool at a moment's notice. Issei managed to hide the fact that whatever it was that had been blinding him from the red flags so far had vanished, and her gave Quilla a massive, lecherous grin even as he spoke. I think I'll enjoy my stay here. Oh. Issei and Quilla walked through the castle halls in a tense silence, Quilla always ahead of Issei ensuring that her frown was unseen, and Issei's relaxed pace and countenance hiding the fact that his mind was a whirlwind of activity as he tried to figure out just what was happening around him. He's chasing after Lilith, then she runs away from him, then this castle. And he didn't even notice how weird it was for the most part due to some sort of mind manipulation magic. Absolutely suspicious. Looking around the room and taking a second, closer look at the snake imagery, Issei felt the return of the unsettling sensation of being watched hungrily by a predator. The two turned a corner, and as soon as the sensation of being watched faded, Issei spoke up. What's really happening here? The topless, sharp-eyed maid looked at Issei from the corner of her eye, before muttering lowly. You're not as oblivious as you seem. Good. You might actually make it out of here alive. Before Issei could respond in any way, Quilla turned back forward, and the sensation of being watched returned as a set of armor with a serpent engraving came into view. His own eyes narrowed at that. So I'm being watched whenever there are snakes in view. Good to know. With that notion firmly planted in his mind, Issei followed Quilla up a few sets of stairs to the 3rd floor, directing him towards the first door on the right. Issei got the feeling that he was being watched even in his temporary bedchambers, which was absolutely unsettling. Having someone watch me so hungrily even in bed. Freaking hell, I'll go crazy if I spend too much time here. These are your chosen chambers, master. You can rest here to recover your strength. Her neutral tone turned as bland as the smile on her face as she spoke. Please, do not hesitate to come to me if you have any issues, as I am available to fulfill all of your needs. Issei responded by shrugging, before Quilla bowed before walking out of the room, her face set in a stern frown. Now alone, Issei looked around the room, seeing that it had a few suits of armor and paintings arranged in a tasteful, if overly pompous manner. Tossing himself to his bed, the brunette decided to focus inward and talk to his partner. D-Drag, you there? He heard what sounded distinctly like a snore, causing a sweat drop of roll down his forehead. Seems like I'm doing this one alone. But before that, I need to rest. With that, Issei allowed himself to go to sleep after hours of running. Breakfast the next day was a really awkward affair. It wasn't the weird vibes of the place, or the way that it seemed the eyes in the various paintings were following his every motion, or even the fact that his partner seemed to not give a rat's ass about his distress and preferred sleeping on instead. It was more due to the fact that he couldn't really focus on his food with a hot, unashamedly nude greenie sitting across him, her legs splayed wide and a predatory look in her eyes. The fact that she periodically licked her lips didn't help much either. His growling stomach brought him back to the most important matter of the moment, food. He loaded a fork up with eggs, only to see Quilla all but trying to murder him with her eyes, causing him to give up on the eggs. Dropping the eggs, he allowed his fork to hover over the bacon, getting another death glare. He noticed her glare soften as his fork stopped over the sausages, giving him the all clear. He was ravenous in the consuming of sausages, and as soon as they were gone he pushed the plate away. Issei, dear Esthino spoke up, aren't you going to finish your breakfast? Oh, I'm already full, Miss Esthino. The woman pouted at Issei, causing him to squeeze the bridge of his nose to stem a nosebleed, before Quilla spoke up. Your bath has already been prepared, mistress. Esthino nodded at that, before responding. Very good, Quilla, me and Isay will be there in a bit. Wait, what? Oh. If he had trouble focusing during breakfast, then it was nothing compared to what his mind was going through right now as he stood outside the bath chamber door, wearing only a towel around his waist and nothing more. He could barely rein in his excitement, with Isay Jr. posing a constant theater of embarrassment. Breathing in deeply, Isay gathered his wits and knocked on the door. Enter. He opened the door, took one step inside, then froze. Join me while the water's warm, Isay. You'd probably freeze too if you were faced with an absolutely hot woman, naked with the exception of foam and soap bubbles covering her privates. This is, somehow, hotter than when she was just fully naked. Dangerous. Isay gulped at that, slowly stepping into the bath that resembled a Greek bathhouse pool more than anything else, allowing a curtain of steam to cover him as he removed the towel from around himself and sunk into the soapy water. He had to let out a pleased sigh at the feel of the warm water soothing him completely. The two stayed in silence for a while, Isay lost in the sensations of his bath, while Esthino took Isay's distraction as an opportunity to give him a more thorough look over before frowning. How could such a mostly average boy such as him be powerful enough to draw that out? She shrugged that line of thought off, not willing to put more effort in than necessary. He's gonna be food pretty soon anyway. Oh. Feeling clean and nice, and wearing a thin set of garments, Isay took the opportunity to climb to the castle's highest level, trying to spot the town that he had initially walked through, only to notice that the entire world around the castle was nothing more than gray mist, causing his expression to harden. Knowing that whatever the event was that targeted him would be occurring soon, Isay decided to prepare. After all, it was never a good idea to mess with a dragon, and with D-Drag, he sorta kinda maybe qualified. Quilla, who had been polishing one of the armors around the castle, found herself suddenly being dragged by the arm by the unfortunate sap that happened to find his way to her. mistress territory towards what she knew to be his bedroom. Before she could react to her assumptions and show him why he wasn't even fit to gaze upon her, much less touch her, she found herself pushed into an alcove before he pushed himself in as well, keeping her pressed flat against the castle's stone walls. She opened her mouth intent on lambasting the brutish pervert, arcs of electricity already arcing along her fingers, before she heard him speak in a sayer's tone she thought him incapable of. I know that something weird is happening here. Plans are being made, and I'm probably supposed to be the stooge of the situation. I've noticed the way Esthino looks at me hungrily, the way the town that I walked past on the way here doesn't exist anymore, the feeling of being constantly watched. I also noticed the way that you don't seem to be too crazy about following her orders, and the way you glare at her whenever you think no one's looking, so I have a proposition to make. We team up, stop whatever it is that's being planned, then, since you seem to dislike me so much, we go our separate ways. How does that sound? Quilla really had to rethink her opinion of the boy. He wasn't as oblivious as she thought, and he did have enough control to think with his bigger head instead of his smaller one. Nodding at that, she answered, "Very well, we work together, but you cannot allow her to notice you're onto her, or she'll find a way to dispose of you even sooner." Seeing that he still seemed serious about things, Quilla continued, "Seek out the place where the ramblings of Weissman of old lie in rest, and follow the guidance of the Thunderbird." Then, without allowing Issei to say anything else, Quilla went back to her tasks as a servant of the castle, while the brunette sacred gear user racked his brains for the solution to the task given to him. 3 days after his deal with Quilla, Issei was still as far away from finding the place he had been directed to as before, all the while being forced to play nice with a woman that he felt wanted to do bad things to him. The world around the castle gradually disappearing, the fact that this delayed his schedule with Lilith and his trip to Luxuria, and the fact that Ddraig hadn't said a word since they arrived at the castle. Between all of those things, and forcibly suppressing his libido in the presence of the seemingly nudist Esthino and her topless maids, Issei was about ready to snap. Case in point, the fact that Esthino's other maid, Alex, was chattering away in front of him, and instead of appreciating the way her breathing affected her delightful breasts, or trying to engage her in conversation, he could only smile as he half-listened to her, keeping just enough focus on her to be able to give the occasional MHM or IC to make him seem not rude. And bling, don't you think so? Issei's mind went into complete focus at something he thought he heard, speaking up. "I'm sorry, what did you just say?" Blinking twice, the perky, hair-headed maid spoke in her cheery tone. "I said that I could write a book with how much I ramble. Seriously, I feel totes like an old man and stuff." His eyes widening massively at that, Issei pulled Alex into a massive hug before turning around and dashing off in a sprint. The airheaded maid could only giggle at Issei's silliness before going back to doing her job. The ramblings of Weissman of old lie in rest. How can words lie in rest after they've been already said? By writing them. And where do books rest? In libraries. I need to go to the library. Issei made his way through the library doors, ending up in a massive room filled wall to wall with bookshelves, the only indicators about subject being hanging banners with crude pictograms, which due to his lack of knowledge of their context didn't really tell him much. Still, he looked at the banners until he saw what could be said to be a bird of some sort, prompting him to move into that specific aisle. Walking through the aisle, Issei kept his eyes searching through the book covers for any indication of what to do, until he saw what looked like an eagle with its wings spread in flight, clutching a lightning bolt in each talon. The Guidance of the Thunderbird. The brunette pulled the book from its place on the shelf, opening it to the page a tab protruded from, only to see a large drawing of a green dragon-like snake coiled tightly around a house, its head pointed upwards and its mouth open in a threatening motion. Said motion was aimed towards a massive yellow bird with a beak surging with electricity. Moving past the picture into the description, Issei's eyes widened as he read further. Few beasts have such enmity amongst themselves as do the Roman Thunderbird and Midgardsamr. The Roman Thunderbird, as a representation of Roman power, nobility, and dominance, does not enjoy having its territory encroached upon, which is exactly what Midgardsamr attempted to do. Midgardsamr is called the home-thieving snake dragon for a reason. It moves into occupied territory, feeds on whomever it can, before melding into the ambient structures, lying in wait for further prey to cross an area it has taken control of so that it can feed. When it tried invading Rome, it found itself facing Rome's protection, the one that had gained the moniker of Eagle of Victory in heated battle. The battle between the two raged for 3 days and 3 nights on the outskirts of the city, with it moving ever closer towards Rome proper. Not willing to see the city it protected destroyed in its attempt to protect it, the Thunderbird is said to have summoned a massive bolt of lightning which turned night into day, and when it died down the two were gone, banished elsewhere. No one knows where those two are. Until now. Issei turned around in surprise at the voice in his ear, and evilly smirking Esthino being the last thing he saw before a blow to the back of the head rendered him unconscious. "The information that you gave me was valid, slave. Very good of you." Quilla took a step forward from where she stood behind Esthino, bowing graciously towards her mistress. Stepping forth from the shadows on the opposite side, Alex giggled at the downed form of Issei, the club she used to knock him out still hoisted over her shoulder, before she spoke. "Silly Issei, libraries aren't for napping. Astheno had to facepalm at her henchwoman's idiocy. Oh, woo, what happened? Issei's tone was groggy and his eyes registered triplicates of everything around him, which were tilted and swaying back and forth, but to be fair to him, he did get clubbed really hard in the head, so it was understandable. He shook his head to try to get rid of the dizziness, which only made it worse, before he settled on allowing his mind to clear of its own volition. As normal sight and sound came back to him, he remembered the events just prior to him getting knocked unconscious. Midgard Summer. So the objective is trying to eat me. So why did Astheno wait so long? So it seems you got far enough to warrant actual action. Issei's head snapped to the side, his gaze falling onto Quilla, who continued speaking. Of all the men lured here during the years, you were the one to get the closest to the truth. Such a pity that you were taken down before you could find a way out. A way out for me or for you, Quilla? Or should I say Aquila Victis, the Eagle of Victory? The white-haired woman raised an eyebrow at that. You're sharper than you look, boy. Ignoring the insulting level of surprise in her tone, Issei snorted before smirking smugly. It wasn't too hard to put together. A sharp gaze, narrowed eyes and yellow, hawk-like irises, white hair that kind of reminded me of the bald eagle, and the fact that when I confronted you in that alcove, your fingers were sparking. That by itself didn't tell me anything, but reading the book about the Eagle of Victory got me thinking. Romans spoke Latin, and what would the Latin for Eagle of Victory be? Aquila Victis, or something among those lines. And your name just so happens to be Quilla. This time Quilla had to blink in surprise, before speaking in an honestly impressed tone. Impressive deductive capabilities. Of course, Issei started, before a sheepish grin came over his face. The fact that the caption under the picture said Midgardsamr x Aquila Victis in bold definitely helped. Quilla had to facepalm at that one. After a few seconds of silence, Issei spoke up. So, why is it that you're working here as a servant? And why did I not get fed to the big snake as soon as I stepped in here? I can tell you the answer to both questions, Hyoudou Issei. Issei's gaze moved towards the speaker, a smirking Astheno clad in a silky, paper-thin white robe which, well, she might as well have been naked. She was flanked by a smiling Alex, who held a golden scepter with the top shaped as a cobra flaring its hood. The reason why the vaunted Eagle of Victory that brought prosperity and glory to the Roman Empire is bound here happens to be moi. Tell me, boy, what do you know of Greek mythology? Not much, really, only the stuff most people know. The various gods, their powers, Hercules, and Aphrodite, my personal favorite deity, followed only by Eros. Other than that, he followed up by shrugging, glad that the ropes tying him to a wooden post were only around him from the biceps to the waist, leaving his shoulders and legs free. Well, let me tell you a story of three sisters. Their names were Uriel, Astheno, and Medusa, and the three were very intelligent, very beautiful, very talented witches. One of them, Medusa, happened to get the attention of Poseidon, one of the Greek gods, yet she refused his advances. Enraged, he snuck up on her as she performed her worship in the temple of Athena and forced himself on her. Athena, witnessing the scene of her temple being conspurcated yet being incapable of punishing her uncle, decided to punish the woman he raped. He turned her into a hideous beast, whose mere gaze was enough to turn any mortal into stone. When Medusa's sisters, outraged by the injustice, went in front of the Olympian Council and exposed Poseidon's transgression and Athena's injustice, they did not get the result they hoped for or expected. Instead of finding sympathy or justice in the council, they found majoritarily scorn and anger. Apparently, any mortal should be flattered for the attention of an Olympian, and refusing their advances is grounds for punishment. Anything that occurs to them is considered their own responsibility. Not to probe. Jumping awake in bed, Issei took deep breaths in his attempt to purge his mind from the dream-turned-nightmare he just had, one involving very sexy, green-skinned, scantily clad alien girls with no sense of human modesty and propriety, and a disturbingly large collection of extremely painful-looking probes. Getting his breathing back into control, Issei's brain went back to the last thing he remembered before waking up. Thunder Dragon's Roar. I did manage to survive it, but not wholly uninjured. D-Drag, what do you mean? It was a good plan, the one you had. Focus the entirety of the power in the boosted gear, that way your body only had to deal with some recoil from the attack. However, it wasn't without its flaw. What went wrong? Look down at your left hand. Issei raised his arm, expecting to see his arm with some sort of injury or scar. He didn't expect to see the boosted gear where his hand should have been. A heavy weight settling on his stomach, Issei spoke up. D-Drag, why is the boosted gear still active? Last time I passed out with it active, it was deactivated when I woke up. D-Drag, talk to me. Issei, just tell me already. Your arm is mangled beyond recovery. The brunette blinked owlishly at that, his face unchanged as his brain struggled to cope with that information, while D-Drag continued. As I said before, your plan went mostly without a hitch in that your body did not turn into dust from the overflow of power itself, neither from the recoil of actually firing the attack, only almost dying instead. However, your arm is connected to the boosted gear. Having so much power streaming exclusively through the boosted gear, while not putting the same stress directly on your arm, caused it to absorb quite a bit of the recoil. Your real arm is currently in a stasis, occupying the metaphysical space that the boosted gear usually occupies within your soul whenever not active. It's not a pretty thing. allowing your regular arm to come back, aside from causing you a grievous amount of pain, would also, most likely, cause the boosted gear's state to change to reflect it, making it unusable in combat. So, I'm stuck with the boosted gear active for the rest of my life. Yes, that means that I won't be able to hide that I'm a possessor of a Longinus, that I can't go unnoticed by the supernatural world. My proximity would endanger Mom and Dad and Madohama and Matsuda and the rest of Kyo. It means I can't go back home. A despondent feeling clutched at Issei's heart, his eyes dulling while his shoulders slumped under the weight of that conclusion. Slowly, ever so slowly, a red haze started rolling into his thoughts, swallowing the sadness and sorrow, and with Issei not wanting to feel those things, the haze found its path unimpeded. A green nimbus of energy sprang around Issei's body, scorching the sheets and mattress under him while the red plating of the boosted gear slowly crawled up the remainder of his arm. So you get done in this early by your own sacred gear, and twice over even. The emotional pain resultant on having and using it in the first place, and the forbidden power that it brings. Juggernaut drive. The plating rose up, slowly swallowing the still unnoticed Thunderbird tattoo on his bicep, the amount of power being exerted by Issei increasing even more. Then, noticed by neither young man nor dragon, a yellow glow started emanating from said tattoo, while a familiar voice came to the forefront of Issei's mind. I do not intend to taste defeat today, Hyoudou Issei, as I still have something to protect. While the Roman Empire may be no longer, the spirit of Rome still persists, living on within my heart, and it burns strong with the desire to destroy that abomination. That's right. The red haze stopped in its tracks, its willful takeover of Issei's mind forcibly halted by the host itself. I chose to fight. I chose to help Aquila defeat Midgardsamr, knowing of the possible consequences. His willpower flared alongside the, previously, steadily decreasing embers of determination within his spirit, his eyes gaining a new strength as he willingly shed his despair and sadness. I was willing to face death before this. This is nothing in comparison. I may feel pain, and I may miss them, but I won't give up. I'll learn. I'll research. I'll get strong enough to defeat my enemies. And then, I'll be able to meet them again. A small surge of electricity passed through his body, a tiny arc of lightning passing unnoticed from two different strands of hair, pushing the sacred gear's encroaching armor back into the gauntlet, while Issei forcibly purged himself of the haze. With his footing found, so to speak, Issei managed to calm back down, the green aura steadily dissipating from around him, even as the unnoticed mark died down in glow as well. He finally took the time to look around himself, noticing the fact that he was within a luxuriously decorated room, sitting on what used to be a stupidly comfortable, stupidly big bed, gold and white marble pretty much everywhere he looked around the room. Tossing himself off of the bed, Issei hissed in pain as his body made its opinion known on the power surge from Issei's little brooding session. That being that it was a very stupid thing to do, before noticing a set of male clothes, in his size, sitting on a dresser. He looked down at himself, noticing that the shirt he was wearing was the one he had been wearing back during the whole Midgardsamr debacle, the left arm a darkly charred mess, with the rest not looking much better, being mostly tattered shreds. His pants were dirty, and, generally speaking, Issei stank. Cringing at his own smell, Issei perked up when he noticed a door with a plaque reading bathroom. Undressing to the best of his possibilities with a sharp and cumbersome gauntlet in place of a left hand, Isay strolled into the bathroom to do everything he needed to feel human again, with just a few issues: how the hell do I wash my ass with a hand like this? Before haltingly drying and dressing himself with a single usable hand. He had a white long-sleeved shirt laid out for him, alongside a pair of dark brown dress pants, short gray socks and black hard-soled dress shoes, polished to a shine, with a pair of tighty-whitey briefs, the type he stopped using when he was about 7. Shrugging at that, he did his best to fit into the clothes, ending up having to ultimately rip the left sleeve off of the shirt to fit his sacred gear through. Not being the kind of person who wears mismatched clothing, Isay ended up ripping the white sleeve off as well, leaving him with a makeshift white vest instead of a shirt. After struggling with tying his shoelaces with a single hand, a final problem emerged. What do I do with the boosted gear? I can't just have it out in the open for everybody to see. That problem was solved by shredding his previous clothes into strips, shoving them in the bathroom sink with a mix of the cleaning products that he found under said sink in order to get rid of the previous dirt and horrid smell, twisting them dry and then shoving them under the hand dryer to finish the job. Once he felt they were dry enough, Isay wrapped these bandages around his sacred gear in a sort of makeshift cast, tucking the ends tightly into the bandages before moving the arm around to ensure that they wouldn't just unravel at some inopportune moment. Feeling quite content with his work, Isay finally made his way out of the room he was in, finding himself in a hallway that, in all possible way, screamed money. Various statues, most of them provocative nudes and tentacle creatures one would find in his preferred sort of animated films, adorned the various hallways, most of them bearing accents in gold or platinum. Paintings reminiscent, quality-wise, of ones one would find in a museum line the walls, the subject matter being mostly the female body and various sexual acts that brought wonder and amazement to one's mind, and the frames being mostly golden, with carvings of scantily clad, provocatively posed women, and various phallic-looking objects. The brunette swallowed nervously at that, loosening his collar, and swearing he saw some steam emerging from within as he kept moving through the various corridors. He made his way through halls, dining rooms, ludicrous amounts of staircases, and more than a handful of bathrooms, all decadently decorated, while the sounds of moans and gasps seemed to emerge from the walls of the place itself, causing him to have to slouch in his walking. He eventually found a grandiose pair of doors reminiscent of the ones that lead to Estheno's throne room emplacement, causing Isay to put up his guard before he opened the doors. Stepping into the throne room, Isay was met with a formidable-looking woman, her hair a deep shade of pink that bordered on purple, her eyes a deep violet and bordered by smoky gray eyeshadow. She was adorned in a black, skin-tight satin dress reaching her ankles, a slit to one of the sides allowing her legs some movement. Her dress had a plunging neckline, showing nearly indecent amounts of cleavage. A pair of black, elbow-length opera gloves adorned her arms, and her hair was coiffed into an elegant bun. She also had a massive, golden, jewel-encrusted crown on top of her head, and a scepter with a top in the shape of a single golden breast, with a ruby for a nipple. Isay's tongue all but attached itself to the roof of his mouth due to a single fact. This woman was sex-given legs. Her posture, the way she sat, the naturally seductive look in her eyes, an air of dominance that he felt would not be limited to serious matters and would extend to more libidinous ones as well. All of those things had Isay slouching further, his brain repeatedly trying and failing to reboot. So, you are the man Lilith told me about. Hyoudou Issei, was it? Why yes, ma'am. The serious tone had him almost straightening and firing off a salute, only the knowledge of Isay Jr.'s state preventing him from doing so in fear of offending the woman in front of him. The queen seemed to give him an appraising look before speaking up. As you must have surmised, you are currently within the royal castle of Luxuria, the queendom of all succubi. My name is Laviria Morrigan Lilim, Queen of Luxuria, current matriarch of the Lilim line, successor of Queen Liliana Lilim, my dearly departed mother. Isay nodded his understanding at that, prompting the queen to speak further. You seem uninteresting so far. I see in you none of the qualities that Lilith must have seen in order to break one of the royal mandates as she has. What do you mean? Oh, you didn't know. It's forbidden for a succubus to bring an outsider into our land without permission from the royal family. Punishments for such violation are not at all pleasant. Isay's eyes sharpened at that, his excitement subsiding as did a certain haze that he had not even felt establish over his mind, allowing his posture to straighten out. His voice was serious as he spoke. What do you mean? The punishment for bringing in an outsider without permission from the royal family is death. What? Ignoring the demanding tone as Isay's voice, Laviria spoke with faux sadness. Oh yes, capital punishment. A harsh, but just punishment. After all, she did expose the location of our land to an outsider whose intentions are unknown. For all I know, you might be planning to exterminate or enslave my people. What? You can't kill Lilith. She was just trying to help me overcome a serious problem. And what would that problem be? Isay looked down at his bandaged arm, the thought of keeping silent flitting past his mind for all of a microsecond, before loyalty to his friend drop-kicked it into orbit. He flexed his left fist, causing its wrappings to all but burst, spreading bits and pieces of fabric around the floor of the throne room, holding his arm out in a manner that allowed the queen to see the green gem at the back. The queen, surprised by the display, whispered in a low tone, "Boosted gear. That's right. I awakened my sacred gear shortly after meeting Lilith, and she made me aware of the danger that my life, and that of everyone close to me, was in. That the boosted gear would attract attention from the supernatural world, and that it was unavoidable. She offered to arrange a place where I could privately train with my boosted gear in order to both delay the supernatural world discovering me as much as possible, and to make me strong enough to defend myself when it inevitably did." A young man fighting to protect his family. I believe you. Isay's face shifted slightly as he was filled with hope. However, that doesn't change the fact that she broke the rules, only to fall completely. Uncaring about his mood shifts, Queen Laviria continued. Normally you'd have to be executed as well, but since you harbor no ill intentions against Luxuria and its people, and because you were unconscious during the voyage, thus are unaware of how to even reach our queendom, I will allow you to leave with your life, after having your memory wiped of everything related to succubi. Lilith, however, still goes under the blade. Over my dead body. The queen blinked owlishly at the threatening tone, her focus centering completely on Isay, and she had to admit that the murderous look in his eyes sent chills down her spine. However, concealing this, she spoke up. I'm sorry, what was it you said? I said that the only way you would kill Lilith would be over my dead body, and I'm not going down easy. Over your dead body, you say. That could be easily arranged. With those words, a massive weight settled on Isay's shoulders, reminiscent of the sheer malice exerted by Estenagard-sama, except for the fact that instead of being released omnidirectionally, with no definite target, this one was focused completely on him, causing his shoulders to hunch, his knees to bend, and a darkness to creep into the corners of his vision. His breath came out in wheezes, and he felt as if a hand gifted with exceptionally sharp claws started squeezing his heart, making him feel faint. However, why you think I'm gonna let some shitty killing intent like this stop me? Boost. A familiar green aura of energy emerged from Isay's body, slowly but steadily lessening the amount of pressure he felt being exerted over his body, allowing him to return to a regular standing position. Small sparks of electricity jumped and arced along the edges of his gauntlet, filling the air with an ominous hum as Issei spoke. I won't let you kill Lilith. Boost. I'll save her life. Free her. Boost. And if it costs me my life, so be it. Boost. The pressure released by Issei himself was, by this point, enough to crack the floor under him. His irises had gained an emerald green sheen, with small veins of yellow arrayed around the outer rim, while his hair swayed and waved under a non-existent wind. The queen, ignoring Issei's glare, leaned backwards into her seat, a smirk of amusement coming over her face as she spoke. It seems my future son-in-law is more impressive than I expected. Mother. Issei's face whipped harshly to the source of the shout, his gaze ending up on a heavily blushing Lilith, before turning back to the smug-looking queen, before going back to Lilith, again and again. Not noticing Issei's brain freeze in her own mental state, Lilith stomped angrily, petulantly, towards the throne, while speaking in a half-angry, half-annoyed state. You went too far, Mother. I agree with your silly idea of a test just to quell your concerns over Issei, but you never said anything about threatening his life or releasing your power in his presence. You could have broken his mind through sheer lust. Luxuria, still smirking, waved her hand dismissively even as she spoke. Scowl and complain at me all you want, but that doesn't change the fact that you absolutely enjoyed hearing that he'd willingly lose his life to save yours. A rush of blood caused the entirety of Lilith's head to pretty much glow with heat, a cloud of steam coming out of her ears even as she pouted at Mother. Finally restarting his brain, Issei turned towards Lilith, before asking in an uncertain tone, Lilith, what the hell is going on here? The perplet winced at that, before speaking up. You see, I kind of didn't tell my mother that I was bringing you over, so she never had the time to evaluate you at one of Luxuria's immigration posts to know whether you were trustworthy or not. But with you being in the state you were, I thought that it was best to bring you in and take care of your injuries, which you will be explaining to me how you got, instead of forcing you to wait there. I told Mother some of your situation and the fact that I wished to help you, but she wanted to ensure that you weren't a risk to Luxuria, and that you were worth disponibilizing our resources to. She turned to glare at her mother, who seemed to completely ignore said glare and focused on Issei, before continuing. I never knew she'd go this far. I thought she'd ask you a few questions while using her allure to ensure that you told the truth or something. I didn't think she'd be as extreme as to unleash her aura onto someone who's mostly a regular human. So, you're not getting executed. No, Issei, I'm sorry that you had to. She was interrupted by Issei pulling her into a tight hug, his tone honest and heartfelt as he spoke. Thank God. After everything I've gone through already, I don't think I'd manage without you around. Luxuria's smug smirk evolved into a full-blown shit-eating grin even while Lilith spluttered embarrassedly. Her face as red as a tomato. This changed when the green aura around Issei vanished and the boy slumped almost bonelessly onto the Succubus princess. Later. So my real hand is crippled, and I can't deactivate the boosted gear, which is why I had to rip the sleeves off of my shirt, and why I was walking around with my hand covered in makeshift bandages smelling of bleach and fabric softener. Lilith looked simultaneously shocked and stricken at everything Issei had to go through on his own, while Luxuria seemed to be more doubtful than anything else, something which she made known. You managed to defeat Midgardsamr after he gained a power boost. Yeah, I'm calling bullshit. Even with some sort of suicide technique, someone with the maximum power output that you have wouldn't be able to scratch one of the 5 dragon kings. He didn't. The 3 looked down at the red gauntlet on Issei's left arm, watching the green jewel light up as the voice of D-Drag, the red heavenly dragon, made itself heard. But, you and Aquila kept saying that it was Midgardsamr, as did Esthino. Was it Midgardsamr or not? It was Midgardsamr, but at the same time, it wasn't. The 3 waited as D-Drag seemingly searched for the best way to explain things. The invading snake. It's a result of sympathetic magic. A very powerful person or group of people probably managed to get hold of something linked to Midgardsamr, the real one, and used a magical ritual to transpose some of his properties onto a being of similar nature as him, either a serpentine dragon or a draconic serpent. While Lilith and Luxuria seemed to have fully understood what he meant, Issei visibly didn't, and he made it known. I'm kind of new to this whole magic thing, in case you didn't notice, so could you please explain it in a way that I can understand? D-Drag sighed at his host's ignorance, while Luxuria took up the explanation. Sympathetic magic, Isay, is a branch of magic focused on rituals centered around influencing an event or person through an object, symbol or action that relates to the outcome you want to achieve. Let's say you want to make it so that some girl flashes her breasts at you. By using something related to that girl, like a strand of hair, you could influence her into doing so through sympathetic magic. If you use something even more closely related to the result that you want, like a bra or a pair of panties of hers, you make the ritual you use to influence her even stronger and more effective. Oh, a light bulb seemed to light up on top of Issei's head at that, causing D-Drag to sigh mournfully at his host's single-minded focus before he continued his explanation. As I was saying, by using something very closely linked to Midgardsamr, you could create some sort of mimic of him, which is, most likely, the origin of the invading snake. It took up the name Midgardsamr for the sheer fact that it was the living being most closely resembling the real thing, and that it was active even while the real Midgardsamr is having his nap. freaking lazy bastard. Luxuria spoke up at that. So you were being truthful when you said you fought against the Aquila Victis and managed to impress her. And you were capable of using an attack powerful enough to completely annihilate the invading snake. Turning towards Lilith, Luxuria grinned even as she gave the girl a thumbs up before speaking. I completely approve, my daughter. Blushing profusely, Lilith spoke up in a whining tone. Mother, it's not like that. Ho ho. Trepidation flourished in Lilith's heart at the gleam she saw in her mother's eye before said woman spoke up. If it isn't like that, then I'm sure you wouldn't mind if your dear old mother made a move. What? No, you can't. You're too old for him. Lilith only noticed her mistake after she had already finished speaking, her words causing her mother's teasing look to shift to one of personal affront at the implication that she'd be unable to snag Issei due to her age, before changing to a look of determination to do just that. Lilith felt like crying. What are you two talking about? Isay, bless his soul, was completely oblivious to the two females' subject matter, himself, his confused head tilt causing the instincts of both succubi to try to rear their heads. Lilith shrugged them off first, speaking up in a flustered tone. And never mind that. We have other things to take care of right now. Hey wait, is that a tattoo on your arm? Issei blinked in confusion at the non sequitur, while Luxuria spoke up, her own brief internal battle overcome. I was curious about that one too. It lit up when he started channeling power back during his test. Now that I think about it, his hair was sparking slightly, as well as the boosted gear. Do you think it has something to do with the Aquila Victis, Mother? Could be, I can't really say for sure. I will, however, be looking in the Royal Library for information on it, which brings us very neatly to the next point of the discussion. Issei will need private lessons in magic control. Urgently. Why's that? Luxuria snorted at the question from the ignorant young man before speaking up. I'm sure Lilith has told you already that you release a lot of tantric energy, hasn't she? At Issei's nod, the Lilim matriarch continued. That was an absolutely gross understatement. The moment my daughter got close to our kingdom, every single succubus within a certain range of our outer walls could feel you. Bringing you to the castle was a chore in and of itself, preventing pretty much my entire population from trying to feed on your unconscious self. A blush came over Issei's face as he heard that, images of a naked Lilith in his mind as he thought of the women of Luxuria feeding on him. However, Luxuria continued. The only reason your tantric energy isn't blanketing the entirety of Luxuria is because of the castle's wards, but that didn't help much with the efficiency of the castle itself. Ever since you were brought in, my maids, servants, and attendants have been in a near-constant sapphic orgy of epic proportions, hoping dearly to get a shot at you. My body is ready. Lilith had to fight hard to keep Issei from ripping his clothes to shreds and sprinting out of the throne room, all under the amused gaze of Luxuria, while Diedrag internally cried. About 2 days later, if Issei were told to describe his magic lessons with a single word, said word would be boring, absurdly so. When someone hears magic lessons, they think about learning how to say a bunch of words that allow them to throw around fireballs, thunderbolts, and just generally make reality their bitch. Tantric energy is unlike mana in the fact that while mana, for the most part, acts like a magical blank slate upon which to imprint your will, tantric energy possesses a set of properties specific to itself. They don't expect to be stuck inside a classroom, a myriad of books shoved under their nose while listening to hours upon hours of information deluges. Hey, at least he could claim that his teacher was hot. Mr. Hyoudou, please concentrate on your lesson. Lady Luxuria has assigned me the task of helping you bring your tantric energy under control as soon as possible, and I do not intend to disappoint her. Letting out a loud sigh, Issei spoke up. I'm sorry, I don't want to be a bother to you, Miss Burness, but it's just so boring. Miss Burness Alohan, blonde hair in a bun with loose strands falling over, blue eyes, red, juicy lips, wearing a white button-down shirt, a form-fitting black skirt stopping mid-thigh and a pair of black stiletto heels, was the royal family's instructor, and she could truly empathize with the young man sat in front of her. After years of teaching the various children of the royal family and the basics of magic, she knew that children were, generally speaking, too energetic to sit still and read, especially such a virile-smelling young man, releasing such delightful tantric energies. An idea came into her mind, causing her to grin inwardly. Sighing out in fake exasperation, she breathed in deeply as if fortifying herself, before speaking up. Very well then, Mr. Hyoudou. It seems we'll have to do things the hard way. She sashayed towards the young man, her fingers undoing the top few buttons of her shirt to reveal a sizable amount of cleavage, even as her skirt started slowly riding up her thighs, revealing more of her tanned flesh and causing Issei to gulp, beads of sweat rolling down his neck and forehead even as his lower friend came to full wakefulness. Taking a steadying breath, Issei couldn't have prevented the crack in his voice as he spoke. The hard way, arriving to her sole student's desk, Burness shifted to the side before seating herself on top of it, her skirt riding even higher and revealing more of her flesh, before she leaned downwards in front of Issei, putting his line of sight strictly on level with her cleavage as she spoke. Yes, Mr. Hyoudou, the hard way. I wish for you to focus completely on learning, but I understand how the mind of a young man such as yourself works, so I will make a deal with you. I will test you in your magical knowledge a week from now. If you manage to get a grade above 90%, I will give you a marvelous prize. The way she said marvelous had Issei sweating even more profusely. However, you failing would leave me displeased. And I'm sure you want to please me, don't you, Isay? Yes, I do. So very much. She smiled at that declaration, before wrapping her arms around Issei's head and hugging him into her open cleavage. Oh, Issei, you are a delightful student. The brunette could barely keep himself from crying tears of joy, his perverted spirit feeding off of the plentiful amount of blessed Appai in direct contact with him. It was in this day that Issei decided to tough out his magical studies, no matter how difficult they are. About 4 days later, Issei, are you aware? Lilith had to stop whatever it was she intended to say at the sight that met her eyes. Issei was sitting in front of his work desk, a myriad of books open in different chapters, the young man seemingly skipping from book to book as he took references, before writing furiously on a small notebook. She walked into his room in silence, watching Issei work like a man possessed, before looking over his shoulder to see whatever it was that he was writing, only to be met with a myriad of poorly made drawings of stick figures in different poses, with sound effects and speech bubbles around them, with the occasional fluidity, intent, and potency thrown into the mix. She couldn't really stop herself from speaking. What are you doing? The brunette jumped in place, his instinct to aim his boosted gear at the source of the sound kicking in, before he noticed the fact that his left arm was bandaged up to the elbow to keep his sacred gear a secret from the castle staff. He relaxed at seeing Lilith's particular shade of purple hair, letting out a breath of relief before speaking up. By Appai's blessed sanctity, you scared the crap out of me. The perplexed smiled sheepishly at that. Sorry. Anyways, what was that you were writing? Oh, that. Well, I don't completely get the complicated stuff in these books, so I'm trying to see if I get the gist of stuff, and then noting it down in a way that I understand, and that I can actually remember when I study. But, drawings, really. Shrugging shamelessly, Issei pointed at his bandaged hand with his pen. I've been using this thing freestyle, in life or death situations. I didn't have the time to think things through, I just followed my gut and did what I thought I could. I'm trying to give the words in the book the same don't think, just do feel, you know. I see. She didn't, really, but she didn't let that stop the conversation. So, how good have you gotten at manipulating your tantric energy so far? Issei started tapping at his lip with the pen as he thought it through, before shrugging and speaking up. No idea. Haven't tried applying any of the things I've read about yet. Lilith had to facepalm at that, speaking in an exasperated tone. You do know that the primary purpose of your magic lessons are to rein in your energy, right? Shrugging at that, Issei stood up and grabbed his notebook. No time like the present to try, huh? Lilith shrugged, seating herself on Issei's bed, while the brunette closed his eyes and then took a few deep breaths. Centering himself. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Soon enough Issei felt the world around him vanish almost completely, sound, touch, scent, all of it gone, replaced for a silent void. Oh, in this void he noticed a person-shaped figure of light, which he moved towards. Arriving at this figure, he noticed that while the figure itself shone a bright, white shade, with slightly grayed edges, it was surrounded by a thin green outline starting on the left hand, which seemed to be made of this green, but mixed with a bright red, which felt like fire. However, he noticed a bright yellow light higher up, at his bicep, and this one smelt like the air after a lightning storm, and felt like it emitted a small vibration, akin to the way a massage chair does. However, these weren't what he was looking for. He tried focusing specifically on a different power, one he knew intimately, despite the fact that he didn't know that he did. It was a power familiar to him, one that he felt in the haze that came over his mind when he first met Lilith, and around her mother, and around Bernice. He knew what the power was, he felt as if he could almost taste it, but, in that state of consciousness, the name evaded his mind, and the power itself did the same as a consequence. He thought back to when he felt this power more clearly, but from within, not from outside, and his mind stumbled upon a memory from a few days ago. Thunder Dragon's Roar. Yes, that was it. He felt that power from the inside, but how? Running off of instinct, Issei grabbed some of the yellow light, just a tiny bit, and a similar amount of the red, green one, and he tried pushing them together. He watched as they rebelled, trying to push each other away, each trying to spread freely, however he did not allow them to. He forced them together as he twirled them, forming a sort of vertical double helix, however the two still tried to go out of control. However, that changed suddenly. In between the two spiraling stripes of power, hundreds, dozens, thousands, millions of thin, purple bars spawned, bridging the two together, connecting them to the deepest level. This is it. This is the missing light. Allowing the colored helix to sort itself out, Issei grabbed tightly onto one of the purple bars, and he stared at it. A purple light started emerging from the bar, threatening to blind him. However, Isay did not dare look away, because he felt that if he did, he would never be allowed to lay his gaze upon it again. So he looked, and he stared, and he refused to look away even as the light got more intense. He refused to blink even as his eyes watered up. He refused to do so even as the light seared itself into his retinas, and grew, until it started engulfing everything else. He felt this purple energy expanding, starting on the left side of his chest, over his heart, before spreading throughout his body. He felt it suffusing the entirety of his torso, and his right arm, and legs, and they felt amazing. He then felt purple light cover his head, and while it felt like liquid engulfing him, he could still breathe. He could breathe even better now than he did before. Then, the light started flowing down his left arm, and he felt more than he saw the yellow light bond even more deeply with the white body of light under the influence of the purple light. A foreign feeling of cautious curiosity and confusion flowing into his mind. However, he ignored these for now, focusing more on watching the purple light go down the rest of his arm. He watched as the red-green fire focused on the back of the left hand started swallowing some of the purple light, causing the raging flame to slowly reduce in size and intensity, ending as a simmering ember of indigo light, providing a soothing warmth and light in the cold, but ready to rise and rage as needed, and swallow whoever disrespects the might of one of the four primary elements of nature. As soon as the purple light finished touching the left hand, Issei saw the purple light start spreading outwards from the figure of light he now knew represented his own soul. A nimbus of power, tantric energy, as he recently found out, always knew, manifesting itself and soothing the aches and pains that he had built up during the day. Opening his eyes, Issei noticed the fact that his room had more people than it had before. Like, a lot more people, as in the entirety of the castle's inhabitants more. All of them were fixatedly staring at Issei, their eyes glowing a brilliant violet, their wings, tails, and horns on display, and their own auras of tantric energy surrounding them, taking hold of the power as if it were something he had been doing his entire life. Issei reeled the tantric energy he had been freely emanating back in, reducing it to a very thin aura, acting more like a second skin than anything else. The various succubi in the room started snapping out of their trance, all of them looking at Issei as if he were the second coming, awed at the incredible display of raw tantric power that didn't seem to even faze the young man. This awe was very soon overridden by an almost unquenchable thirst that almost all of them acted upon, shedding, and in some cases actually shredding, their clothes and attaching themselves to the women closest to them, bodies touching, squeezing and writhing, moans, gasps, and sighs filling the room like a symphony of pleasure and ode to lust. A purple glow vanished from Issei's own irises, allowing them to return to their natural brown before he spoke up. "I know what I must do now." The brunette, his face completely serious, reached for the hem of his shirt with his right hand before he started lifting, causing the women around him to increase the pace of their actions, excitement building at the possibility of him joining in. "Oh no you don't." Issei felt a pair of fingers twisting his ear hard before dragging him out of the room. Looking at the owner of the fingers, Issei could only whine out, "Lilith, let me join the orgy. Like hell I will. I have a claim on your virginity, and like hell I'll let you lose it in there. I wanna join. I wanna join. I wanna join." The door closed behind the whining Issei and the embarrassed Lilith, causing Luxuria to chuckle in amusement before licking her lips. Before long she had shed her clothes and joined the writhing mass of bodies, causing the amount and volume of moans to increase exponentially. Issei cried himself to sleep that night. "Very good so far, Mr. Hyoudou. Now, let's see. What metrics can one use to measure and qualify tantric energy, and what do they represent?" Isay, completely focused on the prospect of acing his evaluation, responded in a serious tone. Tantric energy can be measured on a basis of quantity, potency, and purity. Quantity relates to the raw amount of tantric energy one releases through libidinous thoughts, actions, with people who perform more of those releasing a higher amount of tantric energy than someone who only occasionally allows themselves to think, do perverted things. Potency relates to how powerful the tantric energy released is. It relates to the relative level of perversion of the thought, action, with more perverted ones generating more potent tantric energy. Differences in potency influence just how much activity can be performed using tantric energy, since more potent energy can achieve a certain goal in smaller amounts than its less potent variant. Purity relates to the emotion backing the thought, action that actually led to the release of the tantric energy. If those emotions are wholesome, such as love, passion, a desire to connect with another and grant them pleasure, then the tantric energy generated is generally pure. If the lust is backed by negative things such as ire, anger, wrath, hatred, envy, or would result in a violation of any kind, it becomes less pure, eventually corrupting the heart of the one actually generating it. Excellent. Final question. What are the traits of tantric energy, and how can they be utilized in practice? Tantric energy possesses a single primary trait, which is union, or togetherness. That trait led to the development of 3 primary branches of magic circling around making connections. The first branch is togetherness with oneself, which spawns 2 primary fields of magic, reinforcement and healing, and makes the succubi some of the best healers in history, aside from passively bestowing them an accelerated regeneration. The second branch is togetherness with the world, which lends itself to 2 specific fields of magic as well, camouflage and sensory. The third branch is togetherness with another, which allows for emotional manipulation of others, illusions, and a certain level of empathy, with the first 2 depending on the imposition of the caster's will over the will of their target. Excellent, Mr. Hyoudou. You went above and beyond what I expected. The professor paused briefly, before flashing an alluring smirk at Isay as she spoke. I believe that deserves a reward. The brunette was all but hopping in place, his eyes wide in excitement, 2 little rivulets of drool escaping his mouth as Miss Berna sashayed towards him, her pink tongue escaping the confines of her mouth and gliding over red, juicy lips in a manner that caused Isay Jr. to jump straight in consistency from clay to diamonds. Lemon alert. The woman stopped in front of Issei's desk, her fingers playing with the buttons of her shirt while her hips swayed left and right in an extremely hypnotic manner, causing Issei's eyes to dart up and down as they tried to find somewhere to settle on. She surprised Isay by grabbing onto the two sides of her shirt and ripping them apart, causing the buttons to fly past and around the now frozen Isay. There. Marvelous. The brunette could feel very little other than amazement, deference, and respect for the pair of breasts that had just been bared completely to him. They had to be at least double Ds, tipped with dark pink nipples, with no veins on display. So, Isay, are you going to just look? Bernice emphasized her words by gliding her hands along the sides of her breasts. Or do you want to do more? She didn't really have to say anything more. Isay dove onto her breasts with the ferocity of 1,000 starving beasts, his right hand taking hold of her left breast, while his mouth went straight for the right one, sucking on the pale, supple skin of the large mammary. While his hand had its fill of squeezing and groping, Isay's mouth nipped and sucked hard on the flesh of Bernice's other breast, leaving a myriad of hickeys and wet spots, all the while trailing closer and closer to the nipple. The level of arousal caused Isay to lose the precarious grip that he had achieved over his tantric energy, inadvertently flooding the entire classroom with a high amount of extremely potent tantric energy. The effects were almost instant. Bernice's wings unfurled from her back, her tail slid out from under her skirt, while a pair of curving horns emerged from the back of her head, moving alongside her temples before stopping slightly ahead of her forehead, both pointing forward. Her pupils turned into slits, while her irises gained a violet glow, her instincts rearing their head. All of this went unnoticed by Isay, as did the fact that a purple-hued nimbus of energy started surrounding him, but he felt a certain voice in the back of his head start to guide his actions. Feeling that this voice came from within, Isay decided to follow its instructions. The young man released Bernice's left breast completely, before, instead of groping it in its entirety, lightly gliding the tip of his index finger along the outer rim of her areola, his touch feather light and, unknowingly, suffused with the same lust-based energy that filled the room. A light moan emerged from the succubus at the inordinately skilled touches of what should have been a fumbling, overeager, virginal boy. Taking Bernice's voice as confirmation to keep following the voice's instructions, Isay allowed the tip of his finger to make full contact with her areola, rubbing circles around the slightly ridged flesh, even while he licked at the canyon between the two large mammaries. Feeling a further nudge, Isay dove into her right breast face first, fully taking the erect nipple into his mouth and sucking on it hard, while his other hand trapped her left nipple between his thumb and forefinger, rolling the nub between them. What were light moans leaving Bernice's throat turned into deep, guttural ones, the amount of pleasure she received feeling disproportionately high for the skill that Isay should possess. Feeling another nudge from the voice, Isay kicked things up a notch by lightly grazing his teeth along the instructor's nipple, while flicking it with the tip of his tongue, while his hand lightly pinched and tugged on the other one. Bernice felt a familiar feeling starting to build up on the lower part of her torso, rapidly growing and intensifying. HHH. A feeling akin to a coiled spring decompressing slammed into Bernice, stars exploding behind her eyes as what could only be described as pleasant electricity ripped through her entire body, causing her body to seize as her breath hitched, her back arching as her mouth opened into a wide O. IYHNNN. Screaming the strongest orgasm of her life out, Bernice felt the strength leaving her legs, causing her to fall to her knees, her face covered in a blush and sweat. Her now loosened hair matted to her forehead and to the back of her neck. An absurd level of slick wetness stained her panties, skirt, and ran down her thighs, making a large puddle under her. Isay's eyes were shadowed by his hair at the extremely erotic scene, before the brunette slammed the desk that was in front of him away, causing it to slam into one of the room's walls and burst into splinters. Using his right hand, Isay worked on unbuttoning the cargo shorts he had been wearing, allowing them to drop and reveal the thick volume inside his underpants. Seeing the volume, Bernice could only smile semi-brokenly, the smell of masculinity wafting from Isay's member and flowing into her nostrils. The brunette followed up by lowering his underwear, revealing a member that would be considered large even in an adult, both in length and girth, though in girth amoroso. Bernice licked her lips at the sight of the throbbing member, hungrily eyeing the bead of clear pre that dotted the purple helmet. Isay walked towards the kneeling succubus, his member bobbing with each step and her eyes following along, until he was within her reach. Bernice reacted by shuffling closer to Isay, raising his flesh pole and going straight for his egg-sized testes, licking and kissing them, all while anticipating the marvelous treat she'd be getting from them later. She followed that up by licking her way up the underside of his length, allowing her tongue to trace the thick vein and to collect the thin trail of pre that had been running down the length, before giving his helmet a teasing flick with the tip of her tongue, before planting a kiss on the crown. She was surprised when Isay grabbed onto one of her horns with his right hand, prompting her to look up at him only to shiver in a mix of excitement and trepidation at what she saw. Isay's eyes were lit up with an intense purple, his nostrils flared and his teeth bared into a feral snarl. She was surprised by the sound of tearing fabric, which was followed up by a red, gauntlet hand gripping her other horn, before guiding her lips to the tip of his member. She barely had the time to open her mouth before feeling the large member invading her throat with that single thrust, causing her eyes to water and her mascara to run. She felt herself being pulled back, the thoroughly slick member gliding along her tongue as it happened, before Issei thrust back into her throat with no hesitation. She moved her hands underneath Issei to fondle his sack even as she looked up and made eye contact with him, causing him to snort heavily before he started hammering into her throat with no semblance of pity or mercy. Bernice never gagged once despite the brutal invasion of her throat, nor did she ever stop fondling Issei's balls, thoroughly enjoying the bestial treatment that he was subjecting her to, promising to herself that she'd get repeats of this as often as possible. However, as all good things, their tryst eventually had to end. The continuous stimulation that Bernice was expertly giving him, alongside the fact that he had been without relieving himself from the moment he chose Amsterdam as a destination with the intent of saving his stamina for there, and that this dry period had extended so far, despite his constant exposure to sights that would have made lesser man finish in their own pants, meant that no matter how much natural talent he had, or how much his tantric energy was aiding him, he was slated to come eventually. Gripping Bernice's horns tighter than he had before, Issei gave her one final stroke before he felt his balls empty themselves within her throat. Blast after blast of what felt like liquid fire exiting his body with such intensity that he actually shook, all of them being eagerly swallowed down by the woman that had her mouth around his member. After he finished coming, Issei felt Bernice bobbing a few more times on his member, sucking every last droplet of his essence from within his urethra, before she lied back onto the ground, let out a loud burp, then fell asleep, a look of deep satisfaction in her face. Lemon end. The brunette blinked a few times as he felt an internal haze fade back into the confines of his subconscious, before a sudden bout of weakness caused him to fall back onto his butt. Covering his face with the back of his hand, he spoke to himself. I can't believe that just happened. Tears welled up in his eyes at that, his lip trembling with emotion, before he yelled out loud. I love my life. My, how impressive. Issei's head whipped over towards the source of the voice, seeing Luxuria standing by the classroom door, an amused look on her face as she looked him up and down. Quite the harsh treatment you gave Bernice. You may have some trouble getting her to stop following you now, though. Gulping at that, Issei spoke up nervously. Hello, Queen Luxuria ma'am. How are you today? The woman smirked at that, before answering. Amused at how you're just trying to play off the fact that you throat-fucked the hell out of one of my best and brightest. Most men in your position would be gloating, shouting at the four winds about their achievement. After all, it's not just anyone that manages to screw a succubus into unconsciousness, instead of it being the other way around. Bonus points for doing so without losing your virginity, since I'm sure my baby girl would have been displeased had you done so. Issei blanched at the mention of Lilith, hastily pulling his underpants back up, before stopping in surprise at the sight of his uncovered boosted gear. Oh yeah, I kind of unleashed it. Shrugging that off as something to deal with later, Issei redressed himself, bowed to the still amused queen, before making his way out of the classroom, never noticing the various different succubi eyeing him hungrily after the burst of tantric energy that he released reached the entire castle. Well, to be fair to Issei, all of them were camouflaged, staying just outside the classroom door and doing their best to listen in on and peek into the actions being performed in there. Luxuria looked over the sleeping Bernice, making no further effort of hiding just how impressed she was now that Issei had left the classroom. She made her way towards the downed instructor, dabbing at the corner of her mouth with the tip of her finger, gathering some of the white cream that Bernice had failed to swallow, before letting said finger into her mouth. Licking said finger clean, she popped it out, before commenting, her eyes gaining a violet, predatory hue. Delicious and nutritious. Oh. Traversing the corridors, Issei ended up in the situation that he wanted to delay the most for now, face to face with Lilith. Hey, Lilith. While the brunette greeted her cheerily, the succubus princess gave him a blank look. She walked towards him in slow, methodical steps, the echoing of high heels on the castle's flooring causing Issei to cringe with each step, before she stopped right in front of the male. She took in a nice, deep whiff of him, before her blank face opened into a light smile. You're still a virgin. Good. She leaned into Issei, her lips all but kissing his ear as she spoke. I'm not ready to move forward yet, but keep saving yourself for me, Isay, and I promise that your first time will be unforgettable. Lesser men will sing songs of it throughout the ages, and it will be forever recorded in Luxuria's annals. This, I swear. She punctuated that by giving his neck a good, slow lick, before pulling back, flashing him a bright smile, then walking away, leaving behind a bewildered and extremely aroused Isay. Lunch was being a very awkward affair for Isay so far. Between the outright predatory looks from the maids and servants, the speculative looks from Luxuria, and Lilith's surprising amount of cheer, it felt more like he was on display, rather than the veritable banquet spread out on the table. He watched the maids pointing and whispering whenever they thought he was distracted, and he noticed how some of them would spread their hands apart at a good distance that he was very familiar with, causing him to blush lightly. Bernice told me, after waking up, that your theory on tantric energy is up to par. Isay choked on the piece of steak he had been chewing at the mention of Bernice, barely managing to push it down with water. Ignoring that, Luxuria kept speaking. However, your control over your energy is precarious at best. You may be capable of reeling it back inactively, but as soon as you got excited, or when you fall asleep, everyone notices. That will change. You'll be having some dedicated training to ensure that you can keep it under control even while asleep. That way I won't have my sleep interrupted by a spontaneous maid orgy at 3 a.m. Issei's nostrils flared at that, causing Luxuria to groan as she watched the maids vacate the dining room while panting and giggling as Issei's tantric energy flared. Again. There they go again. Oh. Standing alone in an open field, Issei distracted himself by thinking back to the feeling of Bernice's breasts in his hands and mouth. RHHH. A shout was the only warning Issei had before he was struck in the gut by a fist, causing him to fly more than a few feet, before ragdolling through the ground into a stop. Shaking off his daze, Issei noticed the fact that the sunlight was being blotted out by an increasingly larger shadow. Oh shit. The brunette rolled himself out of the way, his eyes widening at the fact that the ground where he previously was all but exploded. His surprise and nervousness faded into the background as he gained his focus, throwing himself back to his feet and shredding the bandages surrounding his boosted gear, his gaze firmly on the dust cloud that had emerged from the earth explosion. A flicker in his vision was all the warning he had to raise his left arm in front of his right one in a cross-defense, absorbing a heavy blow that had him sliding backwards and his feet carving a pair of throughs on the ground until he managed to stop himself. Keeping his eyes peeled wide and swinging his head around, Issei tried finding his mystery assailant, the green gem on the back of his sacred gear lighting up in response to Issei's focus and determination. He was completely blindsided by the fist that struck his right cheek, tossing him away. He managed to right himself midair, only to have to block a punch to the chest as soon as he landed, causing him to fly further backwards. Before his feet even made contact with the ground, he felt a kick to the back throwing him upwards, before an overhead double-fisted hammer blow threw him back down to earth with a small explosion. By the time the dust of the explosion settled down, Issei's battered body could be seen curled up in a small crater in a pose reminiscent of a fetus, his clothes ragged and dirty. Poor showing, boy. Very poor showing. Issei, his face more than just a bit swollen, slowly crawled out of the crater he was in, his body sagging at the loss of power from the boosted gear, while conversing internally with his partner. Feeking tits, I just got yamcha'd. The hell is a yamcha? No idea, but it sounds weak and offensive. It does, doesn't it? While Issei shook the dust off of his clothes, he heard the same voice as before speaking. The tone was harsh, austere and critical. Poor awareness, poor reaction time, poor form, and overall bad display. After hearing your feats from Her Majesty Queen Luxuria herself, I expected you to be better. It seems you're just a punk with a fancy toy and ludicrous amounts of luck. Looking up at the source of the voice, Issei saw a tall woman, 6 at least, short auburn hair arrayed in a myriad of spikes, steel gray eyes and 165 pounds of lean muscle and weight, giving her the build of a veritable Amazon. She was clad in a matching pair of breastplate and pauldron, a tunic for ease of movement, under which was a pair of elastic shorts, leather vambraces with glowing purple runes, and a pair of greaves combined with steel-toed boots. She looked the part of a warrior to the T. Fortunately for you, I was chosen to whip you into shape, and do so I will. By the time you leave my tender care, you'll be less of a disgrace than you currently are, at least enough not to completely embarrass yourself or Lady Lilith. If you have to go through an inordinate amount of pain and suffering in order to achieve that goal, well, sucks to be you. Issei was about ready to cry at this, while the woman finished her speech. My name is Xynthia, and I will be your instructor both in combat and in the manipulation of tantric energy. You are to call me only by teacher or sir, are we understood? Yes, sir. The woman smirked internally at the way the holder of the famed boosted gear trembled like a bamboo shoot in the wind under her glare, before barking out. Now get out there and give me 50 laps around the field, and if I catch you enhancing yourself with your sacred gear I'll give you a beating the likes of which you'll never imagine. Go. Issei had started running as soon as she said 50. Oh, get up you maggot. HOLYFUCKINGSHITONASTICK. Issei's string of curses was a consequence of the loud shout that registered right next to his right ear, causing him to fall off his bed, aggravating his already sore body even further. Looking back up, Issei was met with the harsh gaze of Xynthia as she spoke. You have 5 minutes to be outside, in the training field. For each additional second after the 5-minute mark you get another lap of running. Clock started running the moment I said outside. She then proceeded to leave his room calmly, leaving behind a panicking Issei, doing his best to put on a sweatsuit and shoes while simultaneously brushing his teeth, all with only his right hand available. He somehow managed to make it onto the field on time, getting only a nod of acknowledgement from his instructor before the first orders came. Suppress your aura. Issei closed his eyes, trying to get a grip on his POW. Smack. The downed young man reeled from the punch to the face that had become so familiar to him these past days, rubbing the bruised cheek while looking questioningly towards his instructor, not even bothering to make his pain known lest he get hit with worse, as Xynthia had made it a habit of doing. If you have time to whine, you have time to improve. Complaining after blows shows me that your pain tolerance still isn't up to par. I'll be taking care of that. All in all, it was a hellish week as far as Issei was concerned, plagued with a myriad of aches and muscles he didn't even know existed, creaking bones, and ice baths, leaving him so tired that he didn't even have the drive to do more than ogle the maids. Shaking off those thoughts, Issei focused on his instructor's words. Controlling the aura that you release, any sort of aura, is a vital skill. It allows you to avoid detection by an enemy, keep your true power level hidden even during combat, regulate how strong of an attack you will be releasing, and do not uselessly tire yourself by expelling extra energy that could be focused on anything else. Your enemies, however, won't be giving you the time to go into a meditative state and get it back under control. So neither will I. Your objective is to get your aura output under control during a spar with me, so that it will not spike or fluctuate under even extreme duress, pain, or punishment of any kind. The next level will be achieving a subconscious level of control, allowing you to keep your aura in check even while distracted, dozing, sleeping, or in any other state of consciousness. As soon as she finished saying that, she struck, forcing Issei to lean back to avoid the neck-level chop that would have instantly knocked him unconscious, followed up on by tossing himself aside to dodge an axe kick that would have likely broken his collarbone. I may have forgotten to tell you that the longer your aura stays out, the more destructive I'll make my attacks. Issei faltered at that declaration, being rewarded for it by a stomp to the face that tossed him against a tree, causing him to almost lose his consciousness. Groaning, the brunette shook off his daze before charging power into the sacred gear and slamming it against the ground in an attack that he had fashioned just to surprise Cynthia, so that she wouldn't just overwhelm him with her speed as she had been doing. Blast wave. An explosive shockwave emitted from the point of contact, blasting bits and pieces of rock, dirt, and grass away. Cynthia, who had been en route to introduce her fist to Issei's gut, felt herself get hit fully by the shockwave, blasting her backwards and causing her to roll along the ground for a bit before stilling. Taking the brief window of calm to recover his stamina, and Issei was under no illusion that his attack was going to do any real damage. The brunette focused on trying to pull his aura back into himself to keep the fight from escalating, only to hear a voice right next to his ear. "Oh, so you still had a few tricks in you that you didn't use before. That must mean I'm not pushing you far enough." Before Issei could react, a fist-shaped indent appeared on his side, before he was blasted away hard enough to release a shockwave, causing him to cough out blood before slamming into a boulder. His body battered and bruised, Issei put his hands under his body and attempted to force himself back to his feet, swaying slightly when he did. His right eye was swollen to the point that he could see nothing other than darkness out of it, while the vision in his left eye swayed drunkenly. His knees shook and trembled, yet Issei didn't allow himself to fall down. "If I'm going to be so battered every time we fight, then I'm making sure you take your fair share of damage as well." In that state of semi-consciousness, Issei started feeling the aura of power surrounding him, a purple one stretching a few feet away from him, while the green-red one stayed consistently at a level just above his clothes, surrounding him almost like a second skin. Grasping the purple one, Issei pulled inwards, causing it to overlap with the red-green one, before the two started compressing even further, to the point that they actually caused his skin to tingle. He felt something, a brief flicker of purple, going straight for him, prompting him to react. The layer of power around him started growing thicker until, too slow, maggot, EXPLOSIA. As Cynthia's punch was about to hit Issei, a purple shockwave exploded outwards from him, slamming straight into the succubus and throwing her quite a few feet away, forcing her onto her knees. The now naked Issei could only let out a wheeze reminiscent of a yes. Before passing out, Cynthia wiped a thin trail of blood from the corner of her mouth, before, without turning around, speaking up. "My queen." Luxuria released her basic camouflage spell, chuckling slightly before speaking up. "How would you say Issei's training is going?" "Better than I expected, I admit. When he started he was absolute trash. Even with the maximum boosts from his boosted gear he could barely keep up with me at an easy pace. Now, I have to use a considerable amount of my strength in order to make it seem as if the power disparity between us hasn't changed at all. He grows stronger at an absolutely ridiculous rate, and the fact that he's managed to go through every day of workout I've given him so far is nothing short of amazing. I was forcing him into continuously keeping the same level of intensity in order to know the limits of his body, but it seems that whenever he does reach that point he powers through things using sheer willpower. A night of sleep, and he's ready for more punishment. What's more, any mention of Lilith, breasts, or harem seems to fortify him. While he may be weak today, if he keeps going at this rate, he'll grow up to be a complete monster." "I see. Do you believe he could use that?" Cynthia was struck dumb by Luxuria's question, her mouth flapping uselessly at that, before she spoke up. "Milady, do you not think you're giving him too much credit? As much potential for the future he may present, I do not see him being capable of using that." "Then make sure that he is, Cynthia. I hear murmurs of bad things to come, and if I could have the Red Dragon Emperor in a combat-ready state on the side of Luxuria, I would feel much more secure about future. Make him stronger." "Yes, my lady. I shall prepare him for it." Luxuria nodded at Cynthia, before moving towards Issei and crouching beside him, her hand caressing his hair. Sighing, the Queen of Luxuria stood up, walking back to her research projects in the Royal Library, asking herself if this was truly the way forward. And through all of this, Issei lay there, unconscious. "Pretty good work today, maggot." From his spot on the dirt, Issei could only flash Cynthia a thumbs up, while the succubus smirked, her arms crossed over her chest. While he took the time to regain his breath, Cynthia spoke up. "You really surprised me with that sparkly stuff. Much beyond the progress I expected from you. A sense of trepidation pervaded Issei before he answered, his voice lightly muffled by the dirt his face was on top of. If you keep complimenting me like that, I'm going to think you're planning to murder me in my sleep. Rolling her eyes, Cynthia responded, I'm just very, very surprised with how far you've come. Most humans would be unable to stand a single day of my training, and even if they did, they would not keep coming back for more, nor would they progress as fast as you have. I'm ultimate class, and in a single month you forced me to reveal my first pair of wings in order to not lose ground to you. Issei blinked owlishly at that, before asking, Wings? Huh? Cynthia rolled her eyes at him again, before speaking. Didn't you purportedly pass Burniss's tests? To be fair, I was learning more about tantric energy than anything else. There wasn't much focus on the supernatural world in general. Sighing, she decided to clarify. As you may know, supernatural creatures have 4 primary levels of power they can belong to. Low class, mid class, high class, and ultimate class, with an auxiliary, unnamed tier which encompasses everything above ultimate class, up until the number 1 in the top 10 strongest beings, with the exception of the 2 actual strongest beings in existence, Off-Ice, the Dragon of Infinity, and the Great Red, the true Dragon God Emperor, that would break absolutely any power scale ever. Issei, having moved into a sitting position as Cynthia spoke, nodded at her to signal his understanding, prompting her to continue. You know that in nature, the strongest beings tend to predate on the weaker ones, while the weaker ones try to survive at any cost, be it through developing some defensive measures, to outright fleeing. But none of those things matter if you can't identify who is strong and who is weak, which is why most species develop some noticeable aspects that clue you in on their power. For many beings, this factor is their number of wings. Beings like succubi, angels, devils, and fallen angels reflect their power through the amount of wings they have available. 1 pair means low class, 2 pairs is middle class, 3 pairs means high class, 4 pairs is ultimate class, and anything beyond it is that supplemental, unnamed class. Generally speaking, whenever one such being taps into their full power, their wings tend to make themselves shown, with very few exceptions. That means that when facing someone like this, I could use the number of wings released to gauge how powerful they are, and how much power they're allowing themselves to use. Well, it's not quite simple. For example, an ultimate class like me can easily demolish low-class fighters, and match most people on the lower end of the middle class, without even releasing my wings. I only release my wings when dealing with people starting on the higher side of the middle class. Issei nodded at that explanation, before freezing as a memory came to the back of his head. Wait a second. Does the amount of power you limit yourself to influence the amount of intent you can exert? Yes, it does. If you make a lesser amount of your own power available, you can project less intent. Holy shit, Luxuria beat Escalation in sheer intent when she first met me, without releasing a single pair of wings. Just for curiosity's sake, how many wings does Queen Luxuria have? 5 pairs. A monster beyond ultimate class. Holy shit, I challenged her to a fight the first time we met. If she was actually a bad person trying to kill Lilith, I'd be a goner. An amused tone in her voice, Cynthia spoke. While the face you make as you notice how truly close you were to your demise is amusing, I unfortunately have to tell you that today's training session is being cut short. Yes, I mean, what a pity. Yeah, that's what I meant. Why, though? Rolling her eyes, Cynthia responded. Queen Luxuria has requested you to be present in the entrance hall early, and capable of walking without your legs trembling. You have time to go get ready, and shake off any after effects of this new ability of yours, since the strain and backlash must be murder on your body. Nodding at Cynthia, Issei gingerly pushed himself back to his feet, his legs under him trembling as he made his way back into the castle. Watching her current student from behind, Cynthia couldn't stop the thought that popped into her mind. Maybe he really can use that. Oh wow. Luxuria and Lilith turned towards Isay, their previously neutral faces changing, with Luxuria's opening into a small smirk, while Lilith's blossomed into a full smile. Scratching the back of his head, Isay spoke up. The two of you look really Queen Y and Princess Y. He was referring to the fact that the 2 women were dressed in full royal regalia, big, long dresses that skirted the ankles, tasteful jewelry, and even freaking crowns. Well, Luxuria was wearing a solid gold, jewel-encrusted diadem which was probably worth more than Issei's organs in the black market would, while Lilith wore a tiara which, while a bit smaller and less elaborate, still conveyed the same overall message of royalty. Lilith pouted, while Luxuria chuckled huskily at Issei's words, causing tingles to run down his spine, before speaking up herself. You don't clean up too bad either, Issei. She was referring to the fact that Issei was wearing a white long-sleeved button-down shirt with a black jacket over it, black slacks and black, leather dress shoes. Lilith nodded in agreement, giving Issei a predatory look that had him lightly sweating, before Luxuria spoke up. As fun as it would be to keep watching you squirm under my baby girl's look, I have to give you a disclaimer, let us say. The people visiting us are the type of people who act smooth, friendly, respectful, and cordial. Towards women, when in the presence of men, they behave differently. They will use every opportunity to put you down, to offend you, and to detract from your value, directly or indirectly. To them, men are competition in the endeavor to charm women, which is why they act like this. I'm telling you this so you're aware that most things they'll say or do, as far as you are involved, will have alternative motives or interpretations behind them. So you want me not to play into their game? Snorting, Luxuria slashed at the air with her hand as if cutting through a ridiculous notion before speaking up. Quite the opposite, Isay. When they do challenge you, and it is a certainty they will, I want you to play along, and I want you to win by all means necessary. You have fire in you, Isay. I've seen it since our first meeting. I want you to stop saving that fire exclusively for life and death situations, and to apply it more to your general demeanor. You need to show people that you're not one to be taken lightly with every action you take. Show them why it's an unwritten rule in the supernatural world that dragons are to be avoided as enemies whenever possible, and why even the stronger beings avoid angering them. Isay felt this declaration strike a chord with something buried within him, unconsciously squaring his shoulders into a more powerful stance, a metaphorical flame emerging deep within his eyes, just waiting for the moment to burst into a blazing conflagration. Seeing this, Luxuria's smirk widened into a grin, a tingle passing through her body before she kept speaking. The people that will be visiting us today will be. She was interrupted by the sound of trumpets, followed upon by the loud and clear tone of voice of her herald, Hyla. Make way for King Philip's Lasha, the king and Leaves Lord of Boxes, the Incubus Nation, and the royal heir to the throne of Boxes, Prince Travis Lasha. Luxuria twirled her fingers, causing the bandages over Isay's boosted gear to change into a cast, before a sling appeared around it, making it seem as if his arm was broken. Before both her and Lilith turned towards the still-closed doors of the entrance hall, their postures and faces changing noticeably, prompting Isay to follow their lead, standing next to Lilith. The double doors swung inwards, admitting a procession of women dressed in a parody of a maid outfit made in strips of cloth and leather, just barely covering their privates. Said women stopped a few paces away from where Luxuria, Lilith, and Isay stood, bowed towards them, before splitting into two groups and moving to the sides, creating a corridor in the middle. Down this corridor walked two figures. One of them was a man that seemed to be in his mid-40s. His hair was short but full, combed fully backwards, and it was mostly black, with wisps of gray on his temples giving him a distinguished look. His eyes were steel gray in color, he had a slightly crooked nose, in a ruggedly handsome way, and his mouth was drawn in an easy smile. He was dressed in a dark gray suit that did little to hide the fact that the man was muscular, with broad shoulders and chest. He wasn't up to bodybuilder level, but he was well beyond the average man of even half his age. His face had a few laugh lines, with a few almost creases surrounding his eyes, and his jaw, lightly covered by a cropped and well-groomed beard, was noticeable, defined, square and rugged. Overall, he gave the look of someone very rich and successful, yet not afraid to do some heavy lifting. Walking next to him was someone that greatly contrasted him. With neck-length hair freely hanging from his head, a straight nose on the smallish side, a softer, rounder jaw, and a build that was slim and slight, dressed on a fitting black suit, Travis looked like a total pretty boy. Ah, lovely Luxuria. Every time I see you, you're a bit more beautiful. Pasting a plastic smile on her face, Luxuria answered. Philip, a flirt as always. If speaking my mind makes me a flirt, then I am proud to be one. He moved towards Luxuria, taking her offered hand and placing a light kiss on her knuckles. Straightening back up, the man turned towards Lilith before speaking. Princess Lilith, a most beautiful flower in blooming. You take after your mother in that aspect. Lilith's smile was even faker, looking more like a grimace than anything else as she curtsied towards Philip in thanks. Seemingly ignorant of this, Philip kept speaking. I believe you know my son, Travis. Gritting her teeth, Lilith forced her response in a tone as friendly as she could manage. We have been acquainted, yes. Taking his cue, Travis moved forward, his face all smiles as he took Lilith's hand into his own, replicating his father's earlier act towards Luxuria. Lilith barely managed to keep from pulling her hand away from as harshly as it would have been impolite. Before anything else could be said, Luxuria spoke up. While the four of us have been already acquainted, I'd like to introduce you to someone else that is very important to us. Luxuria turned towards Isay, causing all eyes in the room to shift to him before finishing. This is Isay, Lilith's fiancé and my son-in-law. Oh. Isay almost choked both at Luxuria's words and at the fact that the attention of everybody in the room shifted towards him, with Philip and Travis' eyes tightening around the corners. Completely suppressing his nervousness, Isay smiled towards both king and prince, his voice more powerful than one would expect from someone his age. Pleased to make your acquaintance, King Philip, Prince Travis. Philip spoke up. This is quite a surprise. One would think that an announcement would be made regarding the engagement of the heiress of the Luxurian throne. Travis interjected at that, his light and joking tone barely masking his smugness as he spoke. Isay, our little secret, huh? Luxuria's smile strained a bit further, while Lilith outright frowned, understanding the implied slight. They're hiding you, probably because they're ashamed. However, before either woman could respond, Isay surprised them by chuckling sheepishly, his eyes closing sheepishly, while his arm wrapped around Lilith's shoulders, pulling her closer to him. That was my choice, you see. My lovely fiancé and my delightful mother-in-law wished to make our engagement known, but I wish to keep it more private. I'm not a very public person. We reached a compromise halfway, which was that only the closest and most valued friends of the Lilin family would be told. In other words, you two aren't worth much, so you weren't part of the announcement list. Luxuria managed to cover her smirk with the back of her hand, while Lilith seemed to be twitching hard in an attempt to suppress a grin. On the other hand, the strain on Philip and Travis' faces intensified. Wanting to move past this exchange, Philip spoke up. I believed we had business to take care of, Luxuria. Ignoring the slight irritation in Philip's tone, Luxuria spoke with a far more legitimate smile. Of course, I am sure, however, that the young ones would be bored, staying and watching as we revise the terms of our various deals and contracts. Lilith, why not take them out for some air? Of course, mother. Curtsying towards her mother, Lilith followed up by pulling Issei's arm tighter around her and turning around, causing Issei turn with her and deliberately turning their backs on Travis, before walking away, with a silently seething Travis following after them. After the doors closed, Luxuria turned a genuinely amused smirk towards the visibly annoyed ruler of Boxia, before speaking. Youth, am I right? Oh. After a mostly silent walk trailed by a myriad of maids from broth sides, the three youths eventually settled on a gazebo overlooking a sprawling garden of flowers. The three seated at a small table, with Issei and Lilith sitting side by side, forcing Travis to sit across them. Many maids were arrayed around them, waiting for any request or instructions, with two of Travis' own maids standing just behind his seat, her heads bowed low in deference to him. Intent on getting the upper hand of the conversation this time, Travis spoke up first. Isay, was it? Marrying the lovely heiress of the Luxurian throne sounds very important. I'm sure your family was very surprised when you told them the news. I know I would be incredulous were I in their place. Issei's smile strained at those words, since they served as both a reminder of the family that he probably won't get to return to, and due to the underlying meaning behind them. You're so unimportant that you getting together with her sounds impossible to anyone, even your family. Oh no, they would not be very surprised, I think. They did always insist on telling me about how exceptional I was. Unfortunately, they have been recently lost to me. The only reason I managed to overcome the pain so soon was due to my dear Lilith's support. He punctuated that by pulling Lilith closer to him, planting a soft kiss on the succubus lips that left her blushing intensely from the sheer level of emotion in it. Travis scowled at that. By declaring the loss of his family, Isay had shut down any more inquiries about them, such as their wealth and background, things that if asked by Travis, would make him seem unkind and uncouth. Seeing the way the two were so close only annoyed him further, prompting him to try to find a play to unbalance Isay. He had to smirk inwardly as he caught sight of Isay's injured left arm. I find it quite odd that you have your arm in a sling. With the succubus race being some of the world's premier healers, one would think that such degree of injury would not be seen here. In other words, no one cared enough to spend the magic needed to heal your arm, shows you how much they really care. Smirking at that one, Isay responded completely honestly. I actually acquired this injury trying an ultimate class attack for the first time. The attack itself was successful, but the recoil ended up injuring my arm. Lilith offered to heal my arm herself, but I decided not to, and to let it heal naturally. It is a reminder to myself that I should be using my power responsibly. Were you in my position, things would be different, I'd hazard, as I've not heard much about incubi being very healing-oriented, but I'm sure that you'll never have to worry about something like this. Because you'll never be as strong as me, was left implied, causing Travis to seethe inwardly, barely able to keep the sneer off of his face. Snapping his fingers, he called out, I'm feeling a bit peckish. The two maids that were behind him stepped up beside him, and Travis gave Isay a smug look before taking hold of the left one's chin, pulling her in for a deep and sensuous kiss. By the time he was done, the maid was left panting hotly and could barely stand on her feet. Allowing his gaze to meet Isay's, Travis repeated the feat with the second maid. After the two maids were thoroughly disheveled, he smacked his lips together before meeting Isay's gaze challengingly. His eyes narrowing slightly, Isay spoke up. You seem to be a little peckish as well, Lilith dear. Having said that, Isay shifted her onto his lap using his right arm, wrapping it around her waist and pulling her tightly against himself, before moving his hand to the back of her head and pulling her into a kiss that started light and soft, before it gradually heated up, leaving her squirming in his lap. When they do challenge you, and it is a certainty they will, I want you to play along, and I want you to win by all means necessary. With Luxuria's words in mind, Isay decided to stop holding back and to show Travis just how outmatched he truly was. The airtight control he had acquired over his aura. He let it go. A wave of sheer lust emanated from Isay, causing all women within a 50 feet radius to go from business as normal to breathing heavily, their eyes glazed and legs wobbly. They all turned towards the source of this lust, puddles forming under them as they licked their lips. More than a few of them actually fell in place, writhing in the throes of an explosive orgasm. After 15 seconds of this, Isay finally reined his tantric energy back in, allowing the instant orgasm effect to fade, yet leaving a secondary effect which was every single woman eyeing him speculatively, their eyes burning in lust. Scowling in disgust and anger at his moral defeat, Travis stood up from his seat, turning around abruptly and heading back towards the castle, while Isay could only smirk smugly at his retreating back. I didn't. Issei looked down at the succubus on his lap, ignoring the puddle on his lap as he focused on her flushed face as she spoke. I didn't know. He spoke. Royalese. Ignoring the way she panted between words, Issei spoke up. Me and my friends jab at each other all the time. We're usually just a bit more blatant about it. It's part of being a teenage boy with teenage boy friends, shit-talking each other. I just tried interpreting what he really meant with the words he said, and I had to translate the insults that I wanted to throw back into that flowery speak. This is so unfair. I literally spent hours in classrooms learning how to do this sort of thing. Perks of studying in a public school, being a pervert that does not care at all about the opinions of other people, and having like-minded friends that don't really hold back on the insults and profanity. I still say it's unfair, though I enjoyed the fact that you forced him to go away to hide his temper tantrum. Issei just shrugged, before pulling Lilith even closer to himself. The two enjoyed a comfortable silence, before Lilith spoke up in a hesitant tone. Issei, that thing about your parents. Don't worry about it, Lilith. I was being honest when I said that what happened felt like they were lost to me, but I was also being honest when I said your presence helped me get over it. Plus, some things, once lost, can be found again. Nodding at that, Lilith burrowed her head into the crook of Issei's neck, and the two enjoyed spending the rest of the afternoon together. Oh, Issei, love, say ah. Between Philip's strained smile, Laveria's inordinately pleased smirk, Lilith's amorous disposition, and Travis' death glower, Issei could categorically affirm that this was the single most tense dinner he ever experienced in his entire life. He knew that Lilith's disposition was a result of the pleasant and intimate afternoon the two spent together, without Issei's time and energy having been completely sapped by Cynthia's training, and that Travis' death glower was a combination of frustration at the fact that Issei had beaten him at his own word game, and envy at the fact that Lilith, and every single female other than Laveria, including his own maids, were constantly giving Issei either innocent doe-eyed looks or bedroom looks, even as he was fed by his fiancée. He did not know the source of Philip's apparent irritation, though. It could have been him as well, but Philip seemed to be giving Travis glares whenever he thought no one was looking. Thoroughly enjoying the mounting chaos, Laveria spoke up. So, children, how was your afternoon? Lilith, noticing what her mother was doing, purposefully exaggerated her actions, speaking in the most swooning, love-struck tone of voice ever heard in history without sounding blatantly overacted. Oh mother, it was absolutely incredible. Issei was the perfect gentleman. He paid attention to me, tended to my needs, held me close, and even allowed me to feed a bit when I felt somewhat peckish. He has to be the absolute best man a woman could wish for. Travis was all but shaking in fury by this point, while Philip had subconsciously started squeezing his fork, causing it to start warping. Managing to keep his irritation out of his tone, Travis responded somewhat affably to Lilith. Surely you understand that opinions are a subjective matter, do you not, Princess Lilith? Laveria spoke up at this point, her mild tone barely masking an extremely sharp edge. You would not presume to call my daughter's honesty and my son-in-law's value into question, at my own dinner table, in my castle, in my nation, that I had the courtesy to invite you into, would you, Prince Lasha? Travis started sweating intensely at that, even as his father's gaze threatened to burn holes through his forehead. Not at all, Queen laughed. Seeing the woman's raised eyebrow, Travis rapidly corrected himself. Queen Lilim. I did not intend to question or malign, it was simply a comment made in jest, and in defense of mine and my own father's masculinities. You did not intend to, and yet you did nonetheless. Your jest was made in very bad faith, and your own actions cast aspersions on your self-proclaimed masculinity. I should eject you from my land for the presumption of questioning the integrity and honesty of the royal line. Philip's eyes widened in shock to an extreme degree, while Travis' complexion turned pale, before Laveria continued. However, it would be impolite and in bad faith of me to force you to trek after nightfall. Who knows what dangers lurk in the dark that could victimize you and your procession. That being said, I do believe that my appetite has been spoiled by this conversation. I will be retiring to my chambers. My maids shall be escorting you to your own as well, and you shall leave my land by sunrise. Issei was the only one capable of hiding the shock that he felt at Laveria's actions, while Lilith, Philip, and Travis did a remarkably poor job at it, as did the various maids arrayed around the room. Getting up from his seat, Isay helped Lilith up from her own seat before wrapping his arm around her waist, directing her nearly catatonic form out of the dining room, and into the yard that they had their afternoon date, the one with the gazebo. Oh, the two walked around the gardens in silence, before Lilith spoke up. That was unexpected. Raising an eyebrow at her, Isay responded. Well, not really. Whatever do you mean? I mean that your mother was sick and tired of that old guy and his bastard of a son. The old man was schmoozing her, trying to simultaneously flirt and suck up to her. The younger one was just an asshole, a quarter of his father's charm, and none of the class. He was supposedly raised as a heir, but he called you a liar and questioned my masculinity in front of your mother, the queen. I think Laveria just used that as a pretext to kick them out. Rolling her eyes, Lilith answered. I know, Isay, I was there. I noticed how my mom was getting annoyed, and I understood Travis' screw-up. What I didn't understand was my mother's reaction. A month ago or so, she would have probably played that off as a somewhat tasteless joke and move on, but today she literally gave them a notice to pack up their things and leave. I think it might be your influence. Shrugging at that, Issei was about to respond when an unwelcome voice spoke up from behind the two of them. Princess Lilith. Lilith rolled her eyes at it while Issei groaned before the two started moving faster. Princess Lilith. The two heard Travis' footsteps speed up slightly, but they kept ignoring him even as he got closer to them. Princess Lilith. With that shout, Travis grabbed Lilith's wrist and yanked her back, causing her hand and Issei's to disconnect. His eyes full of anger at being ignored, he gripped her wrist tightly and was about to raise his other hand, only to feel a near-crushing grip stop at mid-motion. Turning towards the source of the hand, he was ready to spew some vitriol, only to freeze at the absolutely deadly look in Issei's eyes. Prince Travis. Travis' eyes widened at Issei's deceptively soft tone, while Lilith cringed hard at it, never hearing Issei sound so mild and dispassionate before. It was unnatural. What do you? I hope you were not about to raise your hand to strike at my fiancé. Suppressing his own cringe, Travis gulped, building up some bravado, before speaking up in a sneering tone. This has nothing to do with a commoner mutt such as yourself. Even if I were to raise my hand to her, it would be a matter between royals. Ah, I see. A commoner mutt is what you called me. Issei squeezed Travis' wrist harder, a malicious glint in his eyes, before he spoke in an even softer tone. Were you never told about how dangerous mutts truly are? A green aura started building up around Issei, the pressure bearing upon Travis and keeping him frozen in place, while the holder of the boosted gear kept speaking. Us mutts, we could do terrible things, you see. Things such as ripping some wannabe LOTHARIOWANKSTAIN's arms off and beating him to death with them. By the end of the sentence, Issei's tone was almost demonic in nature, his voice so deep that it reverberated in the bones of all those present. If you'd like to avoid such a fate, you should not try to hurt this specific mutt's princess. Travis released his grip on Lilith's wrist almost automatically, causing Issei to nod before speaking, his tone mild again. Very good, and just as a reminder of this, he punctuated by curling all but the middle finger of his right hand into a fist, pushing a good amount of his power towards said finger. A spark of electricity arched along the finger before it found itself pressed into Travis' chest, gradually burning through his shirt and marking his flesh forever. Pulling his hand back, Issei headbutted the jackass, appreciating the meaty crunch that he felt on his forehead, before walking away with a shocked silent Lilith, leaving Travis sprawled out on the floor, sitting on a puddle of piss and blood. After a while of silence, Lilith spoke up. Issei, you have no idea how much I want you to fuck me right now. That declaration from the succubus had Issei stumbling in surprise, before he looked at her and spoke up. Really? I thought you'd be scared of me, or something. Talk about how I'm terrifying, or about how you don't even know me anymore. Giving the male a deadpan look, Lilith responded. I just watched my goofy, light-hearted boyfriend threaten to rip the arms off of an asshole and beat him to death with them for even raising his hand at me. Do you have any idea how hot that was? And that voice of yours? Gosh. Lilith shuddered in pleasure while Issei eyed her weirdly before speaking up. That sounds crazy. I think you're at least somewhat crazy. The succubus rolled her eyes at her man. That's because you're trying to apply human logic to the supernatural world. The supernatural girl may fall in love with a man for his soft-spoken, kind personality, but the instant he starts thumping his chest and waving around his stick at some asshole, or kitty starts drooling and all notions of innocent, puppy love are pushed aside for burning hot passion. Power and dominance are very important in the supernatural world. Now would you please stop trying to talk to me, take me to your room instead, and fuck the hell out of me. Not wanting to force his girlfriend, fiancé to speak twice, Issei hoisted her up over his shoulder, causing her to let out a squeal of delight, before making his way to his room. Lime warning. Oh God, that feels so good. Isay, his shirt's buttons ripped off in his haste to shed it, smirked into Lilith's neck even as he planted a myriad of soft kisses on it while his hand explored her body, gliding along her waist, trailing across her stomach, and overall just feeling her all over in the most sensuous manner possible, causing her to writhe and moan. Biting on her collarbone, Issei allowed his hand to wander lower, slip under her dress and to start feeling her leg up, starting with a relaxing kneading of her calves, before sliding up to her thigh, his massaging turning into a set of feather-light, teasing touches. Lilith bit down on her lip, her head thrashing wildly and her hands gripping the sheets tightly at the sensations. Issei's mouth went lower, nipping at her breast, even as his hand placed itself on top of Lilith's panties, right above her clitoris. He started simultaneously licking and sucking at her right nipple, and rubbing at her button, trapping it between two of his fingers and rubbing upwards and downwards. Issei noticed Lilith's already drenched panties become even slicker between his fingers, as he did the fact that her low, breathy moans turned into rapid, somewhat shrill squeaks, causing him to speed up his fingers and allow his mouth to change breaths. Lilith's squeaks seemed to be increasing in volume and building to a crescendo, and when he felt that she was on the edge of pleasure, Issei allowed two of his fingers to dig lightly into the hole. He noticed Lilith's entire body shaking as if she were having a seizure, her eyes rolling into the back of her head as her throat released a guttural, stretched-out moan. Lime end. As Issei prepared to release Issei Jr., From his fabric prison, he felt the bed under him shake as if an earthquake were in progress, followed by a massively loud roar. Issei's eyes turned serious and he rolled out of bed to his feet, while Lilith shot up from the bed, speaking between gasps. That sounded like the sacred beast. Looking towards her boyfriend, Lilith spoke up. Issei, we need to go. Nodding at that, Issei tore the rest of his shirt off, revealing a build reflecting a full month of tortuous training that most human special forces agents would balk at in the tone and definition of Issei's body. His muscles weren't as massive as a bodybuilder's, reflecting more a swimmer in shape, but each and every single muscle was rock hard in definition. Ignoring this for now, Lilith ripped at her dress skirt in order to allow her freedom of movement, before the two jumped out of Issei's window, towards the source of the noise. Issei ran while Lilith flew there, and eventually the two saw an odd scene. A massive, purple-furred wolf stood snarling at a pair of cloaked figures, a few gashes on its hide, while the ground around them was torn and cratered. The wolf, however, seemed uninclined to go after the two cloaked individuals regardless of how menacingly it growled at them, staying behind a line that had been dug in the earth and not moving beyond it. Lilith spoke up before Issei could tell her to make use of the stealth they had for an attack, costing them the element of surprise. Halt! Cease from your futile endeavors against the Luxurian nation right this moment, and I promise you two your deaths will be swift and painless. The shorter one of the cloaked figures turned slightly towards the two of them, revealing only a bright of burning red eyes in the shadows of her cloak, before turning back towards the taller one. Receiving its nod, the shorter figure turned into an indistinguishable blur for Lilith, reappearing in front of her with a red blade swinging for her stomach. The succubus princess wasn't fast enough to react, watching as her death by disembowelment slowly approached. Clanged, only for a red gauntlet with a green jewel on the back to intercept the blade, sparks of friction emerging as the two parties pushed forward. Making use of the fact that the figure was immobilized, Lilith lengthened her claws before delivering a rising vertical slash at the figure, barely missing it as it jumped back, but absolutely shredding their cloaked hood, revealing a young woman, somewhere between 15-17 years old, 5'3" in height max, her skin a very pale, snow-like tone, while her hair and eyes burned blood red. Her face sported a deranged slasher grin as she twirled her dagger-like short sword around her fingers dexterously. Raising her free hand towards Issei and Lilith, she beckoned the two of them to attack her. Lilith was about to move forward, only for Issei to grab her shoulder, stopping her, before whispering in her ear. Lilith, this shorter one is out of your league, let me take care of her and engage the taller one, they're weaker. Blinking owlishly, Lilith scowled before whispering back harshly at Issei. Are you saying that I'm weak and incapable of defending myself? Do you think I'm a damsel? I'm saying that you're from a race that's not very battle-oriented, with no amount of formal combat training, nor battle instincts honed by dangerous situation after dangerous situation. Engaging Red over there would be suicide for you. Hell, I'm not sure I can beat her, even with Xinthia's extensive training, that's what my instinct is telling me. Remember that we're on home turf, we're not fighting to defeat, just to delay until help comes. Huffing, Lilith scowled lightly before speaking up. Fine, cover me, then. She followed that instruction up by flaring her wings and flying full tilt towards the redhead. Said redhead cocked her blade back, ready to shred Lilith into pieces, only for a tank of flesh to slam into her side, forcing her out of the way and the two to roll on the ground. Hyoudou, noticing the girl cocking her blade back to stab into his heart, Issei threw himself away from her and rolled onto his feet, watching warily as she did the same with near zero effort. The two started circling each other, eyes searching for a weakness in the other's defense, before the girl spoke up. Anyone tell you how heavy you really are? It's like you're made of deceptively small rocks stacked onto each other. Raising an eyebrow, Isay responded. Anyone tell you how freakishly fast you are? Your legs seem too lithe for the type of explosive acceleration you showed. First meeting with a blade-toting girl and you're already checking out her legs. Naughty, naughty, and called that every once in a while. The two dashed towards each other simultaneously, blade and gauntlet streaking towards the other's face, both dodged by a hair's breadth. The girl switched the blade in her hand into a reverse grip, going for a stab at Issei's back, only for him to squeeze her wrist with his gauntlet and try to slam her elbow into his shoulder. She allowed her elbow to bend, bringing her chest to chest with Issei, her other arm coming around seemingly to wrap him up in a hug, before she let go of the blade with her primary hand and allowed it to fall into her secondary one. However, before she could stab at Isay, the male hopped, tucking his knees into his chest in the tiny space between their bodies, before delivering a dropkick straight to her chest, projecting the redhead backwards, while he fell on his back on the ground, a light graze on his lower back oozing a tiny amount of blood. Issei pushed himself up from the ground, landing back on his feet only to see the girl spitting out some blood, before looking at him with an increased grin, her white teeth stained with a trail of red. Then, she moved even faster than before, going for a slash at throat height for Issei which he leaned back from. As he was cocking his arm back to counter, Issei's instinct screamed at him to move out of the way, causing him to kick away from the girl hard. Watching as her other hand following through with a swiping motion, the trail of blood from her lips, chin, teeth, and the patch on the ground rising and coalescing into a second blade in her offhand. Issei watched the girl clang together the two blades that he now knew without a doubt were made of blood, before a red line appeared on the left side of her face. She then sped up again, reaching Issei and releasing a myriad of slashes that he endeavored to either dodge completely or redirect with his boosted gear, managing to keep her from cutting him further before he punched at her. Shotgun burst. A burst of round, green projectiles made of Issei's power rushed towards the girl, some getting deflected by her, the others dodged. She opened her mouth, ready to boast. Compression shot, only to move slightly to the side, barely managing to avoid getting her left lung and heart destroyed, leaving her with a bleeding hole in the shoulder instead. Not willing to give her any more time, Issei compressed his power again. Compression show. He was forced to jump back as a puddle of blood under him rose into extremely sharp spikes that would have skewered him, before he watched the blood flow from her wound upwards, coalescing into a sphere, before it took the shape of a red spear. Bloody javelin. The spear flew at Issei stupidly fast, with his dodge managing to only end up with him getting a gash to the side of the body, instead of being run through. He watched a third red line appear on the girl's face, an euphoric grin accompanying it as the hole on her shoulder started rapidly closing. Raising her hands, the girl caused all of the blood around the two of them to rise into the air, before fashioning them into hundreds of tiny blades. Her hands swayed forth, while she called out in a crazed tone, "Bloody grinder." The blades all flew towards Issei, poised to shred him from all angles. Surge, before an aura of electricity popped up around him, causing all of the blood blades to slam into said aura before falling to the ground, inert. The arching electricity started receding back towards Issei, surrounding him as a sort of cloak. His eyes gained a slightly yellow tinge, arcs of electricity crackling between the spikes in his hair, while a small but constant stream of electricity started orbiting around the boosted gear. Shining dragon's coat. Then, Issei vanished into a blur. The girl's eyes widened, the two blades reforming in her hands before she raised them over her chest in a cross guard, only for Issei's gauntleted fist to burst through the two of them, slamming into her chest and tossing her backwards. Issei's muscles started spasming, something which he ignored as he threw himself towards the redhead, his arm cocked back, but his fist open this time, with the intent of using his claws to skewer the girl. He felt his claws dig slightly into her torso before a level of resistance started emerging, as if something tried pushing him back from the inside out, before he got kicked in the face hard, being forced back away from the girl. He pointed his fist towards her, a ball of mixed yellow and green energies coalescing in front of his knuckles, while the girl raised her hand up high, a manic grin on her face as she spoke. "Bloody R. What is the meaning of this?" Oh. All sounds of combat stopped as the people present turned towards the queen of the Luxurian Empire dressed in only her nightgown, a dangerous scowl on her face. Behind her stood Cynthia, and a handful of armored succubi, as did Philip. Everyone's focus changed, their eyes stopping on the cloaked form that had Lilith in a headlock, his voice garbled as he spoke. "Let's not get hasty, here. I have something you want, you have something I want. First of all, Mary, get over here." The redhead pouted childishly at that, before giving Issei a radiant smile, her tone genuine as she spoke. "I had a lot of fun playing with you. You made me bleed, and I made you bleed, and I was actually about to use my totally secret weapon." She walked backwards until she was next to the cloaked figure, even as she kept speaking. "Unfortunately the bossman is calling, but I hope to be able to play with a cutie like you some other occasion." The cloaked figure turned towards Luxuria before speaking up. "I have one wish, and one wish alone. Granted, and your princess will not be harmed." Gritting her teeth, Luxuria spoke up. "What is it?" "I want the seed." Luxuria sucked a breath in through her teeth, even as the majority of the succubi behind her squeaked or cried out in outrage. Silencing them all with emotion, Luxuria spoke up. "I cannot give it to you." The figure shrugged at that, before raising his hand, which possessed a matte black ball in its grip. "Very well, then I guess. I'm keeping the princess. As the prize. Goodbye." Shining shot. An electrically charged compression shot streaked towards the cloaked figure's head, but an octagonal panel made of blood rose in its way, deflecting the attack and causing it to shred at the hood instead of exploding the figure's head, revealing the bruised and broken-nosed face of Travis Lasha. Before anything else could be said or done, he smashed the ball into the ground, a massive curtain of smoke obscuring the clearing, before it was revealed that the three were no longer there. Just like that, right in front of Issei's eyes, Lilith was taken. "Where is she?" Everybody was taken aback at Issei's tone, none of them expecting the sheer malice that he exuded. The air stilled as the succubi and incubus watched the brunette turn around to face them, his angrily narrowed eyes landing directly on Philip, before he spoke again. "Where did he take her?" Bristling at Issei's tone, Philip spoke up. "Do not take that tone with me, child. You have no idea." He was interrupted by a blur of motion that slammed him back first into a wall. Isay had a tight grip around the old incubus' neck with his right hand, which he also used to pin him to the wall, before pointing the sharp claws of the boosted gear straight to his eyes. "Start talking or I'll gut you like a fucking fish." Indignation filled the old incubus, but before he could do as much as summon his power, Luxuria spoke up. "Calm down, Isay. I am sure that Philip had no idea about any of this happening." Without turning away from Philip, Isay spoke up. "How can you be so sure?" He suddenly felt an oppressive aura that he was familiar with, which was followed upon by Luxuria speaking in a cold tone. "He is aware of what I would do to him if I ever connected this plot to him." Issei begrudgingly released Philip, stepping away from him and trying to reorganize his thoughts. As he did this, he could hear Luxuria speaking. I want Jenny and Hari analyzing the magical residue from their teleportation to see if it leads us somewhere. Cynthia, get your sharpest minded together into an investigative squad. They'll go with Philip's procession back to Boxus and tear his castle apart in the search for clues. Lalian is to go with you. Her gifts will make her very useful for this. I'm going as well. Everyone focused back on Issei, whose face had assumed a look of obstination. Sighing at how she knew he would take it, Luxuria spoke up. No, you are not, Isay. What? Why? You are not a qualified investigator, as my people are. Your presence there could lead to the potential loss or destruction of evidence necessary to locate Lilith and Philip's mistake. Other than that, there is the fact that other men do not go into Incubus territory. They are attacked from all sides, often at the cost of their lives. It's part of Incubi's instincts to dispose of competition. Issei wanted to contest this decision, to fight against Luxuria until she let him go, but the knowledge that it could make it even more difficult to rescue Lilith held Issei back from doing it. Instead, Issei powered down, his teeth gritted as he turned his back on the entire group in frustration, heading back towards his room. Issei, the brunette stopped mid-step at Luxuria's call, prompting the Succubus queen to speak on. Your training sessions with Cynthia are doubled in time. I need you to be ready. Nodding once, Issei left for his room. Hyoudou, lying in bed, awake, Issei could only toss and turn as he thought back to the fight. I was the one who told Lilith to face that bastard. I should have had her get help and taken them both on. If you did, you would die. I could have stalled them enough for Lilith to get help. No, you could not, and you know that that's bullshit. You would have died, and she'd have to carry that guilt for the rest of her life. And unlike a kidnapping, death is irreversible. You can still save her. I wouldn't have the need to save anyone if I were strong enough to at least defeat the one fighting me quickly. This is my fault more than anyone else's. I was the stronger one of the two of us. I should be taking care of her, protecting her. I started working hard, trying to change so that I could avoid something like this, but it still wasn't enough. I'm still not strong enough. Then there is only one thing that you can do. Get stronger. Will you help me do so, D-Drag? Yes, I believe it is time to teach you more about the boosted gear and its powers. Hyoudou. Cynthia watched from a distance, her power completely suppressed, as Issei seemed to be thinking deeply, his face locked in a frown of concentration. I believe this is a good opportunity to teach you more about the boosted gear's true capabilities. True capabilities. Yes, to be quite honest, you've only been using primarily the utmost basics of the boosted gear, which is the power multiplication. You've been increasing the amount of power you have available, your physical prowess, and the power of energy attacks you've been using, but that's all you've been doing. The only ability proper you have is the power given to you by the Aquila Victis. Why didn't you tell me about any of this before? Because you were doing well enough as you were. Fact of the matter is, most users of the boosted gear become completely dependent on its power, neglecting pretty much any other avenue of growth. You, Isay, have been doing the opposite. You've been working in the manipulation of power itself for combat purposes, and developing skills and abilities other than those linked to the gear itself, abilities that possess an intrinsic combat value. Your electrical aura, for example, would allow you to fight even without the boosted gear. Other than that, you've been fighting smart as much as you are fighting hard. If I told you of a quick way to get stronger faster that depended completely on the boosted gear, it's possible that you'd focus completely on that, to the detriment of your development in general. You won't always be able to make use of the boosted gear's powers, so you need to have more than that in your pocket. I see. Yes. Now, for the boosted gear's powers. The innate ability of the boosted gear is the ability to double the power of its wielder every 10 seconds, up until their body's upper limit. That tended to create a limitation on the maximum power output of the user based on their physical capability, which meant that humans would take years upon years to get to a significant level. You managed to get around this limitation by compressing the energy generated by the boosted gear outside your body, meaning that your only strain is to channel the energy needed for the physical enhancement. In that way, you're already ahead of the curve as far as boosting goes. Just remember that you can boost pretty much any other ability of your own. A subset of this ability is called, which instead of subjecting your body to these gradual, unlimited increases of power that also result in increased physical strain, depends on the boosted gear's ability to measure an opponent's power, building up only the required amount to overcome them, before releasing it onto your body. This ability allows the user to minimize the strain of the continuous doubling of their power via a self-imposed limit. When the normal use of the boosted gear could have your power doubling beyond the one needed to defeat a weaker enemy, just for virtue of how long you take to defeat them, instead of how difficult it would be to do so. However, after the Isay, wherein all built-up power fades, and you become unable to for a certain time period, you've actually been passively using half of this ability. Your boosted gear has been continuously active for over a month now, but the boosts only start when you intend them to. All you need to do now is grasp the power measuring and storing facets of the gear. The third ability of the boosted gear is more of a supplemental one than one that you can use directly, which is the boosted gear gift. It allows you to your built-up power to another person or object. You can do this for more than a single person, object, but the results will be inferior and there will be more wasted energy. You can also use this ability to focus more power into a specific part of your body to get a result beyond the general boost you already have to your physical condition. Another ability of the boosted gear that I have recently figured out, from your contact with the Eagle of Victory and Tantric energy, is the fact that the boosted gear seems capable of storing other powers within itself. I believe that the same could be done with objects, but I'm not sure about that part. Those are the boosted gear abilities that you can access. That sentence implies there are more. Indeed there is, however you are not ready for it right now. Not physically, and especially not mentally. If you tried to go beyond and reach the next step, you would either die or lose yourself completely, go on a rampage, and kill and destroy everything around you until either your life force was depleted or you were killed. That's bad. Very. Now, you should get started with your training. Cynthia watched Issei with a mixture of admiration and trepidation. He had been training continuously for 5 hours, mixing his attempts at mastering his sacred gear with his physical development training. I can do this. First, shining dragon's coat. A sparking aura of electricity surrounded Issei, causing his clothes to rustle, as did his hair, the tattoo on his arm gaining an intense yellow glow, as did the boosted gear's jewel. Now, boost. The arcs of electricity surged around him, pushing outwards and breaking the ground under him as they went, while Issei's face changed into a focused frown. Instead of boosting a bit at a time, the brunette crouched into a battle stance, his eyes closing as he focused on the shadow of a previous opponent. He managed to conjure up the image of the girl he had been fighting the previous night, the one Travis had called Mary. She was standing across him, a pair of red blades in her hands and ready for use. His eyes snapped open in an instant before he swayed, dodging an imaginary bladed swipe for his throat, repeating the action before hopping backwards. He focused primarily on dodging the slashes, not wanting to give her more blood with which to attack him, even as he tried to focus on building up power in his sacred gear. Focus, focus. He felt a good amount of power starting to build up in his gauntlet even as he fought the shadow, until his power doubled, with the excessive built-up power just dispersing uselessly. The jarring sensation of his power just slipping out of his body caused him to stumble, giving enough time for his imaginary opponent to go for a stab to the chest, one which he had to block with his right forearm before retreating, meaning a crippled arm and more blood for Mary to work with. Considering this training session another failure, Issei banished his imaginary opponent before allowing his power to fade. The exhaustion of continuous exercise caught up to his body, causing him to sway before falling over forwards. Expecting to meet hard ground, Issei was surprised when he felt something warm and hard propping him up. "Did you forget your instructor already, maggot?" The brunette looked up, his gaze falling on Cynthia's amused face. "Cynthia, what are you doing here?" Raising her eyebrow, the succubus responded. "I don't know for sure, but it is a possibility that my presence here is connected to the fact that this is the area where I'm supposed to instruct you, and that we were supposed to train today. Oh, I guess I got so caught up in what I was doing that it slipped my mind." Sighing at that, Cynthia allowed Issei to lean on her as he unsteadily walked back to the castle, before her curiosity reared its head. "About that, what exactly were you doing? I watched you shadow box for a while, before just lowering your fists and restarting, again and again, but I didn't really understand what you were trying to achieve. I was trying to learn to use one of the boosted gears techniques, the ability to raise my power to the level specifically required to defeat a certain opponent, without having to constantly up my power gradually during the fight and wear my own stamina down. Have you thought about having an actually living opponent to test this ability on? Because I'm not sure your boosted gear can respond to the power level of a non-existent shadow." "I'm an idiot. Indisputable fact. That was a known quantity." Issei felt like crying. "Oh, you have questions?" Issei nodded at Luxuria, any levity wiped from his countenance. "What is this seed object?" "The seed. It is an artifact of great power that figures prominently in Luxurian mythos. It has a long history. We can't do anything until your people figure out where Lilith is, so I'd say we have much time." "I see. To know what the seed is, you need to know its origins. It all began with the biblical God. As you may know, the first beings he made were the angels, those who were to serve as his aides, to serve, love, and worship him eternally. However, as you know, his first creation, Lucifer, rebelled against him, and so he was banished from the heavens forever. That, however, seemed to have given him the understanding that worship from beings made specifically to worship him was not wholly satisfying, and that it could lead to betrayal, hatred, and resentment. In that moment, he decided to create beings of free will, those who could make the choice in whether to believe or not to. He started by creating the Garden of Eden, a place of purity and peace that would protect and harbor what he intended to be his greatest creations. Then, he made the plants and animals, so that these beings of his had company, sustenance, and beauty to behold. After having created the perfect conditions in Eden, he took 2 handfuls of dirt, shaped them and gave them the gift of life, giving origin to Adam and Lilith, the first humans. However, not all was good. As you know, everything that exists has an opposite facet, the other side of the coin. Just as light gave origin to darkness, and love to hatred, the purity and virtue within the first humans gave origin to corruption and sin. Not wanting sin to taint his ultimate creations, he took all of the world's evils, those which existed beyond the borders of Eden, and decided to place them within Eden itself, under his protection and watchful eye. He condensed sin into as small a form as he could and then buried it, expecting it to be forever hidden. He did not expect sin to not desire to be hidden. This desire caused sin to reveal itself as it could, and the 7 deadly sins grew into the form of massive trees, each of them bearing fruit. He was unaware of this, focused as he was on his creations, so he had not devised a way to protect them from it. Things came to a head as Lilith ended up wandering into the wrong section of Eden. Feeling hunger, she chose the fruit of one of the trees and ate it. The fruit she ate had been the concentrated of the sin of lust. However, pure as she was, Lilith did not become corrupted by it, per se. The innocent, naive mind interpreted lust not as a detestable, sinful ideal, but as a way for one to express their love and appreciation to their partner. Lilith went to Adam and she tried to show him her new form of love, the one that derived from the warmth of the loins, but God happened to see, and he did not like it. He asked Lilith about what she desired to do, and how she reached her conclusion after the explanation had been given, which led to him discovering the various fruits of sin. Feeling that the sin had irrevocably corrupted Lilith, yet still loving her as a father loves their child, he banished her from Eden, sending her out into the world with a protector to ensure that she would not be harmed by others. Out in the world, Lilith did her best to spread her manner of professing love to others, something which spread throughout the various pockets of humanity existing outside of Eden, those that were under the jurisdiction of the other pantheons. With lust spreading universally throughout the planet and the various beings that inhabited it, so did Lilith's power and her desire to find a partner to complete her. This enormous amount of power attracted the attention of Lucifer. Lucifer decided to lay with Lilith to gain powerful offspring, so that they could be used to wage war against heaven itself. However, he was not successful as Lilith believed lust to be a manner of expressing love, and she did not feel any love for Lucifer. Understanding this, Lucifer figured out another plan. He would use his silver tongue to corrupt Lilith, until she finally allowed herself to be bedded by him. Day after day, week after week, Lucifer constantly approached Lilith and whispered evil things in her ear, trying to corrupt her in her ways. Eventually it started working, and an evil emotion started blossoming within her heart: jealousy. Jealousy for the fact that God loved Adam more than her. Jealousy for the fact that Adam loved God more than he did her. Jealousy for the fact that those she taught managed to find love, and she did not. However, there still was a part of the old Lilith within her heart that understood the true nature of lust, and that abhorred this new feeling. When Lilith promised Lucifer to lay with him and bear him children out of spite, this part decided that enough was enough. It ejected itself from the hole that was Lilith, taking with it the truth of lust and leaving behind a hollow echo of that power. Said echo was enough to trick Lucifer and the shell of whom used to be Lilith, and the two joined together and gave origin to devils. The true essence of Lilith suppressed her power and hid amongst humans with her guardian. While living as a human, she caught the eye of a blacksmith. Said blacksmith was successful in courting Lilith, resulting in the two getting married. Eventually they decided to have children, which led to Lilith telling him of her true origins and her story, expecting him to reject her. However, he told her that her origins had no importance in the face of his love, and the two laid together. Lilith became with child eventually, giving birth to the first succubus in history, Leona. Desiring to hide the nature of their daughter in order to protect her from both humans and the supernatural, Lilith and her husband left their village and decided to live in solitude in a faraway forest. Father, mother, and daughter lived together happily for many years, but eventually the blacksmith's human nature caught up with him, and he died of old age. Mother and daughter mourned for him, and for Lilith, her one true love had passed away at that moment. Eventually Lilith felt the desire to have more children, but she was unwilling to lay with another man, not wishing to let go of the memory of her husband, so she instead did something different. She took as much tantric energy into herself as she could and concentrated it within her womb, her only instruction for it being to give life. After some time she gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl, Sparta and Ayala. Eventually Leona went out into the world, searching for a lover of her own, while Lilith raised Sparta and Ayala, and kept spawning more children, giving origin to more succubi and incubi. A good few years later, after more of her children went out into the world, Lilith decided that she had lived enough and that she wanted to go meet her love in the afterlife. In order to do this, however, she would have to give away the power of lust to another, making herself into a mortal woman once again, and that's where the trouble started. Her various sons and daughters started fighting amongst themselves, trying to determine who was the worthiest of them all to inherit Lilith's power. Amongst all of her children, with the exception of the absent Leona, only Sparta and Ayala kept the peace, neither of them desiring to have the power to themselves. That led to her final decision. Lilith reached out to her oldest daughter, Leona, to return home, and she did so with her husband and to her god-assigned guardian. There, in front of all her assembled children, Lilith split the power of lust in two, bestowing half onto Ayala and the other half into Sparta, before tasking Leona and her guardian to ensure that the two were safe and protected. Leona and Ayala set off with their sisters and established Luxuria, while Sparta and their brothers established Boxia. The two nations kept separate by decision of their leaders, Leona and Sparta, in an attempt to keep the two halves of the power of lust separate. However, this peaceful solution did not suffice. As the older generation grew old and either perished or gave power to the next generation, the spirit of peace was forgotten by both sides. Dissatisfied factions emerged amongst either nation's people, some desiring to rise to power over their own nation, others wishing to wage war upon the opposite one for various reasons, amongst them a sense of inherent superiority based on their gender, or a simple desire to take the other half of the power of lust to themselves. In an attempt to stymie their people's unrest without resorting to civil war, both nations declared all-out war on each other, which was interspersed with some short resting periods as each side took the time to lick their injuries before going back to fighting one another. Things came to a head a few centuries ago, during the Battle of the Blood River. Back then, my mother and Philip's father were still reigning, and while both weary of war, neither desired to turn things into a civil conflict within their own nations. Me and Philip were designated as squad leaders during a specific battle, one that was waged in a stretch of no man's land that possessed a particularly large, wide and dangerous river running through it, with the bigger primary bridge being up north, while down south, where the river ran somewhat shallower and not as dangerous, there was only an old, dilapidated bridge, one that no one could ensure wouldn't rot away at a moment's notice. Our strategies happened to mirror one another in that there was a main designated squad fighting upriver at the main bridge, while the secondary squad was supposed to sneak into enemy territory through the secondary one and set up an attack, with the intent to split their focus between the front and back line, and to take them down in the confusion. Our two squads were designated to cross the older, more decrepit bridge, ended up meeting each other, and we ended up fighting. The battle was long and arduous, and I lost many a friend, but things eventually reached a climax when only Philip and I were standing. The two of us engaged in battle with ferocity, neither wishing to lose and dishonor themselves, their nation, and their parent. Our battle stopped when Philip and I fell into the water, and instead of finding the clear water that we expected, we were dunked into a river of red. Then, seeing the corpses of our friends and allies littering the bridge, battered and broken, their blood painting the whole river red, the two of us lost any desire to fight with each other. We rallied the remainder of our squads, and together, we marched into the primary battlefield. We managed to force either side to retreat, before we managed to convince our parents to enter diplomatic relations, and eventually peace. This resulted in civil war in both nations, as the militant factions disagreed with the ruling of the royal families. Wait a second. Luxuria gave Isay her attention, prompting the brunette to speak up. I asked you about the seed, and you start talking about Eden, and Adam and Lilith, and end up in civil war. Just pay attention and you will eventually understand where I'm heading with this. Shrugging, Isay sat back into his seat while Luxuria resumed her explanation. I can't speak for Boxia and Philip, but I can definitely say that the Luxurian civil war was more brutal than any other battle I had fought in before. The leader of the other side was a granddaughter of Ayala, Jaina, and she possessed immense potential using Tantric energy and all its various magics. My mother felt that she was too old to be capable of competing with her, so the task fell to me. I disagreed with her. I might have had 4 pairs of wings back then, but Jaina was much stronger than me, being on the verge of gaining a 5th pair. That's when my mother told me about a method of gaining enough power to defeat Jaina. The seed. Indeed. You see, Ayala and Sparta feared that as long as the powers within themselves lived on, their possessors and the entire world would forever live in danger. So, instead of passing the powers on, they allowed the powers to die with them. Literally, Ayala's burial place is a secret kept only by the Luxurian royal family, the blood descendants of Lilith through Leona. It is protected by a massive beast of great power, the wolf, and it is also the place where the seed can be found. You see, Isay, high amounts of concentrated power generally have a hard time dispersing. Ayala died with half of the power of lust, the spiritual aspect, within her, and that power did not wish to disperse. It coalesced, instead, in the form of a fruit tree, as was within its nature from the beginning. However, since the power Ayala possessed was incomplete, the tree could not bestow the full power of lust. Instead, any fruit that this tree gives grants the eater an extreme increase in tantric energy reserves, and a deeper connection to the power of lust. So, the seed is a fruit from a tree that increases sex power. Not just sex power, but the connection that one has with their inner lust. This makes one's inherent sensuality shine if they possess it, and actually grants sensuality to someone that does not possess it. It makes any individual the closest they can be to a succubus in nature, without actually being a succubus, exuding a constant allure that in low amounts gets the attention of, and in higher amounts completely enthralls someone of the opposite gender as a general norm, and occasionally an individual of the same gender, if they happen to be so inclined. This deeper connection also gives the eater an increased aptitude with tantric energy manipulation. Consuming it has the potential to instantly make a low-class fighter into a high-class one. If they do not lose their mind to it, that is. What do you mean? Tell me, Isay. How did it feel to you when you were getting it on with Burnus? Did you feel any foreign impulses? A guiding force? Perhaps even a voice nudging you into doing certain things? The brunette blinked owlishly before responding. Actually, that's exactly what happened back then and when I was with Lilith. There's this tiny voice in the back of my mind telling me the best moment to do each thing. That is a direct consequence of how close you are to your inner lust. You are closer than almost any other human ever, Issei, to the point that you are comparable to a succubus or incubus in that aspect. Now imagine what would happen if you were listening to that voice day and night, year after year for the rest of your life as if it were someone screaming into your ear through a megaphone. That is how it feels to gain a deeper connection with your inner lust. Returning from that is extremely difficult. Believe me, I know. So eating the fruit would make someone incapable of resisting into a sex maniac incapable of functioning in the real world. Worse, a sex maniac incapable of proper functioning in the real world, with an insatiable desire to sexually conquer others, and an allure that only the stronger-willed individuals can resist. It would be catastrophic. Humanity would constantly stop functioning whenever this person emerged, with everyone's lusts overflowing to the point that they'd perform acts of insanity, such as engage in sex with animals or inanimate objects. The individuals with stronger drives or with darker fetishes would be completely unable to keep their impulses at bay, which would lead to them hurting people, especially innocents. Traffic accidents would occur as the drivers forgot everything about driving and traffic regulations and focused instead on reaching the climax of sexual pleasure at any cost. The supernatural world would not be unaffected either, with the majority of the supernatural beings falling for this sexual frenzy. Beings of purity would be corrupted, beings of vice and sin would predate on all others, regardless of the consequences. Humanity would be made aware of the supernatural, and then things would get really ugly. I can imagine. The few humans either strong-willed or lucky enough to be unaffected by this sexual aura would be horrified and enraged about the fact that an entire world was capable of acting in a hidden manner as the supernatural world has, in a manner that allows them to predate on normal humans without being made accountable for their acts. Fear would fuel paranoia, which, in turn, would fuel hatred and prejudice. War would break out between humans and the supernatural wherever it could be reached, and when high to ultimate class beings were brought into the equation, so would nuclear arms. Yes, it would be the end of the world as we know it. It's the reason why the seed is kept protected at all moments, and why no one is allowed to just consume it at will. Anyone incapable of resisting the seed's influence is to be immediately terminated. I see. It's harsh, but it's the best thing to do in this situation. I'm glad you understand that. That means that you probably won't object to the fact that I intend for you to eat it. If Issei's mouth was full, he'd either have spat everything out or choked on it. A befuddled look came onto his face as he processed what Luxuria had told him, but she spoke up before he could respond. Of course, I do not speak lightly nor without considerable thought. My initial objective was to use the seed on you after years of training, first with Cynthia, then myself, and the ability to use your tantric energy and in resistance to mental attacks. However, things changed when my baby girl got kidnapped. You may not have noticed this, Isay, but you are quite literally our only hope. What do you mean? You have an army, and there are monsters like Cynthia and yourself here. I mean, I want to do my absolute best to help rescue Lilith, but I'm not going to pretend that the chances wouldn't be higher with someone of ultimate class or higher in the matter. As much as I'd like to lead the search for my daughter personally, I cannot do so, Isay. The truth is that Luxuria is a heavily sought-after country. Various individuals would like to get their hands on succubi, be it to use them as bedwarmers, pets, or trophies, or for the possibility of learning to harness one of the most powerful and plentiful powers in the whole world, which lust happens to be. If it was noticed that either high amounts of, or a few high-level succubi were on the move, the rest of the factions of the world would shift their focus onto us and try to profit from the situation in some manner. Hiring mercenaries would be foolhardy, as they would gain much more in the form of favor and esteem by selling the information that the Luxurian princess was missing to other groups than they could gain in wealth from us. Everyone and their mothers would try to seize Lilith and use her however possible, including as a political piece in an attempt to get me to act and give concessions, and so on and so forth. I am extremely reticent in asking for support from incubi, and I'm quite sure you understand why, given the circumstances behind this whole ordeal. You are, quite literally, Lilith's only hope. And as much as it might hurt you to hear this, you are not ready. The magical residue from the teleportation didn't lead to anywhere concrete, and instead just pointed west. Other than that, the signature was muddled so that the race and individual behind the enchantment could not be detected. That means Travis is receiving some serious backing, and that probably means henchmen and women in various power classes, with the possibility of 1 or 2 ultimates. You may be capable of defeating a mid-class, maybe even match a high class if you went all out with no concern for burning yourself out, but those odds would absolutely crush you. However, learning to harness the power of your own lust would push you far beyond how strong you currently are. Together with your lightning abilities and your boosted gear, you should be capable of matching an ultimate class fighter. Fine, I'll do it. Not so fast. Consuming the seed right now would completely overwhelm you. No, what you'll be doing instead is training with Cynthia. I have already instructed her to shift the focus from increasing your raw combat capabilities to making you as proficient and resistant to tantric energy as possible. About 14 days later. No. You're a human, you can't just shunt the power to your body. You need to split the tantric energy from your inherent magic, and then give it the instruction to harden while simultaneously infusing it within the body part, object or weapon that you wish to reinforce. Issei wiped his brow clean of the deluge of sweat pouring off of him, his breaths coming out in tired gasps and wheezes. He looked down at his right arm, which was shaking intensely from the sheer amount of times he sent an excessive amount of power into it, overtaxing its resistance. Again, maggot, and this time like you mean it. Gritting his teeth angrily, Issei focused back on splitting the threads of power from one another even as the purple threads fought against his efforts, trying their best to stay mixed together with the other colors. Wait a second. I could. Closing his eyes and focusing deeply, Issei grabbed as much tantric energy as he could and pushed it into the boosted gear, allowing the remainder of the sacred gear's own energy to focus on boosting his body's base abilities. Now, I can try that. Transfer. Issei felt the raw tantric energy start shifting, flooding towards his right forearm. Harden, 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 Goddamnit. Purple markings akin to a tribal tattoo sleeve spread along Issei's arm, causing Zynthia's eyebrows to raise, while Issei himself could only marvel at how physically powerful he felt at that moment. Intent on testing that power, Issei cut off the flow of the boosted gear's multiplied power from the entirety of his body before walking towards a tree. Instead of punching or slapping it as would be the norm, he decided to do something different. Issei grabbed the tree right by the middle of the trunk, positioning his hand for the best possible grip before he squeezed. His fingers sunk into the tree itself, giving him a great grip on it, before he tensed the muscles in his arm and pulled. Holy shit! The brunette could only stare almost incredulously at the tree that he had ripped from the ground by the roots with way less effort than expected, using an energy that didn't tax his body to channel and store, and that instead made it sturdier and easier to keep together. This ability is fucking amazing. Yes, it is, and you've only scratched the surface. Your application is incomplete. The power hasn't properly settled in your arm, probably due to the fact that you cheated and used your boosted gear for it. When you manage to directly reinforce things, you'll understand just how powerful a properly trained user of tantric energy can be. Now go hit the showers, we're done for today. Yes. Dropping the tree in his grip, Issei allowed the tantric energy that had been shunted into his arm to disperse throughout his body, taking off his shirt to wipe himself clean of sweat as he headed back into the castle. His focus was still on his training even as he headed towards his room, causing him to miss the speculative and appreciative looks from the maids as he had been ever since Lilith had been abducted. He closed the door behind him after entering his room, then proceeded to disrobe on the way to his bathroom. He allowed the warm water to loosen the knots that had built up in his muscles, providing him a good level of relief before actually washing off the sweat and grime. Toweling his hair dry, Issei walked back to his room naked and still wet. Hello, Issei, only to meet the latest annoyance of his life. Well, it was more one annoyance out of a set of many. The day after Lilith was abducted, a bunch of Luxuria's sisters and cousins showed up in a display of solidarity, bringing with them their own daughters in a transparent attempt at securing any one of them the role of the Luxurian heiress. Ever since they first caught sight of him shirtless, and the tantric energy rolling off of him pretty much after every training session with Zinthia, they had tried their absolute best to lure him into their bed. Isay kept ignoring them and went out of his way to avoid them, to their irritation, and seemed to be stuck on their annoying cousin Lilith instead, prompting them to just try harder and to up the ante, with this latest attempt being the boldest one amongst them so far. You seem very stressed, why not allow me to help you? Unwind. Alina, the firstborn of Laveria's second sister, was lying on Issei's bed, completely naked, her seductive aura flaring at full strength. The brunette completely ignored her, moving past the bed without as much as sparing her a look. His face stuck in neutral mode, Issei worked on choosing a set of clothes for himself, only to feel a pair of arms wrapping around his neck from behind, even as a large, soft pair of breasts pressed onto his back. Moo, won't you even look at me? Am I that ugly? Issei did not respond to her, prompting her to up the stakes again and to reach around him, her hand going for his. Stop. She was surprised by the simultaneous application of a commanding tone of voice and a tight grip on her wrist stopping her from her prize. Come now, Issei, I've heard from the maids about you, how you're a hot-blooded male with a healthy appreciation of the female body. Why do you deny yourself access to my body? Why not just let me do something that we both know you'll enjoy? Because this is not the time to be doing something of this sort. My girlfriend is missing, kidnapped. My focus is on that, and that alone, for now and until that situation is resolved. Your behavior surprises me, however. Did you not come here to show solidarity for Lilith, and to give support to Queen Luxuria? Alina scoffed out loud, before responding. Solidarity. You know as well as I do that none of those shallow bitches I call cousins came here to show any level of solidarity or support. Our mothers basically brought us here in some sort of macabre interview with Auntie Luxuria to see who gets to become heiress of the Luxurian throne after Lilith is pronounced dead. I don't care about Lilith, my mother doesn't care about Lilith, my aunts and cousins don't care about Lilith, and you won't even remember her after I'm through with you, so just do what you're supposed to as a man, toss me onto that bed and have your way with me, Goddamnit. Alina squealed in delight as she felt herself be tossed onto the bed, with Issei standing over her, naked, his eyes shaded by his bangs. She was already drooling just by imagining getting her lips around that thick, juicy. Out. The succubus blinked owlishly before speaking up. What did you say? I told you to get out. Incredulity and anger filled her simultaneously, prompting her to explode at him. What the fuck is wrong with you? Who in their right mind would refuse to fuck someone as hot as me when they're all but spreading their legs for them? There has to be something wrong with you. I already told you to get out of my room. Is this about that entitled little count of a cousin of mine? Miss, I'm too good to spend time with you skanks. Miss, I'm the fucking princess, so I'm better than you. Is that it? She's worthless, a non-factor by now. Out. Issei's voice was backed by an explosion of power from him that threw Alina in the bed she lied on across the room. The succubus fell from the bed mid-flight, which was probably good for her as the bed shattered on the opposite wall of the room. A green aura of power rose around the naked form of Issei as he glared at Alina, who sported a nasty sneer before speaking up. If you don't fuck me right now, I'll tell everyone that you raped me. If you don't want to die, you better get on your knees and get your fucking head between my legs, right fucking now. The nimbus of energy around Issei intensified, creating scorch marks on the floor under him while sparks jumped all around his body. The sacred gear user took a menacing step towards Alina while the nasty succubus kept speaking. I'm warning you. The punishment for forceful sexual relations with a succubus is death in all cases. Issei took another step towards her, his power causing his hair to whip around and various objects in his room to fly around him, while Alina's confidence waned slightly. I am the queen's niece. No way they'll let you get away with it. Step. The people will riot. They'll have your head for this. Step. Oh, one more step, and I'll scream. Step. Alina opened her mouth to release a scream only for Issei's hand to wrap around her mouth, forcibly silencing her, and she had to shiver at the look of sheer, unbridled hatred that Issei gave her. The brunette leaned towards the girl, his eyes narrowed and his pupils lengthening into slits as he snarled out at her. Do you know what you're going to do right now, Alina? No? Well, let me tell you. You are going to get the hell out of my room. You get as far away from me as possible, and you stay there. You do not search for me, you don't try to send me messages through others, or seek me out in any possible way. Failure to comply with these instructions will result in very bad things happening to you. Not if you understand. Her eyes welling with terrified tears, the girl nodded as hard and fast as she possibly could with Issei's hand covering her mouth, prompting the brunette to finish. Good, you seem to have understood. Now, I will release you and you will leave instantly. And if I ever hear you badmouth my girlfriend again, I will make you wish for death. He released some of his pressure onto her to make his point, before letting her go and stepping back. He watched as Alina dazedly made it back to her feet, making her way out of the room in an almost drunken sway, a wet trail going down her leg and staining his floor. He exhaled tiredly as she left his line of sight, his shoulders sagging as the emotional weight of the whole matter finally hit him. An ugly feeling welled up in his chest, something dark, oily and disgusting, yet Issei reacted by swallowing it, and burying it deeper, considering it not to be a priority or an immediate problem. Now is not the time, Issei. You have to keep it together. Brushing off the previous interaction, the male sighed forlornly at the loss of another bed of his, before allowing his feet to take him to the dining room while his mind wandered. His thoughts that were usually filled with breasts, butts, legs and thighs were lately full of images of him punching straight through Travis, to extremely bloody and gory results. Fantasy after fantasy of him getting payback on the bastard filled Issei's mind, attempting to drown him in anger, hatred and bile, and his ability to resist those impulses slipped more from him with each passing day. Lately Issei wouldn't walk anywhere anymore, he'd stalk anywhere. His previous friendly and cheery disposition was gone, replaced with forced smiles and hidden brooding. His time was primarily invested in training, with less and less time being invested in eating, resting, and relaxing, a situation which worried D-Drag greatly. At the rate things are going, Juggernaut Drive is going to be a certainty, and with the other powers that he has. But the dragon kept silent, knowing that this was the sort of issue that Issei had to figure out for himself. The brunette reasserted full control over his body as the dining room door came into sight, using his right hand to push them inwards. There he is, the one that violated my baby girl. Sees him, only to be met with a squad of guards that he had never seen around the castle before, all of them scowling, sneering or snarling towards him, various weapons, including swords, spears, axes and bows pointed towards him. At the other end of the room Issei spotted the naked and crying figure of Alina being comforted by the myriad of cousins, many of them who had previously given him looks of lust and desire giving him now looks of either fear or disgust. His head slowly, in an almost lethargic moved back from Alina to the woman that had shouted out loud about someone being violated, before his neutral frown started twitching. Slowly, ever so slowly, the corners of Issei's lips started turning upwards, a few light chuckles emerging from his chest. Crack, really? Are you sure you want to do this? Of course I am. You're a filthy wretch with no sense of decency, attacking my baby girl just because she refused your advances. The twitching of his lips stopped, leaving a placid, eerily calm smile on his face, whilst his own voice assumed a similar tone. If you attack me, I'm not holding back. His relaxed countenance in the face of the overwhelming odds had some of the guards backing away slightly warily, preparing themselves to rebuff some sort of attack. Aliner's mother, seeing this, unleashed her wings and tail, allowed her nails to grow until they were each as long as a man's forearm, and then let her pressure flow outwards, revealing her to be at best mid-class. "I'll separate your head from your shoulders myself." She slashed at his neck extremely fast, faster than almost anyone else in the room could even follow, only for Issei to dodge by taking a single backwards hop. Angered, she dashed after the young man, delivering a wild flurry of slashes, only for him to dodge her again and again. Issei's retreat was gradually moving him towards a wall, causing a grin to emerge on the woman's face as she effectively trapped the boy. "I have you no work." She was surprised by the lightning-encased fist that had embedded itself on her gut, taking her breath away and causing her to cough out some saliva, before she was forced to dodge an arching kick from her left that would have struck her temple and rendered her unconscious. Rubbing at her sore stomach, her gaze returned to the brunette with his left arm encased in a cast, her eyes warily following the streaks of lightning that danced along his skin. "What's wrong? Weren't you going to take off my head? Come on and do it." The woman sneered at Issei, not managing to cover her wince of pain as she straightened back into her initial stance, keeping a wary gaze on the boy. "I somewhat underestimated you and you got a lucky hit in. Won't happen again." Issei responded to that by dashing towards her at an impressive speed, a streak of yellow left behind in his wake, before the sound of an explosion resounded throughout the dining room right before a blast of pressurized air, a consequence of Issei's leg meeting her right forearm. Isay jumped away from the clash, flying headfirst towards the wall before flipping midair, landing on it feet first. Allowing the momentum to force him to coil his legs, Isay blasted off towards the Succubus, his feet aiming for her head, forcing her to sway to the side to avoid the blow, causing him to right himself midair before landing. He then allowed his face to turn toward either side of him, noticing the fact that he had been surrounded by the armed soldiers. The woman spoke up again. "Surrender now, cur, and your death will be quick." That one sounded particularly familiar right now. "Anyways, I'm going to have to say no." Surge. A surge of electricity flew outwards from Isay, slamming into all of the succubi surrounding him and causing them to fly a considerable distance away from him, either dazed or unconscious. The woman responded by brandishing her claws, allowing Isay to notice the fact that purple veins of power started creeping up along them in a reinforcement. If that's how she's playing. Sparking dragon's talons. Shifting his right hand into a knife hand posture, Isay allowed streaks of electricity to run down his arm and wrist, before stretching out beyond his hand in the shape of a single blade of yellow-colored solidified electricity, which released a light humming sound with each of Isay's movements. With no more words to say, the two dashed towards each other, reinforced nails clashing with dragon talons and resulting in a blade lock. The succubus reared back her other hand before thrusting forwards, intent on skewering Isay's head. Isay responded by changing the angle of the clash between blades before causing his talons to grow longer, intercepting the second set of nails. Tensing his arm, Isay pushed his attacker back, allowing the electric blade to disperse before pointing the palm of his hand towards her, then curling his fingers into tiger claws. Thunder repeater. Small balls of electricity starting sparking at the tip of his forefingers and thumb before shooting towards his attacker. Small balls of condensed electricity reminiscent of bullets forcing the woman to dash around Isay in an attempt to move out of his arm's way. She shifted her weight in anticipation of an opportunity to pounce on Isay, causing the young man to jump backwards from her while increasing the firing rate of his thunder repeater, peppering the walls and floor of the room they were in with tiny, smoking holes, with melted slag at the edges. He stopped firing his small bolts, splaying his fingers wide open and allowing a bigger ball of electricity to coalesce on the palm of his hand, causing his attacker to seize the opportunity and attempt to avoid the more dangerous attack by dashing towards them, her claws already mid-motion for her planned slash. Isay already expected her to try to pounce in case he prepared a charge-type attack, which was exactly why he fled towards where he did. As he started charging his attack, Isay stepped on one of the swords of the unconscious succubi guards strewn around the room. When his attacker dashed towards him, Isay's leg blurred as he kicked the sword towards her face, forcing her to stop mid-motion to dodge, managing to do so by a hair's breadth, giving Isay time to fully charge his attack. Thunder cannon. A circular bolt of electricity shot towards his attacker and exploded on contact, discharging a good amount of electricity into her and throwing her through the double doors of the dining room out into the hallway. The woman barely managed to keep her consciousness, her body showing the damage she acquired in the fight, while Isay slowly and calmly strode towards her, his left hand still within the sling that it hadn't left ever since Isay ended his training earlier that day, while he wiggled the fingers of his right hand in an attempt to get rid of their numbness. He stood over the defeated succubus, his face still in its placid, happy-looking state as he spoke with a light tone. "Well, it seems my head is still attached to my shoulders, ni. I quotel I'll kill you." The brunette spun preternaturally fast in response to the shout, his hand shooting towards Aliner's throat, stopping her mid-stabbing motion. "Well, Aliner, it seems that you got what you wanted all along. You have my attention now. The question is, will it really be worth it when you're dead?" Aliner leveled a glare on Isay, prompting him to squeeze her throat and cut off her air supply, causing her to start clawing at his hand with both of her own in an attempt to free herself, her feet kicking uselessly midair as her face purpled. Alina, my baby. Issei ignored the downed woman, his focus still on the purple-faced succubus that attempted to pry his hand away from her neck. What is the meaning of this? Issei's focus shifted abruptly to Luxuria, the source of the shout, causing him to absent-mindedly release his hold on Alina's throat, causing her to fall back onto her ass on the floor as she greedily gulped air in, her fingers lightly touching the dark bruising around her throat. Oh hey Luxuria, I was just attacked by these two lunatics, so I decided to have a little fun at their expense. Alina's mother spoke at that, if one could call hysterical shouting speaking. Lunatics. Fun. This bastard attempted to violate my baby Alina. Luxuria's already serious countenance became even graver as she spoke. That's quite the accusation you're throwing out, Ilyasova. I hope you have evidence. Alina's mother, whose name had just been revealed to Issei to be Ilyasova, gave Luxuria an incredulous look before speaking up. Evidence? I sent all the evidence you need right here. Failed succubi soldiers, the bruises along my baby girl's body, my own battered state, the fact that you found him strangling her. Is there any other conclusion one could draw? Luxuria turned towards Issei, implicitly giving him a chance to defend himself before taking action. Issei's response was to walk towards Alina and hoisted her up by the arm roughly, before dragging her towards Luxuria. Before Ilyasova could speak out about her daughter being roughly handled, Issei spoke up. Look at the bruising around her neck, see the thickness and spacing of the finger marks there. They match this newest bruise on her left arm, from when I lifted her and dragged her towards you. He then pointed towards her opposite arm, which showed a bruise similar to as if someone had grabbed her arm much too tightly, before pointing towards the slap-shaped bruise on her face. These are different than mine. Smaller hand size, lesser strength, and they were clearly applied by a left hand. My left hand is encased in a cast. Ilyasova's eyes widened in surprise at those observations, as did the eyes of the other girls within the room that had been glaring at Issei earlier, before the brunette continued. She has a black eye, but its size doesn't match the size of my closed fist. It's much too small, as if it were administered by someone with a smaller hand size. None of these things were done to her by me. Luxuria looked towards her sister before speaking. There may be a conclusion or two that differ from the one you drew, Ilia. The luxuriant queen turned towards her niece, addressing her directly. Facts don't seem to line up with the picture you wanted people to paint, Alina. Do you have anything to say for that? Seeing the doubt and skepticism in the eyes of everyone around her caused anger to emerge from Alina's heart, prompting her to explode, breaking the image of a hurt little girl she had been trying to foster up until then. Are you serious right now? Are you really going to side with him over me? Believe a total stranger over your own niece, your flesh and blood. Ignoring Alina's disrespectful outburst, Luxuria responded calmly. Issei isn't a total stranger. He is a remarkable young man that has earned my respect and esteem, just as he has earned my daughter's. I would accept no less for my son-in-law. So that's it. He gets to go free because he's little Lilith's boy-toy. Why do you insist on showing favoritism for a total failure of a succubus such as that bit? She stopped mid-sentence as a heavy pressure centered itself on her, weighing her down to the point that she was unable to breathe. The source of this pressure was Issei, whose face had changed into an almost feral look as he snarled at the girl. Issei's right arm shot towards Alina's throat with the intent to crush it with a single blow, a situation that only got averted due to Luxuria taking Issei's wrist into a tight grip. Dissatisfied with this, Issei's left shoulder moved as he worked on removing his arm from the sling, only for Luxuria to speak up. While I completely understand the intention behind this attack and wish to do something similar, I am going to have to ask you to calm down, Issei. The brunette seemed to not even hear Luxuria, managing to rip his sling apart, but before he could break free from the cast, Luxuria spoke up, her voice laced with soothing magic. Calm and relaxed, Issei. She repeated the same words over and over again, causing the brunette's eyes to start drooping, his energies fleeing from him as he fell into a deep slumber. Turning towards her sister, Luxuria spoke up. I want you and your wretched crotch spawn packed and gone from my castle in 20 minutes, Ilia. Ilyasova opened her mouth, only for Luxuria to talk over her. Non-debatable. Leave. Huffing, the adult succubus dragged herself to her feet, taking her daughter with her with the intent to pack their things. As soon as the two were out of sight, Luxuria spoke out loud to the rest of the assembled succubi. All of you scram. There's something better to do with your time at this moment. If there isn't, then find one. Out. They dispersed, taking away with them the unconscious soldiers as well, leaving behind only a deeply sleeping Issei and a worried-looking Luxuria. His mental state seems to be slipping. Luxuria turned towards the side, watching as Xynthia, the source of the previous sentence, walked out from behind one of the hallway's pillars. Tenderly stroking his head, Luxuria responded. It's not surprising or unexpected. He's been bombarded left and right with deeply shocking events and revelations for almost a month or two straight, now. Add to that the fact that his girlfriend was kidnapped right in front of him, the absurdly intense training regimens that he undertakes on his own volition, a lack of sleep and sexual release, and it'd be more unexpected and more worrying if he displayed no signs. Do you still intend for him to eat the seed and single-handedly shoulder the burden of attempting to save Lilith? Sighing morosely, the succubus queen responded. You know that there is no other way, Xynthia. All any of us could do now would be to put our trust and belief in Isay. to believe that he'll be able to overcome this, that he'll be capable of resisting the seed's influence, and that he'll ultimately succeed in saving Lilith. I know that it's unfair to put such a large burden on the shoulders of a single young man who has just recently found out about the supernatural, but if I cannot believe in Issei and hope for his success, the only alternative would be to give in to despair and to give up on my baby girl. It may be selfish of me, but I'm not going to do that, ever, no matter the cost. No matter the cost almost cost you your own life back then during the Civil War against. I know, Cynthia. Are you willing to accept the possibility of something like that occurring again? I believe Issei would be most comfortable sleeping in a proper bed to catch up with all the hours he's lost over the weeks. Cynthia nodded at that, allowing Luxuria to change the subject of their conversation, aware of the fact that her queen would look at things through various different paradigms now before taking action, or pushing others into doing so. Still, she did not believe that her queen would change the course of her actions. She just hoped that Issei could rise up to the challenges in his path and the expectations that were being set for him. Well, is this how doing drugs feels like? Issei's question was based on the fact that he stood in an empty white void. Everything around him was white. Near, far and wide, everything was empty. No sky, no floor, nothing of the sort. I have heard that psychedelic and psychotropic substances feel very much different from this, Hyoudou Issei. Isay turned around at the sound of that voice, only to see Aquila in her human form looking him over, a curious look on her face. The eagle of victory floated closer to Issei, gripping his chin between her index and thumb before turning Issei's face to one side and the other, all with an inquisitive look on her face. She then took a step back, floating around him as she looked him up and down, before speaking. You have grown stronger much faster than I anticipated. That is very good. However, she raised a single finger, electricity sparking on its tip, before jabbing it into Issei's chest faster than he could follow, pushing him back somewhat and knocking the wind out of him. Rubbing his sore chest, Issei glared at Aquila, but before he could complain, a dark spot emerged over his heart, emanating a black light. As I expected. What did you expect? Seemingly ignoring Issei, Aquila started thinking out loud. I never expected the link to progress as fast as it did. Perhaps the same thing that caused this allowed me to notice. What link? Notice what? What the hell are you talking about? Aquila turned back towards Issei, her tone serious as she spoke. After the battle in the forest, you were dying. Your heart wasn't capable of coping with the stress of the high amount of power you were channeling, so it was stopping. In order to save your life, I had to inject a certain portion of my power into you in order to stimulate your heart to pump, and to sustain the rest of your body as you recovered. It was supposed to be a transient state, with my power fading with use over time, that left behind a small link between us that allowed me to know your location whenever you were not actively hiding yourself. I intended to check up on you periodically to see how much you progressed. However, a weird interaction occurred, an oddity of a high caliber. The power that I donated to you, it seeped into you deeper than I expected, and gave itself a physical indicator. I shrugged that off for the moment and sent you off before going my own way. At first I believed that things were going as I expected, as I could feel your location at most times. However, more was happening than what I was intending. Your presence started becoming more pronounced within my senses. I could feel you with more certainty than I believed I would. This feeling kept intensifying as time went on, until I could feel your presence as if you were right next to me. Then, a few weeks after, something different happened. The part of my mind dedicated to this connection between the two of us, strengthened, for a lack of a better term. What was simply your presence progressed into what I felt were a foreign set of feelings and emotions. Wait a second. I felt something like that too. When I was learning how to control a power of mine, I meditated and found these different powers in me. When I accessed this power that I wanted, I felt a burst of confusion and curiosity. They were feelings from the outside, yet they didn't feel invasive. It was indeed what I felt when our bond deepened. I was very curious about it, but I felt no attempts of invasion into my mind from your part, or even awareness of what had happened, so I decided to observe silently. I've been keeping track of your general emotions, and occasionally I even get the stray thought, which generally happened to be something related to libidinous activities. Until a short while ago, your feelings did a 180, and your happiness became something dark and bitter. This started as a small, infamous part of you, but it's been growing over time. I am very curious. What led you to these emotional extremes, Hyoudou Issei? Issei was ready to force on a smile and deflect as he would usually do, only for a burst of inquisitive curiosity to slam into him, originating from Quilla. It didn't feel as if she had an opinion, this way or another, or that she would try to console him and tell him everything would be all right. She simply wished to listen. Pushing off his first reflex, Issei buckled down and told Aquila about every event so far, from learning that he would be unable to go back to his previous life, to being accused of assaulting Alina. Through all of the explanation, Aquila just listened patiently, a sense of deliberation flowing from her. Unloading all of this for the first time since the events of his new type of life left Issei tired and emotionally drained, causing him to all but wilt into himself, his shoulders slumping dejectedly, while Aquila kept thinking, well, one cannot say your life is uneventful. I believe that your encounter with danger as far as Esthino and Midgardsammer went would be a one-off, but to have your girlfriend kidnapped right in front of you by some douche with heavy backing. I understand why you feel like that. A sardonic smile blossoming on his face, Issei spoke in a self-deprecating tone. Isn't this the moment where you tell me none of it was my fault, and that everything is going to go back to normal, and be alright, and all that garbage? No, because I am not in the habit of lying to people. I will not say that the events were entirely your fault, but some fault you do indeed have in them. You chose to use the attack that debilitated your hand. You allowed yourself and your girlfriend to engage in combat on your lonesome against enemies you were unsure you could defeat. You allowed yourself to lose track of an ally you knew was objectively weaker than you. And then you allowed yourself to be distracted by the interference of others, and reacted much too late to stop your girlfriend's kidnapping. Those are facts, and you need to acknowledge them. However, it is also a fact that her captor wishes to use her as a bargaining chip for this seed thing, which means she is likely alive, if not whole. You have been growing in strength in leaps and bounds beyond anything you ever expected, which means that you could possibly defeat the enemy in case of further conflict. A team of specialists is working on determining the location where your girlfriend is being held, and you are staying with some of the magical world's best healers. Being close to the person who has access to a library full of knowledge that may be lost to the rest of the world about the magical arts, which means that you could find some way to heal your hand. Just because things are bad right now, and because they changed, does not mean they cannot become good again, perhaps even better than before. Allowing yourself to sink into a sea of despair does you no favors, making things harder on yourself, as negative emotions tend to cloud one's judgment. There is a philosophy called Stoicism that claims that life is split into two parts, events that you have control over and events that you do not have control over. A strong person is the one that focuses not on what they cannot control, but instead prioritizes the events that they are capable of impacting. However, there is another layer to this. You may be unable to control some events, but you can, however, control your reaction and response to them, ultimately controlling how they impact you and their consequences upon you as an individual. Remember this, Hyoudou Issei. It is a very worthwhile life lesson, and one that many would have done better to have learnt earlier. The white void that Isay and Aquila were in shook and trembled, prompting the two to look upwards and to witness a few cracks in the sky. What's happening? I believe that our direct psychic connection is fracturing as the two of us return to consciousness. The cracks started spreading throughout the entire void, as if someone were consistently smashing a sledgehammer into reinforced glass, all the while Isay and Aquila watched. Right before the void shattered into a million pieces, Aquila spoke to Isay. I believe you to be a stronger man than most, Hyoudou Issei, worthy of being a true Roman. I expect you to overcome any hurdle and obstacle. And remember, I will be watching you. With those as the parting words, the world around them broke into a million shards, replaced by a flash of color, before Isay found himself sitting up in bed, not even having noticed when he first woke up and sat up. His forehead was covered in sweat, as was his naked torso, and he could see the eagle tattoo on his bicep glowing a bright yellow for an instant. A feeling of acknowledgement flowing into him, before the light dimmed, then vanished, alongside the foreign emotion that it had been conveying. Roaming around the castle in the middle of the night, when the usual activity of the maids and servants was completely absent, was a novel feeling for Isay. Something he had never thought to do before. I haven't really explored the castle properly ever since I arrived. It's always been studying, training, and spending time with Lilith before. Now, it's more training than anything else. I need to stop pushing myself into those activities to run away from my thoughts. I need a break. By now Isay was outside the castle, in one of the gardens. Shirtless and barefoot, he allowed himself to enjoy the feeling of the grass blades tickling at the soles of his feet and between his toes, while a nighttime breeze ruffled his hair. Wandering aimlessly, Isay soon found himself in front of a lake, the water clearly reflecting the full moon in the night sky. He sat by the lake Indian style, before allowing his right hand to dip into the water. He wiggled his fingers, allowing the reflected image of himself to waver and distort. Sitting straight up, Isay decided to do something that he remembers having only done once before, when he first gained control over his tantric energy. He placed both of his hands on top of his thighs in a comfortable position, closing his eyes before taking deep breaths. In, out, in, out, in, out. Soon enough, his body went into autopilot as his consciousness turned inwards, deep within himself, as Isay fell into a meditative state. So this is how my spirit looks like at the moment. Isay's eyes were wide in surprise, watching as a tornado raged in the distance, a massive formation of clouds blotting out the light, illuminating the area he was on in a reddish glow with every crackle of lightning that occurred within them. He looked down, noticing that there was no ground underneath him, similar to how it looked like when he connected to Aquila. However, there were black veins crawling from the distance, spreading slowly towards where he stood. Indeed, Isay turned around, being surprised by what came into view. A massive red dragon, with green eyes each as big as Isay himself, stood across from the brunette. D-Drag, The brunette looked around, finding surprise in the fact that the previous chaos had vanished completely, replaced by a world of fire. Flames burned everywhere the eye could see. It was as if the world itself was made of fire. And yet, they did not hurt. No sting, no burn, no horrifying carbonization that one would expect from being in a world of fire. Scattered amongst the mostly red and green flames, however, Issei could make out patches of orange flames, with yellow sparks within and surrounding them, and indigo flames, with a deep purple core. Is this how the boosted gear looks like from the inside? Indeed. Well, mostly. Normally it's only red and green fire. The other colors are a new feature, something altogether new. So, why did you bring me in here? D-Drag moved his forelimbs in a manner reminiscent of a shrug as he answered. Felt like it. Do dragons really need reasons to do whatever it is they choose to do? Sweat dropping, Issei responded. I guess not. The two lapsed into a silence before Issei spoke up. Hey D-Drag, did you ever feel angry or sad, frustrated or something like that? Scratching at his chin, the dragon responded. Angry, yes. Sad, frustrated, less before, but more and more ever since you became the host. Issei's sweat dropped further at that, while D-Drag kept speaking. So, yes, it's fair to say that I've felt a lot of stuff like that over time. How did you deal with it? Blow shit up. Issei gave D-Drag a deadpan look at the instantaneous response, prompting the dragon to shrug again, somehow, before he kept speaking. Blowing stuff up is a pastime of mine, something that brings me great enjoyment. Back when I was free, whenever I was not feeling enjoyment, I was out blowing stuff up. Mountains, forests, lakes, dragon hunters, other dragons that tried to move into my turf. It was just sheer dumb fun, you know. Now that I'm trapped here in this sacred gear, I derive my fun from the memories of me blowing stuff up, alongside with the few times during which I watch you blowing stuff up. Those things really help me get over how much you aggravate me with your perverted antics, instead of preparing for the fight with him. But that's beside the point. What's important is that whenever I feel bad, I either do something I enjoy, or I remember the times I did stuff that I enjoyed. Okay, first of all, you'll eventually have to tell me more about this fight you keep alluding to. Second of all, is it really that easy? Can you get over bad feelings by doing stuff that you like? I mean, usually, when you're feeling down, even the stuff that you like to do seems a bit pointless and not fun. That's just your stupid human mind overthinking things. Just because something bad is happening doesn't mean that the good stuff stops feeling good or that you stop liking what you like. Those are two totally different things. You humans, however, have a pretty nasty habit, which is to worry too much about stuff that they have no control over, like the future. Instead of focusing on the future, us dragons live our lives in the moment, doing what we want, when we want. It's one of the myriad of reasons why dragons are better than every other existing life form. Sweat dropping at the smugness in D-Drag's voice, Issei spoke up. You do remember that doing stuff that you liked when you liked got you sealed in the boosted gear in the first place, right? Sputtering lightly, D-Drag answered. That doesn't have anything to do with anything. Dragons still rule. Sure. Issei chuckled lightly, his closed eyes causing him to miss the upward twitch in the corner of D-Drag's mouth. Having accomplished what he intended to, the dragon schooled his expression before returning to his usual tone. Well, my interest in you has reached zero for the moment, and it'll take a while for it to build up again properly, more so with your annoying and perverted antics, so now I'm kicking you out of my place. With those parting words, Issei found his eyes opening, giving him a surprising view of the sun rising over the horizon, the first rays of light reflecting beautifully off the lake, prompting him to smile genuinely for the first time in a long while. Making his way back to his feet, Issei stretched out the various kinks and aches that his body had built up by spending a few hours in the same position, scratching his butt as he made his way back to the castle, actually walking instead of skulking or stalking around, and with his face in the usual smile, instead of the neutral frown that had become norm. The brunette completely missed the figure of Luxuria that had been watching him from one of the higher windows of the castle, whose worried face changed into a soft smile of her own as she noticed his mood shift. It seems he's recovered somewhat. It probably isn't a full recovery, people don't get better spontaneously like that, but it's a start. Perhaps he will be ready for the seed sooner than I expected him to. Breakfast that day was an awkward affair. For a Selmodi, everyone except Isay, that is. The same people that were all but condemning him with their looks, believing in Aliner's lie, were expecting him to either be glacial in his treatment of them, to use every possible opportunity to jab at them and rub their face in it. They expected to deal with the same cool, indifferent Isay from before, except this time he'd have a bone to pick with them. Instead, Isay seemed to be the most cheerful that they saw him before, while the in-house people that had known Isay ever since he first arrived to Luxuria were all pleased with the fact that he had returned to normal. The brunette himself seemed to be unaware of the tension in the room, his focus split between eating his breakfast and trading looks with Bernice, who took the opportunity to entice Isay into a repeat performance of their last dalliance. It seemed to be working somewhat as Isay's tongue all but hung out of his mouth, a blush coloring his cheeks and perverted chuckles emerging from his throat. Luxuria, seemingly one of the only few not weighed down by the awkwardness that pervaded the room, spoke up. Cynthia told me she has new plans with regards to your training, Isay. The brunette shook his head, his focus shifting from Bernice to Luxuria, causing the perverted instructor to pout before speaking up. Did she say what it was about? The queen responded by smiling enigmatically towards Isay, causing him to groan at the non-answer before speaking up again. She's expecting you at the usual place right after breakfast. Oh. Isay halted from his run in front of Cynthia after having finished warming up, a few light beads of sweat being the only evidence of the effort. Stretching his body in order to loosen his muscles, the brunette addressed his trainer. Luxuria said that you had something for me to work on. Indeed. From now on, we'll be working on your fighting prowess. What do you mean? I thought this was all we did, day in and day out. Scoffing, the succubus responded. We've been working on honing your instincts and reflexes for combat situations, alongside building up your physical capabilities and magical control and variety. All of those things are great, and a good baseline for any good fighting style, but that's not all. So far, you've been figging in a, let's say freestyle, manner with no set technique. You have the discernment to know when to attack, when to defend, when to dodge, and when to parry. But you tend to be hyper-focused on the individual directly in front of you, possibly giving away any environmental advantages that you could have noticed, missing any traps that were laid for you, and allowing other important events to pass by your perception without you noticing, such as having additional enemies joining the battlefield. Other than that, there's the fact that you can't throw a punch for shit. Your strikes have absolutely no technique behind them. Do not misunderstand me, I do not intend to teach you a martial art per se, since it would probably not mesh with your disorganized, spontaneous fighting style. Instead, I will teach you the best ways to optimize the strength and speed that your body possesses, and to properly apply it when you perform physical activities, from throwing a punch to swimming a lap. You will learn proper positioning, footwork, breathing techniques, and everything in between. I also believe that your hand-to-hand arsenal is much too limited, being based primarily on strikes with your fists and feet. You rarely utilize your knees and elbows, which are extremely useful especially at short ranges, and you have no throws, holds, or locks. I will teach you the basics of all of those things and impart combat awareness into you. From then on, you'll be tasked with arranging all of those basics into a functional style that best suits you. Any questions? Ignoring Issei's raised hand and open mouth, Cynthia spoke. Good. Now, dodge. G-A-H. Oh. Issei winced with each step he took, a light limp on his left leg, while his left arm hung limply to his side, everything on it from the elbow up covered in ugly, dark purple bruises. One of his eyes was mildly swollen, his cheeks had fist marks on them, and his lower lip had split. However, despite all of this, Issei's mood still hadn't fallen. Whenever the dark feelings tried coming, Isay just focused on his perversions, and those feelings were easily dispersed. Not buried as they were before, but instead replaced with the satisfaction that Isay derived from his perversion. Oh my, Isay, you look terrible. The brunette turned around in surprise at call, noticing a worried Bernice walking towards him before taking hold of his right arm, dragging him into a white room reminiscent of a nurse's office. Take off your shirt. The brunette, battered and in pain, didn't even bat an eye at that order, thoughts of perversion pushed aside by his various throbbing swells, none of them of the fun persuasion. Bernice placed her hands over Issei's left shoulder, a purple glow emitting from them as the brunette felt the pain and swelling reducing. She moved her hands across his entire upper body, relieving the majority of the damage that he had taken and leaving him in a functional state, before doing the same to his face, fixing his busted lip and black eye. The brunette hopped from his seat, a massive smile on his face as he spoke. I don't feel like hamburger anymore. Thanks, Bernice. He collected his shed shirt with the intent to leave, only for a pair of arms wrapping themselves around his neck to stop him, a pair of lips all but kissing his ear as Bernice spoke. We aren't done yet, Isay. A doctor is supposed to examine her patient thoroughly. The brunette shivered at that, before a pair of lips kissed his neck, and a pair of hands started fiddling with his belt. About 30 minutes later. Thanks, Miss Bernice. I really needed that, said Succubus responded by groaning incoherently from her spot on the ground. Her wings, horns, and tail were splayed around her, as was her hair around her head. Her eyes were half-lidded, twitching and rolling within their orbits, while her tongue hung out of her mouth. Her nostrils were smudged with bits of white goo, as was the rest of her face in general, and some of her hair. Her skirt was absolutely drenched, as were her socks and shoes, with a massive puddle underneath her. Ignoring the fact that he had fucked her into the point of incoherence, Issei all but skipped the rest of the way to his room. Ignoring the way that the scent of sex exuding from him had the maids that he moved past stop in their actions, focusing completely on him and eyeing him hungrily. His door wasn't even halfway shut before he started stripping, before all but vanishing into his bathtub, enjoying the soothing feel of warm water on his muscles, batting around the bubbles with his right hand. He just took that time to enjoy himself, temporarily forgetting his earthly issues, and focusing on philosophy, pondering upon the deeper mysteries of the universe and existence. How big is God's wreck? Like, God is universally good, and boobs are good, so it only makes sense that God has boobs, that's an indisputable fact. But, just how big are they? Could God bear a rack so huge that their back wouldn't be able to support it? Did the 6th volume of Peipo the Oppai Hero hit store shelves already? Issei spent literal hours thinking of such things, only leaving the bathtub once the water had gone cold, and his skin wrinkled like an old prune. He dressed himself in the usual outfit of a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, the cast back over his boosted gear in order to disguise it as normal. Having nothing better to do at the moment, and not intent of exercising further lest he burned himself out mentally again, Issei decided to wander around. He jumped out of his room's open window, clambering up onto a proper ledge before using it to jump higher and higher, reaching the actual roof of the massive castle, before casting his sight out into the distance. Whoa, the sight that met him was awe-inspiring. The sun was setting in the horizon, its dying rays illuminating the entirety of the nation within his sight, from parts of the castle itself, all the way to the outer walls of Luxuria, a sight that Issei could only perceive due to his empowered state. Watching the way the light shifted and bounced off of the various rooftops and ceilings, the way that shadows writhed and shifted as the Sunday to Sunday more and more, watching the coloration of the country itself change as if a myriad of photography filters were being cycled in some sort of a fast-paced slideshow. It was just awe-inspiring. Very impressive, no. The brunette did a 180 in order to face the source of the voice that had managed to sneak up on him and bypass his senses completely, his left arm already rising, before his brain managed to recognize the owner of the voice. Jesus Christ, Luxuria, you scared me worse than a health and safety inspection in the set of a porn film would scare the producers. The Luxurian queen smirked at that, having purposefully hidden her presence in order to startle the young man before speaking up. It is good to occasionally remind people that I could sneak into their rooms and slit their throat in their sleep without anyone ever noticing. Makes them less likely to try to deceive me. Sweat dropping, the brunette laughed awkwardly before responding. Really right. Turning back around to look at the nation of Luxuria, Issei decided to appreciate the differences between it and his home city of Hyoudou. Hyoudou, while seemingly more westernized than many of the other Japanese cities due to its abundance of western-styled buildings, from houses to schools, offices, and even public buildings, to even the distribution and disposition of said buildings, still retained a certain feel, a feel that could simply be associated to the word Japan. Could it have something to do with the supernatural? Did Japan have an active supernatural community? Or was it all simply his homesickness, and his awareness of the fact that he couldn't return speaking? Issei's previous mood started shifting to sad, pensive, and introspective, something that Luxuria noticed, which prompted her to speak. I absolutely adore this view. I have felt like this ever since I was a young girl, sneaking away from my boring lessons in nobility and such to climb up things and pull all sorts of trouble, enough to give my mother no shortage of headaches. At first, I enjoyed the view simply from an aesthetic perspective. It is a very pretty view. However, as I grew older and started learning about the world and how it worked, I started enjoying it from a different perspective. Having to fight in a war, watching, and participating in large-scale acts of bloodshed, death, and gore. It is horrible, and while at first it made me resentful of the people who got to live their entire lives living in peace, unaware of the existence of war as nothing other than an abstract bad thing that is happening far away from them. Over time, this sight invigorated me. It helped me get through the harder times, the ones where I felt as if I would not be able to carry the burdens that had been placed onto my shoulders. Knowing that I was fighting for the safety and protection of these innocent people who were one day as idealistic and naive as I once was, to ensure that they never had to go through what I did, see what I saw, and understand the true cruelties of life. It gave me the drive to keep fighting, and not just literally. Having this peaceful sight within view every time I visited home, it filled me with a longing and desire for peace. It was hidden, buried under the image of the royal heiress I projected, the one who fought the people's battles, that dutifully obeyed her queen, served the people, and led her nation's army to victory. But it was there. It would be lying to say that it was not a factor in my decision to simply stop the war against boxes during my battle with Philip. That peaceful sight, I desired to make it a constant, to ensure that you women did not have to grow up in peace, only to be picked up by the army and sent out to fight, bleed, and die. It was my long-term goal. It led to infighting and a civil war, but ultimately, after all the fighting, bleeding, and dying, I got what I wished for. Peace and prosperity for my people. However, it was a bitter victory. It was a victory built upon the blood and bones of hundreds of thousands. It is a victory that would forever be tainted to me. So I decided to create something new. A result of love and unity, not of war and death. I found a man that I loved, and I gave birth to my beautiful baby, Lilith. Things were troublesome on his side of the family, and it did not end well for me and him, but I succeeded in giving birth to something not tainted by blood and war. My baby girl. She is the one most important to me. I wish that I could go save her myself. However, I cannot. If I were to abandon my nation, a responsibility that I took out of my own desire, I am afraid that not only would I condemn millions to anarchy and death, but I would also lose my daughter. Any respect she has for me would evaporate, leaving behind only disappointment. And if she believed that she was the reason for me abandoning my post, it would be disappointment mixed with resentment, self-loathing, and hate. However, no matter how much I try to rationalize it, what I am doing is still ultimately wrong. I'm pushing you towards the same path that I once followed, creating peace through violence and blood. Perhaps it will make you grow to hate or resent those that get to live normally. And yet, I would not change a thing if it ensured that my baby girl made it back safe and sound. How selfish of me, no. Sitting down on the edge of the rooftop, Issei took the time to think things through, his right hand scratching his chin as he did. Eventually, he spoke up. Do you enjoy the consequences of your past actions? Do you find them worth the effort? I do. If you could go back and change things, would you have? Never. I see. Then you don't regret what you did, but instead you regret why you did it. You said it yourself, you wanted peace, yet you fought an entire war using your responsibilities as both motivation and as a shield, an excuse to keep you from actually trying to find peace in the way that you ultimately did. That's why you feel bad about what you did, and why the achievement you feel the proudest of is having given birth to and raised Lilith. She's a product of your own actions, taken for all of the right reasons, with no false pretenses. And that's also why you shouldn't feel guilty about asking me to save Lilith. Remember, I am choosing to do this. And unlike you, I'm not doing this out of some sense of responsibility or heroism or because it's the right thing to do. I'm doing it only because I want to. No bullshit, excuses or justifications needed. I want to save Lilith, so I will, even if I have to bleed and suffer on the way. And when I do end up saving her, I won't regret the steps that I had to take in order to do so, as it would be the same as saying that saving her wasn't worth the effort. The sun had finished setting as Issei started speaking, taking away with it the warmth and light of its rays. In its place rose the moon, large and bright, hanging boldly in the skies in a contrast to the darkness of the universe. The moon shed light upon the world while the sun took its well-deserved rest, showing people that even when things looked the bleakest, there was always a light in the dark, a beacon of hope. No clouds could cover it, and no star could overpower it. From where Luxuria stood, moonbeams fell over Isay as if illuminating him and him alone, showing her the one bright path in this dark occasion for herself. Not noticing this, the brunette continued. This is something that I learnt in the same day that I faced an ultimate class being. You do what you want to do, because you want to do it. That way there are only two results, either you succeed in what you wish to do, or you die knowing that you did what you wanted, trying to achieve what you desired. And I'd rather that than live a life of bitterness and regret. So don't worry, I'll save our Lilith. In that specific moment, looking at Issei's illuminated back, Luxuria could have sworn she saw the outline of a certain man in Issei's place. She blinked in surprise, only for the moment to pass, however the image itself, and the feelings that it elicited burned themselves into her memory. An honest smile blossomed on Luxuria's face, centuries of stress and pressure being completely absent in her words when she spoke. I know you will, Isay, and thank you. The brunette responded by raising his right hand into the air in a closed fist indicating a victory, drawing a chuckle from the queen before she walked away. Any guilt that she felt over placing such a large burden upon Isay completely absent, washed away by his determination and his confidence. Just a few days ago he was sulking and down in the dumps, but all of a sudden he's giving me inspirational speeches. Hyoudou Issei, do you ever cease to surprise? While Luxuria made her way back into the castle, Issei's gaze flowed over the moonlit nation, while he thought his conversation with Luxuria over. I said all of those words in the spur of the moment, but they're what it felt right to say. I don't regret saying them, and neither do I regret anything that I did so far. I'll keep doing what I want and what makes me happy. I'll get stronger, I'll rescue Lilith. And I'll definitely get to enjoy the peace and happiness that I had back in Kuo with my family and my friends. I swear it on all the Appai in the world. Hyoudou Issei, every time I check up on you, you surprise me further. I am very impressed with your determination. Aquila stopped focusing on the connection that Issei was subconsciously creating with her in his emotionally charged moment, causing the world around her to shift from a first-person perspective of Issei as he spoke, back to an empty, white void. Never since Marcus Aurelius did I expect to find another so worthy of the title of true Roman. Keep impressing me as you have, Isay, and you may find yourself surprised. The psychic avatar of the Eagle of Victory gradually disappeared from the void it was in as Aquila's mind returned to her own body, her head full of various thoughts and ideas revolving solely around one Hyoudou Issei. Issei dashed forward, planting his left foot in front of him hard, pushing up from his knees, twisting his waist and rolling his shoulder as he threw out a punch with his right hand. Xynthia barely managed to parry Issei's punch, causing it to graze her cheek and leave behind a small gash from the power within it. She readied her feet to respond with a vertical kick, only for Issei's arm to wrap around the back of her neck, his right hand locking together with his gauntleted one and pulling Xynthia's upper body downwards while his own upper body rose in a short hop, his right knee extended to slam into her face. Xynthia crossed her arms in front of her face, blocking Issei's knee before pushing it down hard, unbalancing the airborne brunette. She followed up on it by gripping one of his ankles, spinning him around before slamming him onto the ground, cratering it and causing Issei to cough out small flecks of blood. The brunette responded by releasing a surge of electricity, forcing Xynthia to release him and hop back a few paces, before jumping back to his feet. Issei instantly dashed towards his trainer, intending to shift the momentum of the fight to his advantage, aiming a hook towards her face, which Xynthia dodged. Gritting his teeth, Issei shifted the follow-through of his move into an elbow strike, hitting Cynthia on the temple and dazing her. Taking advantage of this, Issei slid underneath her, taking hold of both her legs before lifting her off the ground, then slamming her onto it, creating a small crater underneath them before mounting himself above her, his legs spreading hers to make her incapable of gaining purchase to swing him off of her. Taking advantage of his position, Issei rained various punches onto Cynthia, most of them being blocked, others dodged. He was surprised, however, when she managed to lock one of his arms to the side of her head, forcing him to lean forward to keep it from breaking. Before he could raise his left hand to strike at her vulnerable face, Issei felt a pair of legs wrapping around his neck in a position that denoted an absurd level of flexibility before they pulled back, trying to force him away from Cynthia. Feeling the legs tugging him in the opposite direction of his arm, Issei reacted by leaning his body to the same side as his arm was trapped on, forcing Cynthia's body to turn to its side. But before he could break free from the precarious position he was in, he was surprised by Cynthia using her free arm to give herself enough momentum to get them both into a roll, which resulted in her landing with her back to the ground. With Issei above her and on his back as well, her arms wrapped around his throat in a chokehold, which was supported by her legs being wrapped around his waist. Issei struggled, trying his best to break free from Cynthia's tight grip, throwing various elbow blows to her side, yet the succubus did not ease up on her grip, tightening it instead. Feeling himself on the edge of losing his consciousness, Issei was forced to tap out, gasping for air as soon as his airways were unobstructed, while Cynthia rubbed at her bruised ribs, somewhat regretting making Issei aware of the viability of his elbows. "You've improved again, maggot. That being said, you still did something pretty stupid. Can you tell me what that was? I engaged you in grappling, when my grappling is much weaker than my ability to fight on my feet. Good. You know how you fucked up. Now, how do you change that? Do my best to keep the fight on my terms, set the pace of the battle to something that the opponent is hard-pressed to match, and either improve my grappling to the same level as my regular fighting, or find some way to bridge the gap between the two ways of fighting. If all of my recruits were capable of thinking like this even after getting their asses kicked, instead of spending their time moaning about excessive use of force and trying to make excuses for their own weaknesses, I would be a happy woman. That being said, be aware that you still suck. Less than before, but still. Now get your ass out of my training field. I don't want to see you here until tomorrow. Hi. Saying that, Issei left for the castle, rubbing at his slightly sore throat and rolling his stressed right shoulder. Jesus Christ, that woman does not know the meaning of mercy. Once again, Issei made the path back to his bedroom, showered and had a change of clothes, before heading to the dining room. He entered the dining room expecting to find a table groaning with food as was the norm, but instead he found Luxuria sitting there in full queen mode. A green-eyed blonde-haired succubus, her age somewhere in the range of absolute MILF, sitting across from her, with a variety of books and other sheafs of paper covering the table. Blinking owlishly, the brunette spoke up. "Is this a bad time? Because if it is, I'll just come back later." Turning her focus to Issei, Luxuria spoke up. "No, Issei, I was just about to send for you, so it is very fortunate that you came when you did." Her hand opened, indicating the green-haired succubus as she spoke. "This is Jade. She is the head of my information department, both for the fact that she developed an extremely aptitude for investigation and information management during her training in the Luxurian military, and because she is currently the only succubus alive with the gift of psychokinesis, the ability to read an object in the same manner someone gifted with telepathy can read a person." Jade nodded towards Issei in greeting, with her unusually sharp gaze causing the brunette to feel as if he were being weighed down to his soul, before Luxuria resumed. "Jade is the person in charge of investigating Lilith's kidnapping and her current whereabouts." She looked at Jade before speaking. "Tell him what you told me, Jade." The woman nodded, a minimalistic action with no wasted motions or energy, before speaking up. Her tone was concise and explanatory, the tone one would expect from a high-ranking soldier such as herself. "My team was sent to Boxes to investigate everything related to the then Prince Travis Lasha, and to ensure that there was no possibility of his actions being a conspiracy from the Boxian crown in order to ensure some sort of superior bargaining position over Luxuria. We investigated the entirety of the Boxian castle, with a special focus on the areas that the perpetrator frequented the most, these being the royal library, his quarters, and a specific clearing within the castle's grounds. The clearing showed signs of high-powered magic usage on an intermittent basis, and some magical residue relating to coordinates or a location were detected, which makes it likely that that area was used for transportation spells, but leaves communication ones as a possibility as well. The magic residue had degraded for the most part, leaving behind only fragments of the initial information, fragments that were sent to analysis to work on. The library was investigated with the aid of both the custodian and the royal historian, and they reported the fact that more than a few books were missing. Books related to the history of incubi, the history of succubi, the combined origins of both species, and some lust-related spells and rituals. We went to investigate his quarters, but most of it had been trashed by one of their maids under the effects of mind control magic. She managed to destroy most of what was there, but a few journals were still half usable, as were schematics and a few coded messages that our cryptography department worked on. The messages, while able to tell us that there was a third party helping the perpetrator with his plans via money and literary materials, tells us nothing about their identity. However, through the use of my gift and the concentrated efforts of our investigation department, we managed to ascertain the location that the transport magic was used to and from. It's located in Hungary, in a forest that is far away from any inhabited areas. Based on the schematics, we believe it to be an old castle belonging to a cult dedicated to the worship of Hyoudou, the war god of native Hungarian folklore, which is believed to have been exterminated by Vatican-sent exorcists when Christianity first made itself present in Hungary, though the Vatican denies these claims to this day. This castle seems to have been modernized somewhat, with the addition of electricity and satellite communication access, based on what my gift got from the schematics. The security will likely be a mix of high-tech measures such as security cameras and motion sensors, and magical barriers and wards. The castle is at least 10 to 13 stories tall, and has an underground area, though I was unable to divine its usage, no matter how much I tried to. Issei's lighthearted mood changed instantly into a deadly serious one as he looked at Luxuria. "When am I leaving?" "Oh. Pulling a pair of binoculars on, Isay watched his goal, his left hand holding a piece of paper with a magical formula inscribed onto it, while remembering Luxuria's explanations. "A few hours earlier, transporting you into the compound would be all but impossible, as it is more than likely that wards have been erected to avoid something of the sort. The fact that a natural ley line runs underneath that area means that an absurd amount of magic would be required to even put a dent on their wards, which means that us attempting to brute force you in would result in an exploding magical circle, and with you in hundreds of thousands of pieces. The preliminary plan is for you to land a few clicks away from the mission area itself and plant a few high-powered explosive formulas." Luxuria twirled her wrist, causing something akin to a 3D projection of the area to appear above the table, with the compound itself being for the most part a black blot due to the lack of information. She stretched her hand, pointing at a few spots of the area, before speaking up. "You're to set up as many tags as possible on these red points, all of them around the south-southeast area from the castle, before circling over to the opposite side. Once there, you are to detonate all of them as both a distraction from your presence, a way to draw some of their people, making your insertion less difficult, and to weaken their security system, as the residual magic is to be released in the form of electromagnetic interference, ensuring that their electronics will have at least a window of inactivity." Now, nodding to himself, the brunette sent a small pulse of magic into the detonator, his eyes widening in surprise at the massively loud boom that he heard from the opposite side of where he was, alongside with the fact that tremors followed even as far as he was. Looking up, Isay noticed the fact that all of the lights in the castle suddenly turned off, and the massive cloud of smoke in the distance. From the elevated position that he had taken, he could also see many men, most of them possessing at least one or two visibly inhuman traits, running towards the source of the noise, armed with weapons ranging from knuckle dusters, swords and spears, all the way to pistols and assault rifles. He could also notice the fact that they had to open an electronic gate by hand despite the fact that a few of the lamps had turned back on, meaning that they probably were working on some sort of emergency generators, which still meant that everything that was turned on when the explosion first occurred was dead, including security cameras. Storing his binoculars into his backpack, Isay slid down the massive tree that he had perched upon before dashing through the thick and heavy foliage, making his way closer and closer to the target site while staying outside of view of the few sentries he noticed positioned in improvised wooden towers, holding bows and scoped rifles. Slowing down, Isay crouched, trying his best not to upset the large leaves of the pants around him to give even less of a warning despite the fact that his infiltration was being performed during the nighttime, before crawling ever slowly towards the compound. A good 45 minutes later he was forced to halt mid-step as he felt a tag in his back pocket vibrating, reminding him of the next part of the infiltration plan. Earlier, the initial explosion will more than likely knock out any electronic-based security, but you still need to deal with wards, both those centered solely on detection and alarm, and those that simply fry anything unidentified as soon as they cross within range. Grabbing a stack of hand-sized papers with a massive amount of overly complicated geometric patterns inscribed on it, Luxuria spoke. "That is why you will use these. These are called taps, and they function by siphoning the magical power present in an object or area and repurposing into the task that they are programmed to perform. Most of the time these are used to remove harmful magics from objects that you wish to make usable, or to eliminate wards from a zone that one intends to vacate, but you will be using them to make a hole in the enemy's wards for you to slip through. However, ward lines are generally made to be as difficult to detect as possible to avoid breaches. Entire sections of the formulae behind them are made with the intent to disguise the goal of the magic being used, so that way of detection is out. However, a workaround has been designed. Instead of focusing on function, this formula detects on area as a parameter, allowing you to know when you approach any sort of magic based on a specific amount of space by vibrating." Now, taking a step back, Isay reached into one of the outer pockets of his backpack, pulling a handful of pieces of paper. He set 7 of them in a straight line before pushing a thread of magic into them, watching as images akin to circuit lines started crawling from the papers along the ground before crawling up what seemed to be empty air. A few seconds afterwards, the circuit lines made a small arch that Issei could easily move through, before the air around said arch gained a bluish tint, revealing that the ward was sloped in what seemed to be a dome. Shouldering his pack, Issei walked through the arch without touching any of the papers he had set out, and once inside the ward line he watched the papers starting to burn themselves out from the excessive amount of magic flowing through them, causing the blue to rush back into that space, closing the ward. Noticing the fact that he wasn't immediately called out, fried or sniped, Issei found it fair to assume that he bypassed the ward successfully, and crawled closer and closer to the castle, always maintaining the cover of the plant life around him. Looking up, Issei noticed the fact that there were 2 sentries periodically giving the area he was in sweeping looks, while the others had their own assigned zones. How do I get past the 2 of them without being seen? How about? He picked up a small rock, one that looked more like compacted dirt than anything else, weighing it by hand. Hard to see when moving fast, should disintegrate on impact. Perfect. Taking careful aim, Issei threw the rock as hard as he could at the back wall of the sentry outpost at an equal distance for the 2 sentries, causing them to automatically look back at the source of the sound, only to notice nothing odd as the projectile shattered as soon as it hit wood, its dark color causing it to blend into the ground. They went back to their watch, giving their surveys renewed focus, but by that time Issei had already made it to the outer walls of the compound, outside view of the sentries. Issei raised his right hand and spread his fingers in a claw-like manner before blades of lightning in the shape and size of the claws of a leopard or similar tree-climbing big cats emerged from the tips of his fingers, while his left hand had a natural sharpness to each of its fingers. He jumped, attaching himself to the castle's stone walls with his claws, both improvised and gauntlet-based, before allowing a similar set of curved claws to materialize on the outside of his boots, sinking into the stone as well and allowing him to climb up the stone in the same manner a leopard would climb a tree up until he found a window. Peering in, he noticed the fact that the specific corridor was empty and dark, using one of his lightning claws to cut a hole into the glass and then sticking it to his hand with tantric energy before pushing it inwards, making sure that the glass circle did not shatter noisily and allow him to get detected. Issei climbed through the hole he made in the glass, landing silently inside the repurposed castle before leaning the glass circle onto the wall. With that out of the way, Issei searched for any electrical lines or cables in order to direct him to the generator or generators that had survived his distraction with the intent of killing those 2 and making things easier for himself. He noticed a white cable running along the upper portion of a wall and followed it, slowly and silently moving along the somewhat lit castle, only to end up at a lamp. Silently cursing, the brunette was about to backtrack in order to follow the cable in the opposite direction, only for the sound of various pairs of boots on the ground reaching his ears. Deciding that the conflict wasn't worth being detected over, Issei kept silently running down the corridor he was on until he reached a T-shaped intersection. Choosing to go right, Isay stuck to the walls and shied away from the sporadically placed lamps and windows until he reached a staircase, with the assumption that gas-based electricity generators wouldn't be kept indoors and on the upper floors of the villains' headquarters, due to the fact that their noise generate high amounts of heat and dangerous fumes. Isay chose to hop over the banister and fall to the floor below before going back to creeping along the place. He was forced to stop and hug the wall as he heard voices around the corner. "Hey Jim, Dave, it's been a long time, man." "Yeah, 6 months is a long time to go without having a drink with the guys." "It is, isn't it? Things haven't been the same without Mr. Lightsaber Pool Q around. We should go out sometime soon, man." Ricardo, Marcus, Hans and Lee have already confirmed that they'll be going to the bar on the 20th, celebrating Frank's birthday. "You should show up, give the boys a pleasant surprise." The Dave person sighed heavily before responding. "Can't, man. The wife's been sick for a while, and the medical costs are racking up. That, and the bills to take care of the boys and to pay for their schools, and their bitch aunt that lives off of government checks but can't take care of her nephews for a couple of hours every other week, meaning that I have to deal with babysitters and the sort. The bills just keep getting worse. It's why I came into this line of work in the first place. No one goes to college dreaming of being an armed goon for some monster, but you have to find a way to make money even if it costs you your soul and your sanity. I get you, man. Goons are the most likely to lose their lives in case of conflict, and then there's the fucked up shit that we have to see and say nothing about. I mean, have you seen that shit show in the dungeons? Don't remind me, man, just thinking of it makes me retch a little in my mouth. I know, man, seeing those things, doing nothing against them, actually working for the people that make it happen. It's getting harder and harder to look myself in the mirror. I mean, I have a daughter. How do I look her in the eye after work? Whenever I see her, I don't know whether to hug her tight to protect her from the type of scum that I have to work for, or to get as far away from her as possible to make sure that the gunk in my soul doesn't touch her. Real fucked up, man, I feel you. But we gotta pay the bills somehow, right? Yeah. The two went silent after that, before the sound of boots on stone signaled the fact that one of them moved away. Leaning past the corner, Issei saw that one of them was standing in the middle of the corridor, his back turned towards Issei and a cigarette in hand, while the other one turned a corner and left hearing range completely. Issei slowly stepped away from where he stood, slowly creeping closer and closer to the smoking guard. He surprised the man by covering his mouth with his gauntleted hand, ensuring that he couldn't utter a sound, before tearing away the belt that had his holstered pistol and his sheathed knife attached to it. The guard blindly reached backwards in order to shove the lit cigarette tip onto his attacker. Yet Issei didn't as much as grunt at the circular burn below his right eye, before slamming the guard head first into the wall hard enough to knock him unconscious. He reared his gauntleted hand back with the intent to finish a possible threat, only for the conversation that he heard to make him hesitate. Issei ultimately ended up dragging the unconscious rock-skinned man into a cupboard, tying his limbs up in positions that didn't allow him to easily break free, before splashing a bucket of water onto his face, waking him up. Issei watched the grogginess fade from the man's face, but he spoke up before the man could do anything, his claws a hair's breadth away from his throat. "Tell me where the backup generator is and you may get out of here alive. Do something stupid, and your throat gets slashed open. Your choice. And do not lie to me, because I'll know if you do, and you won't like the consequences." The dark tone, sharp claws and killer intent that he leveraged towards the man meant that he didn't even have a chance to resist, his tone nervous and halting as he spoke. "TT the South Quadrant. There are 2 primary generators and a secondary one, all of them industrial, at the southern quadrant of the compound, behind a blue tent." "Are you sure?" "I am, I swear. My buddy Mark did most of the electrical work in this place. He told me himself about how difficult it was to modernize a place like this. I will take your word for now, but if I discover that you lied to me..." Issei punctuated by running an imperceptible amount of electricity along the edge of his boosted gear's claws before sliding them along the stone ground in full view of the man he had questioned. Noticing how the man's eyes widened in fear at the fact that his claws split stone like a hot knife through butter. Ignoring the stain that appeared on the man's pants and the acrid smell that filled the cupboard, Issei punched the man unconscious with his gauntleted fist, before gagging him with a rag. He slipped out of the tiny closet, looking both ways to ensure that no one was heading towards him, before heading towards the closest window, pocketing the stone-skinned man's knife and pistol in the process. He saw a blue tent in the distance, meaning that that specific window happened to be facing south and that he knew where to head. There was a stretch of highly visible, well-lit ground between where Issei stood and the blue tent, with sentries in viewing range, meaning that he couldn't just sneak there, which gave him an idea. 15 minutes later, Isay was walking towards the blue tent, his body clad in the uniform of a guard that he had ambushed close to where he had been previously, as he didn't feel in the mood to dress in a pair of peed-on pants, with a hat tilted in order to keep his face from being seen by the high-up sentries. He nodded towards some of the guards he walked past, his posture as tall and imposing as possible in order to make him seem less suspicious and as if he belonged, resulting in them responding in kind as if they even knew him, until he reached the blue tent. Looking around him and noticing the fact that there were more than a few guards, Isay decided to shed the attention on him by lowering his zipper while walking around the tent as if he were going to take a piss, causing the other guards to automatically dismiss the fact that he was heading straight towards the emergency generators. As soon as he was outside line of sight, Isay headed straight for the generator, only to be stopped by two guards armed with assault rifles, one of them bearing a canine face, with a snout and long ears and everything, and the other one with a scaly, fish-like face with two fins placed where ears would normally be on humans. The fish-faced one spoke up. "Halt! This area is interdicted to anyone other than the technician squad. Turn around and return to your post." A bead of sweat rolled down Isay's neck at this, though he managed to hide his nervousness as he kept walking towards the two other guards, scratching the back of his head while speaking in a friendly tone. "Relax, man, I'm just here because I was told that an old drinking buddy of mine was stationed here and I wanted to catch up." He looked towards the dog-faced guard before speaking up. "Hey Dale, it's me, Franklin." The dog-faced one spoke up next, his tone serious. "You must have me confused, my name isn't Dale." Still walking towards the two, Isay spoke in the same friendly tone. "You sure? Don't you remember me from about 5-ish years ago, Sudan?" "Nothing. You have me mistaken, I never got stationed in Sudan." Still moving closer, Isay responded. "Really? Well, must have mistaken you for someone else." By now Isay was less than 10 feet away from the two of them, causing the fish-faced one to start raising his rifle, but, before he could, Isay was already between the two guards, jumping into a split kick that knocked both of the instantly unconscious, no shots fired. He walked past a steel fence into an area with many electric pylons and such, with two massive, yellow and black generators that seemed to be inactive. Following the noise, Isay ended up standing in front of the last active generator. "Okay, what's the best way to do this silent? I've got two guys downed over here. Get me some medics over here to take care of them, and 2 squads to check the perimeter." Cursing silently, Isay decided to completely forego stealth and pointed his index finger at the electrical generator, before releasing a bolt of electricity straight towards it that caused the entire thing to explode, throwing him quite a few feet away and causing his ears to ring tremendously, the fact that he reinforced himself at the last second being the only reason as to why he wasn't instantly debilitated. "Squad 1, on me. Squad 2, follow Kazim. We have night vision, so we can track this fucker." Isay shook his head, thanking all of his stars for the enemy calling out their greatest strength at that moment. Jesus fucking Christ, could he try to broadcast shit any louder? At least I can make use of this. Issei got back to his feet, listening to the sound of a dozen firearms being hefted towards him as the soldiers surrounded him, before the same voice from earlier barked out. Hands in the air. One wrong move and you're Swiss cheese, motherfucker. Raising his hands up, Issei spoke up. Can I say one thing? The voice that responded came from a different direction, with an undertone of smugness. It would be cruel to deny you last words, no. It's good that you see things this way, man, because you see. Surge. A massive flash of yellow light bombarded the eyes of all armed guards, causing them to instinctively flinch, their hands leaving their weapons to protect their eyes. Before any of them could correct their mistake, Issei vanished into a yellow blur of motion, dashing from enemy to enemy and defeating them with blows aimed for debilitating areas, such as the temples, the backs of their heads, kidneys, livers, and groins. Sometimes he struck all of these simultaneously. Having finished knocking all of those enemies out, Issei focused tantric energy into his eyes, enhancing them to the point that he too could see in the dark. Nocturnal. He dashed away from the area he was previously in, avoiding the areas from which he could hear large amounts of noise, which meant a concentration of guards and soldiers, instead bolting directly for the castle. Issei saw two guards, confused and panicking from the lack of light, standing one to each side of the castle's main gates. He blitzed past them, kicking the main gates down with a single kick before streaking into the castle proper. Okay, this wasn't part of the plan at all. I was supposed to still be anonymous under the guise of a guard to allow me to move freely. But I can still work with this. Few of them can see in the dark, which means that I have an advantage over a majority of them, and I just have to target the ones that do in order to keep them running around aimlessly. As long as I don't stay too long at the same place and keep moving, then I can get as loud as I can. This way may actually be better. If I manage to make loud noise in different places within a very short time period, they may think there's more than a single enemy and spread themselves thinner. It'll allow me to get underground more easily. With his new plan made, Issei pointed his hand towards a wall before releasing a powerful lightning blast, causing it to blow outwards, dust, bricks and many other types of debris falling on top of earthbound soldiers, before hopping out of the hole and sprinting up the wall towards a window. He blasted said window with a bolt of electricity before hopping inside, still at full sprint. He started crossing corridors, hallways, staircases, setting up various of the remaining explosive tags that he had been given by Luxuria, detonating them as soon as he was outside of range, spreading more and more chaos around the compound, resulting in higher and more noticeable panic and disarray amongst the enemy. He contributed even more to the chaos by rapidly taking down any soldier that he came across as he traversed the castle. To me, men, I can still see, I shall organize us. Issei's eyes widened at the rallying cry that he heard from where he was heading next. He stopped mid-run, turning around with the intent to backtrack, only for the sound of heavy footfalls to echo from that direction, more than likely following the pattern of explosions and exclamations of pain. The brunette saw himself in a conundrum. After running so deeply through the castle without bothering to keep track of where he went, he had completely lost any point of reference he had, meaning that he didn't know how many walls he would have to bust through in order to go outside, if he had any time to even waste before the actually better trained of the goons managed to reorganize, and if his time window for reaching the dungeon where Lilith was more than likely to be held, however much trepidation that thought caused him after the conversation he had overheard earlier. He looked around, trying to find some way out of this mess, only to spot a door. Having nothing to lose, Issei entered said room, instantly turning around and closing the door behind him as silently as possible. He pressed his ear to the door, hearing as two very large sets of boots moving from different sides stopped in front of one another before someone spoke. Identify yourselves. LT, call, James Hayter here, head of squad Omega 46. Now you ID yourselves before my boys turn you into Swiss cheese. The other voice responded in a lower volume, though the intensity did not get reduced. CPT, Hans Gustav, Bravo 2. Call sign, Brave Boys. Countersign, Outer Rim. We were tracking the tango by following the noise he made. One of mine caught a flash of yellow from him and he was dressed in T-13 garb. Our chase led to here, you boys see him. I possess night vision, and Herman's whiskers are very sensitive to shifts in air pressure, which means that anyone moving fast enough for me not to see them would be detected by him. The two paused mid-talk, with Issei feeling a sense of nervousness at this pause, leaning away from the door right before a hand slammed hard into the door, with the voice belonging to Hans speaking up. Fraulein Stevenson, are you all right? Issei's eyes widened further at this, prompting him to turn around only to spot a large bed with a young woman laying on it, and the fact that a light green glow emanated from the walls, likely magical in origin, enough for her to definitely have noticed him. Their gazes met, and he noticed that she was as taken aback as him, if not more. After all, she was the one whose sleep was interrupted by explosions and chaos, only for some strange guy to invade her room. The door was banged on again, with Hans speaking again. Fraulein Stevenson. Are you got? Issei gave the woman a pleading look before Hayter spoke up. Surround this door, we're breaking in. All set, lads. Hayter looked towards Jameson, that stood to the left of the door, seeing him nod before shifting his gaze to the right of the door and to Gunter, one of Hans' best, who responded with a nod as well. Removing the safety on his pistol and chambering a round, Hyoudou reared his foot back, in preparation to slam through the door, only for it to be opened just before he could kick, with a head of black hair, olive-toned skin and green eyes, with a generally Mediterranean facial structure to peer out. She spoke up in a soft, reserved tone. "I'm sorry for taking so long to respond, Mr. Haider, Mr. Gustav. I had been asleep until you called for me, and it took me a while to actually get responsive." Nodding at that, James spoke up. "Understandable, miss. Since you have just awoken, it is best for you to be warned. There seems to be a person, or persons, within the compound. They have been taking down our boys and sabotaging the entire operation." "Oh my, that sounds very dangerous. Thank the heavens for you men and your work." While some of the men preened under the praise of an admittedly beautiful woman, Hans's gaze did not become any less severe, prompting him to speak up. "Fraulein Stevenson, in the effort to ensure your security, I believe it would be best to effectuate a search of your quarters. After all, with you sleeping until just recently, it is a possibility that our saboteur or saboteurs having hidden within them without your knowledge." Blinking at that, the young woman spoke, her face in a frown and her tone noticeably colder than before. "You wish to intrude upon the privacy of a maiden's quarters. Is simply to cast off the worry of you being targeted by this bad element, Fraulein Stevenson. You may understand why we believe this to be needed." The young woman frowned further, causing Hans' eyes to tighten almost imperceptibly, his grip moving towards the grip of his rifle, only for the young woman to let out a frustrated huff, pulling her terracloth robe tighter together before moving away from the door. "Very well. If I must suffer this indignity, then at least make it quick." Hans nodded at his men, causing them to pour into the room, while Haider stood guard outside. There were very few places to hide in within the room, with the men easily pulling back curtains to look behind, opening windows and looking both below and above, since they were trained agents and wouldn't fall for that Hollywood drivel of not looking above, below only for the hero to be there. After all of the usual places were checked, the men set up a formation around the bed, before Hans himself slowly, ever so slowly, stepped towards it. Crouching beside it, the German poked the tip of his rifle under the bed, his entire squad readying up for contact, before he flipped the covers up as hard as he could, with the entirety of the room's weapons aiming down at the bed. The man lied down stomach first on the floor, peering under the bed, before getting up, satisfied. "It seems that everything checks out, Fraulein Stevenson. Ist hat mir sehr leid, Fraulein, but it was our prerogative to ensure that you were not under threat. While you have ensured that by completely violating my privacy and putting my room in disarray, I shall be reporting your misbehavior and breach of etiquette to your superiors." The man nodded, before calling out, "Haider, move out." His squad responded by saluting, before filing out of the room and going out in a search for the dangerous element, with Haider's squad following the opposite direction, sure of the fact that he was not within that room. Having closed her door and waited more than a few minutes to ensure that the men truly left, the woman approached her bookshelf, before speaking up. "They're gone, you're free to come out." The bookshelf moved aside with barely any noise, revealing Isay, and a corridor lit up by an oil candle behind him, leading to parts unknown. Leaving the tight corridor, Isay spoke up. "Thanks for the help, Miss Jacqueline Stevenson, but my friends call me Jackie. And it's no problem, Mr. Isay. That is all I can tell you, even after your aid. Sorry, what made you help me in the first place, if you don't mind me asking? Not that I'm not grateful, or anything. Your eyes were asking for help. I have a hard time refusing others help, when their need is so genuine. Your eyes, they're so clear, so expressive. It's as if they're untainted." With each word she said, Jackie leaned closer towards Isay, her gaze always meeting his. She seemed to lose track of herself, leaning forward even further, only for Isay to look down and comment. "That's a very interesting collar you're wearing." These words seemed to awaken Jackie, causing her to turn her face away from Isay, her hands instinctively covering her neck as if she were embarrassed of the choker-like steel collar she wore, while her cheeks burned with a bright blush. Cursing himself internally for making the air awkward, Isay spoke up. Well, as much as I'd like to stay and talk, I have something important to do." This seemed to arouse Jackie's interest, prompting her to face Isay again and ask, "What is your goal here?" "My girlfriend was abducted, and the evidence points towards here. I heard a conversation about a dungeon of some kind, so I intend to go there in order to verify whether she's present or not." Jackie seemed to think something through for a bit, struggling internally, before nodding to herself as she reached a conclusion. "Follow me, I can lead you to the dungeons." Isay perked up at that, watching as Jackie slid the bookcase aside and walked in, heading towards the sconce and picking up a lit torch, before she started walking down the darkened tunnel. He pulled the bookcase shut behind him, before following after her. They took various twists and turns, walking for minutes on end, occasionally hearing the sounds of boots above them, or voices barking orders below them, yet they did not stop. After a while of so many winding tunnels, Jackie finally stopped, placing the torch on another sconce before placing both hands on a part that seemed seamlessly connected to the rest of the stone and dirt before pushing lightly, causing it to dislodge itself and siled away, leading to the customary empty space between two flights of stairs. Jackie slid the wall closed after Isay stepped out, before speaking. We're already below ground. If we go down this last flight of stairs, we'll reach the dungeons. Nodding at that, Issei responded, "Thanks for your help. I'll be able to make do from here on my own." "What? No, I want to go with you. I want to help. This is very dangerous. Most of these people are armed and on edge from my earlier actions. They won't hesitate to shoot at the tiniest motion." "Well, another reason for me to stay with you. If you took the normal paths, it's likely you'd meet a lot of them, and you don't know the compound's secret tunnels as well as I do. You need me to guide you." Issei bit his lip at that, knowing that she had a point. Even if he managed to get Lilith, without guidance it would end up with both of them turned into Swiss cheese. He had no other option. "Fine, you can come, but stay behind me at all times." "Oh, okay." They started slowly and steadily walking down the stairs, neither of them having a single misstep despite the fact that the stairs were very old, uneven and worn out, something that caused Issei's eyes to narrow lightly. However, he disregarded this for now. As they reached the end of the stairs, the head guard chatter, with some chuckles added into the mix. Jumping down the rest of the stairs and landing silently, Issei didn't give the two guards any time to react before he was already within their guards. The first one incapacitated with a kick to the groin followed by a blow to the head, while the second one got a punch to the gut, knocking the wind out of him, followed by a punch to the throat, closing off his airways temporarily. Kicking the door down, Issei walked into the dungeon only to witness a horrifying scene. Various barred-off cells with women in them, their eyes glazed and lifeless, their clothes nothing but shreds, and their bodies covered in copious amounts of bodily fluids. Some of them were nothing more than skin and bones, and more than a few seemed to have an IV drip connected to their arm, a purple glowing liquid flowing into them and causing them to pant madly, their mouths frothing, while they muttered a whole bunch of gibberish, most of it relating to sex. "Hey, who the hell are you? What the hell are you doing here?" This call caused Issei's head to snap towards its source, a tall, muscular guard that seemed to be hurriedly standing up and doing up his pants, with many of his fellow soldiers following suit. However, everything changed when Issei's eyes fell onto the girl that the guard had been violating. A little girl. She couldn't even be elementary school aged. Jackie gasped as soon as she saw the scene, her eyes welling up with tears, as the guards tried to shake off their arousal and, for a few of them, their post-orgasmic lethargia in order to arm themselves. But it was much too late for them. His eyes gaining a green glow, his pupils lengthening into slits and his hair raising into disarrayed spikes in the manner of a bristling cat's, Issei saw the world gradually tinting red before his body moved. "Oh, say, stop, Mr. Issei. They're already. They can't hurt anyone anymore." These cries caused Issei to snap back into awareness, his eyes and hair returning to normal. He looked around where he stood, seeing puddles and bits of red arrayed around him, with his stolen uniform's jacket being copiously stained. He looked down at his hands, just now noticing the fact that his right hand was holding a skull and spine, with some bits of flesh still attached. He threw it away in disgust, reeling back, before speaking up shakingly. What H happened here? What the hell?" He turned towards Jackie, his eyes asking, no, begging her for an explanation. The raven-haired girl swallowed down any trepidation, before responding. "After you saw the little girl, Mr. Issei, you just moved." I looked away, so I didn't see most of what happened, but they screamed. And they kept screaming. I peeked once, and you were moving, and they started disappearing by limbs and pieces. Issei looked down at the mangled state of the bodies, horrified at the fact that he was the one who did this, before his gaze fell back on all of the women trapped in that place, all of them broken in one way or another. And then, it struck. Issei was deeply connected to his own lust, as connected to it as anyone other than a succubus could be. In fact, so he could feel the energy that was hanging in the room. It was a thick lust, but not the normal, sweet, light and heady feeling that he usually detected in Luxuria. It was a heavy feeling, pressing down on him, with hints of bitterness, rage, despair and hatred. It was a lust that just felt perverse, wrong, putrid. That, together with the awareness of what he had done, and the scent of blood, guts and semen pervading the dungeons had only one end result. Issei moved away from where he had regained awareness, leaning onto the wall furthest away from the blood, guts and women, before. BLHGHHH. Jackie averted her gaze as Issei vomited, the burning sensation filling his nostrils, while pains of a mix of anger, despair, sorrow, sadness and absolute hatred rolled down his face, which could not decide whether it frowned, scowled, snarled or sneered. Wiping his mouth clean, Issei managed to stand straight, ignoring the fire that started burning on the left side of his chest and that started pumping through his veins with all the heat and thickness of magma. Issei walked back towards the cells of the trapped women, looking each over closer than before, simultaneously hoping that he'd find Lilith already, and that she was as far away from here as possible, meaning that she didn't suffer any of this. His heart all but stopped when he saw a head of familiar, but length purple hair from behind. He dashed into the cell, grabbing the girl's shoulder and turning her around. The face that met him was unfamiliar, a pair of brown eyes looking past him, with a pair of long, feather-covered ears protruding from her head, and her lower body looking distinctly avian, covered in feathers as well. Leaning back away from the broken woman, Issei sighed in relief that it wasn't Lilith, before a massive spike of guilt followed for even having this thought, as if the fact that it was someone that he didn't know made it any less wicked. He swallowed all of these emotions, his tone bland and emotionless as he spoke. Jackie, what's the path most likely to take us to the head of this operation? The girl shivered at Issei's tone, her shiver intensifying at the emptiness of the clearest, most expressive pair of eyes she had seen to date. Pushing that away, she spoke up. Well, if we go back into the tunnels, we should. No, I'm through hiding. I am very, very angry, and I am going to show everybody that allowed this to happen. I won't touch anyone that stands aside, but if anyone gets in my way, I'll erase them, just like I'll erase that shit Travis. So, please tell me the most direct path from here to the boss's room. Gulping, Jackie walked out of the dungeon and started climbing up the stairs, with Issei calmly and methodically walking behind her. The two walked mostly in silence, only the sounds of steps on the stairs and their breathing filling the air. They ended up at a wooden door, which Issei punched through easily, only to be met with a full squadron of armed men, both supernatural and human-looking, including the Hyoudou and Gustav. Hyoudou was the one to take initiative. Freeze. Release Miss Stevenson and you have your execution postponed. Any sudden moves and you're dead. Did any of you know about what was happening in the dungeons? More than a few of the soldiers started squirming at that question, while Hyoudou and his squad showed visible surprise, with Hyoudou voicing it. There were dungeons to this place. He looked at Hans through the corners of his eyes, keeping his peripheral vision on Issei as he spoke. We were never told about dungeons. You know that extra space to protect means a higher bill, including any materials that could be stashed down there. Hans did not answer, a few of the men actually looking away shamefully now as Issei spoke up. You didn't know about the dungeons, truly. He looked at the crowd of men, his gaze moving from one to another, rapidly assessing more than a handful before speaking up. Quite a few of you knew, but I will explain it anyways. Issei's eyes met Hyoudou directly, conveying just how hollow sorrow-feeling Grillovit he was, even as he spoke in his emotionless tone. Sex slaves, women taken from their homes and their families, and anyone they loved, locked within a dank dungeon, pumped full of aphrodisiacs and then abused by the guards. Raped. Hyoudou recoiled at that, before speaking up. What the fuck? His gaze moved to Hans as he asked. Is this true? Hans didn't respond, forcing Hyoudou to actually look around, his gaze swinging along the various men arrayed there and completely forgetting Issei as he spoke. Tell me this isn't fucking true. He noticed that one of his own did not seem to be as flabbergasted as the rest of his lads, his face showing shame and self-disgust. Danvers, tell me that you didn't know about this. The man grit his teeth, his fists tightening. Danvers, tell me you didn't know about this. Danvers, I quote him, sorry, boss. It's been so long since I've been with a woe. Bang! Many of the soldiers looked at Hyoudou in surprise, their gazes locked on the smoking barrel that had just put a shot into Danvers' head being held by his own captain, before the man spoke up. Fake parameters were given to us, boys. After a reassessment of the situation, I have considered this an unacceptable change and a blatant and malicious act of misinformation. We're breaking the agreement and never taking any more contracts from the bastard that pointed us to this endeavor. Hyoudou's squad seemed to be as angry as him, none of them speaking in disagreement of their leader, neither in words nor in body language, and they gave him space to walk out of the group, as did every other hired gun present. He stopped beside Danvers' still warm corpse, spitting on it, before calling out, "Someone pick up that body. Us outer rim lads take care of our own rubbish." Two of the soldiers picked up Danvers' corpse after spitting on it, neither of them particularly minding the fact that they might be touching their own or each other's spit, as they had waded through much worse running ops, before moving away. Issei's focus shifted to the rest of the soldiers, before speaking up. It seems that the rest of you either knew about the situation, abused the situation, or simply do not care about it as much as you care about a paycheck. I guess I know whom to take care of first. At these words, Hans shouted out, "All men, open fire. Surge, reinforce, shining dragon's coat." A massive surge of electricity pulsed outwards from Isay, causing more than a handful soldiers' bullets to explode either within the chamber or the magazine, rendering their weapons unusable, and even taking away a few limbs. Then, he vanished. Spurts of red started splashing around the room, covering the chest of a soldier right before he had his own throat slashed open, or another before sharp claws stabbed into his spine. In between his rampage, the word sparking dragon's talons could be heard, before the bodies started dropping at double the speed. Now, instead of simply slashing into spines, Issei was cutting straight through bodies. Instead of slitting throats, he was decapitating. Each punch shattered bones, each kick ruptured organs. Some shots were fired by those still functioning firearms, though they were more counterproductive than anything else as no one present could even track Isay at the speed he was moving, more often than not felling a fellow soldier and spreading more chaos. After 5 minutes of pure carnage, all of the soldiers present were dead, with the last one having been Hans, whose head had been split open. His rampage ended, and his clothes somehow managing to be untouched by the blood this time, Isay turned towards Jackie before speaking up. "We were heading towards the boss bastard." Jackie finally remembered to breathe, nodding shakily before moving, walking around the various corpses and pools of blood, and leading Isay through the castle, up a few sets of stairs and to an ornate door. The brunette dispensed with invitations, kicking the door down and seeing the bastard himself sitting on his throne. Many things wished to leave Issei at the same time, only a few of them in the form of words, even fewer of them coherent words, and less than a handful of them were unrelated to extremely violent acts. Instead, the brunette kept silent, rolling up his sleeves as he walked into the room. Travis was the one to break the silence. Hyoudou Issei, the human nobody that dared to get in the way of my greatness, of my destiny. Welcome to my humble abode. What can I get you? A snack, some beverage, anything? Isay seemed to be oblivious to Travis, cracking the knuckles of his right hand, his gaze seemingly thousands of miles away. A lack of acknowledgement irritated the incubus, prompting him to shift his focus to the female part of the equation. And, Jacqueline herself, leading the enemy right to my secret lair. Naughty, naughty, I thought we were better friends than that. You're nothing but a monster. I could never befriend someone like you. Smiling cruelly, Travis responded. But surely it takes a monster to know a monster, no. The girl went silent at that, gritting her teeth and looking away from Travis, her hands covering her choker, while Travis kept on talking. Speaking of that, I heard the commotion downstairs, and then I felt the presence of people disappearing from the ward's detection capabilities. With so many deaths, there surely must have been blood. How did you manage to control it? The girl turned a gaze full of silent hatred towards Travis, tears building up at the corners of her eyes, while the incubus shifted his focus to Isay, who seemed to have just finished stretching, warming up and limbering his body. He shed the military jacket he had snatched completely, rolling up both legs of the camo pattern pants, before raising both of his fists, his left one slightly ahead and pointing straight towards Travis. Having taken that position, Isay spoke up. I am going to beat you. You will ask me to stop. I will not. Then I will break you. You will ask me for mercy. I will have none to give you. Then, after I have everything I need from you, I will make you despair. You will beg for quarter, yet you will not have it. And when you finally beg me for death, I will deny you that pleasure as well. Playing the tough guy routine instead of the cheery cripple, aren't you? Are you still mad that I took your girlfriend? Or was it fiancé? Regardless, it was so unimportant that I forgot what it was. His eyes narrowing, Issei shot towards Travis, his right hand going for a devastating blow to the gut, only for the brunette to be surprised when Travis blocked the punch with his right forearm, a mocking grin on his face. He pushed Issei away, causing Issei to fly back a big distance before he managed to right himself midair to land back on his feet. Travis spoke up at that. Surprised, aren't you? Well, this is what the girls down there were for. They're constantly producing tantric energy. I keep absorbing it without the effort expended to seduce women, and I store it, and I become stronger. Travis' eyes widened before he flexed, causing his slim body to explode into a massive twitching, bilging, veiny muscle, tearing the clothes off of his upper body in the process, revealing a magical circle shining a sickly green right on top of his heart. This baby, right above my heart, is my key to power. It allows me to directly drain the power of tantric energy and infuse it into myself in a simile of the succubi's reinforcement, and with the girls still connected to me even as we speak, my power just keeps growing. You cannot defeat me, Hyoudou Issei. Travis was surprised by a hard kick to the face, causing his face to snap to the side and blood to spurt from his mouth, before a punch from the opposite direction did the same in the reverse sense, only for Issei to grip Travis' head with both hands, only to deliver as hard a headbutt as he could while reinforcing his skull, a snarl on his face, causing Travis to fly backwards from the hard blow. Issei cocked his legs back to chase after Travis, but the incubus, obviously not used to fighting on the level of Issei, called out in a panic. Bloody Mary. No. Issei turned towards the source of the squeak, watching firsthand how a squirt of red liquid spurted from Jackie's choker collar straight onto her face, causing her face to shift from horrified to delighted, a blood-red color emerging at the roots of her hair and going all the way to the tips, while her irises too were taken up by the same shade of red. Licking her lips clean of the blood that had been squirted onto her face, she spoke. Hello there, cutie, or should I say handsome? Gorgeous, maybe. An absolute stallion. I have no idea, but after seeing the beautiful carnage and bloodshed that you're capable of, I'm even more interested than before. Jackie, the girl giggled, a crazed, hysteric note to the giggle, before speaking in a typical airheaded, valley girl tone. Roang, Jackie's not home at the moment, please leave a message after the beep. Watching Travis getting back to his feet from the corners of his eyes, Issei spoke. If you're not Jackie, then who are you? Hilda Stevenson, the other side of Jacqueline Stevenson, her altar, the maid of blood and violence, and the holder of the sacred gear, at your service. Hilda finished her introduction with a mocking bow, before standing back to her full height and resuming her talking. Now that introductions are done, how about some foreplay? I'm very partial to rough and tumble play myself, with a little choking added to the mix. Her words were punctuated by a pair of red daggers made literally of blood materializing in her hands. Now Isay was forced to face both an empowered Travis and the same bloody enemy that he fought before, but now with the knowledge that she is as much a villain as she is a victim of her own sacred gear, meaning that he didn't wish to fight her lethal, yet he wished to apply lethal force to Travis. Fuck it, I'll improvise. Issei's eyes narrowed as Hilda flew towards him, slower than their last conflict and allowing him to easily dodge and parry her blows, nose, before retaliating with a punch aimed at the jaw in order to knock her out instantly, which was instead blocked by a barrier of blood made solid. Before appeared within Issei's view, his foot extended in an exaggerated kicking motion. Issei would have dodged and countered if it were not for the tendril of blood that wrapped around his leg, surprising him and allowing him to take a hard kick to the chest, coughing out a few flecks of blood. Issei rolled back to a standing position, setting his feet in order to block the next blow from Travis without being blown back, intercepting a punch in a cross guard, only for Hyoudou to appear next to him and swing a blade at his side, something that he barely managed to avoid receiving full damage from by spinning in the opposite direction that she had attacked from, ending up at Travis' unprotected side and retaliating with a hard kick to the ribs, feeling at least one shattering, enjoying the pain scream from Travis, before punching him straight in the nose, throwing him away. His focus then shifted onto Hyoudou, except now she had a pair of circuit board-like lines on her left cheek, as she had last time. And this time, when she dashed towards Issei, her speed was significantly higher, forcing him to move faster in order to avoid her attacks. She can control any blood around her, and cutting her enemy makes her stronger. Issei parried a right-handed swipe with his gauntlet, repositioning it to block a left thrust as well, keeping both of Hyodou's hands occupied, allowing him to deliver a kick to her chin that sent her spinning backwards. Yet a spurt of blood emerged from the floor, creating a blot that stopped her body before she could slam into the wall. Issei's focus forcefully changed at the familiar sound of something heavy being thrown, just barely allowing him to dodge the massive wooden table that had been thrown his way, which was followed by the stone throne. Issei reacted by shattering the stone throne with a kick before dashing towards Travis, releasing a barrage of punches that he felt pulverize a few more ribs. But before he could take him down, he was forced to jump back, the blade of a massive scythe cutting through the space that he had been previously occupying. His focus shifted onto Hyoudou, watching the young woman gleefully twirling around the massive weapon made of blood, before she pointed her finger at Issei. I can't beat you right now, neither could the two of you beat you right now as we are, but I still have a few tricks under my sleeve. Armored state. The blood around Hyoudou coalesced into the form of a massive armor as expected from a knight of old, giving extra defensive ability, while a massive claymore appeared on each of her hands. A massive warhammer of blood appeared within Travis' grip, causing him to grin viciously at Issei, before the two attacked in tandem, moving faster than Issei thought they would with the added weight of armor plus weapons for Hyoudou and just the weapon for Travis. He barely managed to parry both of the claymores being swung at the speed of daggers with his gauntleted hand, before he was forced to directly block the overhead warhammer blow, feeling a teeth-chattering shockwave traversion through his body, before the ground under him cratered, then broke completely, causing the three of them to fall to the floor below, the room full of blood that Issei had slaughtered the soldiers in. Hyoudou gave Issei a massive grin, causing the brunette's eyes to narrow, before he spoke up. Surge, reinforce, shining dragon's coat, sparking dragon's claw. Black and purple tribal tattoos climbed up Issei's body as a consequence of reinforcement, even as electricity coalesced around him in the form of a second skin, or a cloak of some sort, and created a set of short sword-length claw-shaped talons on his right hand. While Travis still smiled stupidly, not knowing what Issei was truly capable of, Hyodou's eyes widened at the fact that he was willing to face her this seriously despite knowing of Jackie, something that she expected him to be unable to do. She didn't even have the time to give a single warning before Issei appeared in front of Travis, the dragon talons already having sunk into his stomach. Issei drew his arm back, but he watched as tendrils of blood started surrounding him, growing closer and closer with the intent to trap him, only for him to vanish. He flickered out of existence for a bit, flickering back to existence beside Hyoudou, backhanding her with his gauntleted hand, which almost caused her to lose her consciousness. He turned his back on Hyoudou, slowly walking towards a panicking Travis, who noticed that even with the tantric energy that he was siphoning at the moment, his injury was taking too slow to recover. Bloody rain. Issei's eyes widened at how much the pressure being emitted by Hyoudou skyrocketed, turning his face to look at her only to receive a stomp to the face, throwing him towards a wall and causing him to crash through the solid stone. Standing up after the impact, stretching out the kinks of the rough landing and flicking off the dust that had built up in his hair, Issei turned his gaze back towards Hyoudou, only to be surprised at the throbbing and bulging veins arrayed around her entire body, with many red, circuit board-like lines arrayed around her skin as well. Her muscles seemed to be moving in a very odd and disturbing manner underneath her skin, as if each fiber were being individually controlled. Why you didn't? Issei's horrified tone caused Hyoudou to grin at him, an action that seemed even more terrifying due to the fact that some of her face muscles had not moved accordingly before she turned into a blur of motion, forcing Issei to raise his hands to block her strike, only for a blade to materialize between the two of them mid-motion, which she grabbed and followed through with the slice at his chest. Reinforce. Issei pushed more tantric energy towards his chest, causing the cut to be superficial, before kicking Hyoudou away from him and dashing after her, releasing a flurry of blows that she managed to avoid by moving, twisting, and contorting in a completely inhuman manner. The two kept moving back and forth, trading blows at a speed that left them less than blurs for Travis, whose mind could only say a single thing. Monsters. The two of them, monsters. Too powerful. I can't let it end like this. Ensuring that the other two were still embroiled in their intense battle, Travis slowly crawled away from them, back towards his throne room. Meanwhile, both Issei and Hyoudou sped up, trading blows back and forth between fists, gauntlet, talons, and blade-made swords, daggers, and spears. The two clashed, each of them sliding backwards, before dashing back towards each other, engaging in another clash between sword and talons. Hyoudo's body seemed to be at its limit, the skin of her arm tearing lightly and causing a spurt of blood to fly out. She made use of this spurt, unable to do much more to it than direct it to land in Issei's eyes to blind him. It worked, distracting him for a second, during which she managed to stab a few inches into his torso. Issei barely managed to avoid any damage to his guts or any other organs by gripping tightly onto the blade of the Nagitana that she had summoned, before releasing a surge of electricity that caused the blood to lose cohesion and pushed her away. Hyoudou intended to initiate again, but her leg failed her, one of the muscles giving out, allowing Issei to close the distance between them and punch her in the face. Hard. She managed to erect a shield behind her, but it still didn't change the fact that she felt most of the impact of breaking through a solid stone wall, causing her to barely manage to stand on her feet. Issei started walking towards her, his eyes shaded, before Travis' voice got the attention of both. Why, you two think you're better than me just because of your freakish powers. You think us normals are below you. Always looking down on us, huh? Well, newsflash, this normal can take down you monsters as easy as 1, 2, 3. Issei and Hyoudo's eyes widened at the massive amount of magical circles that covered the entirety of the visible parts of the castle, floor, walls, ceiling, and all of them had a single purpose. Travis gave the two of them a psychotic grin before a magical circle appeared underneath him, with him sinking into it with the emission of purple sparks, before disappearing completely. The magical circles started flashing, the amount of energy they built up increasing as they tapped into the ley lines that were feeding the wards. In a last-ditch effort, Issei dashed towards Hyoudou, hoisting her bloody and broken form over her shoulder, before pooling all of the different types of energy he had together. A single-minded idea of get us out of here coupled with a vague image of a magical circle, taken both from the one that he saw when he was first transported to this specific forest from Luxuria, and the bit that he managed to see from Travis. Boom! The massive explosion completely obliterated the compound, that forest, and many miles of wilderness around it, luckily not getting anywhere close to inhabited territory. The authorities marked it as a particularly high-magnitude earthquake that completely erased one of Hungary's forests from the map, perhaps permanently. But that's not what we're interested in right now, is it? Oh, crack, crackle, pop. A flash of purple light deposited a battered and broken Hyoudou and a tired, magically exhausted and somewhat scorched Issei in a very cold place. Underneath them was snow, around them was snow, everything was snow as far as the eye could see, and even the air around them whipped around harshly, the biting cold winds being a consequence of nothing other than a snowstorm. In those conditions, wearing only a shirt, military pants and boots, and carrying Sadako's twice-removed cousin over his shoulder, the only thing that kept Issei moving was his will to survive. He will not die. He will survive. He will save Lilith. He will save Jackie. But, most important of all, he will completely annihilate Travis Lasha. With these thoughts in mind, Issei wandered away, following his instinct, disappearing with his tag along into the heavy snowstorm. Hours had passed since Isay first took a step in this snowscape, and still he walked. With shuffling steps, the occasional trip, with ever-increasing bouts of wheezing due to accumulated exhaustion and the lack of treatment for his burns from the explosion, anyone seeing him from afar could confuse him for a walking corpse. However, were one to look him in the eye, they would see nothing other than sheer determination, burning like an unyielding flame, giving his body the ability to move even as his muscles cramped, and his joints clicked, and his bones cracked. He ignored the cold biting at his skin. He ignored the cracked, dry lips, closer to a blue coloration by the minute. He ignored the sensation of being watched, and he just kept walking. Various pairs of padded paws treaded the snow at a fast pace. Various mouths and nostrils released small bursts of warm air, causing steam to make itself visible around them in small clouds. They dashed into a forested area, easily and nimbly dodging trees left and right, until the head of the pack halted, forcing all others to do so. It lowered its snout to the snow, sniffing around it, before rearing its head back. AWOOO. Its howl was heard for miles on end, completely silencing the various critters whose noises would remind a present individual that they were in a forest. Before said being dashed ahead, having picked up on its prey's blood, the rest of the pack following. Having properly gotten the scent of their prey, the beings went into a frenzy, their snow-white fur bristling, their teeth, sharp and long as daggers, gnashing noisily. The noise of their paws crunching the snow underneath them intensified as they forsook stealth for speed, blasting off as fast, if not faster, than most commercially available cars. They had a target to hunt. They would not fail. Many hours had passed since Isay had been accidentally transported to an icy wasteland, and things seemed to not get any better. The sun was about to set, meaning even colder temperatures. His stomach was growling in a desperate request for food. His limbs barely allowed themselves to move, each twitch pushing at the limits of Issei's pain tolerance, all the while carrying a person whose breath was so weak that they could almost be confused for a corpse. With all of this occurring, the sound of a howl in the distance didn't even faze him. Instead, he kept his focus straight ahead of himself, trying to see as far as he could through the blowing snowstorm to find a way to survive. The snow stilled suddenly, allowing Issei to see more than a few feet ahead of himself, a blot of brown color registering in his mind as his erstwhile salvation. Before the intense storm resumed, the winds now blowing in the opposite direction and harsher than before. Disregarding this, and disregarding his own state, Issei picked up the pace, treading through the knee-high snow the same way one would through mud, each of his steps requiring more energy than regular walking. Yet, despite the pain and exhaustion, Issei kept moving, and soon he reached his salvation. A single-storied cabin, made of wood and stone, in the middle of the woods. Shifting Jackie, Hilda to his left shoulder, Issei walked up the short steps that led to the cabin's door, trying the handle and, surprisingly, finding it unlocked. He stopped feeling eyes on his person as soon as he stepped through the threshold of the log cabin, the tickling of a presence at the edge of his detection range vanishing, which allowed him to lose some of the tension that was on his shoulders. He closed the door behind him, protecting both himself and Jackie, Hilda from the continued snowstorm, before looking around the cabin itself. He saw a pelt on the middle of something resembling a living room, right in front of a fireplace on one side, and a wooden table, which was where he set his erstwhile companion down. There was some wood set beside the fireplace, so Issei grabbed a few of the logs and tossed them inside, before focusing his already strained magic, releasing a spark towards the wood and causing it to light up with a small flame, which he fostered by blowing and fanning. Soon enough the cabin was lit with a warm orange glow, keeping the cold bite of winter away from Issei and Jackie, Hilda, causing the girl's lips to lose some of the bluish tone they had been building up, and causing her breathing to become slightly less strained and weak. Still stumbling around weakly, Issei looked throughout the entire cabin, finding the kitchen and toilet, shower room, lavatory on the same floor as the living room, a few bedrooms on the first story, and a basement, the walls lined with various forms of piping, most of theme leading to a furnace. Axes, shovels, machetes, heavy coats, and a crossbow and arrows were also arrayed around the basement, as were hooks with hanging, dried meat, water bottles, and canned foods, from beans to vegetables. Holy shit, we stumbled into the home of some sort of survivalist, or wildman, or something. Shrugging those thoughts aside, Issei put on a heavy jacket, as well as grab a second one for Jackie, a few cans of food, water bottles, a big hunting knife, and a few cuts of dry meat, taking them all up to the living room. He placed the jacket on the back of a chair and the rest on top of the table, going back into the bathroom and raiding the medicine cabinet. He got a few bottles of painkillers, bandages, and disinfectant, taking them back to the living room. Next came the fun. Hard part, completely pushing away any thoughts of perversion, Issei slowly and steadily undressed his unconscious companion, grimacing at the bloody mess underneath her clothes. He wiped her down completely, his gaze not even lingering on her fun bits, before bandaging her up, using a roll or two of gauze too many in order to cover her parts. With that done, Issei covered her with the other heavy coat that he had gotten from the basement, before going back into the kitchen and giving it a proper look. He saw a wood-burning stove below and to the left of a closed window, a few cabinets that had both wooden and ceramic bowls and plates, with metal cutlery, a myriad of cooking utensils such as a cast-iron skillet, and a few pots and pans. There were also spices and dried herbs. Not feeling capable of doing much with any of that at the moment, Issei took off his shirt, wincing at the burning pain from his back, before using the antiseptic spray that he had found on as much of himself as possible. He managed to do it noiselessly despite the pain, mostly due to Xinthia's pain tolerance training, before bandaging as much of his body as he could. Having finished that, Issei popped open a can of tuna, alternating between it and the slices of dried meat, with the occasional pull from a water bottle added to the mix. His injuries treated and his hunger and thirst sated, Issei ambled back to the main room area, lied down on the pelt at an arm's length from Jackie, Hilda, and allowed himself to finally succumb to an exhausted sleep. Oh, they stopped and sniffed the air, before the leader of the pack growled something at the rest of the group. He then proceeded to howl, prompting the others around him to do the same, before the group turned back the way they had come from. Their prey had eluded them for the time being, but they would return. They always did. Oh, I fucking hate my biological clock. Issei got up from the ground he had slept on with this specific thought in mind, stretching his back as far as his aches and sores would allow him to, before taking stock of the room around him. The firewood he added to the fireplace had burnt itself out completely, leaving the room mostly in darkness with the exception of a scant few beams of light that made it through the windows. He got up to his feet, heading towards the bathroom to relieve himself, mentally praising and thanking the owner, builder of this place for believing in functional piping instead of being the outside latrine type of guy. Having finished relieving himself, Issei decided to finally explore the upstairs section of the home fully. He found what seemed to be a master bedroom, with a queen-size bed, 2 headstands, a dresser with an embedded mirror, and an attached shoe compartment. Looking through them, Issei found both male and female clothes in varying sizes and styles, though all of them maintaining a common aspect, which was the thick fabric they were made of, more than likely for preserving heat. Other than some dust, creases, and a few spiders, all of the clothes seemed usable. He got a set of clothes for Hilda, underwear included, before going off to explore the other rooms. One of them was full of things such as rugs, animal pelts, blankets, and towels. Another one was a bigger bathroom than the one at the ground floor, with an actual bathtub, and the last room was an oddity. It was spacious, the walls arrayed with shelves covered in a myriad of books. From floor to ceiling, from wall to wall, everywhere one looked there were books, with the exception of a window on the far side of the room that allowed light in. Issei's eyes narrowed. This was the fourth room that was seemingly empty for a good while, but it wasn't musty at all. Thinking back on things, Issei noticed even more oddities. There were no pests in the places that one would expect there to be, such as the kitchen, that had spices and dried herbs, and the basement, that had proper insulation and meat. None of the furniture that Issei had come about seemed to be dusty, dirty, rusted over, or worn down from age in any manner. The only things that showed signs of actual aging were the objects within the master bedroom. And how would a rustic-looking house like this have a functioning water system during winter? Even if there were some pipes rigged to lead to and from some well or underground reservoir or something of the sort, at least sections of the pipes would freeze over during the winter, especially since there was an intense snowstorm less than 2 days ago, meaning that the water should be unable to flow into the house or into any tap. Hell, the toilet shouldn't be flushing. Plus, there were other details that Issei overlooked in his hurry to get himself and Hilda patched up and in living conditions. The wood stove in the kitchen and the furnace in the basement did not have any exhaust pipes. Any smoke produced from their burning should be filling the house, but it didn't. This place, it's a magical home. But who are the owners? And more importantly, where are they? All of these thoughts moved through Issei's mind as he made his way downstairs, the clothes that he had picked aside for Hilda over his shoulder and ready for a small sink washing session. Their clothes and books are all here and undisturbed, so it's unlikely that they decided to suddenly move away. He rummaged around the cupboards, finding a sink plug and a box of powdered detergent. Making use of both, Issei filled the sink with water and diluted a fair amount of detergent inside, before putting the clothes he had separated for Hilda inside and allowing them to go for a good soak. With that done, Issei decided to check on Hilda and see if she needed a change in bandages. He went back into the main room and got beside her, only for his eyes to narrow at the redness of her face. He placed his hand on her forehead, his eyes widening at what he felt. She's burning up. Leaning his face close to her face allowed him to notice the fact that her breaths were quick and shallow, and interspersed with some coughs. He reacted by going down to the basement for a bucket, going to the kitchen and filling said bucket in the sink, getting a rag and then returning to Hilda's side. He dipped the rag on the bucket of water, wringing out the excess before placing it on top of her forehead. With that done, he tried to figure out the next step to take. What did Mom do when I was sick a couple of years ago? The moist rag is there. I need to change it every few hours, I think. Other than that, soup. She fed me soup and lots of water. There was also medicine, but where can I find medicine in the middle of a fucking tundra? No, Issei, don't go there. Focus on what you can change, leave what you can't aside. With that thought in mind, he went into the kitchen and raided the cupboards for anything usable. He found a small stock of firewood, some cast iron pots, pans and utensils, wooden bowls, some dry herbs and powdered spices. He stocked the stove with wood and ignited it with a small spark of electricity, allowing the fire to really get going before placing a pot full of water to boil. With that done, he went down to the basement and got a few of the canned vegetables there and a few strips of the dried and salted meat. Returning to the kitchen, Issei just added things to the pot haphazardly, not really having any previous cooking experience, and having only guesses and hunches guiding him. Vegetables are a staple for any healthy food, the meat will give protein, and the salt from it will make the soup not be bland. Ah, screw it. Having added a little bit of everything to the pot of boiling water, Issei went back to the main room to thoroughly check on Hilda. He removed the coat she was using as a blanket, his eyes widening at the fact that her bandages were noticeably bloaty. Shit, things seem to keep getting worse. I can't move her because it'll aggravate her injuries, which means I can't take her to the only bed in this place, plus the dust there would probably cause her some sort of infection. I'll have to use up wood to keep this place warm and to cook for her, but I can't really go out to get more because her condition could suddenly worsen. Fuck, things weren't supposed to go this way. I was supposed to get there, kick ass and save Lilith. Why do things always have to get more complicated than needed? The brunette shook his head free of those thoughts, before going to the downstairs bathroom for more bandages to replace Hilda's current ones with. Issei changed her bandages as slowly and carefully as possible in order not to aggravate her wounds, before covering her with the heavy coat again and feeding some wood into the fireplace to keep the house warm. He headed back to the kitchen, retrieving the soup from the fire and pouring it into 2 bowls. One he set aside for himself, the other one he took to the main room. He placed it next to Hilda's face, before speaking. You can stop pretending to be unconscious now. That, currently, Redhead shifted lightly, the difficulty in her motions noticeable, before turning towards Issei, a faint smile on her face as she spoke in a weak, tired tone. How long have you known I was awake? You tried emphasizing your chest when I was changing your bandages. A weak smile turned into a slight smirk as she responded. He enjoyed it. Isay leaned forward, taking the damp cloth from her forehead and dunking it in the bucket of water, wringing out the excess before placing it back on her forehead, even as he spoke. Wasn't really in the frame of mind to enjoy your breasts while treating your wounds. You really fucked yourself up with your power. As he spoke, Isay moved closer to Hilda and placed a hand underneath her back, bracing her before slowly helping her sit up. He propped her up against one of the cabin's walls, the fur coat covering her legs still, before grabbing the soup and moving close to her. He loaded up a spoonful before directing it to her lips. Hilda rolled her eyes before allowing Isay to feed her, her face thoughtful as she chewed on a bit of onion before smacking her lips. You're a terrible cook. Yeah, well, I'm sure you could do better with literal 0 years of experience and no fresh ingredients to work with. Just eat the damn soup. Touchy, aren't we? I have a good reason to be. If you didn't notice, I kind of failed to do the one thing I intended to do back at that castle whatever. Then why help me? Travis couldn't have taken you on even in his dreams. I was the one that kept you from getting to him. Why put in the effort to help me? Why not just leave me out to die? Because you helped me. You guided me, helped me go where I wanted to while avoiding any alarms, and you led me straight to Travis. You did all of those things even when you didn't need to. So, I'd feel pretty shitty if I were to just abandon you afterwards. I didn't help you. Jackie did. The two of you are the same person, though. Hilda went completely quiet at that, causing Isay to shrug, before feeding her the rest of the soup in silence. After he finished feeding her, Isay helped her lie back down, moistened the rag on her forehead again, and then covered her completely with the coat, allowing the visibly exhausted girl to go back to rest, before going to the kitchen and having his own cold soup. After finishing the soup, and it really did suck, Hilda was right about that, Isay went back upstairs in order to figure out what happened to the original owners of the cabin, and to see if he could find a way to leave that place and return to Luxuria. His first stop was the bedroom, which he all but turned upside down as he looked for even a scrap of information, finding only a piece of paper in one of the drawers of the bedside tables bearing only a pair of words. They lied. How ominous. Dedrag. Indeed. So, how long did it take you to remember that I was here? Longer than I'm proud to say. You're an idiot. Hey, cut me some slack. I was hyper-focused on not dying, and on saving Lilith. Everything else just happened in the moment, you know. Plus, with Hilda's fever, and me having to cook, I'm sure that I earn a huge fucking pass for my lapse of memory. Geez, kid, I was just joking. Didn't expect you to be this affected. Sorry, I'm just stressed out, and unloading onto you. Understandable. So, you know of any way to get us out of here and back to Luxuria? I didn't even know for sure that Luxuria existed up until a few weeks ago. Why do you expect me to know how to get there? Yeah, stupid question. You could ask the crazy blood girl for help. Not at the moment, and especially not with anything related to magic. She's really fucked up from our fight and the explosion afterwards. You say that as if it were not the same for you. I just got hit with a bit of the explosion. It's nothing major. I'll just walk it off. It's not major, my scaly ass. You've got burns on your back, strained muscles around your body from the stress, and shot nerves from the overuse of the Eagle of Victory's powers. I was watching everything you did in that castle, compound, whatever, and I saw you pushing your body beyond anything it had ever done before. Dedrag could sense Isay's unwillingness to concede the point, so he decided to go through another track. If you keep pushing as much as you do without resting, you're going to fall apart. If that happens, then who saves Lilith? The brunette clicked his teeth in irritation before speaking. Okay, you're right. What do you expect me to do, though? Rest, eat, sleep, rinse and repeat until you're not as weak as when you first found the boosted gear. By off ice, a stiff breeze would knock you over right now. The brunette, having no real argument to dispute Dedrag's words, went back downstairs and, after a drink of bottled water, covered himself in a coat before laying beside Hilda near the fireplace, then allowed his exhaustion to catch up to him. The pack had found themselves a good resting place as they waited out their prey. Their prey seemed to have found a den of their own, something which would make it more troublesome to get them. It was easier to allow them to wander from their den and pick them out at that moment. So the pack lied in wait. About 3 days later, Isay frowned as he tossed another log into the fireplace before speaking up. We're almost out of firewood. I'll have to go out and get more, otherwise we'll be freezing here, and without any hot meals. Isay's gaze turned towards the sleeping Hilda before his brow furrowed worriedly. After 3 days of resting, eating and having her bandages taken care of, her condition had improved, but she still wasn't in a state in which a sudden downswing wasn't a possibility. Leaving her at this moment is dangerous, but running out of firewood would be worse. I'll just have to go out there and hope for the best until I return. He went to the basement to collect whatever he would need to get wood, and he ended up outfitting himself with a heavy coat and fur boots, an axe that he attached to his belt, some rope and a crossbow, with a quiver full of steel-tipped arrows strapped across his back. I don't know if there are any dangerous critters around, but if there are, it's good to have a way to take care of them without stressing my body even further. I can still feel some of the injuries to my back opening when I move in certain ways. Fully kitted, Isay went back up the stairs to the main room, checked on Hilda and re-moistened the rag for her forehead, before leaving the cabin and heading towards the group of trees he could see in the distance. Hilda's eyes opened as soon as the door closed behind Issei, before she gingerly sat herself up. She recovered from her injuries faster than she ever expected to do so, and she had a hunch that it had something to do with the food that Issei cooked, no matter how foul it tasted. Regardless of reason, the end result was the fact that she was already capable of changing positions, sitting up without any support, and actually eating on her own. Pretty soon she should get to a state in which both her and Issei could avoid the embarrassment and awkwardness that popped up whenever she needed to use the bathroom. I'm sure he'll be glad when I tell him about this. A sudden thought then popped up in Hilda's mind. Should I even tell him about my recovery? I mean, we were enemies until very soon, and he could just be taking care of me as part of a plan of some sort. That means that disposing of him before he could do the same to me is paramount. These thoughts, however, made Hilda's stomach roil in an unfamiliar way. What is this? Is my cold getting worse again? I guess I'll take the time that he's out to rest further, and I'll take care of him tonight, after he falls asleep. With that in mind, Hilda covered herself up and closed her eyes, yet the roiling feeling in her stomach wouldn't disappear for the rest of the day, even in her sleep. Oh, the walk through the forest wasn't easy on Issei. Between the almost waist-high snow, the biting cold, his still recovering body, and his worried, unsettled mind, it was a damn miracle that Issei didn't take a wrong turn and fall off a cliff or something of the sort. He stopped in front of an adequately sized tree, taking hold of the axe with his right hand before resting the back of the axe head on his shoulder. I think I saw a show about loggers when I was younger. Let's see if I remember correctly. He hefted the axe over his head, his hand gripping the handle tightly in order not to have it fly off into the woods before he swung, the blade of the axe lightly sinking into the bark of the tree and getting stuck there, forcing Issei to plant a foot against the tree in order to wrench it out, before looking the edge over. What was that about? The blade isn't rusted or blunt, so why didn't it cut properly? Why did it get stuck? What did I do wrong? He looked over the tree itself, before a memory floated through his mind. Instead of cutting a tree horizontally, which takes much more effort and wears your tools out faster, it's best to chop at an oblique angle and persist at it. You'll have to exert less strength, and by the time you're done, you'll know towards where the tree is going to fall. His eyes widening at that, Issei angled himself differently before raising the axe again and delivering a slanted slash at the tree, feeling the axe sinking in with almost no resistance. He pulled the axe back with nowhere near as much effort as he had during the first slash, before persisting on the oblique cut again and again until the tree started falling towards him. Issei widened his stance and caught the log on his shoulder, hissing at the pain that the falling tree elicited before tying one end of the rope around it and the other around his waist, and then proceeded towards another tree. He stopped mid-swing as the sound of crunching snow reached his ears even as movement registered on the edge of his awareness. Lowering the axe and attacking it to one of his belt loops, Issei slowly worked on unstrapping the crossbow from behind him, one of the arrows already loaded, before rapidly turning and firing into the area where the noise had come from. He heard a meaty thwack of the arrow meeting flesh, strapping the crossbow back over his shoulder and grabbing the axe, purple veins appearing on the blade as he pushed tantric energy towards it in the form of a reinforcement, before he cautiously moved towards the target her had hit. Pushing aside a bush, Issei was met with the presence of a puddle of blood, with his arrow on top of it, and no body whatsoever. A small trail of blood led away from the bigger puddle, but it disappeared shortly afterwards. Frowning seriously, Issei picked up the arrow and placed it back within the quiver, before returning to his trees. Instead of trying to chop any more down, or to drag them via rope, something which he knew left tracks, Issei enhanced his body, shouldered the trees and then ran back towards the cabin fast enough for his feet not to sink into the snow, leaving almost no trace of his presence there. He was sweating copiously by the time he reached the cabin, dropping the logs right outside before folding over and coughing out a good gob of blood onto the snow. You stressed your body too much. I know, D-Drag, but it was the best option. I forgot this after all this time, but before I reached the cabin, I felt as if I were being watched. It's likely that something or someone wants to kill me or Hilda. Just keep in mind that your body has limits, and that ignoring them will lead you to an early grave. Smirking inwardly, Issei mentally responded. Gee, D-Drag, I didn't know you cared this much. I don't, really. I just believe that it'd be a waste for someone as, let's say talented, as you to die before they can really learn to use the boosted gear. Or you're just being a tsundere. D-Drag responded simply by huffing, before settling down to sleep, causing Issei to chuckle even as he used his sleeve to wipe the blood off of his mouth and chin. His face once again becoming serious, Issei closed his eyes and expanded his senses as much as he could, only for them to give no signals of danger. With that check done, Issei's awareness lowered slightly into simply mildly cautious, before he started working on chopping the logs down into smaller sizes, then splitting them for firewood. Having finished all of this, Issei made a net with the rope at hand and used it to bunch together all of the split wood before entering the cabin. Hyoudou, why do you smell like blood? Hilda's question reached Issei as soon as he walked into the cabin, causing him to stop mid-step and blink owlishly, before his brain finally managed to translate the question and craft a response. Oh, I shot at something in the woods with the crossbow and grazed it. I found the arrow in the middle of a puddle of blood. That's probably what you're smelling. Hilda eyed Issei suspiciously, looking him up and down and finding nothing off about him. Okay, I guess. By the way, Isay, I could really use a bath. Isay's eyes widened at that. Oh, a few hours had passed since Isay and Hilda had gone to bed, and Hilda was still awake, a myriad of thoughts going through her mind. He goes out for a few hours, then returns smelling of blood, but with no injuries. He takes care of me despite the fact that I'm an enemy, and he doesn't even try to take advantage of the times that he had me naked and helpless, not even once. That's too suspicious. No one is that good of a person. He must be planning something. But I'm going to beat him at his game. Hilda stood up, a slow, painful, yet silent action that left her on shaky legs, before raising both of her hands above her head. A split opened on her lip before a small cloud of blood coalesced into a blade within her grasp, before she walked towards Isay, whose back was turned to her. She aimed for his throat, her eyes narrowing before she struck. Before her hand stopped, with the blade just a couple of inches away from Isay's throat, and a heavy feeling in her stomach. My cold's acting up again. Now, taking a deep breath, Hilda raised her blade again, aiming for Isay's throat, before she froze. The feeling in her stomach intensified further, while her hand started shaking. What's wrong with me? This should be easy. Why can't I do it? She focused as hard as she could and tried to get her hands to do what she ordered them to, but that only resulted in her hands shaking, the heavy feeling in her stomach threatening to engulf her completely. She tried to force her way through this, but every time she thought of just killing Isay, a heavy feeling of nausea hit her. Her eyes started welling up with tears which she furiously tried to wipe away with her arm, yet they wouldn't stop coming. Her legs started shaking as well, both from a mixture of her injuries and this new feeling that was engulfing her. She fell on her behind as her legs completely lost their strength, with tears streaming down her face and an extremely horrible feeling welling in her chest. Her blade dispersed, floating back into her body in the form of blood, before she dragged her crying and shaking form towards Isay and hugged him from behind, as tightly as she could. A few seconds afterwards, Hilda had fallen asleep. Isay's eyes cracked open lightly at that, the brunette letting out a sigh at that, before Diedrag spoke directly into Isay's mind. You do know that what you did, allowing her a free blow like that, was extremely reckless, right? She wouldn't have hurt me. How could you be so sure of this? I already said this before, she's a good person. Someone who's not a good person wouldn't have helped me voluntarily like she did, at risk of her own person. You just love gambling with your life every 15 minutes, don't you? Idiot. Watch out, Diedrag, your soon is showing. The red dragon grunted, before going back to sleep inside the boosted gear, soothed by dreams of explosions, and even bigger explosions. Isay could only chuckle, before Hilda shifted, causing a blush to tinge his cheeks and a perverted giggle to go past his lips. Soft and bouncy. With those pleasant thoughts, Isay allowed himself to drift off into oblivion. Isay could only frown in a mixture of worry and consternation as he looked down at the visibly ill Hilda. Her fever had gone up, and other than moist rags and hot soup, there was nothing he could do for her. She had stabilized after what he reckoned were continuous hours of getting worse and worse, but Isay was still worried. At the rate things were going, she could die at any moment. Knowing that he could do nothing for her at the moment, Isay decided to check out the library, to check if there were any books on medicinal herbs, or healing magic, or something that could heal Hilda and help him find Lilith. After 3 days of going back and forth between taking care of Hilda, getting wood to keep the fires going, and searching for any useful books in the library, Isay's condition was declining. The lack of rest and the immense amount of effort, both physical and taking down the trees with his not at all healed injuries, and the mental and spending hour after hour reading or taking care of Hilda with little rest had Isay on the brink of collapse. Something which he knew would likely spell the doom of himself, Hilda, and, most importantly, Lilith. Pacing around the small library, desperately searching for some book to help in his endeavors, Isay was surprised when it suddenly hit him. As in, a book literally fell from one of the higher shelves onto his head. He cursed at his continued misfortune before his eyes fell on the title of the book. Searching Beyond Your Gaze, Divination for Dummies. With little to lose, Isay opened the book to a random page, only for the very first passage of the book to cause his eyes to widen tremendously in surprise. Divination magic is very useful in acquiring information of events and locations past, present, and future. In order to properly utilize divination-based magic, all one has to do is to establish communication with a being or deity possessing any divination-related aspect, such as fortune-telling or prophecies, via a magical circle. A small tribute is taken from the summoner in exchange for the information provided, though the deities are known to occasionally waive this requirement if they particularly favor the one attempting to use their power. This is exactly what I needed. I can get information on how to reach Luxuria to get myself and Hilda properly healed, then ask for information on Lilith's actual whereabouts. I just need to work on crafting the ritual circle. Diedrag could only frown from within the boosted gear, torn between the desire to warn his host that nothing good tends to come from bartering with gods, and the knowledge that he'd go ahead and do whatever he felt like anyway. After a last check of his gear, including crossbow and arrows, axe, the book detailing what he would need to collect, and a few jars to store ingredients, Isay gave Hilda one last worried look before leaving the cabin. He went back into the woods he was collecting firewood from, his head on a swivel for the needed ingredients. He spotted a bundle of herbs that the book detailed, pulling them by the root as detailed in the book, before collecting the sap of a few different trees. A few hours of hunting for ingredients later, Issei was done. He had everything he needed. He put away the ingredients he had collected within his coat, before his senses registered a presence a short distance away. This presence wouldn't usually be a match for him, but as weakened as he was, it was enough to take him down in case of direct conflict. So, instead of going for direct conflict, Issei decided to fight indirectly. He climbed up one of the trees before focusing towards the source of the twinge in his awareness, being greeted only with a splash of moving white and a pair of red eyes, that then vanished into the undergrowth. Issei drew the crossbow and aimed it towards the general area in which he felt the danger before firing, being rewarded with a howl of pain for his efforts. This howl of pain turned into one of rage, and Issei's eyes widened as he watched a series of trees getting knocked down in a straight line towards him, forcing him to jump to another tree. His attacker followed after Issei, forcing him to keep jumping between branches, his eyes always fighting to detect the smallest amount of motion possible, if just to have some forewarning for when he had to jump. Hearing the crunch of snow somewhere to the left and below him, Issei rapidly took aim and fired, the sound of even more pain howling reaching his ears, yet he couldn't count it as a victory. His breath was shallow from the exertion, showing just how damaged he truly was, and his back and shoulder hurt from improper and incomplete healing, meaning that it was unlikely that he'd be able to win this fight. This led to a single rational response, escaping. Isay jumped away from the tree he was on as hard as he could before going full tilt on his sprint, with the sound of crunching snow making him aware that his attacker was in hot pursuit. The sun had started setting, causing his pursuer to turn more frantic in its efforts, making it so that while Isay did his best to dodge and maneuver around trees, the pursuer only worried about knocking them down non-stop. Hope blossomed within Isay's chest as he saw the edge of the woods, before a wooden log nearly slammed into him, clipping his shoulder and knocking him to the ground. Ignoring the painful throb in his shoulder, Isay hopped back onto his feet, feeling the presence of his pursuer approaching, its bloodlust bearing down on Isay in the manner of a ravenous beast. The brunette could almost feel its warm, fetid breath on the back of his neck from the proximity it had gained. The sound of displaced air being followed up on by Isay being thrown out of the forest from the strength of the blow, with a new set of injuries on his back probably delivered by claws. He turned over onto his back, aiming both his boosted gear and crossbow at the forest, only for a sound similar to a heavy object slamming into a massive gong to echo throughout the forest and reverberate to his bones. A massive flare of light hurting his eyes and forcing him to narrow them, completely obscuring the figure of his pursuer. Looking up, Isay noticed a light blue-colored dome had been erected over the area he was in, from just outside the forest, and englobing the cabin he and Hilda had been staying in. Defensive wards. That's probably why I felt the attention of this thing leave me when I first reached the cabin. The pursuer seemed to give up after a few more attempts at breaching the wards, causing the flares of light to stop, and allowing Isay to actually see a pair of red eyes receding into the forest before vanishing completely, swallowed by the menacing darkness. So we're safe from this thing as long as we're within the cabin, or within a certain distance of it. Letting out a breath of relief at that discovery, Isay dragged his bleeding self back into the cabin. He spared a look at the sleeping Hilda before going down to the basement and placing all of the collected ingredients down there. He dragged himself back upstairs, pouring a full bottle of rubbing alcohol over his own back in order to disinfect the injury, stifling his pain grunt before wrapping himself up with bandages. Having done that, he went back up into the library and checked the book's instructions. The major divination invocation is a very power-intensive ritual, so it is highly suggested for the one attempting it to do it at a moment in which their power is at its apex, or when there is an overflowing source donating the energy. The best times to perform the ritual are at either sunset or sunrise, due to the symbology inherent to those two events. Sunset is the time period in which the illuminating rays of the sun last shed their light upon the land as the sun itself gradually sets, giving way for the stars in the night sky, which are, and rightly so, associated with guidance, having been the preferential method of navigation for sailors, travelers, and nomads throughout the ages, a handy method of fortune-telling for those with abilities so inclined, and, in some cultures, the stars of the night sky are even believed to some kind of universal table of events, holding information about all events, past, present, and future. Sunrise is a bit of the opposite paradigm. Instead of completely depending on the stars to grant one information they were unaware of, the sun's rays shedding light upon the earth represent the illumination of the possible paths one can take. It is a time period associated with guidance, and the imparting of wisdom more so than information, helping individuals make correct decisions based on knowledge that they already possess, instead of granting them new knowledge. So I have to recover and build up as much energy as I can, wait until the sun starts setting and then perform the ritual. Since this type of magic can give you information that you wish to have, once me and Hilda get to Luxuria and fully recover, I could use it in order to find out Lilith's exact location. With that information at hand, Isay allowed himself to rest, already planning for the occasion. "Oh-oo!" Growls, howls, and cries filled the night air as the injured hunter informed their brethren of their prey's weakness. The prey itself released a stench of blood and weakness, while a foreign smell of disease, ever intensifying and closer to death, hung around it as well. The being conveyed upon its brethren the fact that the prey was unable to even defend itself, being saved only by some sort of boundary, and that it was likely that they could entrap it by keeping the group at the edge of said boundary, waiting for their target to step foot outside of the protected area to finally devour it. The group did not hesitate. They moved as one, heading towards the forest in order to lie in wait. It had been a long time since they last ate good food, and they would not allow this opportunity to pass them by. Ungodly pairs of red eyes lit up the dark night in a nightmarish manner, promising blood, violence, and death. Isay had wanted to wait until he was fully recovered, but a sudden downswing in Hilda's health forced him to rush up his plans. At the rate her health had been decaying, Isay was sure that she wouldn't manage 2 more days without medical aid. With those thoughts in mind, the brunette looked out of the window, noticing the slanted golden tint that colored the snow and the forest in the distance, signaling the fact that the sun was just about to set. Nodding to himself, Isay went down to the basement, his eyes heading straight to the complicated magical circle that he had drawn on the ground with a mixture of water, ground herbs, and some of his blood. It took some time and effort, as he had no measuring tools to ensure perfection, so he had to freehand it, but Isay managed to make it look exactly as the book made it look like. Despite that, he gave the circle one final once-over, verifying that there was no line out of place, no figure out of focus, and no fudged numbers. Satisfied with the final result, the brunette closed the book he had been using as comparison and put it aside, before kneeling before the circle. He closed his eyes and completely relaxed the control that he had over his powers, allowing them to suffuse his body and stop just before the point that it was painful, before slamming the palm of his gauntleted hand onto the center of the circle and pushing. A light golden glow illuminated the basement, while Isay felt his power being siphoned from him to a painful level. However, instead of giving up, or allowing himself to fall unconscious, he marshaled even more of his power, and he pushed. The light glow started becoming more and more intense, as did the magic drain on Isay. He could feel himself slipping closer to unconsciousness, before a headache started developing from the back of his head. It grew gradually, until a sharp spike of pain on the top of the head caused Isay's eyes to roll back, even as information slammed into his brain. Images and sounds assaulted his mind, as if someone were engraving them into his brain with an ice pick. Oh, a young couple, going out on their first date. A few years later and they had moved in together. A wedding, in their first home. A seemingly impossible struggle for children that threatened to break their spirits. The joy of discovering that their latest attempt at a child had taken, and the look of sheer happiness on the faces of husband and wife. The nerve-wracking process that is childbirth. Seeing his first child, his son, in his wife's arms, and her smile of happiness. Taking his newborn son into his arms for the first time, and falling in love all over again. The news that they would never be able to have any more children, that they took better than they would have before. After all, they already had their beautiful little Aiden, the center of their world. Their life was perfect. The first trip home, in the trying first months. Waking up in the middle of the night due to the baby's cries, going to work absolutely tired, and returning home as a shambling corpse. Yet feeling his energy returning at the sight of his beautiful wife rocking their baby to sleep, and the smiles on both their faces. The sheer horror that was waking up to the sound of shattered windows, only to notice a complete absence of a child's cries. Telling the police that the only thing you could remember was white fur and a pair of red eyes, and being told that he was suffering a stress-induced delusion. Convincing his wife of what he saw, deciding to find their child no matter the cost. Selling their home and everything they owned to create capital to invest in the search for answers. Finding answers in the most unlikely form possible, supernatural acts. Following through with the investigation to the utmost end, amassing a wealth of information about the supernatural world, and the possible whereabouts of their child. Building a house in a remote part of the Swiss Alps, hidden from humanity by magic, as the clues led them there. Hunting after the killers of his child alongside his wife, only for her to die right in front of him, before the filthy beasts slowly tore him apart, relishing in his screams of both pain and anguish. Using his dying breath and the remains of his life force to erect a magical barrier on the land around the cabin, turning it into an eternal sanctuary for their family after its tragic fate. Oh, a sudden gasp left Isay's body as he returned to full consciousness, with the final images that imprinted themselves into the back of his eyelids to never disappear being a purple-colored magical circle that he knew to be a transportation circle, and a circle with the word XOCHIQUETZAL in the middle. After those two images imprinted themselves into his brain in a permanent manner, Isay felt a surge of energy coming from the circle itself, before he was thrown away from it and slammed hard into one of the basement's walls, having his breath knocked out of him. He watched the circle light up an even brighter gold, before massive arcs of electricity started emerging from it as if they were tendrils, and crawling through the ground and up the walls of the cabin. The brunette, noticing this, ran upstairs to the main room, having only the time to grab a hunting knife, an axe, and a pair of heavy coats, before grabbing Hilda, wrapping her in one of the coats, before leaving the cabin. Looking back at the house, Issei watched the golden tendrils of electricity completely cover it before shooting upwards, seemingly slamming into something solid. A blue dome became visible, something that Issei was aware to be a physical representation of the wards that previously protected the cabin. Before the tendrils started traveling through the entire length of the dome, and, with the sound of shattering glass, the entire ward structure collapsed. As soon as this happened, Issei could hear growls coming from the woods, with pairs of red eyes cutting through the dark that had completely swallowed the mountainside that he now knew to be on. Nocturnal, his eyes lit up with a purple glow before the darkness of night faded, allowing him to see in the dark as he normally would during the day and to see the source of the noise. And it wasn't a pretty sight. Big beings, 7 feet tall at least, with simian-like facial features, sharp, shark-like serrated teeth and long dog-like ears. The body was a mismatched thing, with long arms, lanky looking in relation to the rest of the frame, that hung almost all the way to the ground. The body was thick and extremely muscular, packing high amounts of power, while the legs were short and thick, somewhat like a gorilla's, but even smaller and thicker, all of this covered in a thick layer of white fur, with a pair of red eyes sticking out sorely by contrast. However, unlike gorillas, these things seemed to not make it a habit to use their arms to walk, doing so easily on their hind legs alone. These beings used this to their advantage, arming themselves with massive clubs made of stone, wood, bone, or a mixture of the three. A band of no less than 10 had emerged from the forest, each of them emanating enough bloodlust on their own to scare off a band of lions. Shit, I used up a good chunk of my power in the ritual circle, so I don't have enough juice to make the jump straight to Luxuria with Hilda. With the information that I gained, I know that trying to make that trip as I am would more than likely lead to our parts being scattered along the way on a permanent basis. The only solution is to fight them, even while covering for Hilda. Having reached that conclusion, Issei raised his fists into a fighting stance, a spark of electricity covering his body and causing the snow under his feet to melt. He narrowed his eyes, focusing his gaze on the group of monsters. Yeti, his new knowledge told him they were called, before he released as much of his own pressure as he could, aiming it at them and causing them to freeze in place for an instant at the draconic undertone they could feel. It was as if a massive pair of draconic eyes were staring at them from behind Issei. This brief instance of terror vanished when their noses picked up the scent of disease and death growing more and more, turning it into caution and apprehension instead. The group spread around Isay, closing off any direction that he could use to escape with the exception of the forest, knowing that they could maneuver it better than their prey. The brunette kept his head positioned so that he could face as many of the animals at the same time as possible, while his other senses, both natural and supernatural, kept track of the ones outside of his field of vision, their hunger and bloodthirst turning them into veritable beacons. One of the Yeti started moving forward, testing Issei's boundaries, only to be met with a blast of electricity to the chest, pushing it a few feet away from its starting position and drawing a screech of pain from it. While the smell of burnt flesh and fur seemed to galvanize the other Yeti, the knowledge that one of them had been hurt by their prey slowly but gradually whipping them into a frenzy. Two of them dashed at Issei, one of them cocking back a club made of wood and stone and the other one a club made of bone, even as the rest of them slammed their fists, clubs and feet on the ground over and over in a frenzy, before the two swung simultaneously. Knowing that Hilda was underneath him and that dodging would mean her dying, Issei planted his feet as hard into the ground as he could, reinforced his right fist and simultaneously punched at the two weapons, forcing the two Yeti back from the shockwave of the blow. Issei followed up on this by pointing both of his hands towards the two Yeti. Thunderbolt, a bolt of lightning jumped from each fist, slamming into the monsters and pushing them backwards, though they managed to keep their footing well enough to slow their motion. One of the Yeti, a younger and less experienced one, dashed at Issei from behind with the belief that the brunette was vulnerable with his back turned, only to receive a boot to the midsection, followed up on by a barrage of punches to the face and torso, throwing it away as a bloody, crumpled mess. Seeing one of their own dead, the Yeti seemed to be moving to attack in a concerted effort, only for a loud roar to cause them to halt and to attract Issei's attention. Another Yeti, bigger than the others by a foot or two, and with muscles that were twice as big as theirs, made his way out of the forest, its aura intense enough to completely silence his previously raging band. Its body was littered in scars and its fur had missing patches, likely a result of battles for dominance of the pack, yet the deference of the band made it obvious that it hadn't lost. This Yeti, the leader of the band, sauntered with a level of swagger that one had when they knew they were the top of the food chain, before its face split into a sharp grin that was missing two teeth, causing an image to come to the forefront of Issei's mind. Hunting after the killers of his child alongside his wife, only for her to die right in front of him, before the filthy beast slowly tore him apart, relishing in his screams of both pain and anguish. This was the Yeti that ultimately killed the previous owner of the cabin, and likely the one that took his child in the first place. The Yeti transitioned directly from his saunter into a fast dash, suddenly appearing in front of Issei and rearing its fist in order to release a devastating punch to his head. Issei responded by parrying the punch, cringing at the pain that blossomed on his back, shoulder and leg muscles, before he responded by punching the Yeti's face. The Yeti's head snapped to the side, only for it to slowly turn his head so that his gaze fell on Issei, forcing the brunette's arm back bit by bit and causing him to wince at the effort expended in trying to stop it. The Yeti raised its fist up high before releasing it in a downward swing aimed at Issei's head, but Issei blocked it with his gauntleted hand, causing a shockwave to explode underneath and around the two of them, clearing a ring of snow around them yet leaving Hilda untouched in the center. Knowing that allowing this fight to progress as it was would endanger Hilda further, Issei hopped up, slamming a hard knee onto the Yeti's face, before dropkicking it on the chest as hard as he could, pushing it away. Kaminari. An aura of electricity surrounded Isay before firing outwards, shaping itself in the form of a pair of wolf-sized foxes made of lightning itself that set up watch over Hilda. With that done, Isay shot towards the head Yeti, holding the belief that defeating the leader of the band would cause the others to retreat, before snapping a punch to the Yeti's neck. A punch that was blocked. In response, Isay found himself being lifted into the air, before he felt himself being pulled downwards in a smashing motion. He responded by creating a set of lightning blades from his feet and stabbing them into the Yeti's arm, forcing it to release him with a howl of pain, and landing in a roll to bleed off the momentum and the damage. He stomped hard on the ground, intent on firing off hard to make use of this advantage he had gotten himself only for his body to betray him, his legs seizing up and cramping from the sheer amount of electricity surging through them, before he coughed out a gob of blood. Fuck, not now. He kept his gaze on the Yeti, watching as it wound down from its pain-induced thrashing only for its eyes to settle on Isay, hatred running deep within them. It slammed both hands into the ground before ripping up a massive rock, its muscles straining just to keep it above its head, before throwing it towards the brunette. Isay reacted by cocking back his left arm and gritting his teeth in preparation for the pain that would rip through his body shortly. He swallowed down the cry of pain from the overabundance of power running through his heavily damaged body even as he punched his left hand forward. Shotgun burst. A storm of green fist-sized projectiles with a sparking yellow outline shot forth from the knuckles of Issei's boosted gear, completely decimating the rock and traveling further to smack into the Yeti. However, they had lost enough power by smashing through the stone that it was mostly ineffective. Issei's eyes widened as he watched the Yeti leader shoot towards him. His legs were frozen in place, his arms felt so heavy that even keeping them up was a massive effort, and his insides felt like they were burning from the power channeled in his debilitated space. So he had no real way to defend against the Yeti. He could only watch as it got closer and closer, its fists ready to completely pulverize him. D or Y, until a spear of blood flew past his head before slamming into the Yeti's left eye, causing it to let out howls and screeches of pain that aggravated the rest of the Yeti band, causing all of them to howl and screech noisily. Issei looked behind him only to see Hilda, her face completely red and her eyes glassy, with a hand extended outwards towards his fight. The redhead, her help given, fell unconscious, being guarded by the two lightning foxes. Not being one to squander a given opportunity, Issei pushed ahead. Move, move, move. He forced his body under his control through sheer willpower, disregarding the sounds of his muscle fibers snapping and his bones creaking as he shot towards the Yeti and cocked his gauntleted fist backwards. A mix of a yellow and purple outline surrounding the gauntlet. A green fire like aura joined the other colors, all mixing together as Issei's fist shot forward, slamming into the Yeti's gut. Synchro fist. The Yeti's eyes bulged to an extreme degree at the moment of impact, before blanking altogether as the entirety of the power Issei had built up hit him all at once, causing the space that was previously occupied by his torso and innards to simply disappear into a fine red mist, with the resulting shockwave slamming into another of the Yeti and instantly killing it as well, causing the corpse to fly away into the darkened forest. I did shit. Issei's body was hit the backlash, causing him to fall forwards onto the snow, his old and improperly healed injuries spurting fresh blood into the snow. I can't go like this. The brunette tried dragging himself back to his feet, the last of his magic focused on maintaining the two thunder foxes around Hilda, yet the best that he managed was to rise to his knees, watching the Yeti in confusion, and then alarm. Instead of dispersing in fear at the passing of their leader, the creatures went into a blood frenzy, each of them wanting to tear Issei apart limb by limb for daring to overpower the one that all of them had at one point or another failed to. One of them screeched loudly before they all charged Issei, with the brunette incapable of mustering even an ounce of strength to fight them off. So this is how I die, huh? Usually in this situation one would close their eyes and hope that their death was fast and painless, but Issei decided to face his demise with his eyes wide open. They widened even further at the unbelievable scene that occurred right in front of him. Oh, the pack had been hunting their prey for days on end, sniffing at each footstep, track and broken twig. A small pool of blood from a few days earlier at the edge of the forest assured them that they were on the right track and that their target was near. But the presence of some sort of magical ward interfered with their senses, forcing them to retreat and lay low in an effort not to spook the prey. Shortly after the discovery of the pool of blood, the next hint of their prey that they had was a massive amount of noise spanning from the center of the forest to the edge closest to the wards. The pack had gone into the area already expecting the level of devastation that they encountered, and easily navigated through and over the knocked-down trees. Their noses warned them of their prey, but there was a surprise in the mix. They could smell human. It was an odd smell. It simultaneously smelled of strength and weakness, flesh and lightning, and, most importantly, man and dragon. And underneath all of it they could feel an odd sensation. It was difficult to explain in any way other than the word home. They retreated after that, knowing that they wouldn't be getting anything more with the wards in the way. Imagine their surprise when, a couple of days later, they felt the wards collapse entirely, revealing the signatures of their prey. Taking this opportunity, they struck. AWOOO. Issei could only gape incredulously at the sight of a pack of bear-sized wolves bursting forth from the forest, splitting into groups of 3 or 4, with each group engaging a single yeti. It wasn't even a battle. The yeti were individually powerful, yes, but they were animalistic, unintelligent. The wolves, on the other hand, worked as a well-oiled machine, poking and prodding at the yeti's defenses until they slipped up, before they went directly for kill strikes, be they clamping their teeth around their throats, or spotting an opening to the gut and using their wickedly sharp claws to eviscerate them. One by one the yeti fell, with the wolves incurring 0 injuries, until they were all dead. At that moment Issei felt the last of his strength leave him, his eyes slowly fluttering to a close, with the last thing he saw being one of the massive wolves striding towards him. When he came to, Issei found himself waking up within a dimly lit cave, with only a few rays of sunshine peeking in through the cracks in the stone. The events of the previous night came to the front of his mind, causing him to jerk to a sitting position, yet it hurt nowhere near how much he expected it to. He pushed that thought aside for now, his head swiveling around until his gaze met the slumbering fur of Hilda. He crawled towards the redhead and placed the back of his hand on her forehead, letting out a sigh of relief at the lower temperature than the last time he had measured her. We have fed her some of the herbs known to cure disease in humans that grow around the area, underneath the snow. Issei's head turned towards the source of the voice, his gaze falling onto a large wolf that was sat at the mouth of the cave, its fur being of a bronze color, and eyes sole golden honey-colored eye looking Issei up and down curiously. The brunette stayed silent, causing the wolf to cock its eyebrow curiously, before speaking in a calm tone of voice. I believe it is common courtesy for one to thank their savior, is it not? It's also common courtesy to introduce yourself to someone before demanding things of them, especially when your actions were taken of your own accord. My, such ungratefulness. Not ungratefulness, just caution. This week has been very bad for me, a failure after another, and I'm having a hard time just keeping things together. After being hunted by a band of murderous, bloodthirsty yeti and almost dying to them, it is very normal for me to be cautious of other magical beings, such as talking wolves. The wolf tilted its head before responding. Fair enough. Let us start over with our introductions. My name is Hyoudou, and I am the leader of my pack. What would your name be, Roman? No, my name isn't Roman, it's Isay. That was not what The conversation between the two was interrupted by a particularly feminine-sounding voice. Brother, have they awakened yet? The male has, however the female has not. Her sickness is not something that she is going to overcome so soon. You don't need to tell me twice. I was the one taking care of her after all. Issei's gaze turned towards the owner of the voice at this declaration, picking up white-colored fur and steel-gray eyes. Thank you for taking care of me and my companion. The white-furred one's tail started wagging excitedly at that, her tone rising as she spoke. Oh, no need to thank me. It is an honor to aid one such as yourself. Right. Well, if you wouldn't mind, me and my companion over there have places to be right about now, so we'll be leaving. No. The emphatic negation from the white-furred one caused Issei to jump at the suddenness of it, while Hyoudou seemed to facepaw and grumble something under his breath, before speaking. Ease up on your fangirling, Alba. I'm sure Issei here won't understand anything that you have to talk about. Whatever do you mean? Hyoudou opened his mouth to speak, only for Alba's excited tone of voice to cut through his. You're a true Roman. Issei's eyes narrowed at this declaration, his gaze pinning Alba in place with the pressure that he was capable of exerting after rest, only for Hyoudou to growl out in a dangerous tone. Cease this aggression immediately, human. Issei's gaze turned from the frozen Alba to the threatening Hyoudou, both males' eyes having lit up with a particular color, green for Issei and gold of Hyoudou, even as the brunette spoke. Tell me what you know of this true Roman business, and how you know about it first. Restrain your power and do not threaten my pack. Issei was about to flare his power, only for Alba's voice to cut through the threatening tone established between the two males in the cavern. That was so cool. You just glared, and your eyes got all glowy and the world felt heavy and stuff. Just like that, the tension was broken, causing both Issei and Hyoudou to restrain their powers, with a mildly blushing Issei clearing his throat before speaking up. Sorry for the slip right there, but I truly am curious. What and how do you know about this true Roman business? Hyoudou was the one to respond, his exasperated eye on Alba as he did. A true Roman is a title that one earns by gaining the favor of one of the Roman gods, both old and new. When one possesses the title of true Roman, individuals of Roman origin will be drawn to them by an aura that speaks of familiarity. This aura is how we detected you. My pack and I are progeny of Lupa, the she-wolf that nurtured Romulus and Remus and was rewarded with divinity by the gods after the rise of Rome. Our ancestor has disappeared since the fall of Rome, and we have been searching for any lead that could direct us to her. Yes, and now that you're here and awake, you can tell us what you know of Lupa. Unfortunately, I know nothing of Lupa. I didn't even know about any of this true Roman deal, or whatever. Hyoudou's eye narrowed as he spoke. Then how did you become a true Roman in the first place? Shrugging, Issei responded. I met the Aquila Victis, and the two of us worked together to take down a common foe. I ended up almost dying, and she gave me a bit of energy to ensure that I didn't die, but she said that something happened that caused the power to mutate and to start multiplying inside of me, instead of dissipating. It also created some psychic link that I was only able to access like twice, and have no idea how to truly do it again. She didn't even tell me about any of this true Roman stuff. The most that she told me was that I was worthy of being called a Roman, or something like that. I thought that it was just a compliment, not a title. Preposterous. The Aquila Victis has vanished centuries ago, having disappeared during her battle with the invading snake. I know. What foe do you think I helped her defeat? I find it very unlikely that you managed to help the Eagle of Victory defeat an enemy that not even she was capable of single-handedly taking down when you're not even strong enough to fight a bunch of Yeti. First things first, I know just how preposterous that premise is. Remember, I nearly died doing it, and I pretty much lost my left arm in the process. Issei punctuated that by raising his gauntleted arm into view before continuing. Second of all, I wouldn't have any trouble with the Yeti were I at full power. The issue is that I am currently not at full power. I'm injured. I'm still magically exhausted from a ritual that I performed. I'm stressed out of my wits after repeated failures at saving my girlfriend from this asshole. I took the brunt of a massive magical explosion, and my body isn't at a state that allows it to maintain my full strength level for a long period of time. Saving girlfriend. Magically exhausted. Explosion. That sounds like an interesting tale. Indeed, an interesting tale, and a very unlikely one as well. Issei frowned at the doubt showcased by Ahanabarba, but before he could say a thing his stomach warned him of the need to fill his gut. Alba took this opportunity to intervene. How about you tell the pack all about your adventure over lunch? We collected some fruits and fish for yourself and your companion. You would just need to heat those us. Oh. A few minutes later, Isay had dug a fire pit close to the cave entrance and set a pair of fish to roast, all of the pack watching him with interest as he geared up for the retelling of his story. It all started a few months ago, when I decided to travel to Amsterdam to hire a hooker. Oh. And then the house in the wards collapsed, and the Yeti attacked. I fought them off for a while and I killed their leader, and then you guys showed up. That's pretty much the whole story. The entirety of the pack was transfixed by Issei's story before Ahanabarba spoke up. This sounds really crazy and improbable. I probably would think you a liar or a lunatic were it not for the fact that your electric powers sing to my very core. The other wolves pretty much nodded in agreement. Feeling your instincts telling you that you were safely at home was like a goddamn drug for someone who spent their time constantly on the move. So, what are you going to do now? Issei turned towards Alba, sighing out before speaking. I'll build up as much power as I can, and then use the magical circle to travel back to Luxuria. That'll take too long, and you need to go save your girlfriend. I'm willing to lend you some of my power for the spell. Ahanabarba spoke up after that. After the evidence you have given me of the veracity of your story, so am I. The rest of the pack all offered to share their power, leaving Issei with a friendly smile on his face. Holding an unconscious Hyoudou over his shoulder, Issei stood above the magical circle he had carved into the ground of the cave using his boosted gear's clawed fingers, watching Ahanabarba's pack as they built up their power as high as they could. Hyoudou. Issei turned towards Ahanabarba, his eyebrow raised questioningly, prompting the wolf to speak further. I may not have believed you at first, but you were completely truthful with me and my pack, even during the parts that you didn't need to. Between that and your status as a true Roman, what I want to say is, if you ever need the aid of the pack, we're always a wolf whistle away. Before Issei could respond, the entire pack pushed their power into the magical circle, causing it to light up brightly and to release purple-colored sparks, before a massive flash of light filled the cave. By the time the light died down, Issei was already gone. Ahanabarba reared his paw back and slammed it hard into the magical circle, causing the rock that it had been carved on to crumble into dust, leaving no traces of the formula for anyone to exploit. Okay people, we can't stay here after this massive spike of power, so we'll be leaving in 15 minutes. Get yourselves in order and recover your energy. Alba trotted up beside Ahanabarba before speaking up. That was nice of you to help Issei. The bronze-colored cycloptic wolf shrugged, well, as much as a wolf could, before responding. He's honest, he's a true Roman, and he's the one most likely to find anything on Lupa. I mean, seriously, he wanted to hire a hooker and ended up stumbling into the supernatural world, a lost ultimate tier entity and a kidnapping plot spanning a stupidly reclusive nation the entire world wants to get in contact with. It's likely that he'll end up stumbling onto something about Lupa on a store run for a carton of milk or something. And he's not the type of person to forget to be grateful for others, so he'll definitely tell us. A mixture between altruism and pragmatism, so you're not a total asshole, but you're also shrewd and cunning. I'll take it, I guess. Ahanabarba could only sweat drop at his sister's brutal character assessment. So troublesome. A reunion between Luxuria, her counselors, and Xynthia was interrupted by the appearance of a magical circle above their heads, on the ceiling. Said magical circle sparked and sputtered, putting them all on guard, before it spat out a very familiar form. Issei Hyoudou had finally returned to Luxuria after a while, but instead of returning in glory with Lilith in his arms, he had returned covered in bandages, with a limp on his right leg, and carrying the girl that aided Travis in kidnapping Lilith in the first place. Seeing the looks in the eyes of the women present, Issei spoke up before they could skewer Hilda while disregarding the fact that he would be collateral. A lot happened, but long story short, I didn't find Lilith. Hilda here defected from the other side and is now an ally, and the two of us really need healing. With that out of the way, I need you ladies to please curb your murderous intent and direct me to the nearest infirmary. Oh. Luxuria looked at Issei gravely after listening to his entire story before speaking up. Things not only not go as well as we expected, but it went worse than almost all of our predictions. The brunette blinked owlishly before speaking up. What do you mean? I got a powerful ally for the fight. I made more allies with a pack of wolves descended from a wolf goddess, and I got a piece of information that should lead us directly to Lilith. Succubus, yes, you told me, and that's only part of the problem. Let me start at the beginning. That girl, Hilda, or Jackie, or whomever she is, she's not trustworthy. It's likely that she'll stab you in the back at the first possible opportunity. Second of all, and likely the most important part, you use deity-based divination magic. That is quite literally one of the worst choices any person could make, ever. Third, Succubus is the name of an Aztec goddess, the Aztec goddess of pleasure, indulgence, and sex. Anything that evolves into a situation that has you dealing with the Aztec is a complete clusterfuck. There is a reason as to why they are considered a savage people, despite their various achievements. Their culture was based on a religion with human sacrifices and self-harm as some of their basis, to be done in a regular manner. This is a fucking nightmare. Okay, you said your piece, let me say mine. First point, I trust Jackie and Hilda. They helped me do what I needed to do, to no gain of their own. No, it was actually to their detriment. One could argue that that was Jackie only, and that Hilda could not be trusted, but I counter with this. I gave Hilda a free shot at trying to kill me. She had the opportunity to do so, and she did not, despite the fact that she's supposed to be a blood-crazed psycho. More than that, she saved my life. She was sick, injured, and very close to dying, and even then she acted in a way that ensured that I managed to make it back here alive. If it were not for her, I would currently be very much dead. Second point, I don't see what's so bad about divination magic. Sure, I got a wicked headache and accidentally fucked up a set of wards and almost died. Wow, starting out real strong there, Hyoudou. But ultimately it allowed me to return, and it gave us the information that will lead us to Lilith. As to the third point, I don't know enough about the Aztec to say anything, so I'll just trust your judgment. Luxuria pinched the bridge of her nose and counted backwards from 10 before speaking. Okay, Isay, if you say that this girl can be trusted, then I'll trust in your judgment for now. Now, let me explain what is so bad about divination magic. Ever heard about Achilles? His mother was a goddess, and she was given a prophecy by the fates about the death of Achilles, her demigod newborn. She did everything that could to toughen him up, from burning him in a fire to dunking him in the river Styx. The latter method worked, except for the fact that she was holding his ankle too tightly, creating a weak spot where the water didn't touch. He ended up dying when that spot was hit by a bullshit arrow shot by some asshole as he was dying, either by chance or guided by Apollo, based on what interpretation you believe. What about the myth of the rise of the Olympians? Kronos, with a K, is told that one of his kids is going to usurp his position as big boss of the Greek world and whatnot, so he decides to swallow his kids, except Re wasn't stupid and sent one away to be raised by an eagle and a goat. I kind of take that back, that was a stupid idea by Re, but it ended up working. That goat baby grew up to be Zeus, and he freed his siblings, chopped up his dad, tossed him into Tartarus and banished, killed or otherwise punished the remaining titans one way or another, all while becoming the big kahuna of the Greek pantheon himself. The common thread of these two tales. It is unlikely that they would have occurred had the prophecies never been heard. It's a common occurrence in all mythos that involve prophecies. They tend to be self-fulfilling. That's because fate-based entities are prone to fuckery. They give you some good stuff to make you a believer in their words and methods, and then you stop questioning what they tell you. That way they have some stooge to send on this specific errand by espousing something about them finding riches and glory, or something like that. Aside from that, there's the fact that these beings tend to extract big prices. Odin traded Mimir sight for sight, which is to say that he gave one of his eyes for knowledge. Others gave different other things, from sacrificial animals, to internal organs, to their very souls. But the most expensive prices are usually extracted from those who have been given free information. So you should be very worried about your future from now on, especially since you're the type of person whose actions, no matter how seemingly minor, have a tendency to change things irrevocably, and most fate-based entities do not like having their plans disrupted, and their plots taken off the rails that they lay. That is why bargaining with destiny-based entities is ill-advised. Hell, bartering with any being higher than yourself is ill-advised and short-sighted. Those tend to not be very altruistic, and to keep you as a servant of some sort. Other than that, I already have someone working on the tip you gave. Cynthia is friends with Sacagewea from way back when, before she posed as immortal and guided Louis, Clark, and Tweedleburger through the US, and Sacagewea owes her a favor, something to do with strawberries, whipped cream, and feather dusters. And it turns out that there are many other elemental and nature spirits, including many naiads and dryads, that owe Sacagewea favors of their own. North America in general, and Mexico specifically, is being combed for any evidence of supernatural happenings. As soon as we get news, you go in. So I should basically avoid gods, goddesses, and those sorts of entities. Get ready for some curveball coming as a consequence of literal divine intervention, and prepare to save Lilith. But this time, for real. Yes, then there's only one thing left to do. I'm going to consume the seed. Laveria's eyes widened before she spoke up. Not that I disagree with the choice, but why so suddenly? My strongest abilities are unreliable due to the strain that they put on my body, ensuring that I have to limit both time and usage. Increasing my amount and mastery of tantric energy means that I can become drastically better at reinforcement, and even learn self-healing to the point that using my full strength doesn't actually threaten to kill me from the inside out. Very well. Elwu, are you sure you're ready for this, Isay? The brunette gave Laveria a thumbs up, prompting her to unlock the door to a special room of the castles that was used specifically for this situation, to allow someone to be killed were they to lose control over themselves and the power of the seed. A grate was opened at about waist length with a tray possessing only a single, purple-covered apple being pushed inside, before the door. Windows, and any other openings not necessary for oxygen flow were locked shut with layers upon layers of magical seals. Isay grabbed the seed and looked it over from any angle he could, reaching a single conclusion. It's a normal apple. Shrugging, the brunette raised the apple up to his mouth, and he took a bite. Isay's eyes widened tremendously, his shoulders shaking as he reeled back, slamming back first into one of the steel walls of the chamber while reaching for his throat with both hands. Tears started building up at the corners of Isay's eyes, his hands trembling and his face gaining a purplish hue due to his bite of the apple. The brunette thrashed and writhed in place before falling onto the ground, his right hand trying to reach upwards as dark spots started dancing in his vision. Before he could go unconscious, Isay's gauntleted hand rose up into the air, a sheen of power building up to a noticeable degree as the green jewel on its back lit up with a bright light. He tightened said hand into a fist, before slamming it into his chest, causing the apple chunks that he had been choking on to slide down his gullet into his stomach. His breathing came in fast, haggard gasps as he turned over to his hands and knees. You absolute moron. Hey, don't call me a moron. I just survived a near-death experience. You survived a battle with a Jotun, the invading snake, a bloody maiden, and a pack of Yeti, and you almost got done in by a fucking apple. Choking is absolutely normal. You took a tiny baby bite of the damn thing. How could you have choked on that? Mumble. What was that? I said that I don't like apples. You don't lie, are you a damn child? What's wrong with not liking apples? You almost died because of that. Even little children know to swallow food before it causes them to choke. Plus, you already knew that you were going to be eating an apple. Just because you know someone is going to kick you in the nuts doesn't mean you'll feel the pain less. Point. Anyways, how does it feel like, having eaten the apple? Looking down at his own hands, Isay blinked owlishly before responding. I don't feel any different. Maybe you need to eat the entire apple. The brunette looked at the purple half-eaten apple on top of the steel tray, his eyes narrowed. Perhaps. The dragon let out an exasperated sigh, before speaking in a tired tone. Stop being a big baby and just eat the damn thing. Sneering at the apple, Isay slowly approached it and poked it with a gauntleted finger before picking it up. He clamped his nose shut with his fingers before rapidly eating the rest of the apple, gagging all the way and having to fight down a few riches until only a stem and an, ironically enough, seedless pit were left behind. Okay, I ate the damn thing. Where are my super woe? A pulse of energy went up Isay's body, surrounding him in a purple glow for an instant, his eyes lighting up in the same color. The brunette looked down at his glowing hands, enjoying the soft and warm feel of the aura around him, before it suddenly and jarringly vanishing, its sudden absence causing Isay to trip in place. Do you feel any different? I feel like I just had a full body massage before being dunked into a pair of soft oppi. And that's it, really. I can't feel anything else to be different. Bit of an underwhelming power-up, is it? I do feel like I can take more punishment than before, so it's not as bad as you say, really. Yes, it is. After all the hype, I expected a massive light show, an eruption of power that shook the earth itself. Maybe someone screaming about how your power level was over 9,000 or something. 8,000 in the original, but yes, I guess I see your point. Hey, how the hell do you know about Drag So Ball? My last host was a fan of the original comics, and it's about dragons, so of course I would care about it. Dragons are, after all, the best beings alive. The humblest ones, too. Of course. It seems you finally understand the greatness of you were being sarcastic. I didn't know you were intelligent enough to understand sarcasm. The brunette face-bombed at that, before stomping over towards the door of his steel room and slamming his fist into it repeatedly, before calling out loud. Anyone there? The brunette kept knocking on the door for over half an hour, calling out for someone to open the door, until his companion spoke in a bored tone. Ever thought of, I don't know, blowing the fuck out of this door? Yes, actually, and I decided that it wouldn't work because it was expected that I became some sex-crazed deviant and start trying to explode things, so this room was likely enchanted with this in mind. And since people expected you to fight some long and protracted battle against your inner self, or lust, or whatever, there's no one around to let you out, and there probably won't be for a good while. Yup, you're starting to get it. How the hell are we getting out of here, then? I may have an idea. Oh, do tell. Remember the transportation circle I used to get here? It caused me to land in the Great Hall. If I used the circle again, I'd probably be sent there again. How do you know that your landing area was intentional, and not just sheer dumb luck? When the circle got beamed into my mind, I gained a certain level of understanding of its components. I don't know everything about everything involved in the circle because it's based on knowledge that I don't currently have, but I have a general feel for each of the parts that compose it. I know that a part of it is some sort of anchor, a fixed point to which I connect and reel myself to in order to reach Luxuria. And since I'm at full power right now, you can just transport yourself without external aid. Bingo! Issei crouched, allowing a current of electricity to run down his boosted gear's claws, giving it a higher amount of cutting power, before rearing said hand back to start on the process of drawing the magical circle. He stopped himself before he could even start, however. Wait a minute. When I jumped with Hilda, I didn't need to draw a magical circle, I just imagined it and pushed power into it. Then, I should be capable of. The brunette closed his eyes, pulling the image of the magical circle to the forefront of his mind. With the image having been permanently engraved within his brain, it was very easy for him to pull it up. He imagined his various different powers, the green, red thread from the boosted gear, the yellow from what he dubbed his Rome Force, which was the power he was granted by Aquila, the purple of his Tantric energy, and the white that he associated to his humanity, which was also the smallest one in amount, though it had been steadily growing over time, coalescing together into a single, unified mass of energy. He grabbed this mass and, as if it were putty, started manipulating it, twisting, turning, changing and squeezing, causing its shape to gradually change. Issei's brow furrowed in irritation as he felt this shaping to be much too slow, before he mentally overlapped the images of the finished magical circle and the morphing mass of power. He pictured this magical circle as a hollow mold before pouring the amalgamate of power in. Ultimately, only a tiny amount of the power was truly needed to craft the circle, the rest returning to Isay and melding into him, with only a minor discomfort. Before the brunette opened his eyes, the image of the complete circle in his mind's eye. He raised his right hand before slamming it onto the ground underneath him and allowing the shaped power to rush out completely. Issei watched with great focus, his attention and the mental image never wavering, as the finished magical circle that he planned appeared underneath him in its complete form, sputtering and tossing around bolts and arcs of lightning, before he felt himself being enveloped by a blanket of energy. He felt like an intense breeze rushed around him, like when he ran very fast, before his senses warned him that he was about to appear somewhere that felt very different from where he had been before. Oh, splash. The brunette lifted himself up from the soapy water that he had fallen into, the smell of roses barely registering in his mind as he wiped the soapy water from his face to keep it away from his eyes. This felt really different from when I got transported from the Alps to Luxuria. Hell, it felt different from when I was transported from here to Hungary. It felt smoother, less jerky, and less sickness-inducing. Was it because I traveled using only my own power, or was it something else? Issei. The brunette looked up at the source of the voice before blinking owlishly. Having regained himself, he spoke in as nonchalant tone as he possibly could. Hey, Jackie, nice, breast you have there. The bathing girl's eyes were wide in surprise, before she reacted as any normal woman would were she to suddenly find a man in her bath. KYH. Issei winced at the pitch and volume of the shriek, before the sound of a wooden door being knocked down filled the bathroom, before two sets of feet positioned themselves on opposite sides of the tub. What's the problem here is that Hyoudou don't in there. The brunette looked at the source of the voice, seeing a familiar spear-brandishing guard that was looking at him with surprise, and more than just a bit of trepidation. Ignoring this, he raised his hand in greeting. Yup, it's me, Venka. Venka, a succubus soldier with green shoulder-length hair and a hindcut, 5'4" in height and a pair of humongous F-cup breasts, looked away from Isay and towards the other succubus that was standing guard over the bathing girl with her before speaking. Wasn't Isay Dono supposed to be in the isolation chamber? Laviria-sama said something about some temporary sex-based insanity that would cause him to attack anyone in sight. The other succubus was a 5'9" woman, her hair orange in color and reaching all the way down to her ankles, and her build slim, with small B-cup breasts. Her name was Renka, and she was Venka's twin sister. She also gave Isay a wary look, taking half a step backwards and gripping her sword tightly as she answered. You are correct. I do not believe that his presence in here is coincidental. We should prepare for a fight. Jackie seemed confused, as if everything that had been said so far was just gibberish, or spoken in a foreign language, while Isay just sighed, a sweat drop on his forehead as he responded. I am not in some sex-crazed insanity, and neither am I going to attack anyone. My presence here in this tub was actually 100% coincidence. Venka and Renka traded astonished looks, before the two of them turned to face Isay again, with Venka speaking up. Can you understand what I'm saying? Yes, Renka was the one to speak up next, her tone conveying as much surprise as Venka's. How is that possible? The brunette sighed, raising himself from the soapy water and noticing the absent-minded sway of Jackie's breasts in the water bigger than Hilda's before jumping out the side of the tub, ignoring the uncomfortable manner in which his clothes were sticking to his skin even as he answered. Well, you girls are speaking Japanese, and I was sort of born in Japan, so... Yeah. Renka's eyes widened further at that, before she spoke. I think we need to see Lady Luxuria. Oh. Issei gave the many succubi that had arrayed themselves on the other side of the massive conference table an annoyed look, his eyes noticing the tension in their shoulders, the way that most of them kept a tight grip on their weapons, and the fact that more than a few had their power brimming just under their skin, ready to be unleashed on a moment's notice. He raised his hand to scratch his cheek, resulting in him watching as the various people fully released their weapons and went into their fighting stances. His eyebrow twitched in annoyance, forcing him to close his eyes and take a few deep breaths to regain his calm. He opened his eyes and ignored the way that most of the succubi flinched when his gaze moved over them before allowing his gaze to settle on one of the only calm succubi, Luxuria. The other one was Xynthia, who had folded over the table laughing at Issei's irritation before speaking up. So, I ate the thing. Luxuria leaned forward, her gaze firmly on Issei's as she spoke. It was a fast transition. How did it feel? Underwhelming, really. I expected a massive flash and bang of some sort, a massive surge of previously unseen power, and an internal struggle of epic proportions. Maybe even facing a Nega Issei or something within a physical representation of my soul, complete with crumbling buildings, a massive lake, maybe a few skyscrapers that people stand on vertically because reasons. Instead I lit up purple like a glow stick, then I felt as if I got a simultaneous deep tissue massage, and an injection of sugar and caffeine into my bloodstream. Other than that, I can feel my power responding a bit easier to my commands, so I guess my magical control increased as well. Luxuria steepled her fingers and leaned forward before speaking. Odd, very different from my own experience, and the experience of everyone that managed to survive the process that is stored within the royal records. But, with the difference in species, and your various particularities, it is not completely unfounded. Perhaps your lust is at its maximum output at all times, and you simply gained a deeper understanding of it instead of connecting to the concept of lust itself. It would explain your revitalization and control, from the principle of togetherness with the self, and it could explain what Venka and Renka told me occurred. But before that, could you please explain to me how you ended up within the tub while Jackie was bathing? Sheepishly scratching his cheek, Issei responded. I was alone and locked in a room that I couldn't blast my way out of, with no one expecting me to be done anytime soon. I was bored, and I had a transportation circle that always led me to the royal castle in Luxuria, so I used it. I expected to land in the Great Hall, but I guess trying to use a magical circle straight from the mind without a physical conduit can result in the occasional glitch. I'm actually glad I didn't end up fused to a wall or something like that. Also, what was that about Venka and Renka? They told me about the conversation in the bathroom. How you could understand them. Yeah, I'm still a bit confused about that. They were acting like I was some mindless animal that couldn't understand human languages. That, Issei, is because you weren't responding to a human language. Renka and Venka were speaking in the native language of the succubi, Lilim. It is a language that we succubi have seldom taught a foreign entity, and those were never capable of teaching others. Issei sat up straight at that, his face serious as he spoke. How is that possible? I never even knew that you had a language. I never heard even the maids use it while talking amongst themselves. I couldn't possibly have just learned it. Plus, it sounded like Japanese, both when they spoke and when I spoke. I believe, Issei, that this sudden ability with languages is a consequence of you eating that. What do you mean ability with languages? What I mean is that I said half the previous sentence in Japanese and the other half in Italian, and you responded to me in Italian only. This sentence I am saying in German, from start to finish. I believe that you can still understand me? No. Issei's eyes widened incredulously at this, before he answered, also in German. But how? Luxuria switched back to Japanese as she answered. One of the aspects of tantric energy is, as you know, togetherness with another. Said aspect allows one the ability to manipulate the mind and feelings of another, but this ability is inextricably linked to the other primary ability of this aspect, which is a supernatural degree of empathy. Succubi naturally possess an extremely elevated degree of empathy, allowing them to gauge the emotional state of their prey, or how much they need to manipulate the mind of another in order to make an escape or to make someone forget about their presence. Another aspect of this ability, and something that all succubi are naturally born with, is the gift of Babel. Succubi are capable of understanding and speaking in any human language that is considered current. By current, I mean any language that is spoken by more than a certain amount of people. As it stands, you should be capable of speaking languages such as English, Spanish, German, French, Italian, and so on and so forth. Dialects spoken by a smaller amount of people aren't included in the package though, so while you can speak basic Mandarin, you can't suddenly understand the specific dialect of a certain village in the middle of a certain province with a population of under 100, for example. Languages of the olden days such as Latin, Sumerian, Mesopotamian, Yutaku and Nahuan and others such are outside of your reach, though languages such as ancient Greek should be easier for you to understand, as it is simply the earlier form of Greek. The same should apply with Old English, up until a certain degree, but in order to truly speak those languages, you'll have to learn. Keep in mind that this gift applies only to the spoken language, not the written one, so you can't just suddenly read the Iliad in Greek or something like that. So I can speak any of the popularly used contemporary languages. Cool, I can watch American porn without subs now. Almost everyone in the room sweat dropped at that, including D-Drag from within the boosted gear, while Cynthia kept laughing her ass off. Shaking off this exasperation, Luxuria spoke up again. You feel that your powers are more responsive. Maybe you should take the time to exercise them, get acquainted with this new level of control. Yeah, that's a great idea. Do you have any place with a plentiful amount of water, with nothing living within it? Training Room 6, the green door to the left of the stair in the 4th floor. It has a space expansion field inside, and there's a shallow pool of water, knee-length, mostly used by those training in hydromancy. Might I ask why you need that? I found out that overuse of the Rome force causes my muscles to cramp up and spasm from prolonged exposure to the electricity, and that I get a few electrical burns as well. I want to both test my maximum output at any one moment and increase my body's tolerance to that power. I'll step into the pool of water and just discharge for as long as I can. Cynthia's laughing reached a higher volume at that, and she managed to gasp between guffaws. You'll train by short-circuiting yourself. She then resumed her laughter, her face gaining an unhealthy reddish tint. Laveria's sweat dropped at that, before speaking. Are you sure that's the best method, Isay? Don't you have any other way? Well, I could just dry discharge, but it would be slower and less effective as I'd have to build up all of my power again, and the Rome force, while within my body, causes less damage than real electricity on the outside. I'll just step into the water naked and discharge, and the electricity will return to me, helping me increase my electricity resistance using fully effective power. Plus, I saw Aquila summoning a lightning bolt from the sky to fall onto herself and use it as power. I should be able to absorb electricity and turn it into power as well. If I manage to do that, then I'll have more reserves to unleash into the water, and then more to absorb to then unleash again. I'll minimize the waste of magic, and maximize the effective conditioning time that I have. Plus, I'm in the nation with some of the best medics in the whole world, so if I get hurt, I'm sure I'll get patched back together. No real downsides. This caused Cynthia's laughter to stop, and caused all of the succubi in the room to give Issei surprised looks. Laveria rubbed the bridge of her nose tiredly, before speaking up. You know, Isay, when you speak about uncensored porn and such, people tend to forget that you're actually smart. Smirking, Isay met Laveria's gaze as he answered. It is good to occasionally remind people that I could figure out new ways to make myself stronger without anyone ever expecting it. Makes them less likely to disregard me. The ruler of Luxuria smirked at Issei's cheek, throwing my own words from that night at the roof back at me. Such a cheeky young man. Pushing this thought aside, she waved her hand carelessly as she spoke. You're free to go, Isay. I will inform my staff that you're not actually suffering from any sex-induced lunacy that would cause you to fuck any woman within your sensory range into a drooling mess. It will likely disappoint more than a few of the girls, but that is just how life is, you know. I am not going to be a virgin 2 weeks from now, mark my damn words. The ruler of Luxuria grinned widely at Isay at that. So you're promising to save Lilith in less than 2 weeks. You're god-end right. Now if you'll excuse me, there is a cold shower with my name on it. The brunette stood up with as much dignity as he could, with a pillow held to the front of his pants, before turning around and limping out of the great hall, headed for his bedchambers. The various succubi left in the room watched his perfectly sculpted, rock-hard butt move as he walked, causing them to almost simultaneously lick their lips, Cynthia included. If you save Lilith fast enough, I assure you that your virginity will not last more than 3 to 4 days, Isay. If Lilith doesn't take care of that, I'll do it myself. With that thought, Laveria excused herself from the great hall, going back to her room with the intent of checking on some of her clothes that she kept hidden in the back of her closet, willing to break them out in celebration for when Isay inevitably saved her baby girl. After all, when Isay spoke with such confidence and certainty, it was hard to disagree with him. His charisma, when used properly, was an absolutely devastating weapon. Just remembering his face when he first told me that he'd fight me to the death to save Lilith, the day we first met, gives me the tingles. I'll be needing a fresh pair of panties now. Oh, once again, as was becoming the rule more than the exception in the Luxurian royal palace, another meal was extremely awkward for most of the people at the table. This time it was dinner, with majority of the succubi sitting at the table giving Jackie looks that ranged from deeply distrustful to badly hidden loathing, while the girl had shrunk into herself from the animosity thrown her way. The only two that seemed to not notice this tension, or not at all care about it, were, as usual, Isay and Luxuria. The two were either unaware of or ignoring the tension hanging in the room, while they discussed a matter of deep intellectual and philosophical worth. Shape matters as much, if not more so than size, Isay. Of course it does, I didn't disagree with that, but whenever it comes to the sanctity of Oppai, bigger is generally better. Those smaller breasts can have a certain charm of their own. None of this matters if the person attached to the breasts is extremely rotten on the inside, or a man, though. Yeah, it was one of those discussions. It's dinner table chatter at the world's sex capital. What did you expect people to discuss? The stock market. Speaking of smaller breast charm, Isay's gaze moved towards Jackie, his face turning serious before he spoke. Jackie, how come your breasts are bigger than Hyoudou's? This question caused more than one person at the table to choke on their food, Luxuria to chuckle amusedly, and Jackie herself to sputter uselessly, her face turning to an alarming shade of red. Not noticing this, Isay kept speaking. I mean, it's not like Hyoudou's breasts are small by any possible measure, but how is it that your breast size varies? How much does the difference in magic from a sacred gear, and I'll hazard a guess and say circulation from your specific sacred gear, from your regular one affect your breasts? Regaining herself and noticing that she wasn't the only one absolutely flabbergasted by the sudden question, Jackie marshaled herself and tried answering as assertively as possible. Well, it's not as much the circulation and magic flow that cause that difference in size, but the gear itself. When the blood rain sacred gear is active, some aspects of myself get sent into the metaphysical space within my soul, while others are brought out of the gear itself. That's what creates the dichotomy between Jackie and Hyoudou. So I was even more correct than I believed when I said that you two were the same person. A base set of traits intrinsic to you, but they get separated between the two portions of yourself, with Jackie getting the more civilian version of yourself, with the softer and lighter emotions and traits, and Hyoudou getting the darker and more violent aspects. However, the fact that even your dark and violent side is capable of feeling positive emotions and performing good deeds, regardless of the fact that she can't really recognize those emotions, is just more proof that I was right to trust you. The girl blushed further at that, while her other version, watching from within their sacred gear, copied Jackie's facial hue, a deep feeling welling within her metaphorical chest. What is this that I feel? My heart is beating faster, but I don't feel sick. It feels heavy, but light. My stomach feels as if something was fluttering within. What are you doing to me, Hyoudou Issei? Hyoudou's thoughts were unknown to all but herself, though the fact that Jackie's thoughts at that moment paralleled them caused those feelings to further imprint themselves within there, changing their infatuation for Isay into something deeper. Of course, none other than Luxuria, an experienced succubus with centuries of empathic skills built up, noticed this, allaying some of the misgivings that she had for the girl. If she feels this deeply for Isay, then I don't need to be worried about her betraying him later on. Her gaze turned to Isay, who seemed to have moved from the conversation about the nature of Jackie, Hyoudou's own existence, to his favorite subject, breasts, before her eyes softened imperceptibly. This man, he's very special. He will be good not just for Lilith, Cynthia and myself, but for anyone else that is lucky enough to fall into the category of his precious people. A few more months, or maybe even years of development, and I'd hate to be in the shoes of anyone who managed to earn his anger. Jinkouri Ken. A crescent-shaped blade of electricity blasted forth from Isay's right leg, streaking through the air towards Cynthia. The succubus frowned in concentration, flaring her wings and barely managing to push herself away from the course of the attack. Before she could do much more, however, she heard Isay crying out, "Shurai!" The arc of lightning exploded into a dome of electricity, consuming everything within a large radius of the original attack, with the sheer shockwave throwing Cynthia aside in a disarray. The succubus was forced to land in order not to be ragdolled, her gaze cautiously locked onto Isay. This boy truly is ridiculous. The manner in which his strength and fighting ability grows is absurd by all possible metrics. However, Cynthia's keen eyes managed to pick up the trembling of Isay's right leg, and the way in which he tried to shift his weight onto it only to grimace. He's not tired, but he's definitely not alright after that lightning blade. If I keep track of when he throws the big lightning attacks, I can know when to move in and strike at close quarters. Cynthia watched Isay cocking his right fist back, a ball of electricity coalescing around it before he shot it forward. Raikoho. A large ball of electricity shot towards Cynthia twice as fast as the lightning blade, forcing her to, instead of dodge, reinforce her right hand and bat the ball away, her eye twitching lightly at the sheer amount of lightning that ran through her arm during the moment of contact. Despite this, she kept her focus on Isay and saw what she was expecting. The brunette's arm seized up as if he had been shocked, an opportunity that Cynthia used to reinforce her legs and shoot towards Isay so fast that he could only barely follow her movement. Isay's instinct screamed at him, causing him to sway his head back, just barely avoiding Cynthia's reinforced palm strike that was aimed at his chin, before he crossed both arms in front of his gut, absorbing the hard kick that was sent his way, resulting in him flying backwards at tremendous speeds, his eyes bulging from the impact of the blow. He exhaled, allowing his own tantric energy to rush through his body, dulling the pain from the cramps and locked muscles even as he righted himself midair, only to blink in surprise and alarm at the fact that Cynthia was no longer within sight. What the hell? Where did she? Looking for me. Issei felt a shiver of fear at the tone of voice that he heard coming from right behind him, before his eyes widened in both pain and surprise at the hard kick that he got to the back, throwing him upwards. This was followed up on with a second kick to the back, before Cynthia finished by appearing above Issei, her arm glowing a bright purple from the sheer amount of tantric energy she had built up, before the same arm disappeared. It reappeared a second later, already embedded within Issei's gut, followed less than a second after by the crack of an object breaking the sound barrier. Issei's eyes all but popped out of his head before he was sent streaking towards the ground. Boom! The ground exploded upwards in a large area around Issei's landing point, blasting away grass, rocks, and trees, and leaving behind a massive crater with a large cloud of dust hanging above and around it. Cynthia landed at the edge of the newly crafted crater, her eyes strictly focused within the cloud of dust in an attempt to keep track of Issei. A soft humming sound made itself known to Cynthia, forcing her to jerk her head to the side to avoid the condensed ball of electricity that suddenly burst its way out of the dust, before a visibly battered Issei suddenly appeared in front of her, purple glowing tribal marks covering the entirety of his body at the same time as a light aura of electricity. Issei shot a rapid series of punches towards Cynthia, forcing the succubus to reinforce herself in order to keep up and either block or parry each of the blows, before Issei made use of one of her blocks in order to push himself upwards, tucking his knees into his chest and spinning in place in order to build up speed before releasing an axe kick aimed at the succubus head. Cynthia blocked said kick with her arms in a cross guard above her head, only for the ground underneath her to explode from the clash, making a smaller crater than the previous one. Issei changed his movement at that moment, going into a reverse roundhouse kick that successfully managed to hit Cynthia in the chest, though the succubus managed to stay grounded instead of flying off, carving a pair of throughs on the ground with her feet during her backwards motion. The succubus winced as she rubbed at her chest, between her breasts, feeling the deep bruise that the kick left behind, while Issei took the time to get some of his breath back, wincing at the generally bruised feeling of his ribs and back from the impact with the ground. Shaking off the pain with a level of habit stemming from the various thrashings conferred onto him by the same woman he was facing at the moment, Issei started moving around her in a slow circle, his feet easily finding purchase even amongst the ruined ground and scattered rocks, while his eyes frantically traveled along Cynthia's form, trying to keep track of any openings or tells from her part. Cynthia, however, had so much experience and skill that Isay could see none that he could explore, so, knowing that both his pain tolerance and stamina were going to start flagging soon, he decided to end everything with a single attack. Using reinforcement on his legs, Isay jumped high above the battlefield. He clapped his hands together, squeezing them tightly into one another before a yellow haze made itself visible around him. This haze started becoming more and more visible as time went, coalescing into an actual aura before tendrils of lightning started leaping from his form. The muscles in his shoulders and arms bulged outwards at the flow of power traveling through them, alongside those in his chest. He lifted his still clasped hands above his head in full extension before untangling his fingers and slowly pulling his hands apart, a small ball of electricity revealing itself to be floating suspended in between them. He started gradually pulling them apart further and further, the size of the ball of lightning increasing as well as the size of the bolts of electricity that surrounded Issay's body. Eventually the ball grew as big as Issay was tall, before the brunette, his eyes still locked onto the grounded Cynthia, reared his hands above his head. Spiral arrow. He swung his hands downwards, causing a beam of rapidly spinning, concentrated lightning to shoot towards Cynthia at a high speed. The beam slammed into the ground where Cynthia stood, resulting in a large explosion that obscured the ground beneath Issay in a cloud of smoke and dust. The brunette, having lost the upward momentum from his jump and the blast he fired, rapidly fell onto the ground, landing with a resounding thump, before cursing like a sailor as he tried to get his shaking limbs under control after having channeled so much electricity through them. Gritting his teeth and forcing himself to ignore the mixture of pain and numbness in his arms, Issay tried peering into the cloud of dust and smoke to determine Cynthia's location and state, his eyes narrowing as he tried to find even a hint of motion. Interesting move. When did you have time to learn it? Issay reacted to the sound of Cynthia's voice coming from right behind him, directly into his ear, by rapidly turning into a roundhouse kick, yet his foot met nothing but air. He landed back down only to feel a hand clamping down onto his shoulder, before he felt the world rushing and spinning around him as he flew through the air. He tried to regain his balance in midair after having been thrown, only to feel a fist slamming into him at high speeds at the level of his liver, forcing him to bite down a scream of pain even as he rapidly changed directions. This hit was followed by another hit to his back, then another to his chest, then another, and another, all aimed at a random part of his body. Soon enough Issay was streaking through the air at high speeds, unable to control his own movement and fighting hard just to keep his consciousness from the repeated, painful blows. His flight ended when he felt a hand grabbing his ankle, before the world accelerated for a brief instant, the result being his back slamming back into the ground. He felt a weight settle onto his chest, moving his neck down with difficulty only to spot Cynthia sitting on top of him looking somewhat singed, yet nowhere near as battered as he was. Coughing out at the pressure on top of his chest, Issei spoke up. How? You were right there when I fired. Cynthia smirked at Issei before responding. You're getting ahead of yourself, aren't you? Just because you improved a little bit you think you can fight on par with someone that has literal centuries of experience over you so easily. Her smirk lessened, turning into a serious frown as she spoke in a warning tone. Always keep this in mind, Isay. Someone that has managed to survive through intense conflict for as long as I have always has some sort of ace up their sleeve. No matter how even the battle seems, this one ace could upset the balance and lead to your defeat. So remember, no matter how fast you progress, that you should never underestimate an opponent, and make that order double for someone with more combat experience than you have. Nodding thoughtfully at that, Isay gave Cynthia an inquisitive look as he spoke. I can get that, sure, but how did you manage to fully avoid my technique when I saw you there on the path until the last moment? Cynthia got up from Issei's chest, stretching her back before dusting herself off, watching from the corner of her eye as Issei slowly and painstakingly got back to his feet, before responding. High-speed movement technique. Using Tantric energy's property of togetherness, I condense air particles into solid platforms underneath my feet. These are pointed towards the direction I want and I can change the shape, though I generally keep them rounded, and they don't offer you any friction outside of what you desire it to offer, meaning you can choose to make it smooth for a better takeoff, or rough and uneven in order to slow yourself to a stop. After the platform is created, I focus almost the entirety of my tantric energy on my legs for a brief instant in a reinforcement, before shooting off from these footholds. I traverse as much distance as I can with a single step, and, when I see that I'm slowing down, I create another platform and add another step. By continuously making these platforms I can change directions on a dime, control my acceleration, and make full use of my acrobatic skills even in midair. I call this skill Shunpo. So, Shunpo is your ace in the hole. Cynthia scoffed at that, dusting herself off as she responded. Shunpo is simply one of the various skills I possess, and not even amongst the most dangerous ones. If I pulled out my ace, you'd already be dead. That being said, your rate of improvement is extremely impressive. Are you sure you're 100% human? The young man shrugged at that before speaking. As far as I'm aware. Say, would you mind if I won't have explained to you how Shunpo works if I had any sort of issue with you using it, so yes, you can make use of it. Thanks, Cynthia. Just make sure not to screw up and embarrass yourself using my technique, since it would reflect poorly on me. Other than that, knock yourself out. Okay. Having said that, Issei ran back towards the castle, eager to get himself healed of the battle damage. Cynthia watched the young man go with a fondly exasperated smile on her face. So, the big bad head of the Luxurian army is becoming attached to someone. Cynthia shrugged, not bothering to turn around to look at Luxuria as she spoke. He has this charisma about him. You drop your guard for a second, and you'll find yourself liking him. Idiocy and all. Smirking, Luxuria spoke up. When you say like, do you mean like, or like? Cynthia pretended not to have heard Luxuria's words, instead making her way back to the castle, while the Succubus queen cackled in amusement. Oh, what's all this then? Isay, after a day of having his ass handed to him by Cynthia, a healing session with Burnus, a nice dinner with Jack, Luxuria and whomever else was at the table at that specific moment, and a nice, soothing, warm bath, slid into his warm, fluffy bed with the intent to fully recover his strength. Imagine his surprise at waking up in a dark, dank cavern. This feels like a dream, but not a dream at the same time. Kind of like when Aquila talked to me though the psychic link. A green arrow appeared on one of the cave's walls, large in size and shining brightly, causing Issei to shrug before following it. He walked through a stone corridor of immense length, watching some buildups of moistness and moss along the stone walls of the pathway, before he reached a massive pair of roughly hewn, stone doors. Issei's eyes widened in surprise at what he saw. Hyoudou Issei, we have been expecting you. The voice that seemingly filled the entirety of his head and reverberated within came from 3 individuals, all of them female. The first of them was a small girl, seemingly between 7 and 9 years in age, dressed in a plain, white, ankle-length sundress, the hems of which were extremely frayed, with threads shooting off in all directions, and bare feet. Her back-length, straight hair was purple in color, and her eyes were completely white, with no visible pupil or iris. The second one was an adult-looking woman, somewhere in her mid-20s. She too wore a dress, though hers was mostly gray in color, and seemed to have patches of different materials sewn into it at random spots, and her feet were adorned by the type of sandals one would expect to see in the times of ancient Greece. Her brown hair was arrayed in an asymmetrical bob, longer on the sides and shorter in the back, with the longest strands reaching her shoulders, and, like the young girl, her eyes were blank, nothing more than the sclere. The last one was a visibly old woman, the skin on her face covered in wrinkles, and the texture, even from a distance, resembling worn leather. Her hair was stark white in color and arranged into a pixie cut. Her head was one of the only 2 visible parts of her body, the other being a pair of pasty-colored, almost skeletally thin hands, the rest of her body covered in a ragged-looking, raven black cloak long enough to splash around her, on the floor. Her eyes, like the first two women, were completely clear, though, unlike the white color of the others, her eyes were completely black. The faces of the three of them were in an apathetic expression, as if they were wholly unable to emote, and, creepiest of all, Issei could still feel their gazes intently locked onto him, despite the fact that they had no visual indicators as to it. The three of them opened their mouths at the same time, before the same voice as before, that Issei could describe now as a mixture of three voices layered onto one another. One from a little girl, one from an adult woman, and one from an elderly crone, sounded out loud into the room around them, despite the fact that none of their mouths moved. We are the Moirai, weavers of fate, regulators of the world, and the source of all prophecies. We spin the threads of the entire universe, we see all, we know all, and we dictate what happens. Heed our words, Hyoudou Issei, for your entire fate hangs by a thread. Abandon this foolish quest of yours. Forget about the succubus girl, her country, and the bloody maiden, and return to your home in Kyoto. If you do as we ordain, your hand shall be returned to you, and your fate shall be secured. However, if you try to go ahead with this foolish, futile endeavor of yours, you will surely die. Issei's face, which had at first shown his curiosity, became as if made of marble the second that abandoning Lilith was made a possibility, and hardened even further by the end of their words. The Moirai, sure that their message had already been conveyed and would be obeyed, were about to send Issei's consciousness back to his body. I refuse. Despite their expressionless nature, one could almost taste the cloud of surprise that sprung up around them at that, yet Issei wasn't done yet. Abandon Lilith. Do as you ordain. Who the hell do you think you are to give me orders? We are the Moirai, weavers of Fa. You're the weavers of nothing. For you to think that you have the right to simply jerk people's lives around on a whim, to invalidate the sheer concept of choice and free will, that you simply saying something will make it automatically happen. You're wrong. Before any one of the Moirai could say a thing, Issei continued. If you truly were the weavers of fate, capable of making anything happen on a whim, then you would not need to even get in contact with me. You'd pluck a few strings, and I'd suddenly lose interest in whatever it was I was doing and go back home, or something. Yet, you felt the need to summon me, to talk to me face to face, to try to impose your will onto me. That sounds nowhere near as omnipotent as you seem intent on making me believe you are, now, does it? And even if you indeed were the weavers of fate, who controlled the order of the universe or whatever, if you tried to make me give up on my friends, my precious people, or my dreams, then I would become the man that finally broke the shackles of fate and made their own destiny. Now, a deep green glow lit up behind Issei's eyes, his aura intensifying tremendously as his boosted gear came into existence. Sparks and thunderbolts arcing out from him due to the Rome force, and a purple aura manifesting as a second skin before. With all the power and authority that he had, he spoke. Begone. Though Issei spoke as nothing more than a human, the sound that left his throat was more akin to the roar of a dragon than anything else, creating a shockwave that caused Issei's hair and clothes to whip around loosely. The Moirai were once more surprised as they felt themselves forcefully expelled from the psychic bridge they had created with the young sacred gear user through nothing other than sheer willpower. Yet, before disappearing, they managed to say one last thing. Heed our words, boy, or you will surely die. After that, the entire psychic link collapsed. Elsewhere, a golden-haired woman watched the entire debacle with a massive grin on her face, clapping giddily at the results of the interaction. Oh, pull the air particles together. Create the platform. Reinforce the legs. Now, Shunpo. Issei kicked away from where he stood hard. Oof, only to slam face first into a tree. Allowing himself to relax, Issei's body sunk to the ground as if he were a puddle of liquid in the same manner that a cat might have done, even as he grumbled under his breath. Stupid, tree, stupid, Shunpo, mumble. Hours had passed since Issei first started working on learning Shunpo, yet success still eluded him. Every single step of the technique held problems for him. Just pulling the air particles together was problematic enough, as it took him an average of at least 30 seconds of uninterrupted focus to manage to grasp them, since he had literally zero knowledge or training of anything related to wine magic. After this long period of simply grasping the air particles, came the creation of the platforms, and they weren't at all easier. Issei's platforms were, to be quite blunt, puny. They were thin, feeling more like gelatin than solids, and any application of pressure had the tendency to disperse it, if the lack of focus didn't do it already. They were just too damn fragile. And, last but not least, there was the actual stepping. Using reinforcement on his legs wasn't particularly difficult, but a single hard step revealed an issue in this step of the process, which was the fact that he was moving much too fast for his eyes or brain to even manage to keep up. Whenever he attempted to kick off at that speed, the world around him dissolved into a nausea-inducing blur of colors, which generally ended with Issei slamming face first into something hard and painful, be it a wall, a tree, or some other solid structure that forced him to snap his nose back into place. It's not a simple technique. It'll take more than a few hours to get a proper grasp of its fundamentals, even for an idiot savant such as yourself. Issei, from his position on the ground, turned his head to look at Xynthia, that had commented about the Shunpo, before speaking. What's with the serious face, Xynthia? And indeed, Xynthia's face looked as if it were sculpted from marble, from how hard it was. However, she had a proper reason. Lady Laveria's sources located Princess Lilith's whereabouts. I was sent to warn you to take any preparations required and to heal yourself up properly before you could be sent there. Issei's previously annoyed, relaxed face shifted into one as hard as Cynthia's, thoughts of choking the life out of Travis causing a bright fire to light up in the back of his eyes. Pushing these violent impulses to the side, for now, Issei jumped back to his feet in a single motion, before all but sprinting back into the castle. Sacagawea's sources scoured the entirety of the northern portion of South America, the entirety of Central America and the southernmost parts of North America, including the entirety of Mexico, and they just barely managed to pick up the trail on Travis and his little group due to the emission of tainted feeling magic, which is impure tantric energy of such high density that even beings not inherently sexual in nature were capable of feeling it. They're holed up in a Mesoamerican pyramid, an old temple lost to time and hidden by magic to most, dedicated entirely to the worship of Xochiquetzal via massively decadent orgies, lasting for days, or even weeks on end, all in the effort to gain the favor and blessing from the goddess. No one knows when the temple was occluded, and for a long while no one even knew where the temple was, but we do now. It's more than likely that Travis chose to go there deliberately in order to strengthen whichever ritual he intends to perform. Issei absorbed all of Laveria's words while absent-mindedly flexing his gauntleted hand, never noticing the deep grooves he had clawed into the wooden table underneath him, or just how fast his foot was tapping on the ground from impatience. So Laveria said directly to Issei, "How do you intend to do this?" His eyes narrowing dangerously, Issei spoke up in a resolute tone. "I tried stealth, misdirection, and strategy last time, and it ended up landing me in the Swiss Alps. This time I'm walking up to the front door, knocking it down, and then knocking down anyone else that gets in the way." "Don't you mean we?" Everyone on the table turned towards the entrance to the throne room in surprise, seeing the red-eyed, red-haired form of Hilda, completely recovered from any disease or damage, staring at Issei resolutely. Before anyone could speak in disagreement to her words, she continued. "I helped Travis kidnap the princess in the first place, and then got in Issei's way when he tried rescuing her, so backing him up is the least of what I could do to try to square things up with him. Plus, the bastard tried to explode me, and I don't take that sort of thing too lightly. Bottom line is I'm going." The expected refusals flew her way, with the majority of Laveria's higher-ranked staff being distrustful of the girl, and believing her willingness to help to be an elaborate ruse of some sort. Yet two people were conspicuously silent, those people being Laveria and Issei. "Thank you for your offer of help." Laveria's words caused every single other speaker to fall into a stunned silence, but before they could speak up in protest, Issei spoke as well. "I trust you to have my back, Hilda." He paused for a few seconds, the warning of the Moirai passing through his mind before he spoke up again. "And if anything happens to me, you grab Lilith and run. Are you crazy? I'm not leaving you behind, no matter what." Issei's eyes narrowed at that, his presence manifesting itself physically in the form of an emerald green aura that caused the room they were all in to feel several degrees hotter than it previously was, causing even the air around him to warp hazily, before he spoke up in a dangerous tone. "Non-negotiable. If you want to come with me, then you obey. If you're not willing to follow my lead, then you stay." Hilda met his gaze challengingly, yet she was forced to cringe at the sheer power and will in display in the two green glowing orbs, forcing her to back down. "TCH, fine, I'll grab the girl and run if you tell me to." "Good enough." Turning back towards the Queen of Luxuria, Issei asked, "How are we getting to the place?" "My casters and magicians are working on a magic array that isolates the corrupted tantric energy to get an almost exact awareness of the area you are to operate in, so that they can craft a circle that will drop you just outside of the wards that will likely be present. From then on, it's your show." Issei met Laveria's gaze before nodding. It would soon be time to end all of this. Issei crouched and stretched his legs, loosening them up for combat, while Hilda floated a small blob of blood, spending a few seconds causing it to shift between various different bladed weapons before returning it to its original blob-like state. The two were within the room that was specially reserved for magical rituals within the royal castle of Luxuria, waiting for the transportation array to be completely charged and to drop them off at their target area. The faces of the two were completely serious, and the only sounds heard within the room were their breathing, and the low hum of magic that was steadily filling up the array. Soon enough the entirety of the magical circle was glowing brightly, before it flashed 3 times, signaling the imminent transportation to the two. Before they suddenly found themselves falling from the sky, overlooking a thick jungle, with a purple glowing Aztec pyramid in the distance. Issei reinforced his legs, landing unharmed with a small boom and creating a small crater underneath him, while Hilda slowed herself through the use of blood tendrils to swing from tree limb to tree limb, bleeding off speed and energy until she could land next to Issei in a roll, before easily jumping back to her feet. The two traded looks, nodding at one another before they started running towards the pyramid. "Hey Chasuk, have a smoke to spare?" "Nah man, I decided to go clean. Don't want to die too soon, you know." "You should also QARGH. Shosuk went down with a red throwing knife to the jugular, causing his blood to spray out and cover the first speaker, but before said speaker could even attempt to sound an alarm, the blood that he was covered in gained a semi-solid, gelatinous texture, separating into tendrils that wrapped around his joints, limbs, throat, and back before squeezing all at once, causing him to die with a loud crunch. Isay and Hilda kept running without breaking stride, reaching another group of enemies less than 5 minutes after the last one. The enemies hefted a series of guns, ranging from semi-automatic pistols to even machine guns, before letting loose with a rain of lead their way, causing Hilda to create a barrier from the spilled blood of previous enemies to protect herself, while Isay simply wreathed himself in the lightning of the Rome force before moving. While capable of moving fast enough to dodge bullets, he didn't have to at all, focusing instead on moving out of the way of the barrel even as he advanced. Less than 5 seconds after the rain of lead had started, Isay was already between the enemies, and, without even giving them the opportunity to shift their aim, he let his fists and feet fly loose, breaking limbs, pulverizing ribcage, and shredding organs with each hit. After the last enemy was down, Isay and Hilda kept moving on, before they were stopped by a physical ward that created an invisible barrier around the pyramid, to keep any would-be interlopers away. Hilda, step back. The redhead deferred to Isay, giving the brunette space to do whatever it was he intended to. She watched as Isay cocked back his gauntleted fist, a mixture of green and yellow energies encompassing said fist even as tribal markings imprinted themselves on the gauntlet itself, a purple glow emitting from said markings. Stepping in hard with his right foot, Isay allowed the power to flow from his legs, twisted his hip, rolled his shoulder and fired from the elbow in a perfect rendition of a straight punch, his fist moving so fast that friction with the air created a red nimbus of flame around it before his fist connected with empty air, which was actually the invisible ward. A sound similar to the cracking of glass reached Hilda's ears, getting louder and louder as the cracks in the ward showed themselves as if they were cracks in barrier. Before the ward shattered with the sound of breaking glass, revealing the form of Travis calmly sat at a stone throne atop the pyramid, with Lilith bound to a stone altar in front of him by rune-engraved ropes. Isay and Hilda started steadily making their way up the stairs even as Travis spoke. Ah, Hyoudou, Hilda, what a pleasant surprise. I mean, I've been waiting for you to make yourselves present, but I never thought it would have been this soon. I believed it would have taken you at least a few more weeks. Seems that you are more resourceful than I thought. Isay responded to Travis with a heart-stopping glare, causing the incubus to sweat internally, yet he managed to somehow stave off his panic and kept speaking in a calm tone. It seems you're not up to any banter this time. Such a pity. He snapped his fingers, causing a massive magical circle to appear in the middle point between Isay and Hilda and himself, before a figure equally as large emerged from it. It was a humanoid-looked green-skinned being, 7 feet in height and with a body bulging with veiny, throbbing muscles. Its eyes were small and dull-looking, as was the top of its head, while its jaw was wide, with a pair of tusk-like teeth emerging from it and stopping somewhere above its upper lip. It was clad in only a loincloth, leaving the rest of its body visible and allowing Isay and Hilda to notice the various ugly-looking scars that marred it, with many of these same scars also being visible on its face. This being released an aura of violence and power that gave Isay and Hilda pause, forcing them to acknowledge it as a viable threat. Travis spoke up again. Let me introduce the two of you to my newest aide, brought in after our untimely split, Hilda. This is Dirk, and he's a Trogger. Now, I get what you're thinking right now, what the hell is a Trogger? And it's a fair thought, since I didn't know until very recently, but it's apparently the result of a mix between a troll and an ogre. It's all of their best combat-oriented traits, yet its intelligence. Well, let's say that most dogs are smarter than it. However, it isn't really its brains that I need, now, is it? Dirk shuffled lightly, its gaze locked strictly on Isay, which it had recognized as the being posing the most danger to him in the vicinity, while Travis kept speaking. No, I don't need its brains, I need its ability to bust heads. I believe Dirk to be more than a challenge to even you, Hyoudou Issei, but just to be on the safe side. Travis retrieved a stone dagger from a pouch on his back and threw it at Dirk. Said dagger, despite looking more like a chipped piece of old and dull stone in the size of an average human, actually succeeded in cutting into Dirk, with surprising results. Uoghhhh. The green beast roared into the sky, its black eyes slowly shifting color until they were completely red, with the edges of its skin also changing in tint to the color of blood. Its muscles bulged further, and the massive stone step under it cracked under the sheer pressure that it was emitting, forcing Isay and Hilda to enter their fighting stances. You may be asking yourselves what just happened. Travis spoke, so I will tell you. I have just imbued Dirk with a power-up, let us call it. Its savagery and bloodlust are currently unparalleled, and its power is severely increased as well. Let us see you deal with it. Dirk, attack. Grahhhh. As soon as Travis gave the order, the berserker Trogger vanished from his spot, causing both Isay and Hilda's eyes to widen tremendously, before the two jumped out of the way, barely avoiding a blow which would have instantly knocked either one of them out of the fight. Shit, that thing is strong. Isay and Hilda landed at different sides of the Trogger, trying to force it to split its focus between the two and hesitate, to give either of them the time to counter-attack it, yet the Trogger had already locked into Isay as its primary target, barreling towards the brunette's shoulder first. Crep. Boost. Issei felt all of his combat-related attributes double, allowing him to narrowly dodge the Tashkin lid-sized fist that had been aimed at his head. The Trogger pulled back its fist before letting loose his opposite one, forcing Issei to once again throw himself to the side before he aimed one of his gauntleted fingers at the creature. Compression shot. The magical projectile easily broke the sound barrier, slamming into the skin of the monstrosity that was attacking Issei, yet it resulted in nothing more than a light singe on its skin and a small amount of smoke trailing up. Issei's eyes widened at the sheer lack of result before he had to throw himself out of the way of a stomp, watching as large amount of blood-based blades flew towards the Trogger's back, yet bounced off his skin as if they were Nerf darts slamming into ceramic body armor. All of this happened in less than 10 seconds. Cold sweat ran down Issei's neck, the Moirai's words coming back to mind. If you try to go ahead with this foolish, futile endeavor of yours, you will surely die. Shaking his head to clear it from these thoughts, Issei swallowed down his trepidation, allowing his focus to return to the battle at hand. Feeling his strength double once again, Issei decided to finally take the offensive and dash towards the Trogger, capitalizing on his increased speed to land an uppercut to the enemy's chin, causing it to reel back in surprise at the amount of pain that it felt, a small amount of blood going down its lips from a cut within its mouth. The creature roared once again, its rage intensified by its pain, before it released a barrage of fists against Issei, forcing the brunette to narrowly dodge most of them, being clipped by more than a few yet now allowing that to slow him down. Finding a gap in the fist barrage, Issei dashed in and released a kick against the Trogger's chest, grinning as he managed to score a clean hit. JHHK, only to have to swallow a scream of pain and surprise as a massive fist slammed into the front of his body, simultaneously hitting his face and torso and throwing him back down the pyramid. Isay, a semi-solid cushion of blood appeared behind the brunette, allowing him to come to a stop without the crushing effect of slamming into stone at such high speeds. He was dazed, the world shaky to his vision while his ears registered little more than a high-pitched ringing. His instincts, however, were still working, which allowed him to push Hilda away from the punch that would have turned her into paste, allowing it to slam into the stone of the pyramid instead, the shockwave from the blow throwing him across from where he was at the moment. He managed to right himself midair, pushing his tantric energy into a rapid flow through the entirety of his body in order to help him rapidly recover from the damage. His senses recovered right in time for Issei to register the fact that the berserker Trogger's fist was in a collision path with his head, likely with the intent to decapitate him, allowing him to sway out of the way by a hair's breadth, a cut opening on his cheek from the air pressure of the punch alone. Issei retaliated by releasing a punch against Dirk's chest, which was followed up by a discharge of lightning that blasted the damned monster away, causing it to land on its back, the knife that had been lodged there digging deeper into its body and drawing an agonized roar from it. Okay, I guess there's no other choice. Boost, sparking dragon's cowl. An aura of lightning surrounded Issei, his body being flooded with the Rome force even as the boosted gear once again doubled his total power, causing him to wince as he felt the raw amount of power flowing through him slowly burning at his muscle fibers. I knew that calling on so much power at once was going to be murder on me, but it seems that eating the fruit managed to reduce the strain by quite a few degrees. Pushing that thought aside, Issei shot off from where he had been standing, cracking the ground underneath him with that single step, before reappearing above the Trogger, punching down at its gut. The green monstrosity exhaled at the surprising hit, yet it showed just how dangerous it was with the almost simultaneous counter that it launched, its fist slamming into Issei's cross-armed guard and propelling him backwards. Landing lightly on his feet and shaking the numbness out of his arms, Issei called out, sparking dragon's talons. A blade of lightning emerged on his right hand, starting from his wrist and going upwards, its total length being about the same as his forearm, while smaller and denser blades of lightning emerged from each of the boosted gear's already sharp claws, increasing its range and cutting power tremendously. In the time it took Issei to activate his talons, the Trogger managed to get back to its feet, stopping to seemingly assess Issei. The brunette's danger managing to leak in past the berserker state and touching the survival instincts of the Trogger that told it not to take Issei lightly, lest it wished to die. His eyes narrowing, Issei dashed towards Dirk, with the Trogger reciprocating with a dash of his own, before fists met lightning blades, creating light gouges into Dirk's balled fists even as Issei was pushed back. Gritting his teeth at the sensation of his body slowly burning from the inside out, Isay dashed back at the Trogger and unleashed a barrage of slashes to its chest, his eyes widening as the results he got were only superficial wounds even when he slashed at full strength, before he spun midair with one of the punches sent his way, using the leverage to land back on his feet before dashing forward once again, aiming the tip of the lightning blade at the creature's heart, watching it bounce sideways again, leaving behind a trail of blood from the thin cut it had made. With the level of increased power he had at the moment, Isay was capable of keeping track of the Trogger's attacks and either dodge or redirect them almost fully, yet his retaliatory attacks never did any real damage, regardless of his aim. Torso, limbs, face, eyes, none of these dealt any real damage. If things kept up in this vein, he'd burn out before the monstrosity was downed. Oh, Hilda bit her lip angrily, another salvo of blue-made blades floating above her and pointed straight at the Trogger, yet she had no way to fire. The first few dozen simply bounced off of the thing's skin like marshmallows off of an elephant's hide, yet she was still willing to keep throwing more, be it if they served only as a distraction, or if they just so happened to find a weak spot. However, Issei's decision to engage the thing in close quarters, high-speed combat meant that she had no way of knowing whether she'd be hitting friend or foe in her throws, despite the fact that she knew Issei was almost certain to go down if he were hit even once, whereas the Trogger seemed capable of withstanding thousands of her swords. The only weapon that she had seen that managed to hurt it was the dagger. It managed to pierce its skin easily, and then it empowered it. It's likely that the dagger is what made it this resilient, to take almost zero damage from Issei's hits, so taking it away should make it vulnerable again. And even if it doesn't, the thing isn't healing from the scratches that Issei is dealing to it, which means it doesn't have a healing factor. Prying the dagger out of it would at least create an opening to allow me to harness its blood and hurt it from the inside out. I need to retrieve the dagger, and I know just how to do it. Oh, Issei was breathing heavily by now, a few veins throbbing visibly along his cheeks and forehead due to the strain of the power on his body, yet despite that the enemy just wouldn't fall. He didn't really know what to do anymore. Then, he heard the shout, "Bloody rain." His eyes widened at that, the effects of the ability on its user still remaining on his mind, but before he could do anything, he saw Hilda already behind the Trogger, her hands wrapped around the hilt of the dagger, before she pulled. The girl pulled hard enough that she flew a few feet backwards, her muscles shredded by her own finishing move, yet her actions were indeed effective. The sheer murderous pressure that had been hanging around the Trogger vanished almost altogether, its form slowing as it seemingly processed the entirety of the damage that it should have been taking before all at once, forcing it to freeze in place, giving Issei enough time to decapitate it with his talons. "Hilda, you did it, Urk." Issei's words were interrupted by a thick tendril of blood that had wrapped itself around his neck tightly, before even more wrapped around his shoulders, things, knees, hands, and legs. Before he could ask any questions, Travis spoke. "You know, when she told me that you were still alive, I got very mad. After all, how dare you, a mere human, defy the death that I rightfully ordained for you, and cling to your pathetic mortality so staunchly? I was incensed, spitting nails, as per the saying, yet she explained to me how that could be a good thing." He waved his hand at Hilda, forcing Issei's gaze to shift onto her, before his eyes widened in surprise at her figure. The blood-red hair had grown all the way to her ankles, with the same red, life-giving liquid constantly dripping from her tresses, as if she were a living faucet. Her garbs had been overtaken by a long-sleeved, ankle-length blood-red gown, the sleeves flaring at about wrist level. The face was covered in jagged-looking tribal marks, all of them glowing a neon red and giving her a savage look, and her eyes had been releasing a red glow that completely hid all of its features. Having given Issei enough time to look the girl over, Travis spoke. "She told me about how Hilda was an important, difficult-to-replace piece in the plans, and how I couldn't afford to lose her at such a complicated junction. Apparently, the fact that you chose to take pity on her helped safeguard and push forward our plans." However, the girl had turned coat already, or at least Jackie had. "She led you straight to me, and told me all of those nasty, hurtful things, and Hilda was much too wild, uncontrollable, difficult to get to follow the plan. So, she gave me another tool. You see that stone dagger within her grip? It's old, very old, Aztec civilization old. That dagger was a sacrificial blade, something used to rip open the chests of those chosen as sacrifices amongst the various tribes that the blade managed to make its way through, before their hearts were taken out while still beating in rituals for the Aztec deities. This sort of dagger is a very rare thing to find in today's world, yet it is also a very powerful and dangerous tool. It is steeped in centuries of blood, pain, suffering, death, curses, and a touch of, well, I won't say divine, but certainly godly magic. To be more specific, it is touched by the power of Hyoudou deity of war and sacrifice. So, when this dagger, steeped in such types of magic and power, gets into contact with a user of a blood-based sacred gear, and indeed, one of the, if not the most, powerful of them, this is the most likely effect. Like attracts like, after all. At the moment, Hilda could be said to be something akin to a priestess of sacrifice, and that's the important part in all of this debacle. Travis snapped his fingers, causing the possessed Hilda to follow him, the blood tendrils carrying the immobilized Issei behind them until they stood overlooking the stone altar that Lilith was chained to. She wasn't looking well at all. Her cheeks were gaunt, her hair limp and lifeless, her eyes were sunken, and her lips were dry and cracked. The instant that her dull, nearly lifeless eyes landed on Isay, they lit up with the intensity of an inferno, prompting her to speak in her strained, intermittently failing voice. "Hungry, food, eat, food, food." Travis sneered at the succubus princess, before speaking in a completely hateful tone. Bitch kept going on during the first weeks about how her Isay would show up to save her and kick my ass. I got mad, so I decided that I would break her. She was forbidden from feeding from anyone other than me, and I would only allow her to feed if she were to crawl on her hands and knees before me and beg. Yet, instead of begging me for even a drop of tantric energy, she kept insisting that you'd be here to save her, that she knew you weren't the type of person to turn their back on a precious person, none of that. Even when she went delirious with hunger, your name was all she could say. For a succubus princess of such lineage to fall so fully for a human. Disgraceful. The incubus breathed deeply after his maddened tirade, the glint of insanity in his eye receding lightly as he found his center, speaking up again. I was telling you about why Hyoudou was an important piece, wasn't I? Well, let's return to that. You are aware that Lilith is of the Luxurian royal line, the direct line of the original Lilith's soul blood-related daughter, not any of the lust-spawned ones, correct? Because of that, even if she does not know it, she has a deep and inextricable connection to the force of lust itself. A connection that I desire to have myself. Imagine, an incubus, those who inherited the gift of the body from the original power of the seed, gaining the gift of the spirit, the ability to tap into the lust of the world itself. I will be unbeatable. I will rule as a god. I will make every single one of my abusers regret it. Never will I be looked down upon because I'm less muscular, or have slimmer shoulders, or a girlish face. And Hyoudou here is my key to this. With that, Travis twirled a finger, causing an old and dusty tome to emerge from behind the throne, floating at about eye level with him. So this is the incantation. Spreading his arms wide, he spoke up. Blood for blood, flesh for flesh. O Lord, the skybound providence, may your favor fall upon me. I offer you the blood of many and the hearts of many more. At this point, a magical circle deposited a large amount of catatonic girls, all of them covered in various physical secretions, before they disintegrated utterly, becoming little more than a puddle of blood. Yet Travis continued, I beg of you, lend me your power. Take which is hers, give unto me. For I choose you, and I favor you. Look upon yours more so than you do upon the infidels, and grant them your boon. Blood for blood, flesh for flesh. Huitzilopochtli, I beg of you, hear my words, and heed my prayer. The sky above the pyramid had become clouded, yet instead of the usual white, or the gray or black of storm clouds, these clouds were colored a stark, blood red. Red-colored lightning crackled in the sky, striking randomly around the pyramid, before one of them struck Hyoudou directly. By the time the flash of light cleared, Issei was struck with a presence so powerful and so bloodthirsty that he could barely hold back his desire to vomit. Hyoudou opened her mouth and, without moving her lips, spoke in a tone of voice that was not her own. I have heard your prayers, Travis of Bauxis, descendant of the line of Sparta, and I decided to grant it. Rejoice, for your wish comes true today. Moving in the manner of a beast more so than anything else, Hyoudou's body stood beside the mostly incoherent Lilith, raising the sacrificial dagger in order to tear out the heart. I beg of you, my lord, please do not hurt this one too badly. I intend to make use of her once I have ascended, and for that I need her alive and unhurt. The stone blade halted 1 millimeter from Lilith's chest, the deity possessing Hyoudou seemingly thinking things over before reaching a conclusion. Very well. For the sacrifices that you have given me, I shall give you this boon. Having said that, the monstrous deity took hold of Hyoudu's arm and cut a thin line on it, drawing a small cloud of blood from it, before pointing its blade at Travis, causing the blood to slam into him with all the violence of a sledgehammer, causing him to recoil and fall on his butt. Before long, a string of pain screams emerged from Travis' throat, the incubus clawing at his eyes angrily from the sheer intensity of the pain it was suffering, before a wave of Huitzilopochtli's hands soothed him. Taking the time to recompose himself, Travis got back up to his feet, his eyes glowing purple as he drew the tantric energy that had been collected by the temple of Xochiquetzal for a monumental amount of time, having seeped even into the stones of the building themselves, and he felt his muscles expand as his power level grew, his injuries rapidly healing, including the ones he incurred from his most recent pain thrashing. Huitzilopochtli spoke up then. I have responded to the sacrifice, now I shall return to my slumber until I am summoned once more. Yet, before I go, I give you another reason for devotion. Another boon. Thunk. Isay looked down incredulously, watching the massive blade made of coalesced blood that had run through his chest, more specifically his heart. His vision started trembling, his breathing becoming harder and harder, before he let out a bloody cough. The last thing he saw was the body of Hyoudou falling unconscious after her possession was nullified, the sacrificial dagger dissolving into dust, while Travis stood above her, cackling madly at his success. The constantly active boosted gear that had taken the place of his left hand disappeared, the last thread of magic that kept it active fading completely. The Moirai were right. Travis had won. Issei had lost. On this day, Hyoudou Issei, 15 years of age, died. Oh, a sensation of falling encompassed him, darkness surrounding him from all sides as it did. Seconds, minutes, hours, days, weeks, years, perhaps decades, centuries, millennia. Issei had no idea about how long he was falling for, yet he kept falling. Perhaps this was his punishment for failing to make good on his word, an eternal void of darkness, and him always falling, never knowing when he would stop, if ever. A pang of pain struck his chest as he thought about everyone he had left behind. His parents, which would be heartbroken if their son never returned from his trip. His friends, Madohama and Matsuda, with whom he'd never finish another Eroge. Lilith, Dedrag, Aquila, Laviria, Cynthia, Jackie, Hilda, Alba, and Hunubarbus in their pack. All of them he would never get to talk to again. All of them he left behind, subject to this new threat that was the empowered Travis. All because he failed. Yet, I refuse. Self-pity and self-loathing faded, giving place to righteous anger and a burning sense of defiance that characterized humanity in general, and the admirable level of willpower that could be attributed to the singular existence known as Hyoudou Issei. I refuse to let it end like this. My family, my precious people, my goals, my dreams, I won't let go of them so easily. I will not embrace this fate that others try to force onto me. I refuse. At this moment, everything changed. The flow of events and timelines, meticulously planned and controlled by the various deities related to time, prophecy, and foreknowledge, scrapped. Centuries-old plots involving prophecies and the manipulation of whole races, invalidated. The lives of hundreds, thousands, millions, perhaps even billions, all changed at this one moment, where the previously existing timeline, established by the fates, turned into an unreadable, unchangeable, warped mess. And all of this because the man known as Hyoudou Issei simply refused to die. Oh, a flash of golden hair and a girlish giggle flashed through Issei's awareness for an instant, before he found himself standing on a clearing. The grass under his feet was soft, softer than any normal grass he had ever felt before. The sky was a mixture of hues of pink and purple, the clouds being the same, except in a slightly darker shade. A lake was across him, its waters rushing and whirling violently. Hello and welcome, Hyoudou Issei. The brunette looked at the source of the voice, a sweet, melodic thing, like chiming bells, seeing only what seemed to be a feminine-looking construct of pink energy, shaped roughly like a woman, yet so featureless as for it to cross over into uncanny valley territory, like a walking, talking mannequin. Excuse me, I do not look like a talking mannequin, so it could read minds. First of all, I'm not in it, I'm a she. It is madam. Second of all, no, I can't read your mind. Could have fooled me. I'm not sure fooling you establishes a high level of criteria for anything. After all, flash you a nice pair of tits and you got yourself at least somewhere between 5 and 10 seconds of your innate tension. Maybe even more, depending on the context. A fair assessment. Continue, the being huffed petulantly, before taking in a deep breath and speaking. You've caused a massive mess, Hyoudou Issei. A massive, massive mess, and you have no idea about just how big it is. What do you mean? Let's go from the start. You're supposed to be dead right now, yet you're not. Instead, you're in. That simple fact throws off a whole array of normal rules of the universe. The dead die, and that's what happens. The only amendment to this rule has to do with the evil peace system of the devil faction, and it postulates that a recently deceased person, whose soul has not yet completely crossed into the other side, can be revived as a devil. Keywords being evil peace, revived, and devil. There are no evil pieces anywhere near your vicinity. You were not revived, which implies dying and then returning, as much as you simply refused your own death, meaning that, as far as the universe knows, you're not dead. You never died in the first place. Yet, the occasion in which you would have died has occurred regardless. And third of all, any being resurrected with an evil piece is revived as a devil. I have no idea as to why, yet it seems to be the norm. However, since you are refusing your death on your own, then how will you return? Devil, angel, ghoul, zombie, what? You're a total middle finger to the system, and a massive wrench in the designs of fate. All versions of it, actually, from the Greek to the Roman to whichever other belief system you can think of that involves fortune-telling, destiny, or premonition. So my sheer existence is a middle finger to the fates. Good. Bitches tried to wreck my shit, now the shoe's on the other foot. Feels bad, doesn't it? The energy being would have sweat dropped if it could. It settled for sighing instead, before speaking. Despite all of these particularities about you, Hyoudou Issei, you are still a person I admire. So, I have decided to give you an opportunity. The brunette's attention turned completely towards the figure at that, prompting it to continue. When you consumed the seed, the effect you got was extremely muted. Almost nothing. You got shafted as far as power-ups go. Yet, it was for good reason. Consuming the seed is attached to momentous events of great significance. It's as much about what you went through in order to consume it, as it is about consuming the seed. Lilith was forced to abandon her home, father, and first husband. Laveria consumed the seed out of desperation in order to save hundreds of thousands of lives in the battle for the leadership of Luxuria, all with the expectation of not resisting the seed, and dying due to it. You, on the other hand, had the seed handed over to you, just like that. No effort, no trials, no tests. You didn't have to go on a massive quest to save the world. You didn't have to face down the Guardian and prove your worth. Nothing. You just had to be the boyfriend of the Luxurian princess, and to have been coincidentally born with a shiny trinket in your soul. Because of this, you have not integrated the true power of the seed of lust. The entity nodded towards the Rajan lake, causing Isay to notice the fact that the water was mostly purple, with a few streaks of yellow, green, and red in the mix, likely a representation of all of his powers. Yet, in not death, you gain a second chance. After all, what challenge is greater than overcoming death itself, all for the sake of your loved ones? I say you definitely earned your continue. All you have to do now is to tame your power and to make yourself whole. And not just as you were before. Now, you will be better, as you should have been after eating the seed, had you acquired it properly. Issei nodded at that, walking closer towards the lake, his toes almost touching the raging waters, before he stopped, speaking without even looking backwards. Thank you, Lilith. The first, I guess. Before the remnants of Lilith's consciousness that were still connected to tantric energy could react, Issei had already dived into the lake head first. The waters of the lake ran fast, so fast that they tore into flesh. Its pressure was enough to crush bones. Electrical discharges plagued it, and the sheer amount of energy flowing within it promised to disintegrate most people. Hyoudou Issei isn't most people. And, most important of all, this power is his own. His own power would not hurt him. He would not allow it to. No longer. So, instead of trying to hold his breath as any normal person would do when within a lake, Issei took a deep breath, allowing the water to fill his lungs. He opened his mouth, swallowing as much as he could. He willed it to pull itself as close to him as possible, to fill every single part of him, to fuse with him so completely as to forget the concept of burnout, or strain associated with reaching his current maximum output. If he could generate that amount of energy without instantly dying or exploding, then his body would no longer feel more strain from it than necessary. The fatigue, and maybe even exhaustion from the usage of power would be there, of course, yet he would be capable of harnessing his ever-growing lightning without frying his own nevers. He would be able to employ his boosted gear without burning from the inside out, because he fully accepted his power, and it too, in turn, accepted him. And Hyoudou Issei was reborn, as more than he ever was before. Oh, Jai ha. The world is mine. Completely, absolutely, indubitably mine. Travis cackled madly, his insanity steadily increasing, before he turned his eyes towards Hilda. A wave of uncontrollable lust assailed him, causing his member to instantly harden before he dashed towards her, intent on simply taking her. Bam! Only for a fist to the face to send him careening backwards. When he got back to his feet, the sight that met him managed to simultaneously freeze his blood, and to make it boil to its utmost levels. Hyoudou Issei stood there, his face calm and placid as if he were taking a stroll on a park during a crisp spring sunset, rather than as if he had just been stabbed through the heart, and watched the ascension of someone into ultimate tier. What? You're supposed to be dead. No, scratch that, you're absolutely dead. I saw you get killed. People die when they are killed. Giving Travis a mocking grin, Issei responded. I ate a green mushroom yesterday, might have been it, really. Travis' angry face turned into one of hatred, the incubus stewing in the impossibility of this event, while Issei took the time to catalog everything different that he felt about himself. Man, this feels weird. I feel stronger than ever, faster, more athletic. My body feels as if it has a higher limit. And, am I feeling Hilda's emotions? Am I an empath now? Indeed, having overcome the true trial of the seed, Issei was finally given what he should have acquired in the first place from eating the thing, proper control of the binding force that kept him together, creating harmony between his human nature and the other sources of power that he kept within himself, all without his fragile human vessel exploding under the pressure, like a glass bottle trying to contain an explosion. This, however, came with some additional details. Details such as the fact that his previously crippled right hand had been restored to full functionality, despite the fact that it had permanent scarring along it. His muscles had gained even more definition and an elasticity, while his bones gained more strength and density. And his hair, while mostly the same as before, gained a small difference in the form of a single, wavy bang falling over his forehead and over his left eye. Oh, and did I mention that this bang was colored purple? Yes, there were some changes indeed. Issei frowned as he felt the negative emotions within Travis multiplying at an absolutely abnormal rate, as did the amount of tantric energy that he pulled from around them, all of it tainted. Knowing that their battle would be very much explosive, Issei decided to remove Hilda and Lilith from the battlefield. Employing a single use of Shunpo, made unbearably easy by his mastery over the amount of tantric energy that he possessed, Issei appeared beside Lilith. Frowning at her state, the mostly brunette broke her chains with small blasts of lightning, lifting her over his right shoulder while Hilda occupied the left one, before vanishing in another instance of Shunpo, avoiding the maddened attack from the incubus and creating great distance between them. Placing the two girls on the ground, Isay focused on the image of the transportation circle towards Luxuria, using his magic to imprint it onto the ground underneath Hilda and Lilith before activating it, sending the two back to the castle. That done, Is dusted his hands before turning back towards the pyramid, watching as Travis absorbed more and more of the tainted tantric energy, losing control over himself with each passing second, and becoming more a feral being of hatred and violence than anything else, its power easily going above high class and crossing over into ultimate territory. The brunette frowned, deciding to go full tilt in order to stop Travis as soon as possible, raising his left hand into the air and drawing on his sacred gear. Boosted gear. The red gauntlet bearing green gems and red spikes and yellow accents came into existence on Issei's arm, and less than 1 second after it did, D-Drag's voice was already filling Issei's mind. What in Big Red's non-existent balls happened, partner? 1 second you were there, drawing on my power, the next second I was back in the dark, completely cut off from you, as if waiting for my next wielder. As if you had died. Yes, I did, sort of, but then I got better, all due to the power of titties. Wahoo-wee-why. You know what, I don't even want to know. So, what's the next move? The next move is destroying this Travis bastard. If I remember correctly, I made a promise back during our last confrontation that I never got to place into effect. I'll work on it right now. Issei turned his gaze back towards the pyramid, except that instead of seeing the form of Travis, as he expected to, what he saw was more akin to a person made of clay or mud, shaped into an approximation of the likeness of Travis Lasha. Said clay person wriggled and shifted, its every motion unnatural and inhuman in nature, causing Issei's instincts to scream at him about the wrongness of it all. Add to that his newly discovered empathic nature, and you could understand the level of revulsion that he felt for this monstrosity. Said monstrosity seemingly got tired of waiting around, firing off towards Issei as nothing more than a streak of motion, its fist aiming to slam into the brunette's gut, only for said brunette to dodge to the side, covering his right fist in electricity from the Rome force in order to avoid directly touching that disgusting mud, before he punched Travis straight to the face, sending him flying back towards the pyramid, before following after in a burst of shunpo. Issei was forced to alter the path of his last shunpo in order to avoid the projectiles of mud shaped into spikes, before his eyes widened in surprise at the fact that each piece of mud, feeding on the energy that had sunk into the stones of the pyramid itself, gained the full size of the original. Okay, this is so not fair. Having said that, all of the copies attacked Issei at once, forcing him to duck and dodge to entirely avoid touching the mud that felt more like corruption made solid than anything else, before he punched the ground underneath him, the released shockwave knocking all of the thines back. Sparking Dragon's Cowl, Sparking Dragon's Talons. The aura of electricity covered Issei completely, protecting him from the corrupting effects of the mud, yet not nullifying things such as physical strength or damage, while the lightning claws gave him a weapon that allows him to slightly increase the range at which he could fight the things, which was always a plus. Issei vanished in a consecutive series of shunpo, flashes of light and a slight humming noise being all the explanation that was given for the state of all the mud clones, said state being torn into shreds. The chopped-up wood jumped back towards the original, causing its power to spide suddenly, a sickly brown aura emerging around it that caused Issei nausea from just being nearby. The pile of mud's arms turned into blades before it rushed at Issei, swinging for the young man's throat. But Issei reacted by intercepting the swings with his own lightning blades, pushing the creature backwards before slamming a kick into its gut, tossing it away. The creature slammed both blades into the ground, causing Issei's eyes to widen and forcing him to jump in order to avoid the veritable forest of mud spikes and blades that emerged from underneath him. More than a few of said blades and spikes were shot towards Issei, forcing him to make use of shunpo midair to duck, dodge, and twist out of the way, before he accelerated towards the mud thing, slashing its arms off, causing the entire construct of spikes to fade, while new arms sprouted on the thing in place of the old ones. The thing, seemingly bored of fighting Issei, slammed both hands into the stone of the temple, drawing more and more tainted energy from it, causing Issei's eyes to widen. Still so much power. Of course, the energy may be inert in stones, but it's still centuries of tantric energy, tainted or otherwise, and this thing can absorb it all. If it keeps absorbing, then eventually it will outpace me even at my utmost maximum. I need to annihilate it before it can reach that point. And this damn place too, to avoid any future problems of the same sort. With a plan of action firmly in mind, Issei vanished in a series of shunpo, placing himself a few kilometers away from the pyramid before pointing his right hand upwards, toward the extremely darkened, cloudy sky, before releasing bolt electricity into it. D-Drag, knowing what Issei was planning, felt the need to interject. Are you damn crazy? You just managed to somehow recover your hand, and you're doing something this stupid to lose it again, so soon. Keeping his focus on his endeavor, Issei tried connecting with any natural lightning, sweat collecting on his brow as he felt the power of the mud monster jumping higher and higher, its size also increasing noticeably even from that distance. Issei's electricity tickled the natural lightning, stimulating it to flow down into the earth via the path of least resistance, which was the tendril of electricity that Issei was emitting, causing all of that power to slam into Issei. Remembering how it felt the last time he had done so, Issei pulled the lightning into himself completely, allowing the power to fill him to the brim, almost bursting from his pores. You're going to kill yourself if you do this, Issei. Nonsense. I can take it. The boosted gear, having been instructed by Isay not to judge the power of the mud monster as it was fluctuating in its constant increase, but instead to judge the maximum magical potential of the pyramid itself, multiplied Isay's power however many times it felt was necessary to deal the finishing blow, causing his own aura to jump to ludicrous levels. This is too much. Your body is going to explode. It's not. The brunette reined both powers in, twisting, twirling, braiding, and mixing, using a small thread of tantric energy to facilitate the process. This will be just like last time, but worse. Think about this properly, partner. I have, D-Drag. I know you're worried about me, but you need to learn to trust me. I have a plan. The energies kept mixing, their synchronization rates shifting and altering. 70% minus 30%, 60% minus 40%. And what would that plan be? Instead of focusing all of that energy in a single place, forcing it to deal with all of the recoil and absorb all the damage alone, Issei spread it throughout his entire body, reducing the maximum amount of recoil any individual part could take. That still doesn't guarantee your survival. Synchronization rate 50% minus 50%. But this does. Reinforcement. With the exception of the single thread that he had sent to mix his Rome force with the boosted gear's natural multiplication factor, Issei focused the entirety of his tantric energy into a full-body reinforcement. Thunder Dragon's Roar. Oh. If Issei's last usage of this ability could be described as bright, then this one could be called nothing less than blinding. The white beam of energy that had been fired off from the brunette's gauntleted fist all but erased everything that it touched from existence, disintegrating the dirt, trees, and everything else in its path towards the pyramid. The mud monster, sensing this enormously powered attack likely to destroy it, drew as much energy from the pyramid as it could in the shortest amount of time possible, before squeezing itself into a smaller sphere, as dense as possible, and reinforcing its surface to the highest level that it could. Said defense managed to hold for a few seconds, giving the thing a hope for survival. Crack. Until a small crack, appeared on the surface of the sphere. Said fracture caused the highly compressed tantric energy to try to force its way out, like steam contained in a vessel with not enough space, while allowing the beam of concentrated destruction to slowly burn away every single trace of corruption and of the mud. Less than 10 seconds after Issei had fired off his attack, both the pyramid and the mud monster were nothing more thought history. Issei, on the other hand, was still standing. Sore, tired, nearing magical exhaustion, and with his eyebrows lightly singed from being so close to his own blast, yet still alive, and not at all crippled. Lowering his gauntleted arm, Issei let out a deep breath of relief at having taken care of the situation, ready to return to Luxuria. Only for the sound of shallow breathing to reach his ears. At that moment, a different reaction than normal was triggered within his instinct-driven center. Issei didn't limp or walk towards Travis as much as he swaggered, a level of confidence bordering on cockiness filling him completely. When he saw the bruised, weak, shaking, and extremely burned form of his enemy, he felt the satisfaction of a job well done, yet there was something more to do. Finishing his cocky walk by standing right in view of the downed enemy, Issei spoke up. I am going to beat you. You will ask me to stop. I will not. Then I will break you. You will ask me for mercy. I will have none to give you. Then, after I have everything I need from you, I will make you despair. You will beg for quarter, yet you will not of it. And when you finally beg me for death, I will deny you that pleasure as well. Do you remember me having said these words, Travis? What did you think back then? That I wasn't going to be able to do a thing? That you would simply destroy me and move on with your life? Well, look at where we stand now. You, downed and at my mercy. Me, powerful, and filled with a thirst for revenge. What do you think is going to happen now? The incubus could only whimper, his throat so parched that he couldn't even utter a single call for mercy. Issei kneeled down above Travis, his knee pressing down on the incubus' chest and simultaneously aggravating his burns and cutting off his ability to breathe to its utmost minimum. He released his sacred gear, allowing his left arm to return to normal before gripping Travis' throat with it. Having taken that good grip, Issei cocked his right hand back before he let it fly loose. Smack, 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 smack. Again and again, Issei punched at his enemy, a primal feeling blossoming on his chest. Seeing that the incubus face almost looked like hamburger already, and not wanting to risk accidentally killing him via concussion, Issei stood up from where he was kneeling on top of Travis, allowing him to greedily gulp in some fresh air. OOF. Before it was kicked out of him, Issei's foot still embedded within Travis' gut. He raised his foot back up, letting it rain all over Travis, tears of anger and frustration clashing with relief and sadness as he spoke. Kidnap my girlfriend. Torture her via starvation. Try to kill me and Hilda. Call Jackie a monster. Destroy the lives of hundreds of people due to your ambition alone. Sacrifice innocents to empower yourself. Send them to be raped for power as if they were tools. You'll never do any of those again, you fucker. Almost every word was punctuated by a kick until Travis was laying almost limp, the only evidence of his vitality being his rising and falling chest. Whimpers escaped his throat, and he managed to overcome his pain for a single request. Mercy, mercy, plec. Sneering down at the pitiful existence that was Travis Lasha, Issei spoke. I have no mercy to spare for trash such as yourself. Oh, and remember the thing I said about denying you death. Pointing a finger at Travis, Issei released a blast of electricity that completely disintegrated the bastard. I lied. Having finished that, the burning sensation within his chest increased further, bones cracking and shifting throughout his body, causing him to randomly sway around the burnt ground, a mixture of pain and uncomfortable pressure building up behind him. Eventually the pressure built up too high, and eventually something had to give. RIIIP. RIIIP. Both the skin of his back and his shirt were torn apart, though, curiously enough, Issei felt no pain, and more so he felt instead a sense of satisfaction that one would feel after taking off a pair of too tight pants. He felt a difference to his center of balance, as if he had a new way to control it, and he felt a sudden desire to shout, to cry out his victory to the world. Groahhh. Like that, with a massive pair of draconic wings sprouting out of his back, a thick, red, scaled tail emerging from his tailbone, extremely sharpened teeth and an elongated, prehensile tongue, Issei roared his victory to the heavens above the destroyed corpse of his enemy and everything that he represented. The wings and tail eventually rolled themselves back within Issei's body, his teeth and tongue receding a bit closer to normal, yet holding a bit of the draconic particularities. In the overwhelming need to obliterate Travis, and to defiantly cry out his victory to the heavens receded, allowing Issei to think more clearly. Coalescing his power, the brunette created a magical circle towards Luxuria, appearing within the great hall in a flash of light to a group of worried-looking succubi, and Jackie, Hilda. Grinning his usual grin, Issei spoke. "We won." Having said that, he fell over completely, his body haphazardly slamming into the ground. Less than 5 seconds later, and Hyoudou Issei was already completely asleep, this stage of his life finished. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed, just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.